Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Purpose of this channel is to document my journey in the life insurance industry. If you go way back on this channel, you can see my first few days when I originally started. You can see how much I sucked. So definitely check out my first few videos. So now we're here 9 months in. I've got it dialed in. So you can definitely see how much of a difference there is. The purpose of this channel is to kind of give you just a straightforward, transparent view of what it's like to be in the life insurance industry. We have trainings, uncut sales calls, just raw, uncut everything. We don't hold anything back on this channel. So I want you guys to make sure that you play it while you're in the car, while you're at the gym, dig into the video with time. These videos are very long, but they do have chapters. So you can kind of skip around and find the parts that you want to watch. But the point is kind of just to treat it like a life insurance audiobook and, skim through, find out what parts you find interesting. But yeah, the biggest part of what I've seen change since from when I first started and now is getting that sales process dialed in. I would say it's really, really dialed in now. I would say as long as it's someone that is in an appointment and we are going through, they are intentional about wanting the coverage, I'm basically closing them 100% of the time. It really comes down to building trust in this industry. So if you're knowledgeable about the product and you're able to explain it to them and you're able to build your credibility and explain your license and everything about yourself, about the carriers, the coverage, and they understand it, it's basically a 100% close rate. So just getting that down from the beginning of when I first started and being able to become more of a credible agent, that's what's really helped and changed my success in the industry, going from probably when I started about a 10 or 20% close rate because I didn't know what I was doing. But it was really the reps. I was putting lots and lots of reps in the beginning. It wasn't easy. I was working, probably doing 300 dials a day when I first started and working 6, sometimes 7 days a week. So this is not an industry that's easy to get into, but it is well worth it. I can tell you from my experience, I do not do well having a boss. So this is giving me an opportunity where I can work from anywhere. I don't have anyone telling me when I'm supposed to work, telling me what to do. I don't have a grown man telling me whether I can use the bathroom or not. That's like a big thing. I just can't stand about a 9-to-5 culture is just like having someone telling you what you can and can't do. And I just can't. I can't personally see myself living that way. And if that's you as well, give me a call. We will help you figure out how to get into the industry, help you figure out scripts, help you figure out a structured schedule, how to buy leads. We have it all. We have unlimited leads. We have the top compensation in the industry, and we have the best role models. We have some of the top performers in the industry at our agency, Pinnacle. It's the top IMO right now, one of the fastest growing IMOs in the industry. IMO meaning insurance marketing organization. So an IMO is basically just, we have 50 different carriers, and this IMO connects us with the carriers. So we use the IMO to get contracts with Mutual of Omaha, Foresters, AIG, all, Transamerica, all the top carriers we have access through the IMO. And Pinnacle is just where all the killers are at. And that's why I picked them. And just the culture is unmatched. It's just people that are willing to help you, whether they're financially incentivized by you or not. They're willing to help because it's just a great team. And what their slogan is, it's people over profit. They really stand by that. And I try to be a good role model for that as well. If I have people reaching out to me from all over Pinnacle, people that aren't even in my team, asking me how I've been so successful so fast, and having the community and helping people in our company be successful really brings a lot of joy. Just seeing someone that come from no sales background and reaching out, and I'm able to give them a few tips here and there and guide them into being successful. It's an unmatched feeling. There's one feeling getting your own sales, but helping someone be able to get their first sale, it's such a fulfilling feeling. If you get good enough in this industry, I hope you can someday become a mentor for someone and experience it. It's just an incredible feeling, and I hope anyone else that becomes good at this, I can share that feeling with them as well. So this video, like I said, skip through it, find the parts you want, whatever's valuable to you. Hey, I by no means expect you to watch the whole video, but whatever helps you. This video is meant to be a resource for you. I'm making it with the intention of something I wish I had when I had started. I'm not making it for a particular person. I'm making it for past me. And I'm just putting it on the internet for you guys to see. So hopefully you guys find it helpful and enjoy the video.
All right, so for today's training, we're gonna do a couple different things. I think we got votes for everything for 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, what we'll start with, I think we'll start with leads and stuff because that comes first before everything is buying leads. What I'm recommending you guys do if you're brand new, I already went over this with Rebecca and Hassan. I think I went over it with you, Jacob, but maybe. What I recommend when you first start is to buy enough so you have 100 fresh leads to dial every day of the week. So if you're going to be dialing, um, Monday through Friday, you need 500 leads. If you're going to be dialing, Monday through Saturday, you need 600. This is when you're first starting. You can scale back once you've done like 2 months of just going hard. You need to go the hardest right in the beginning, as hard as possible, so you can keep your learning curve as short as possible. Because your learning curve can be as short as you want or as long as you want. It just depends on how hard you go, how fast. So if you can, get 100 fresh leads a day and then dial it that all 100 of those in the morning should take you like 2 hours. Then take another 2 hours from like 12 to 2, dial them again. And then in the afternoon or in the evening, like 6 to 8 p.m., you're going to dial them all again. And then you're going to do that every day. You're going to you'll buy like a pack of 600 leads, let's say. And what you do so it's not overwhelming, when you get that pack from Ann or wherever you buy your leads from, you separate that 600 pack into 6 different sheets. So you got one for Monday, one for Tuesday. That way you're not overwhelmed seeing a whole file of 600 leads. You're like, okay, this file I got to get done today. This file will be for tomorrow. And I can't start that one for tomorrow unless this is done. So we got to get this done today. So you know exactly what your goal is. Now it might be, a lot for you to do it 3 times, do it all 100 in the morning, all 100 in the afternoon, and in the evening as well. So if you can at least get it twice, at least go through it once in the morning, at least in the afternoon, or at least once in the morning, once in the evening. But try to do 3 if you can. I know sometimes you might, get into an appointment or, might have someone that's interested right there. So depending on your results, it might slow you down, but that's a good thing because then you're getting deals. So that's that. Make sure you're writing like a call count when you get your leads and you're separating it up. Also add a column all the way to the left. You just title it CC, and it's like a little thin column that you'll add to the left of the sheet, and then that'll just be how many times you've called the lead so far. That way you can keep track of how many times you've called each lead. All right. Once you've done this for like 1 to 2 months, then you can scale back to 50 a day and then dial 50 in the morning, all 50 of those again in the afternoon, all 50 of them in the evening. And you should be already pretty skilled and not having as much rejection, not screwing up as much. And that's what is a consistent way to get consistent business. Okay, guys. Anyone have any questions on planning out your lead orders and organization with them? No? Okay. All right. So the next thing is going to be just your intro. So when you get your leads and you're dialing for the first time, you're going through that intro. It's Jonah's intro is what we use. Just basically saying that their file's incomplete. It's been a couple of years trying to figure out what happened. It seems like we try to reach you every year since then and never could get a hold of you. What ended up happening with the mortgage protection, where this is the coverage where you get sick or pass away. Is that something that you still think would help you to have for your family? That whole intro, that's like a shorter version of it. But basically, the reason why it's so long, why it's a whole page, it just builds curiosity. And if you can use a shorter version of it, it's just when you spread it out and the reason why it's so long, it gives people time to digest what you're saying. And because someone's out of the blue, you're reading this stuff all day, you're used to it, you know what it is, but you're calling someone out of the blue that it's been 4 years since they filled this out. You have to give them a time to jog their memory of what this is, and the feeling they had when they filled out that sheet. You have to bring that emotion back. And that's why that sheet is so, that intro, it takes like a minute to read. Does anyone have any questions on the intro or any rebuttals or objections you're getting on that intro? A lot of Hassan, Jacob, Rebecca.
I mean, I guess if I just had the rebuttal, like, oh, well, that was 4 years ago. Why are you calling me now? I mean, you help me out with that. You're just like, we'll be like, oh, well, we've been trying to get a hold of you. Kind of just make it more
Every
of
year
a
we've been trying
joke.
to get hold of you.
And yeah,
I hate
so
to say that. Every year we've tried. We're just trying to close your file out. So hey, don't be mad at me. I mean, just let me know. You want me to close your file out? Don't have that commission breath. Like, oh, we got to get you. You're kind of like pushing them away and it reels them back in. You want me to just close your file out? No, 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 no. Oh, okay. It works. It works wonders. All right. So that's
So what about like when you say, okay, what's my file?
when they
What
say
are you
close my
gonna
file.
say?
I mean, if you
Yeah.
want to, you want to give them one more chance, you can say, um, so if something happens to you, your family's going to be okay. They're not going to have trouble paying the bills. You're going to say no again and just hang up. That's it. You know, they're just not a fit. Not everybody feels like they need that peace of mind. And that's fine. Some people are dying to have that peace of mind. They've been dying for you to reach out for them. They've been wondering where you've been for years. So just get to that person as quickly as possible. Eliminate people quickly. Don't stay on the phone with people for a long time that just don't want it. Don't waste your time trying to convince them because they'll just cancel. So you want to get through these
Okay.
people fast that suck.
I already have a coverage and I'm happy with it.
Or you have the coverage and you're happy with it. Oh, I didn't see that on your file here. Which one of our carriers did we put you with?
All right. So I have like most of the people that I like speak with and they already have a coverage. Most of them they just like they don't want to like continue. They were
They
like, okay, so we're fine. I'm fine with it. I'm happy with what I have.
You're happy with
There's
the
no need to, yeah.
okay. About how
You
much is
just like,
it per month that you're spending on that coverage? I just want to make sure you got the best, put in the best rate
hmm
class.
yeah. Okay, well I
Make up
pay
a make up a number. Make up a number. How much?
$150.
$150?
$150.
You're healthy, right? You don't have
hmm
major health conditions, right, Hassan?
Yep.
You are? Okay. That's just odd. Usually most people that are, pretty healthy, we can get you plenty of coverage for under 100. So I'm not sure why it ended up being so much. Let me just take a look here. What's the name of the carrier we put you with? And just ask them again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how I work with it when I just, yeah.
Hmm.
hmm
Okay.
But yeah, like a lot of them they
Hmm.
like they say like I just have one and I don't want to just do anything else. So,
Yeah, just keep looping until they tell you like no, like t like th 2 or 3 times. That's enough no's. You don't want to, like this isn't something we have to convince people of whether either they want our help or they don't, and then we just move on.
yeah.
That's why we buy so many leads. That way we're not, really like savoring each lead. Like, oh my God, I only have 2 leads left. No, we buy hundreds of leads a week, so we can not worry about that.
What I also say, and I see that most of the time it works, is that when they don't have mortgage protection, but
Mhm.
they have life insurance, and they say like, we're fine, we just have something else. And I say, do you have life insurance? And then they say yes. And then I say, all right, so that's also the reason why sometimes we get like old requests back because you might be qualified for a lower rate for your life insurance. So
That's
that's why I got
That's one way to
your
go
file back.
about it, but the way I would recommend you
Yeah.
go about it, Hassan, is act like life insurance is something completely different. Act like we're offering mortgage protection. So what we're doing when we're saying this is mortgage protection, that's life insurance. we're just assuming that the life insurance they have is just death benefit and mortgage protection has the cash value and the living benefits, and you need to bring that up. Okay, I understand you already have life
Hmm.
insurance. That's great. I'm glad you already have that. That's super important to have. The mortgage protection program, are you familiar with how that works, Hassan? And now we're already separating it and building curiosity. No, what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the mortgage protection has living benefits as well. So it's also for you, not just your spouse. So it's also for you if something happens to you while you're alive. Does that make sense, Hassan? Oh, I didn't
Yes.
know that. Okay, great. And also, are you familiar with how the cash value works in the mortgage protection program? No, what's that? That means you can get all your premium back at the end when you pay off your mortgage, or you can use it to pay your mortgage off 5 years early. Does your coverage that you have right now allow you to do that? No, it doesn't. Okay, let's see if we can get you qualified for that. Are you a smoker or non-smoker? Boom.
Okay. Yeah, but usually I say this because like some people they have like a life insurance that covers everything. So like you need to find a way to replace it, right?
If they're saying their life insurance already has living benefits and cash value, like they already have IUL
N- Not IUL, but like they have like enough coverage to cover the mortgage,
coverage. All right, how
right?
much? So, like you're saying
So
somebody has a million in life
you need
insurance already?
sorry?
You're saying somebody that already has like a million in life insurance already?
No, like what if someone like his mortgage is 200,000 and his coverage is 300,000 for example, for like life insurance. So like you need something to replace it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So that
you're going to come across people like that, but people are also still going to want living benefits. You have to emphasize to them. Now, that's only if you pass away. What if you're unable to work or you get sick, John? Are you going
Mhm.
to, do you need something like that as well? Either they're going to say yes or no there. If they say no, just hang up, you
Yep.
know? That's it. I had a guy yesterday. I got him coverage. He already had life insurance, but it was really important to him to have living benefits. So he got this as well. So he has an IUL and he kept his other coverage as well.
Mhm.
And I just got him a
Yeah.
small. I only got him enough for like half his mortgage because he already had full coverage with the death benefit. But this is
Yeah.
for more than enough. What?
Also, when I talk about the life insurance, I talk about the IUL. So I ask about the living benefits.
Are
So
you
I try
mentioning
to
IUL? Never mention IUL.
no. I mean like what like how it works. I don't mention the name,
Okay.
but I try to replace the life insurance that they have by IUL if it works for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
How did that go when you tried to do that?
Um. Yeah. Most of the time it works.
They were interested?
Yeah.
Okay. And then did you close those people or what ended up happening?
What ended up just I have like three who are scheduled and one like no show. The other one he got like the best rate. It turned out to be like a term policy,
Okay.
and he doesn't want to replace it because it's very cheap.
Mm.
Yeah.
And he didn't want the living benefits or the cash value?
So I'm going to reach out to him again today just to tell him that I just reviewed your case and
Hmm.
you have the best coverage regarding the term policy. And
Okay.
then I'm gonna ask him like, what do you think about the program that I just explained to you last time?
That's
Do
really
you
good,
think it's
Hassan.
gonna, yeah, but that's what I'm gonna do.
Complimenting what he has and saying it's the best, that is the best thing you can do because it shows that you're honest and not combative and you're not trying to just, sell him something or just replace what he has. You're respecting what he has and just offering him another option and
Yeah, last week
letting him make his own
uh,
decision. What do you say?
last week I spoke to someone, and then she told me that she has a coverage. And when I reviewed her coverage, he's saying she has a coverage. So I told her, all right, so you have the right and the best coverage, and there's no need to move forward with that. And then she was, oh, thank you for your help, and thank you for telling me that.
Yeah, they love
So
that.
can you send me your business card so I can refer you to my son and daughter?
Absolutely.
Uh,
And another thing
yeah.
to mention when you're replacing someone's coverage, you always want to mention this because this gives people comfort and it makes them feel safe. Before we cancel anything, John, we're not going to make sure we cancel any existing coverage until you're approved. Okay, John? Nothing gets canceled. I always like double down on that because they're like, don't cancel it. Like they're thinking in their head, oh my God, what if I have no coverage? So you always got to make that clear to them. We're going to make sure we can get you approved for this first before we touch anything, John. Always make sure you say that when you're talking to them about any type of new coverage or switching anything around. You got to make that clear with them. Okay, son? Did you already know
Okay.
that?
Yep. Yep.
You already knew that, or
Yes.
was that
Yep.
helpful for you?
Yeah, I use it sometimes.
Oh, you do. You knew that. Okay, good.
Yep.
All right, great. So the next thing, and how's it going, Anthony? Welcome.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up,
What's up?
everybody?
How are you?
I'm
I like the
solid,
knee.
man. I'm pretty good.
It looks
And
fresh.
I'm up north, man, so I'm not down south like I used to be.
It's cold up there. Yeah, out in outer space. All right.
But
Does anyone have any call recordings from this week to go over? If not, I do have one from yesterday. I had a guy that told me he didn't want to do anything today, and I still closed him. And I thought it'd be really interesting for you guys to hear how we overcame it. Do you guys want to hear that?
yes.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it. Okay, perfect. Now, is this your first time going through the mortgage protection process, or have you been through it before? Let me
You
find.
know, somebody came by and a couple of years ago, but I decided against it. It just seemed to be a little expensive.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. So it looks like, yes, it looks like they quoted you something pretty steep before. So I work with all the state regulated programs. So they're meant for people on a fixed income. Would that be kind of what your situation looks like? Are you in a fixed income?
No, I work for the and I'm so I
Okay.
wouldn't qualify.
Well, I can see it just depends on income bracket.
Mhm.
So what would be your annual income if we could qualify?
$100 to $150,000,
Oh, okay.
and that
So
includes my military retirement,
I see.
and I do get disability,
I see.
60%. Yeah.
So the reason you didn't end up getting is not because you couldn't afford it, it's just you didn't think it was worth it.
Well, I wasn't too sure about it, and I forget I hadn't been established with my current, and so I didn't really want to expend that extra money. It was,
Back then.
at the time, it just a little difficult.
I see. But now you're in a better financial situation now, you're saying?
Mm. Yeah, I mean, still have a lot of bills, but
Well, that's good to hear. That's always a good thing. Okay.
no, I have a lot of bills,
Oh,
so
you
that's
do?
not a good thing.
Oh, I meant the other part, not the bills.
Oh, yeah. Well, the financial situation's a little bit better. Yeah.
That's good. All right. And then is there anybody else in the household or is it just you?
It's myself and my wife.
Your wife. Okay.
My daughter lives with us, but she's an adult.
Okay. And is your wife there with you or is it just you right now?
It's just gonna be me
Okay.
for this. Yeah.
For this. Okay. You handle everything yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So just looking for coverage just for you. Okay. I asked a lot of questions already up front here. I'm figuring out like kind of what happened in the past, why he didn't do it, figuring out who's in the household, does he make all the decisions, is it just for him? That's basically what I just did. All right. So the way everything works here, we're a brokerage. So we work with all 40 of the top A-rated carriers in the state. There are over 100 different B or C rated carriers. We just don't work with them for obvious reasons. So just the A-rated ones. Now basically, yeah, that's how that works. Is we're just going to go through those 40 carriers, and based off of about 1 to 2 minutes of health questions, figure out which one you're going to qualify for, and then what we're going to do is see if we can get you approved, because it does take about,
Mhm.
1 to 5 days for them to figure out if they're going to approve you or not.
Mhm.
So basically just seeing what would be get you approved for. Okay. So the first question here, are you a smoker or a non-smoker?
So I'm just explaining to him that we're a brokerage, that he's not going to be able to. I'm already telling him he can't make a decision today. He hasn't even given me objection yet, but I'm already setting up to try and prevent that objection at all. I'm always trying to prevent. I don't want to think about it, so I always bring that up at the beginning, that you can't make a decision today. And still later on, he's going to still tell me that, and I'm still going to kill it. And I don't even give him a chance to give. I never just end on like a statement. I don't give people chances to give me objections at anyway. So the second I explain the brokerage, I'm right into the medical questions. Are you a smoker or non-smoker? And we're getting into it. No long, awkward pauses.
Non-smoker. Great. And then confirm your height and weight.
All right.
I went
I'm going to skip through the financial
You did
inventory.
teach. Okay, awesome.
just removal of kidney stone.
Oh, diabetes.
He's on blood pressure, allergies, had his kidney stones removed. He also had basal cell skin cancer, which isn't really it's one of the few types. It's the only type of cancer that's an exception that doesn't decline you on most things, because it's not a serious type of cancer.
Well,
Oh,
some
just
improvements I had to do. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right.
I'm never gonna sell.
Good. Okay.
All right, and then he told me he has 150,000 owed on the mortgage, 30-year mortgage. It's worth 350, so he has 200,000 equity. That's how you determine equity, guys. Find out what their mortgage balance is, find out how much it's worth. In this case, it's he owes 150,000. The home was worth 350, so he has 200,000 in equity. Make sense, guys? And then I asked him the monthly mortgage payment, which is 1,100 a
All
month.
right, 350, but then yeah, taxes are going up too. All right. And now anything you currently have in the event of emergency that you could use to pay the bills, like 401ks, IRAs, stocks, bonds, any existing life insurance or mutual funds?
The way I asked that question, I sandwich in existing life insurance in between all the other ones. So it's very sneaky that I'm asking him if he has any other life insurance. I'm purposely putting it in the middle of the other things. Any stocks, bonds, 401ks, existing life insurance, mutual funds. So he's not thinking I'm trying to replace it. It's very sneaky.
I have TSP, which is like a mutual fund. It's with the government. There's about 200,000 in it.
Okay. Got it.
So he has some type of fund with 200,000 in it. So I'm going to kill that right now.
All right. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that the TSP, that would be strictly like for retirement, right? So if God forbid something happened to you, you wouldn't have to, you wouldn't want to dig into that, right?
Yeah.
You want to
No,
keep that.
I wouldn't want to,
Okay.
because then you have to pay capital gains tax on there.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
So what I just did is if he says yes to any of those, I have this already, you're going to do what's called spending it. You're going to spend it in their mind to the point where it doesn't exist. And now there's still a need for this. Does that make sense, guys? All right.
So are you familiar with how the living benefits work on the mortgage protect
And then we're just right into explaining living benefits and cash value after you finish the financial inventory.
program?
No.
Okay, so that means that any critical, chronic, terminal illness that you get, you'd be covered on the living side as well. So it's not just something that's, for your wife. If you pass away, it's also for you as well. So it covers you on the living side.
Yeah, I wouldn't get it I wouldn't even consider it if it was for that, because I already have life insurance.
So this is what I was telling you about Hassan. This is the guy that already had life insurance, that I still got him this because he wanted living benefits, and you'll see.
2 policies, so in case I were to die.
Okay, so you're very, very that's very important to you, having the living benefits.
Confirming.
That would be the only reason why I would get it.
Right.
If I became disabled but didn't die,
Of course.
and I couldn't do my work.
Right. Okay.
So I just asked him, so you want the living benefits? And now he's selling it to me. Yeah, I want it because of this. Instead of me saying, okay, so you want this because of this, and this. I'm not telling him why he wants it. He just told me. That's key. You always want to get people to do it that way.
And then, so that's any critical, chronic, or terminal. And then also if you're unable to perform any 2 of the 6 daily living tasks. So that would be eating, drinking, bathing, clothing yourself, using the bathroom, or moving from a bed to a chair. So those are the 6 daily living tasks. Yep. If you're unable to perform any 2 of those, then you qualify for the living benefits. Okay. And then are you familiar? Yeah. And then are you familiar with how the cash value works on the mortgage protection program?
No.
Okay.
That's I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but this is something I like subconsciously do. If anyone ever tries to like interject or interrupt me while I'm talking, like even on the intro when you're first calling someone, if I hear them say something, I just say yeah, like a quick yeah, and I get back to what I'm saying. So it doesn't sound like I'm ignoring them, and they feel heard, but I still keep talking. That actually helps a lot.
So that means that the premium that you pay every month on the policy goes into your cash value. And then God willing, if you don't get sick or pass away, you can get all that money that you paid back, all that money that you paid him back, which you can use to pay off the mortgage early. So let's say when you have 5 years left in the mortgage, you can surrender the protection plan and pay the mortgage off early. Or if you just want to keep the protection plan until the mortgage is paid off, you can get that cash value back then, and it's like an extra savings
No, I
account.
didn't know you actually get a cash value back because I don't remember that other plan stating that.
Yeah, I mean, most agents, not most agents really know about this. They'll usually just get you a standard term policy for mortgage protection, which I don't
think
recommend.
that's what
Yeah.
that you don't recommend.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. Yeah. And then, another reason I recommend this is because lastly, you do have the option to keep this protection plan forever. Since it lasts forever, it's not a term. It never expires.
Yeah, the one I had was term.
Right.
That he offered me 20 years, but I never took it.
Right. Yeah. So this, if you decided to keep it and you don't get the cash back and you just want to keep your whole life, you could have the coverage equaling your mortgage balance your whole life. Does that make sense? Right, so yeah, so it's a win-win. It's like either hopefully you don't pass away, you get the money back, or if you do, or if you get sick, you can get it while you're alive. So yeah, we have everything we need here. Just give me about 1 to 2 minutes. I'll be right back with some options. Just go ahead and grab a pen and paper. Yeah, to write those down. Okay.
All right, this part was crazy. So while I had him on mute, I could hear him in the background talking to his wife, and he was telling his wife, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to do anything today." He's like telling his wife, "I'm not doing anything. Like I'm going to make sure I verify him first." And I'm hearing that, and then the second I got off a hold, I said, "Hey, by the way, I heard you earlier saying that you wanted to verify me. Let's do that right now." So pull up your Google search. I'll show you how to look me up. Type in insurance agent lookup Idaho, and we did that all here, and you'll hear that now.
Be right back.
Vinegar. Did the dog go to their bathroom again? No, because I smell vinegar.
Yeah.
You were cleaning what? Oh, I'm on hold. He's going to get some information. That last guy that was here several years ago, that was a shitty deal. That was a 20-year term policy. Yeah, this one is we get our money back or we can pay off the mortgage with it early. And it's a living thing. Like if I get incapacitated, it says, yeah, if I died, I already have life insurance.
Yes, sold.
So, but this is a living. If I become incapacitated in 2 areas, like not eating, can't drink, can't bathe myself, it would take into effect. But the guy showed me his credentials. I am going to do my other research and look it up and make sure everything's good. And I'm not making the decision today because, of course.
All right, and then this is key. If you ever hear people like in the background, you're waiting, like, and I was ready with options already, but I wasn't gonna just be like, all right, I'm ready the second he stops talking. I purposely waited like a minute or two to make sure it didn't seem like I was listening to him. That's super important. If you hear people talk in the background, give them a few minutes of silence afterwards.
Because I know USAA offers mortgage insurance, but I don't know how good it is. I'd have to look into that. Yeah. Has she been drinking water in here? Yeah. Have you been putting her right out after that or no?
So I just
I just made sure they were completely done talking about it before I came back. So I do have the options here for you. I did want to make sure I heard you wanted to like look over my credentials. What I would recommend is if you want to view my screen, I can show you how to look up my credentials, or I can show you how to Google it. Do you if you want to pull up like a Google search on your phone, just look up Idaho Insurance Agent Lookup, and then it should be the first result.
Oh, all right, hang on.
Yeah. Should be there if you looked up Idaho.
I typed in Idaho Insurance License Lookup. That's all I needed to type.
No, look up Insurance Agent Lookup, not license.
Oh.
Yeah, you can find it on there if you want, but it's like the Idaho, that one. And then you scroll down to the and you'll see it says find a licensed agent.
Find a licensed agent. All right.
So you ended up going on the idaho.gov website, and he's on there right now, and I'm telling him to scroll down to go to find an agent lookup.
Okay.
All right, and that should be the NAIC lookup that I was telling you about.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. So now you're on, does it say Idaho already selected for jurisdiction?
Yeah, it does.
And search under search type, you're going to click licensee.
Okay.
And then you can type in my NPN there. That's usually the easiest.
Wait, a license number?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
NPN. It's
NPN.
and that
All
number.
right. What is it?
It's 2210.
Yeah, it has your name on here.
Yep. Yeah, if you click on that, you can see my address. Tampa, Florida. Yep. You can see me here. You can also just keep scrolling down. You'll see all the insurance carriers we're partnered with. It should be a pretty long list. A couple pages of.
Okay.
You can see
all
of them there. Guaranteed Trust Life, Liberty Bankers, Royal Navy. You see all those?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Now as far as the options go, the best option I found here based off your health is going to be Mutual of Omaha out of all the carriers we have. Have you heard of them? No, I usually don't do that. I'm only doing that right now because like I don't tell him what carrier it is. But I'm just kind of telling him right now because I'm still kind of trying to build trust. And I figured if I brought up the carrier I found for him, it's going to help build trust. So that's why I decided to do it, because I felt like trust was not there yet. So we're trying to build it up. So mentioning a really reputable name definitely helps a lot. So I decided to do it. But usually I won't tell them the carrier because if they don't get approved, then we have to switch it around and it just gets messy. So I don't usually tell people what carrier we're getting them applied for until they're approved. So don't do that all the time. Just know why I did it.
Okay. Yeah, I have.
All right. So I'm going to share my screen here with you to show you. And also because I just wanted to double down and make sure you trust me. I don't always share my screen. I just said, this is what we're doing. I'm sharing my screen with you. We're pulling up the application and that's what we're doing because I don't want any objections. You got text on this number. I'm going to text you. Let me know if you got that.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. All right, and this is the Mutual of Omaha voting page. So you're 62, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 62 male. So right now I'm literally just showing him the Mutual of Omaha quoting page, not even on the application because we didn't go over pricing yet. So I just pulled up the quoting page so you can literally see Mutual of Omaha on the top. We're on Mutual of Omaha's page. Super building trust right now. This is a simplified issue product, meaning that no one needs to come out and poke you or take blood or any urine samples. This is just based off your medical record. If you do want that, you can, but you can get 150,000. I know your mortgage balance is 177, but is it worth it to get a full medical exam for an extra, 27,000? Let me ask you, what do you think? Would 150 be enough?
Yeah.
Okay. So the maximum he can get for his age, simplified issue, if that didn't make sense. The most he could get at his age was 150,000. His balance is 177. So I'm having him sell himself on 150 being enough by asking him if it's enough, and then letting him tell me. Just making sure. All right, so I click calculate, and then you can scroll over. That's how much it costs. Is that going to be practical, affordable for you? Do you want to see if we can get you approved for that? I just went straight into showing him the full amount and the quote right there on the screen. Usually I'm going to give people 3 options. Usually I do things differently. This is a specific scenario where we're building trust. This amount was too much for him. And then you're going to see how I downsold him into something cheaper.
Oh, that's pretty steep.
It is.
I'm going to have to think about that.
For sure. I can also give you another option, which what a lot of people do, since you're.
Oh, and I threw in the what a lot of people do. That's key. I already went over this with Rebecca the other day, and she used it and it worked for her. Um, you whenever you're like showing the middle option, you want to say what most people do because people just love to do what other people are going to do. So if you really want someone to make a decision on something that you think is going to be the best, like if it's something you personally think is going to be the best fit for them, throw in what most people do. Don't say, I think you should do this. You want to say, this is what most people do. That's your own way of saying it as a salesperson.
You have a spouse there. A lot of people, they do a half, 50% of the mortgage. That's usually a lot much more affordable. So that's 75,000. That's 197. What would do you think that's probably more practical for you?
Well, I don't know how that would help me. I mean, if I just paid off 75,000 of them, and I'd still owe that other amount of money.
So it would be a lump sum. So let's say something happened to you, 80%. Yeah, so you would get that and you'd be able to cover the mortgage for a pretty long period of time if something happened.
Oh, yeah.
And then, if you take a calculator out, 197 times, or I can share my full screen here.
So the full mortgage was 384, and I'm showing him the half amount, 75,000 for 194, and I'm pulling out my calculator and adding up 194 times 12, showing that how much a year, and then I multiplied it by 20 to show him how much money he'll get back in 20 years.
There you go. If you take a calculator out and you say 197 times 12, let's say times 20 years, you'll get 47,000 back then. And then you can use that to pay the mortgage off early.
And the money does come back to you. It's not like a term insurance where it's all gone.
Yeah, no, this is not a term. This is an Index Universal Life Express.
Oh, all right.
Right.
This is just a very analytical client. That's why I'm telling him it's an Index Universal Life. Usually I'm not telling people. This guy seemed smart enough to understand it and not confuse him when I said that.
Yeah, all right. I kind of like that.
Okay.
I can handle it.
You can do the 197?
Yeah. Might not need any of this if my 3,000 and some units of XRP climbs.
Oh, you have XRP? That's
I have
great.
3,000. I have over 3,000 units of it.
Wow.
That's a cryptocurrency if maybe you don't realize.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, they
I
finally
bought it a long time ago. Well, I've been hearing all kind of crazy things about it. It's going back down again.
Right.
But, when I bought it, I bought it at
So we're gonna banter for a little bit here, but I'm gonna make sure we get back on pace and close them at the end here.
25 cents. I should have bought more.
Right.
Because it's supposed to be used. It might replace. I don't know if it's going to replace, but now that there's a new SEC chairman, I don't pretend to understand all this. I just bought a crypto course. It's like an introductory.
Gotcha.
It talks about how it's used as a secure method of transferring funds.
Right.
That's what makes it unique from all the other ones. Of course, I don't think it'll ever be a Bitcoin, and I missed that. Ride.
Do they teach
Although
you?
I do own Bitcoin, but I didn't buy it when it was 10 cents a piece. So
On the course, do they teach you about like levels on trading?
I haven't taken it yet, and there's an advanced one too, but I'm just taking the introductory. I mean, I already have an exchange. I use Uphold, and I have a wallet, but I have to upgrade the wallet because the wallet's going to.
I know quite a bit about trading, so I took this as an opportunity to build more trust with him by showing him like my knowledge and expertise and his interest. So that's what I decided to do.
Gotcha.
And then it's the Ledger S, and it's being phased out. But I work because I know that you can't depend on that, because it's a risk.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the reason why it went down is because Bitcoin hit 100,000. So now a lot of people are selling. It just hit a key level. Yeah. So, it'll probably keep going up again, but that's just, a key level they hit. And, whenever you hit a key level, it drops a little bit. Stays around there.
And I got to figure out how much they take off away from you if you sell it.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. You deposit. Is it the same thing as capital gains?
Recently, they enacted a law where it is now capital gains on crypto. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, I hope that the new administration reduces the amount of capital gains because
Right. Well,
that's just organized theft, is what that is.
yeah. Well, there is a way around it with, with an irrevocable trust.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn about that stuff.
Yeah, that's a good way to
I've been
get
so
around.
busy working that I should have spent more time. You know what I mean? What good's having
Yeah.
a high degree if you? I should have been smarter with.
Okay. So he just said basically that I know more than him. So I was like, ding ding ding, time to close.
With my money. I mean, we're doing well, but at this point in my life, I should be where I shouldn't owe anything, and I shouldn't even be working
Yeah.
because I would prefer not to. But that's the way it is. At least we're not.
Well, hey, I mean,
at least we're not living under a bridge under the underpass. So.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm always here, for friendly advice. I don't do irrevocable trusts or any crypto stuff, but I do, have a fascination of it. And I'm always happy to offer, advice on that stuff.
I have stock by the slice through Charles Schwab. I haven't bought any recently, but I've invested in
Nice
hydrogen companies like Cummins. They developed a hydrogen engine a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we get off this ridiculous electric car crap because it's rubbish.
Hydrogen cars are cool. Yeah.
Hydrogen. I think they got to iron out some details in it, but
yeah, for sure.
Almost done here. He's going to talk about hydrogen cars for a minute, and then we're going
water. That's one thing. I like water as an exhaust.
That's what comes out the tailpipe.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, that technology was available in the 80s at least.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it was just making the hydrogen's the hardest part is, with the explosion and all the.
Yeah, well, lithium is dangerous too.
True. Very
lithium
true.
batteries are dangerous.
Okay.
But I do. I think the 197, I could live with that.
Okay. Well, we have to see if we can get you approved for it still. So it does take a few days, and then you can always you can change anything if you want to at that point. But for the application, who's going to be your beneficiary on there? Your wife?
Yeah, my wife. Yeah.
And what's her full name?
So we're going into our closing script right away. As soon as they agree to a price, all right, perfect. What's your beneficiary's full name? Okay, confirm her date of birth, confirm her phone number. All right, next thing is driver's license. The way we ask for driver's license, the insurance carrier is going to need to confirm your identity, and for that, they use your driver's license. Is that a insert state license? And then they're going to say yes, and they're already going to be going to grab it. All right, confirm your driver's license number. Got it. All right, next thing. Now we're going to be working our way. The way we ask for banking, we don't just say, what's your routing account number? We need to get them to agree that they're making a payment and when that payment's coming out. Once they've agreed that a payment is being made, we're agreed on a date of when it's coming out, that's when I ask for banking info. Because a common objection when you ask for banking info is like, I don't want to pay for anything, blah, blah, blah. But if we already set up that this is the day when the payment's coming out and they're comfortable with that, then you can ask for banking because they now know what the expectation is. They know that money isn't going to unexpectedly come out of their account because we just set the prerequisite of exactly when it's coming out and when it's starting. That's why I always do that first. So after driver's license, I say, okay, so what we typically do is set up payment for the first of the month. Is that what you prefer, or do you have a certain day of the month that you prefer? And then we discuss what time when they want their payments to recur on, when they want it to start. And then perfect. All right. Now, is that going to be a checking or a savings account? Checking. Okay, great. And who do you bank with? Idaho Central Credit Union. Okay, perfect. And as they're selling me the bank, I'm typing it so fast, lightning speed, that by the time they stop saying the bank name, I'm already reading the routing number to them. So he's saying Idaho Central Credit Union. All right, perfect. All right, perfect. Maybe gives me a little bit more time to type it in. I say, all right, perfect. So it looks like the routing number we have here on file is 1234556. It's so fast and so smooth. They just think we have their information on our end. So it makes it sound really good. They're going to say, yes, that's the routing number. Okay, great. Go ahead with the account number. Very smooth. Like 5 seconds after they tell you what bank you're asking for their account number because you're confirming the routing number right away. They're going to give you the account number because they already agreed on when the first payment's coming out, when it's recurring. It's going to be super smooth.
You're not going to get any objections if you've followed all the instructions up to this point. The second that last number of the account number comes out of their mouth, you're saying, okay, perfect. So the insurance carrier is going to run your information through the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. In order to check that, they use your social. So go ahead with your social immediately. And don't say social security number. Rebecca did this the other day. She was reading the script perfectly, but she added in the full social security number into the script instead of just saying social. We say only social because it's casual, it's lackadaisical, it's not social security number. You don't want to say social security number because then what happened on her end is the guy's like, I'm not giving that out. You know, you wanted to say social. Go ahead with your social. And they're going to do it. So he's going to see a social security number. Luckily, Rebecca was smooth. She just said he gave her an objection. Or no, she gave her an objection. And then she's just like, yeah, that's just how it is. Go with your social. And he did it. So if you do get an objection, you can do not spend 10 minutes battling their objection and explaining to them a whole book because that's gonna the longer you explain, the less and less they're gonna trust you. You just literally, I heard a guy on a podcast yesterday explaining his objection handle for a social. The guy told him on the phone, "Oh, I don't give those out. I don't give my social out." He said, "Me neither. Go out with your social." And then he gave it. Like you can do the simplest things for an objection. The simpler, the better, because they're just gonna be like, guess I got to do it. You know, you're not giving a lot of time to think about it. Me neither. Go ahead. You know, just demanding it, assuming it, no shakiness, no loss in confidence, smooth and steady on social. Go ahead with your social. Me neither. Go ahead with your social. Yeah, it's just required. We got to do this. Go ahead with your social. Anything like that. Any type of variation of that. Okay, guys? And that's it. After social, you can go ahead and fill out, you know, you have all the info there. Now you can pull up your application and, you know, fill out the application without stress because you have the information you need. You got it all smoothly and quickly without them thinking too much about what's going on, what information they're giving. You're getting it all knocked out. Now you can, because a lot of people, new agents, will just go through the application and ask the routing number and account number when it shows up on their screen. They'll ask the social. I like to make sure we get that knocked out before we pull up an application. That way it's, you know, not if we have a technical difficulty with a carrier or an application's lagging, we already have it. It's no big deal. If you ever have technical difficulties on your end, you're never telling the client. It's always roses and sunshine on your end, okay? You never let them know they were declined. You never let them know your browser's lagging. That'll destroy trust. Everything's great on your end. If you have to call them back in a day or two because your computer's on fire, that's what you'll do. You just let them know call them back in 2 days and hey, we just need a few more good news, just need a few more signatures and finish that up then. But never let them know your computer's on fire. Okay. But that's about it, guys. That's the full process. We can go over quoting if you guys still have time, because I know we didn't really go over picking options and quoting. Do you guys still want to go over that? No? Then we can do that next week. But as far as closing out once you finish the application, always call them back. Don't tell them, like let's say on your screen after you fill out the application it says they're approved. Don't tell them they're approved on your first call. Always tell them it's going to take 1 to 5 days. And call them back in 1 to 5 days. This is going to make your business 10 times stickier. If you only talk to your client once on a 1-call close and never talk to them again, there's like probably a 30 or 40% higher chance they're going to cancel on you. If you call them back, don't be scared. A lot of people are scared to call their clients a second time and they think they're going to cancel. That's the opposite of what's going to happen. If you call them back in 2 or 3 days, give them the script of them getting approved. Hey, do you want to hear the good news or the bad news? Okay. You don't care? Okay. The good news is you're approved. The bad news is I'm your agent for life. And you add like a laugh in there. You got to add a laugh in there. Even if they don't laugh, because it brightens the mood. The good news, you're approved. Bad news, I'm your agent for life. Not like that. Do a better fake laugh than that. But yeah, you do that little laugh, and they're like, "All right, so are you happy with everything, or do you want to make any changes?" And that's when you're gonna know your business is solid and sticky right there. It's been 3 days. They're gonna say, "Yeah, happy with everything. It's good." If not, they're gonna tell you there, right there, and you can handle that objection there. Oh, it's too expensive. Let's go ahead and lower it. No problem. And then at that point, you still haven't even filled out the application yet. You'll go ahead and lower it and finish the signatures right then and there on the second call. That's when you'll really actually submit it. And then if they don't get approved there, then you can call them a third time and tell them, hey, sorry. There's nothing wrong with calling someone 3 times. That makes your business even better. You call them the third time and a day after and say, hey, we just need a couple more signatures. Everything's good. Don't tell them that on that second call they got declined. Okay. And that's it, guys. Never never tell people they're approved on the first call. And
So
you're gonna do great. Go ahead.
so with the one we closed the other day, say the one first client I closed with Patricia and her husband,
Yeah.
didn't we do that as a one call close? And we already said she got approved. I was gonna be her agent,
No,
remember? And she didn't laugh at all. She was just, do you remember that client?
Oh, you told her she was approved?
Yeah, we told her she was approved
Oh, the
right then and
first
there. And we're
one.
like, oh, we'll call you back like
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
year. So how would you go around that? Would you
it
still
was your
call her
first
back?
close. It was your first close, so I didn't want to overcomplicate it for you. But
Okay.
in the future, just do that. Don't tell them they're approved on that call.
Okay.
It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt to still call them on Monday and ask them if everything's okay still and if they're happy with everything, just to double check.
Okay.
They're not gonna, don't worry, they're not gonna cancel on you right there. They're just gonna be like, yeah, Rebecca, thank you so much. You're the best. And that'll be it.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right. Cool. Any other questions, guys? Now we have 2 minutes left until 1:30. So how was everything, Anthony? Did you learn a lot?
Yeah, it's been good. Been soaking everything in.
Overwhelming, right? Or no? Is it a lot?
Not too crazy. It's
That's good.
yeah, I feel like the past like 2 months I've just kind of been focusing on it. So like it's just about repetition, hearing everything again and again.
Yeah. A lot. Jonah says this a lot. You got to be reminded a lot more than you got to be taught in this industry. So cool. Cool, guys. Next week we'll just do focusing simply on different scenarios with different clients. Like this is Billy, he's 56, he has this conditions, and then we'll figure out what options to give him, and we can make a whole training on that. Okay.
Sounds good.
I think that'll be great. All right, cool, guys. Well, you guys have a good Saturday, and let's kill it next week.
Have a good one, guys.
All right.
Thanks for all the information.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Every person, if they're healthy enough, we use Mutual of Omaha's Index Universal Life Express. We go to Mutual of Omaha's website, mutualofomaha.com/mobile quotes, mobile dash quotes to get that. So it's going to look like this. You select Index Universal Life Express. And in order to see if they qualify for it first, you just make sure they don't have any of these any surgeries like or any medical conditions that would cause a decline like severe asthma or decline for bipolar. So there's a lot of different things that can decline a Mutual of Omaha Index Universal Life Express. It's the hardest to qualify for. But if they can, we're always going to go with that first. Hepatitis, yes, if recovered. Jail, decline. There's endless A to Z. You just use like Command F, like to search the chart and look up the condition. Make sure they qualify for it first. And if not, we'll let you know what to do next in that case. But for Index Universal Life Express, how to figure out how much it costs, you'll pull up this quote tool, type in the state, type in their age, say 50 years old, male, non-smoker, and let's say they owe 250,000 left on their mortgage. So we're going to type in 250,000 there, and that's going to be $327 a month. Now, we always give everyone 3 options because more often than not that whatever their full mortgage cost is, it's either, not really if they're very young, it's probably only like 30 or 40 bucks. So there's probably more room in the budget. So we'll add more coverage on top of it, like extra income, or if they're older, it's too expensive. So we need to do like partial coverage. You always want to give them three options. So in this case, since they're 50 years old, the full mortgage is kind of expensive. It's 327 bucks a month. So we're also going to give them an option for covering half the mortgage as well. So 125,000. I'm going to write that down. So when we say we're going to be right back, give me 1 to 2 minutes, we're just looking at all the options. We're writing down on our paper three different options. So far I've written down the 300 option, this $160 option, and then I'm going to find one option under 100 bucks as well. So I'm going to do a quarter of that. So 67,000. I think that's right. No, 60.
Do the rates change at all? Like if I pulled up a quote one day and then I waited like 2 months, would that number still be accurate, or is it like something
Yes.
that's
It's going to be accurate as long as they don't get a year older.
okay?
Every year, it's another, if I put 51 here, it's going to be different. So 50 years old, 62,500. There you go. Now we have an option under 100 bucks, and that covers 25% of their mortgage. So we got them full mortgage, 50%, and 25%. And the way you explain 50% or 25% is, 50%, typically it's if you have a husband and a wife in the home and you want to cover half. Or if it's just you in the home, 50% still a good option because of the living benefits. So if something happens to you or you're unable to work, you get cancer, heart attack, um, what you really need is something to help you cover the mortgage for a certain period of time. Getting a check for 50% of the mortgage will allow you to stay in the home while you're going through the medical um, difficulties. So if you're getting this for living benefits, you don't necessarily need a full mortgage coverage. So that's how I explain it. And that's how I also explain why would I want 25% mortgage coverage for that reason. So that way, whether you pass away or if you get sick, you have something to make sure you don't lose your home. It's not meant to pay off the full mortgage. Does that make sense? So we're giving them three different options. Now, if they don't qualify for Index Universal Life, that's when Insurance Toolkits comes in. So you're going to always go to final expense here. Term, we just try not to do term because if they can't qualify for an Index Universal Life, they're most likely not going to get approved for a term anyway. So there really isn't any point. We're either doing Index Universal Life Express, which is whole life. It's like a cheap whole life, almost the same price as a term. Term's the cheapest. But I'd rather sell someone a quarter of their mortgage on an IUL than, 50% on a term. I just don't even give them that as an option. So we're going to go straight from IUL if they get declined to final expense, which is just whole life. They just put final expense here, but that's whole life. These are all whole life coverages. And what you're going to do is, so you put, the state, 50 years old, same thing. And we're going to put their height and weight there. And this person has all these problems, bipolar, they got asthma.
Hey Ben, do you quick question. When you're putting in the disorders and stuff like that, do you ever ask them these questions prior to answering for the most accurate quote, or do you just always hit next or no?
Yeah, I do. I'm just skipping through it right now, but I do ask them all the questions on the screen. Yes. Does the proposed insured know? Okay, and then let's say they also have diabetic neuropathy. Neuropathy. There you go. All right, so this person is going to control diabetes, no. Not have as many options. So we got all these options here. Transamerica, Baltimore Life, Mutual of Omaha is going to be graded. You want to always avoid graded if you can. If you can get a day one coverage, like Simple Now Legacy is day one, Silver Guard is day one, Express Select is day one. Graded means they have to wait 2 years until that coverage actually is is available. So they'll be making premium payments for 2 years until it actually is there, until they're actually covered. So anything that says guaranteed issue, anything that says ROP, because if they pass away in the first 2 years, the premium is just simply returned to them. That's it. They don't get a death benefit. The death benefit is just whatever premium they paid in so far plus 10% interest. So it's kind of like a savings account on steroids, which is pretty cool. But they're not going to be really getting the full amount. So if it does come down to they have so many disabilities that you have to go with a guaranteed issue, I always tell them, hey, look, Mary, we can only get you something that has a 2 year waiting period. But what I always tell my clients is if you pass away during the 2 years, you'll be looking down from heaven happy you tried. Right, Mary? All right, Mary, let's go ahead with this. I always say that line for if I have to do graded. But you have options here for simple, now legacy, which is not graded. And you got, we don't have this carrier, but we have these two carriers. So that's how it works, basically. I usually am not going to type in the health conditions. I'm going to type in medications. So ask them all the medications they take, type them in, ask them what it's for. Ask them. I usually don't really change when the last fill and everything. I'm assuming they're taking it now. Ask them if they're compliant. Ask them if it's major. Whatever questions are on here. And so one thing to keep in mind here is you got to type in either a premium amount or a face amount. Now, don't type the full mortgage amount into the final expense when you're on toolkits, because if you type in the full mortgage amount, nothing's going to show up because these whole life products, they have a maximum of like usually 20 or 30,000. So you're gonna have to do equity protection, which is like 1 year mortgage payments, 2 years of mortgage payments. So the face value is usually around 10 or 20,000 for those, since it's like, if their mortgage is $1,000 a month, it's $12,000 in coverage is what they need for a full year of equity protection, or 24,000. So try to just see what carriers show up first, to just see which carriers they're going to qualify, just by typing in 20,000. You type in 20,000, you're going to see exactly what carriers they're going to qualify for. So with Wellbutrin, you're going to get, that's just depression. It's not a big deal. They're taking medication for it. So there's plenty of options here for, you got American Amicable, you've got Transamerica. All right, so you know what carriers will accept them. Now you can raise it up. You can say 30,000. Are those carriers still there? You can watch some drop off because maybe they have a maximum. Eventually you'll get to know which carriers, what their maximums are. Like you'll know Mutual Omaha's maximum is 50,000. You'll know Aflac is maximum is 30,000 over a certain amount. So if I put 50,000, some of them are going to drop off. And you'll just see Transamerica, Aflac, American Amicable, and a couple of them will drop off just simply because you put too high of a face amount. So you don't want to put in something too high and then not see a carrier they could have gotten approved for. So just be aware of that, guys. And that's pretty much it. As far as coming up with prices to quote people, we need to make sure we don't keep the numbers too close together. Don't give them like a $50 option, a $60 option, a $40 option. That's like really not enough wiggle room. I mean, actually in that case, 40, 50, 60 is that's a bad example. Like 150, 160, 170. There's no difference there. But yeah, if you are that low, maybe 40, 50, 60 might be a good range because I wouldn't want to go below 40. So don't take that example. And when you're up in the upper hundreds and you're only going like between $10, like, try to give people more variance. So, like a $200 option, a $100 option, and a $50 option is good, for example, or a $100 option, a $250 option, and a $500 option if they make a lot of money. So keep it wide. Don't be afraid to give them a high number for the highest number because you never know what people can afford. And it's always good to give someone too high, and it gives them something to say no to because people like to be able to say no to something. That way they feel like they won, but they're still going to pick something. So for example, this guy, let's say he's 50 years old and you're giving him 250,000. That's gonna be pretty high. So he's probably gonna go with the 50% option for the 160. but we were still going to give him that option because there's a chance he might take that 301. So that's always a good thing. So that's basically it. Always go from most expensive to cheapest when you're giving them the numbers, and always say bucks. So you're going to say bucks for the first two options, the most expensive in the middle. And then when you say the cheapest option at the end, you're going to say dollars because it makes it sound more expensive. So you're going to say, all right, John, so we have the first option here for 364 bucks a month. And don't tell them the cents. The cents is not necessary. You don't have to tell them it's 167.90 and 95 cents. That doesn't matter. So just say, all right, first option is 364 bucks a month. Let me know when you have that written down, John. All right, got that. All right, now's the middle option. And I always say this, what most people do, because people are sheep and they like to do what other people do. So this is how you guide them into picking a choice. It makes it less of a hassle for them to choose something, makes them easier to make a decision. Always on the middle option, I'll say, this is what most people do, John. This is the middle option, and this is for 167 bucks a month. All right, John, let me know when you have that written down in your paper. Got that? All right, great. And then the cheapest option, this is more of a budget option. So each level, I'm explaining what it is. I'm not just saying 364, 167, or 87. Which one do you want? I'm kind of explaining it as I go down. All right, John. And then the last option, this is the cheapest option. This is meant for more of a budget option. It's that way you can have something. Something is always better than nothing. So that is going to be for 25% of the mortgage, and that's going to be for $167. We say dollars on the cheapest one. And then you let them finish writing that down, be silent for a second, and then you have your closing statement. You gave them the prices, and you say, all right, John, which one of these three options is going to be most practical and affordable for you? And then silence. The first one to speak loses. So you just sit there. They might take a minute to think of what they want, but don't try to keep selling at that point. Once you've given the prices, your leverage is gone, and that's it. You have to let them decide. You have to make sure before you give prices that they are sold and they want it. Do not give them prices until they've agreed that this is something they want and can benefit from. I cannot stress that enough. All right. If you have someone that's healthy, you can, do them like the maximum, the 300,000.
Listening to your mentor, that's for sure. I learned a lot of things the hard way. So, I kind of try and navigate and find my own path, which I found out is not always the quickest, most efficient way to getting there. And so, I had to kind of learn my own way. But when I look back and reflect, I think that the culture we're around, the people we're with, the people that are, better producers, better managers, have a bigger team, they're there for a reason. And, we should listen to them and learn from them and feed off each other, create that positive, mindset, that positive culture. And I think the best part, or one of the things that helped me get to where I'm at today, was just having the ability to call anybody, honestly, on our team, out of the blue, and just pick their brain. Talk to them about their experiences, kind of the trials and tribulations that they went through, how they navigated that, how they overcame that. That was huge for me, was just really, being able to have someone to reach out to. Because like we say all the time, if you put yourself on an island, this business is very tough. And, I think that's like the best part about working here is just, you can call anybody. They're going to be there. They're going to be helpful. They're going to be supportive, culturally, physically, spiritually, in the business itself. And we just all feed off each other. It's a great atmosphere to be around. And I know that if I call someone, they're going to pick up the phone. If someone calls me, they should ensure that I'm going to pick up the phone. We're here to help each other. So I think learning from other people was definitely super helpful for me. And having people to, lean on and rely on to, get to where I wanted to be, for sure.
You got a top three, so if you had three things that you could say that helped you produce, because you produce big numbers, right? Mm-hmm. What would you say is the top three things that has helped you land the amount of policies that you've completed and accomplished?
The top three?
Yeah, as your day-to-day performance, what do you feel like that's your top three?
Mm-hmm. In no particular order, I think mindset is maybe that might be number one for sure. You know, I think when you first start, it's just like anything else. When you're new, you're kind of nervous, you're shaky, you're not really sure what to expect. And, you know, I think one thing that's helped me, especially when I started, it took me a little bit of time to kind of really commit. But when I first started, like, I came in with the mentality, like, I don't care if it takes me a month, 6 months, a year, $1,000, $10,000, $30,000 to learn it. Like, I'm going to commit to this to make it work. And the mindset, like just having the confidence to just show up every day. Today was a perfect example, actually. You know, getting absolutely dogged on, like just all day, like, and then, you know, tomorrow's the same day. It's a new day. You know, I'm not gonna let today's, you know, failures, you know, leak into tomorrow. So I think having a level head, you know, even on the really low days and even on the really high days too, like definitely helped me big time. You know, writing at a high level, I think, definitely requires help. And I don't mean by like, you know, reaching out in mentorship directly, but having people to take over some of those tasks that don't produce money. That's been a big one for me too. So admins, dialers, especially when you're building a team, you know, having guys under you, that's going to take away time from your personal production, which is something I had to, when I first started, you know, building a team, I had to kind of figure out the balance. You know, how do I stay writing at a high level and also have the extra 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, you know, a day or a week to pour into my guys? So I definitely think, you know, especially for the next level that I'm trying to reach to double my current production, it's just impossible to do by yourself. It can't be a one-man show. And then the last one, this is definitely going to tie back into what we just talked about, but the culture, the people around you. There's statistics that show just being around the right people, you will naturally be better. You know, being in that office environment or being around people that are like-minded, that are positive, that are driven, that show up hungry, like it's very infectious and it's very hard to get down when everybody else is, you know, going and, you know, going strong, ripping, you know, just going at it like balls to the wall. Like it's super, 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 super intoxicating and infectious when you're with that group of people for sure.
What is an insurance brokerage and how is it better than just like a captive agency or captive carrier? Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, the benefits of being a broker, there are many. One is, in my opinion, the independence, the freedom. You know, this is, it's a gift and a curse. You know, being your own business has its pros and its cons. And what I found out over the last year being in this business is that your time is more valuable than anything. Way more valuable. But when you first start, you have to put in the work, you know, put in the hustle, grind it out to be able to buy back some of your time. And I don't want to work for anybody but myself, you know? So, you know, being in a brokerage versus a captive agency, like not only the time aspect of it, the independence, the flexibility, but also from like a product perspective, like having multiple directions to go in for clients, like being able to offer like a numerous amount of products, like not just as simple as like we have this term, this whole life, this accidental, like we have that, we have advanced market stuff, we have investment portfolio stuff, we have so many different ways of like insuring assets, creating like third or fourth, you know, like second or third or fourth forms of retirement income. And having it all baked in together, like there's just so much value to that. And working with some of the best insurance carriers like in the country and a ton of them too, just gives you so much flexibility. And also like being a master of your profession. Like ultimately my goal too in the long term is to like learn all the tricks and the trades of every facet of this business. And it does take time. You're not gonna learn it, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, so to speak, but you know, we have all different, you know, avenues with regards to like insurance and how it can, you know, be helpful for people. I think that's awesome too. It's just like becoming a master of the trade for sure.
It's a good one. That's great.
You can't quit.
Why?
Because I told you when you started, you got to give me 90 days.
It's a good point. All right.
So I think it's setting the expectation beforehand. And I think that's something that even I struggle with too, because, I like to baby my guys. Be just totally honest. I baby the shit out of them. Like funding leads, you know, buying them like tools. Like I pay my guys for their burner, for their phone burner, for their leads. You know, like I've like really coddled them, pouring in. Yeah. Well, I mean, like the stuff here, like the trips too. Like I fund all that stuff. You know, And I think that that's good for like culture and like camaraderie and like, you know, getting people to like see like, hey, you're going to take care of them. But I was talking to Gabe earlier and he made a good point. Like, you have to help from a distance. And if you give, like if you give people too much, they feel like it's a security blanket. Yeah. Like there is no pressure. Like Anthony's going to take care of me. Like doesn't matter if I eat shit on this lead list. Like I'm going to be good. I'm going to get another stack. Yeah. Whereas like when I started, and this is something that I've learned too, is like Jonah was super helpful, like super grateful for all that he did.
But he doesn't hold it.
Exactly. You know, it was you know, the way he said it was perfect. It's like, we're not going to sit there to hold your hand. It's more like a hand on your back. So it's support in a different way. And I think for me, it was tough because like I was solo dolo, like out in Michigan, like, and we were a small team then. I think I was one of his first like 20 guys they started bringing on. So, you know, it was like a 10, 15, maybe 20-minute follow-up call at the end of each day. So like, get shit on, like respectfully get shit on. And then what happened, like, and then isolate one thing that you can improve on and then do that the next day. And then it was just constant, like reaching out to him, reaching out to other guys like Chris, Malad, Caleb Combs, Chris Spencer, Ryan Koske. Like I just found people that were willing to help me and just tried to piece it together like one day at a time. So exactly. So I think definitely like for the new agent, like I think you have to set that tone of like, hey, like you can't give up. Like you just can't. Yeah. Because it's everyone's past different. Like for me, my first month wasn't that great. My second month, I was on cloud 9. It was like 21K issue paid, and I was like, I already hit my goal that I never thought I'd even do. And then you get kind of comfy. I took a vacation. I had a surgery, and then I had to like dig myself back out of the hole. I relearn everything. And so I think too, like just looking back at everything like over the last year, like had I not like set myself to commit to those first 90 days, and then even when I couldn't work, when I had this surgery where I couldn't talk for a month, like when I came back in, I had a conversation with my wife. I said, I'm going to do this. Like, I'm going to go like all in, like all in, like double down lead spend, start recruiting, start building, start reaching out. I need to get personal, you know, social media, personal branding. Like I need to do this thing full on or not at all. Yeah. And I think that definitely contributes to a lot of like the success I've had. But the irony is that like, I don't come from sales. I come from the weed business. So I am just some guy who learned sales, and you know I always kind of was interested in sales. I always thought it'd be a good like secondary alternative to me if things didn't ever pan out. But it takes like no talent, just discipline and hard work.
You gotta be a dog.
Yeah. Gotta be dogs eat, right?
I'm sorry I didn't interrupt you. I wanted to ask. So, what is your best week?
My best week?
Ever done?
17K.
So in that week, do you feel like how did that play out for you? If you can think back to it, what do you feel like that led you to get to that at such a
Mm-hmm. Well, it was at Lockin, so if that tells you anything, right? Being around the right people, working really hard, you know, working. I think a lot of people when they start, like to kind of like piggyback off this idea, I think a lot of people when they start, they just look at the people at the top and they don't see the journey there. Mm-hmm. And some people do come in and they just start swinging and they're crushing right away. And that's great and we're happy for them. But that's not reality. Like it does kind of suck when you first start and it takes time to build. It's like one brick at a time to build that foundation. And so I just think like in that week, it was like the culmination of all the like small little mistakes I had made, just kind of like figuring out how to overcome those small failures, just kind of like, it's like a switch, honestly. I don't think there was any one thing I did. I think it was a lot of like little things that I did wrong that I learned from that finally just amounted to the result that I was looking for. And then from there, you know, once you kind of get it like duplicatable, you have your numbers, like it just becomes a math equation. And from there, if you got it down to like a math, like something objective, like you can just do it over and over and over and over. And the irony is that when you start and you're putting in a lot of reps, you're not getting any result. Over time, if you can continue to put the same amount of effort, the same amount of reps, you're going to see substantial increase in growth. And then you can start to kind of figure out like, hey, what do I want to write? Like I average like 10K a week now. When I first started, it was like 10K a week to me was like mind blowing. I was like, dude, these guys are crazy. I have to hit that for mental sanity, for my expenses now. Like if I don't hit 10K, I'm like frustrated. But you know, I never let that leak into like the next week. Like, okay, had a bad week, not a big deal. Had a bad day, not a big deal. I'm just gonna do the same thing I did yesterday, today, and then it just works out.
Yeah.
And to piggyback off that, in powerlifting, like when you're at an elite level for lifts, they always, like the best guys that stay on top, they always focus on their weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
And something that you can reflect on, what would you feel like that your weaknesses were that helped you overcome certain things? If you can look back at stuff.
For sure. Definitely my big one was discipline. I think like when I first started, I came in like working a ton of hours, you know, to kind of learn, like to kind of figure it out. And then once I started like writing more business, getting more deposits, you get kind of lazy. And so that was my biggest linchpin, was like knowing I had so much more gas in the tank and like not putting my full foot forward and taking Saturdays off. You know, you're sick for a day, you like don't, you know, you don't take a day off, well, it's Thursday, take the whole weekend off. Like if this were like, you have to treat it like a job, even though it's not. You have to treat it like a job for yourself. You know, treat this like a business. If I hired you and you didn't show up for work for 3 days, like I'd probably fire you.
I think of it this way, like it's like your juice stand, you know, like your business, and you're on Google Maps, your juice stand or whatever is set up to be there from this time to this time on. They show up on Google Maps and they're closed, they're like, oh, 1 star.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, you need to be at this time because that's when your clients are expecting you to be there.
You're an employee of your business.
Yeah.
To make it the most, like you're a CEO.
Yeah.
And if you want your guys to do what you're going to do, we always say your guys are going to do half of your production. So if you don't want your guys to do what you got to do, you got to do it. Like how can you expect your guys to show up on a Saturday at 8 a.m. if you're rolling in at 9, 10, 11 o'clock? They're just not. And that's something I've definitely noticed, like with the guys working at my house every day, is like over time I've realized like all the little things, even the things I say, how I present them, they just mock it. Because they just see me and they say, hey, well, he's doing this, so all I got to do is do that. It's just plug and play. Yeah. And I try and you know, reflect that with regards to like Jonah. That's why I spend a lot of time like talking to carriers, because I want to know like where their mindset's at, like underwriting the products. Anytime I'm here, I make sure, I don't care if I bug them 8 freaking million times, I talk to Gabe Erickson. When I see Joe, I talk to Joe Basso. When I see Jonah, I talk to Jonah. Because those guys are at a higher level than I am. And if I just do what they do, I will become what they come. You know, your network is your net worth, right? So I think that's like a very like easy thing to do. But if you have bad habits, it's going to leak into your business. And then your business is going to reflect that. And it can't be expected to do $1 million plus a month if you're showing up and working 5-6 hours a day and kind of like messing around on your phone, like doing all kinds of shit. Like you got to show your guys, you know, what's good if they want to get to that level too.
What's the, this is a fun question, what's the most annoying thing that you deal with on the phone? Something that like, maybe to this day you still can't get over, something that comes up, something that you struggle with. Like whenever someone says this, you're like, fuck, I gotta deal with this and I gotta get through this objection or this, whatever it is, the situation. You know, is there anything like that that still holds back?
Perfect example just happened about 45 minutes ago. No, I think the one thing that bugs me the most is when people really do actually need this and they don't have it.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And like Clay's is like his story. Like I tell that to a lot of my clients now about the family he had sat with, and they said, "Hey, we want to think about it." And he, like the way he personified it. Not personified, the way he put it in his like own words. Like he said, I let them do that. So I don't know if you know Clay's, but he tells us this story a lot about how he sat a family, they told him they want to think about it, and then he followed up with them like 2 weeks later. And they were like, hey, like we want to do this, like great. Like they submitted the application on like a Friday at like 10 o'clock. So it was supposed to like start on like the Monday or Tuesday of that next week. and the husband died on Sunday. And the family called him and said, hey, like, you know, we need the money. Like, what do we do? And he's like, dude, the payment never went through. Like, the coverage isn't in force. $300,000 or whatever it was. And so because, like, I think it's not because of the client. It's like every failure you have in this business, this is why I love it so much. Everything you do wrong, all your failures are because of you. I can never point a finger at anybody else but me. And that is something that I learned as an employee over all my years that frustrated the hell out of me. It was like in here, like, you got to deal with carriers, you got to deal with some BS. Like, that's part of any business, any job. But
relationships.
Yeah,
It's always your fault.
it's always your fault. Exactly. Yeah. No, I can't be telling that. I can't be saying that shit to my wife. But no, I think that's the like best part of this is it's on you. And like what he said like resonated so well. He's like, I let them push me off for 2 weeks, and it would have been like life-changing money for them. Life-changing money. And I have a situation like that right now that I'm dealing with a client who, you know, we accelerated the policy. One of my clients got diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. Chemo, radiation, off work. We're accelerating this policy with the insurance company, and it's just been a fight back and forth for medical records, this, that, and the other. And they had to sell their car to be able to take the payments. Now, the money that we're going to get from the policy is going to be able to buy them 2 cars, maybe 3, and cover medical bills.
So this is a claim that you
It's a claim, yeah. Yeah, within like 9 months. And they're like some of my like favorite clients. Like, we talk regularly. And I've talked to like their daughters. Like, I know their whole family.
What's the claim? Was it? You said
It was the acceleration for a critical illness for cancer with prosperity.
Was it 80% or 100%?
It's 25% for a critical per incidence, and then he'll keep. Yeah, you don't have to worry about prosperity. So they're 25% for critical, chronic, and 95% for terminal. So they're gonna get like 36 grand sent to them for this, which is, I mean, it's gonna be huge for them.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like 6, 7, 8 months worth of expenses and then some. I mean, he's got no medical bills because it's covered, but that loss of income is going to come in huge for them.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I just think about all of those, like I get.
How is it processed?
It's contestability period right now. So they really dig into the medical stuff. So it takes a little bit of time, but after 2 years, like, it's usually.
On the application, did you answer all the questions?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. He has no medical records.
Oh,
He hasn't seen a doctor in 5 years, and then he went to the doctor and they're like, yep, you have cancer, because he had some breathing issues. Yeah, so that's why it's taking a little bit of time. They're like really digging in, and so no, but it's going to be like super helpful for them. And that's why, like, I think that's another thing that I'm really annoyed with is just like knowing, like, at my house. I mean, because I show my guys, I have this massive folder of like all the deals I've closed.
Yeah.
And I have like 2 or 3 this year, just stuffed. But then I have an even bigger folder of all the unclosed ones, like 4 times the size. It's like, I'm like, oh shit, I probably spent like $500, $600, $700 in ink. Just wasted ink, because I'm a paper guy. I can't do the digital stuff yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's not all the people that you close, it's all the people you sat. Like that's why I'm where I'm at. Like, dude, I probably have sat like over 1,000 people easily. Like, I have stacks of sheets. I'm just like, you want to like get to where I'm at, like, come find me when you have this much input. And I feel the same way with like guys that are above me, well above me. Caleb Combs, dude's doing 440 this year as of last month.
Yeah.
Like, personally.
4 policies today.
Yeah. 63K last month. So what is he doing? So I just gotta call him. And all he says is just like, dude, I just talk to a lot of people. That's it. It's like, I don't close them all. 21, 22, 22, something like that. He's like, his story is great too, because like Joe even said like they never thought he would make it. Dude had like no money to his name, had to like fly out to like Massachusetts, like had 1 appointment. He sat in some dude's door for like 4 hours, like closed them, like waited the next day for the pay, and then like he didn't have money to get home. So yeah, I look up to those guys too, because I feel like from where I'm at to where I was when I started, it's a huge leap, like massive leap. Like, I did numbers this year I never thought I would even come close to. And then like the next step is even that much further for me. But the beauty is like I have not just one, not just two, but I have like several people I can reach out to for any and all things regarding this business. Social media, recruiting, business development. Gabe was like our product guy. Joe's like the entrepreneur guy. Like there's so many people to learn so many different things from. And that's why this team meshes so well.
So in regards to that, like from you seeing that kind of money come in, how has that helped you as far as like what you feel inside? Like, do you feel like more giving? Do you feel like you want to just help other people get to that level to like feel more relaxed financially, especially being in this economic situation this country's in, and seeing that all it takes is just really digging into it? Like, how does that make you feel?
Oh, dude, I can't even express it. That's why I pour into my guys so much. Like, I don't care if I come out here and spend $4,000 or $5,000. It's worth it. It's not a direct ROI, but it's an infinite ROI. Because if I know that makes my guys, like, if that brings them like to the place that's going to help them get better and help their families, like, this job has put me and my wife in a drastically different situation financially. And like, I'm not bragging or anything. I was coming from a pretty good financial, like I was making decent money before this. So I was never like coming in from like, oh, like, you know, I gotta like pay rent this month. I never had to worry about that. But I always kind of had that mindset of like, okay, like I gotta like put myself in a corner almost. And now I think the difference is that instead of worried about how I'm going to make the next deal to make some money, it's how am I going to invest in my business? Like, where am I going to deploy that capital? And that's been something I've been struggling with, is like figuring out where to deploy the capital. Because I think especially when you start getting big checks, like I'll be honest, I'll go out to like a nice dinner. Me and my wife are going to Dubai in November. Like, we like to, it's work hard, play hard, right? You know, I'm not one of those people that's like, hey, you shouldn't like enjoy yourselves. But all the rest has to go back into what's making you the money. You know, so I allocate all that though. I'm very like I have Excel sheets for my budget, like for my finances. Like, me and my wife know exactly what we're making. When it does come in, like where that dollar is getting deployed. Like, I'm very like analytical with it. Like, I got to make sure my bills are paid first more than anything, because I can't live and I can't help other people if I can't help myself financially. So that's priority number one. Then priority number two would be, you know, the investments in the business. So like leads, you know, like any sort of like social media management, you know, my dialer, my admin, figuring out how I can redeploy the capital into my guys, whatever that is. Then the leftover money after I pay myself the salary for the bills, like that goes to my investments. And then I have a pool for like me time, family time, you know, because I think the other thing too is, especially being in this business, life's too short. You should work hard, you should be disciplined, you should reinvest, you should make sacrifices, but if you're just a slave to your job, and everyone's got their own opinion, but if you're just a slave to your job, what are you working for?
I have two questions for you. First question is your wife going to get into this too? And the second question is, are you going to work while you're in Dubai as well and try to sling some AT over?
No to the second one. That's the fun trip. I don't think I'll be coherent enough to do that. No, I'm not going to be working in Dubai. Definitely going to be looking at content for sure, because that's like the lifestyle. It's definitely good content. I got to have my phone.
Some AP over there just to show on.
I could, yeah, it's not a bad idea. They're 9 hours ahead though. So I'd be ripping at like 4 a.m. Maybe I could do something like that.
Sure, you do it.
It's not a bad idea.
Well,
you were what, 8 hours, right?
I was in Europe for all of June.
It's 8 hours.
And still wrote 15K.
How?
Made it happen.
Shit, I guess I'm bringing my laptop.
I'm spending a lot of money there. I was like, I gotta make it better.
That's a good point. Yeah, I would love my wife to get into this. I don't know if she's like really like, if it was like passionate about it, but like for her, I mean, dude, it's just the income, what it does, and it doesn't like. I think the problem is just you suck it up for like a year, but it depends on what your goals are. Like, you don't have to, like, I always wanted, like, I'm like my goal is like crack 500,000. Like, 500,000 was my AP goal this year. And
Yeah,
I had to think about it. I'm a little behind where I thought I'd be from like year to date, but I'm gonna write some big months coming up like very soon. Like, I'm gonna double my production.
Not gonna do it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's just like what, again, like money isn't everything, but it does buy freedom.
That's right. You're right.
So like if if what makes you happy is like time with your family or like time on vacations or like if it's material things, like whatever it is, you got to have money to get your happiness or get your freedom. And so I think that's like the cool thing about this job is like, if you just work for what you want, you can get it. You want to work 30 hours a week and make $250 a year, you got to work to get there, but like it's super achievable. Just have your goals, prioritize your goals, write out how you're going to do it, get the steps to get there, and then you can buy back all your time down the road, which is awesome. You can't do that anywhere else. Plus, the barriers to entry in this business are like, I mean, not even the test, like financially. I mean, you need $1,000 worth of leads to make $2, $3, $4 grand. Like, I don't know. I got a lot of investments. I don't know anything that doubles my money like that in like a week, you know? Now, you have to work for it for sure, but like everything that makes money is work. Even your passive stuff is work. Yeah, like I think passive income is almost like kind of like a scam. Like everything requires work. Oh, well, like real estate for passive income, like who's managing the properties, you know? Or like investing in stocks. Well, how are you learning about what to invest in? No one requires time. There's no such thing as passive income. Yeah. You know?
I think a stock takes years.
Yeah, and a lot of shit, eating shit too, for sure. So. I think, I don't want to say I think that's what stood me out from everybody, but something that really, really, really helped me when I first started, I was like a freak about recording my calls. I still do. I still have, because now I'm just at the level where I record a lot of my pitches and then I'm building a Google Drive that has all my recorded pitches just baked into it. So I have like some blanket recordings that I'm doing with my downlines of just like, hey, this is like how I'm asking the questions in the financial inventory. Here's like the recording of me when I do an intro call. Here's the recording of me when I call a prospect, so they can hear it like audibly, audibly?
Yeah, audibly.
I know that sounded weird, but no, I definitely like recording your calls, because I used to. Whenever I'd have a presentation, even on just like a couple like quick phone calls, like first call, record, get shit on, I would literally stop. I'd send it. I'd cut out whatever I thought I like screwed up on, and I'd send it to Jonah, and then I'd wait for him to give me feedback, and then I'd go back through and re-listen to it. And like even on my pitches, I would literally like, it sounds counterintuitive, but if I pitched or sat someone, presented numbers, and then they said no, I would literally stop dialing, save that recording, and then I would listen to the pitch over again. And over time, what that allowed me to do is start mapping out the things I was saying that was causing objections or like causing like sales, like their guards to go up. And then you have like the feedback from a guy like Jonah, who's like, okay, you said this and it caused this, so don't say that. And then you re-listen to that again, and you're like, okay, yeah, I see what he's saying. Like you're able to map, because it's easy to hear something from someone. It's hard to implement it. I think that's like one of the hardest things to do is like listen to someone and like implement it right away. And that's like, I got one of my guys, dude, he's just a freak with that stuff. Like you tell him to do something, and the next call it's implemented. I've never seen it before. And you guys probably know what I'm talking about. He's just, bro, his numbers are going to rocket this month. No, dude, he's just like a freak with it. But that's something that really helped me was recording my calls, just a lot of analysis. And then over time, you're not just like, okay, I didn't get the sale, and then I just move on to the next one, because you're going to make the same mistake over and over. I didn't want to make the same mistake over and over and over. But you have to make mistakes to learn. So I definitely think that impacted a lot of like, learning quickly. And then also too, tough pill to swallow, but all my free time for the first month, 2 months, 3 months was just sales. Jeremy Miner's course, videos in the car, like YouTube videos, recordings of like Paul McLean, was it Paul McLean or Ryan McLean, whatever those FFL guys, Frank Euphemia, listening in on the live dials, like when I first started before I even got contracted, like any time I had where I wasn't like studying or selling, I was listening to something sales related, sales books. I read a lot of like psychology of sales, Brian Tracy, a lot of just like impactful, like motivational books, John C. Maxwell, Tony Robbins. Like I dove in. So my whole life was sales for 2-3 months. And my wife hated it. So you just never shut the hell up about sales. I'm like, I probably won't. And I still don't. But what? Exactly. But no, yeah, I think it's just all about your level of dedication. You know, you can treat this like, you know, just something you do for like a job, and it's gonna reward you like something for a job. But if you want this thing, like I really like what I do, I love what I do. I love helping people. I love talking to people. I love making relationships. I've always been like that, very outgoing, very charismatic. I know that of myself, but this is just something that I just kind of fell in love with. And it's like, well, if I'm doing this thing, I'm gonna like be the best I can. So I just got to do whatever I got to do to be the best I can. I went to school for horticulture, dude. I grew weed for 10 years at a large scale too. Like the biggest facility I managed was like 40,000 square feet.
Wow.
Yeah, so like 9,000 plants. Yeah, it was a lot.
You still have like any ties to that industry, or have your foot in the door with them?
I did last year. I did a couple outdoor. It's a lot of freaking work, man. I'm just all in on this right now. I don't even really work out as much as I should, which is another thing I got to get my shit together with. But this is it. Like I don't want to be spread thin. I don't even like invest anymore right now. It's just on auto. I used to do like trading. I used to like watch the market. I'm just this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. And right now it's just like whatever I can schlep together to like build this, like that's what I'm doing. I think the thing that I've been struggling with is the balance between like putting more money into personal production and like putting more money into like growing an agency. You know, because I got to do both. I want to do both, but it is like, you know, the time aspect of it. Every time I bring someone on, it's like there goes another 2-3 hours of my week. Which ultimately, when you break down the numbers and you're making like $1,000 a day, it's like shit, dude, I'm losing $300-400. And it's not losing. I hate to say it like that. That's not how I want to preface it, but it's time that I don't have for personal production.
Yeah.
Which I have some very big personal production goals. Like my next goal is $80K in a month. I'm not doing this whole like 40 to 50 to 60 to 70. No, it's like I'm going to $80K.
I'm going straight there.
So second dialer next month. Once I get into the office and higher intent leads, like I should do it. No problem.
What are the things that you think you need to implement in order to take those 2 or 3 hours that you have to spend on a new agent and cut that down every week?
Outsource your time.
Yeah.
Cut out, yeah. I mean, and I think like, you know, you can only delegate so much with your VA. Like you need to like outsource like how you get into the presentation process. So like that is like dialer. Mm-hmm. So I have a dialer right now. I'm getting a second one once we get back here next week. I already have a couple interviews lined up for a second dialer. You know, CRM, like automated, like text automations through like a bot, like AI essentially. Higher intent leads, so strong point leads. Like it's just, you can't just do it all at once. It's steps because it does cost money and you have to get your ROI. You got to figure some stuff out too. Like, you know, you get a dialer and then your dialer sucks and you don't close anything. You know, you don't have the capital to sustain that. You're going to run out of money really quick. And you have to get rid of your dialer and now you're going backwards. So you have to like build up this like almost like this nest. Like I call it insulation. Like make sure you have it. Like I always have like 1 month worth of business expenses in my account at all times. It's like 10 to 20 grand at all times. Just because like that's going to give me plenty of insulation, not just to feed my business, but to also add new things, try new things. If I get a $2,000 batch of leads and they don't work out, I ain't sweating. I'll make them work out. But you just have to be careful, you know, because you can't run like the only thing you can do as a business that causes failure is like run out of money. Like so, but it takes time to get there. So you got to build to it. And I think that's the other like frame of mind I have is like all these top producers, dude, most of them took them a year or two to get to. Dude, we have people that come in this are doing 400K their first year, 500K. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like unheard of just because of the resources we have.
So from your position, when you take on someone new, do you feel that, what do you mainly focus on with them? Do you feel like that it's mainly just getting them on the phone and just getting comfortable, like tonality? Like what is something that you feel like you're just trying to focus on the weakness to help them land sales? Is that how you take on a new agent?
Well, what I've done that I think has been like the most efficient is just give them like a stack of leads just to book appointments, like old leads. Because I think one thing that helped me was like working with like kind of shitty leads, like getting a lot of objections and a lot of pushback because it is just like sharpening your sword. Mm-hmm. And I think, I don't want to like the word like getting thick skin, but you have to be able to deal with the mental like rejection. Some people can't do it. Like they can't take the no's, they can't take the hang on. Trust me, I get frustrated, I get pissed. Sometimes I cuss at people, like I blow off some steam. I'll be honest with you, like it makes me feel better. But I think that like with a new agent, I think a lot of it's just with setting expectations. Just, hey, like, dude, I promise you this will work out if you work for it. But I can also promise you it's not going to be easy. Like, you're going to have to, like, eat some shit, respectfully. And when you get to, like, even like the level I'm at now, when you start writing more business, it's the same bullshit. It's just different. Like, now I'm dealing with, like, 10, 15K and, like, declines every month. 10, 15, like you get a couple, like now the chargebacks, it's still statistically a lower portion of my business when I started, but because I'm writing more policies, naturally I'm going to have more cancellations. So now you're dealing with like, it's more in total, but percentage wise, your persistency should be getting better. So, and then it's like, you know, with new carriers, like pending requirements, new pending requirements, and then training your admins, like it's the same level of bullshit, or it's the same type of bullshit, it's just a different level of it. So I just like to tell people when they start is like, look, like the reason we get paid so much money is because this shit sucks. Like sometimes, like it's great. I love it. I love the chaos some days, but there's a reason that they pay you well. Because it's not easy. You know, you're gonna have to figure some. Yeah, you're right. You're gonna have to figure some shit out. Like it ain't all rainbows and sunshines. And like, so I think if you're just realistic and practical, like I factor in every week, like whatever I write, even if all the issues and pays and stays on the book 100%, I always factor out 20% for cancellations, chargebacks. Now, do I ever hit 20%? Very rarely. But I always factor that out. I think it helps me like remind myself, like when people do get declined, you can't get them on the phone. When people don't issue pay or when they do cancel and like you can't get them back on the phone, it's like, okay, like I accounted for that. Just the same way, like I tell my guys, like, I don't care if your deal was $8,000 or $80. Every close you have is, in my opinion, worth $1,000 because it all averages out. So about $1,000, $1,200, whatever it is. So if I just treat everything the same, I don't ever get too high or too low. Oh, it's a small policy. Nope, it's $1,000. Oh my God, I hit this monster. Nope, it's $1,000. So if my goal is to make 10 grand a week, I'm gonna write 10 policies. Doesn't matter how much AP it is. It just allows me to be very objective and measure myself in like a more practical way. I don't know if like working harder was the right direction, like the way I want to explain this. I definitely think the investment part, like doubling down on investments, I waited way too long. Because, and like they made, I think it was.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'll explain. So, I don't know who it was, someone made a good point. I think it was Jonah on one of our training calls. So my first month in, I want to talk about my first deal ever. This was like I was so frustrated. So when I first started, I bought these like awful like internet leads that like they were autofill leads. So if you know anything about autofill, like someone clicks on a link and it autofills all their info. And so I was running these leads because Jonah had told me to get like mortgage protection leads from one of our vendors. Right. And I got antsy. I was like, nah, I don't need that. I'll just buy some from the ILC. So I bought all these leads and no one was running the internet script. So I didn't really know what the hell I was doing. And so like, again, talk about not putting yourself on an island and like just doing what people do. This is like kind of why, like what made it click for me really quick. So I bought these leads. I went like 8 days without a deal. And my first sale, I'll never forget, dude, my boy Ramiro Nolasco, still on the books today. Text him for Christmas, Easter, and 4th of July. Always text me. Have a blessed one, man. I hope things are well. So it's great that I still have him as like a reminder. But my first policy I ever wrote, I remember I closed it like late at night. It was an Oregon lead. Called Jonah. Like I know Jonah was in bed probably at this point. I called him. I was like, dude, I got this guy. I need some help. So I helped him out, closed the deal down, and Jonah was like, bro, dude, I'm so happy for you. Like, congrats, you just made $900. And I was like, fuck yeah, I can buy a new set of leads. Like, I was all jazzed up. I get a check the next day for $93. I was like, what the hell? So I called him, and he goes, dude, like, what? He's like, you might have to call America. So I call America, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, this is supposed to be advanced. And they're like, oh yeah, so he had a policy with us earlier this year that he canceled. So he's high risk, so we pay you as earned. So I was like, oh, sweet. Guess I gotta go close another deal. And then like a day later, another deal. And then a day later, another deal. And then a couple days. And then like from there, like once it clicks, it clicks. But my problem, getting back to like your question, was I don't think it was the amount of work, but it was like the investment in myself. Like, because that is kind of how you value yourself too. Right. Like if you're not willing to double down on like a lead spend, that means you don't feel confident enough that you're going to be able to like produce money off that or produce or generate an ROI. And I think that's like super important too, is like at this point now, I'm almost thought about even just like drawing a shit ton of money out of like my like savings that I've had, like out of my investments and putting it into this business. Like if I had 50K of capital deployed tomorrow, like what would that do in the future? Probably a lot more than what I have in like my retirement account. So I've been pondering that lately too. Just like, what if I just balled out? Like it has to be intentional and it has to be, you know, well thought out. But I waited like 3 months before I like doubled my lead spend. It was like $750 a week, and then it was $1,000. And so my first month I wrote like 12 grand. It was nothing. Like I think I barely made my money back from the like cost of like the leads that I got shit on, the cost of my licensing. Like I basically broke even in my mind. And then the next month I wrote 21 grand. And I was like, dude, like I did that with the same lead spend. Like I must be a freaking wizard. And then the next month I had a week off, but I still wrote like 16 grand in 3 weeks. Okay. And then the next week was 17 grand in 9 days. So I like really took off. And then the problem was that I was spending so much time like milking the leads. Like I didn't know what I was leaving on the table. So then in December after my surgery, when I came back to it, I was like, okay, I'm going to double down. Because if you think about the math, well, if I spend 4 and wrote 16 or 17 or 20, I should be able to, in theory, do 40 if I just double my lead spend. Well, I didn't. I did 17 grand, and I had like 3 nasty chargebacks when I was off for surgery. I had a vocal cord polyp, if you could believe that. I've been hurt in every which way in my life, and the one frickin' time I need to talk, I couldn't for 3-4 weeks because I had a polyp on my vocal cord. I had surgery for it. So a couple chargebacks. I wrote like 17 grand. I think I netted $1,000 in December. It was embarrassing because all my business I issued was covering chargebacks. I had like 2 chargebacks that were like $3,500 plus dollars. Wow. So it was like half my income, and I had to buy more leads. And I bought, you know, the digital mortgage leads, strong point. I doubled my investment to like 8K, so I didn't make shit. And then January, boom, like inflection moment. That's my first 30K month. Then February, we had convention. I had a vacation I took going snowboarding to like 22. March was like close to like 40. I think I submitted 85 that month. I had a monster deal that never issued. That's another story. But then from there, it's just been 30 to 40K every month. Just consistent lead spend. And now the next step to get outside that, because, you know, especially with bringing on guys, your time becomes thin. The next step is to outsource. So an office is definitely going to help, like subconsciously with like, okay, it's another expense I have to cover, right? And also just getting the hell out of the house. I worked in my house for a year. It's time. You know, my dog's great, my wife's great, but it's a distraction. And when you get deal flow, you get kind of comfortable. And like when I come here, dude, I've done more dials in a day here than I was doing like all last week. Like I just got to a point where I was doing like $200-300 a week writing 10K. And so, yeah, so like it sounds great, but like what if I did 700 dials still? I'd probably be at 20-30K a week. So I had to like outsource. Yeah, you just get. The problem I've had over the last couple of months is the comfort. You start doing 30K, you get some nice deposits. Yeah, and like I even went backwards with my lead spend. I was like doing like less and less lead spend and writing more business because my skill set got better. So I was just closing more deals. I was still sitting the same number of people. I wasn't actually like growing as far as like my input, but my output was reflective, and it felt good. It feels great. Don't get me wrong, but there's like all that meat on the bone that I'm leaving. Yeah. That's what like that's where the 80K came from. I was like, well, dude, what's like unrealistic? Double my production. Yeah. So if I come up short on 80K, 60 grand won't be a bad month for me either. Yeah, for sure. But I don't think you can do it solo without sacrificing your soul. Like, I love working. I work a lot. I put in my time, but I also like golf. I also like my family. I also love my wife. Like, I like to spend time doing other things besides just working. And that's why I like this business so much, because it is work hard, play hard. If I just bust my ass like 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I could take a weekend off. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people might disagree, but I'm still meeting my personal goals outside of my work goals, which is all that I care about. Is like, if I can like take care of myself, balance, right? And a lot of entrepreneurs say, well, like, you're a business owner, there is no balance, da 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 da. Bullshit. That's because you prioritize money in your business, and that's fine. You have every right to have your opinion. I don't. But I can still be really, 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 really the best that I can in this business and have the other things I want in my life. Because to me, I'm still young, but I'm not 21. And I want to do stuff. There's stuff I want to do that I won't be able to do. And this business has told me more than anything about that. It's like, you just don't know what could happen tomorrow. So I'm going to maximize like value, not just money, but value in my life. And so if I'm able to do what I have to do at work to be able to create that freedom that I want, that I'm seeking, like, that's all I care about. It's like, how do I put my wife in a better situation? How do I take care of my home, myself, so I can take care of my family? I have some pretty like awesome like long-term goals. Like, I'd love to pay my parents back for all the money they poured into me as a kid. Like, buy them a dream home, buy them a car. Like, that stuff would be sweet. But I'm not going to let my life pass me by for money. That's just not my priority personally. I think that's why the social media, going back to that, like, it's super important. If people can see, like, no one wants to just see the guy on social media that just starts flexing right away. They want to see like the come up, in my opinion. They want to see like, okay, this is just like a regular ass dude, like a regular Joe, and like now all of a sudden this guy's balling out. And like, you see the little steps in between, like, okay, he went from here to here to here to here to here, and then all of a sudden he starts climbing. Because it makes it more relatable. Because everybody is, in my opinion, like, everyone is just a regular person. We're all just people. That's why I tell my guys, I joke around, I'm like, dude, sorry, but like, I have your address, and with all the hierarchy stuff, I have your social, your banking, like everything. Your phone number is like, you cannot quit. I will come knocking on your fucking door. I will rip your ass out of bed if you try and ghost me, like, respectfully. Because it's just like, there's no reason to not make it work. It's all about, what you want to do and how you want to approach it. But at the end of the day, like, if you can just commit and show up, you can't not win. You can be anybody. There's no talent required. So that would be kind of like my advice to anybody. Just like, show up to work, listen to your mentors. They're there to guide you in the right direction. They're not there to put you in a worse situation, obviously. And just put in the time, make it work.
All right, perfect. All right, so my first question for you, Shadi. Most carriers for IULs are all pretty strict usually, right? So they all have pretty strict medical requirements. How do you go about picking which carrier you're gonna pick for a client?
Okay, good point. So guys, just to let you know, every carrier, and by the way, I hope you guys know I do everything on Zoom. Is everybody does it on Zoom, by the way? Everybody on
Frank
Zoom?
Wheel.
No? Okay. So I personally like the Zoom for one reason. I like the Zoom because I like to see the client face and the interaction when I'm actually talking to them. I make them open their camera. Even in my marketing form, when I don't know if you guys know this by now, but I do my own marketing. Even my marketing form literally says, you do understand that this is a virtual meeting where you have to open your camera, and they have to say yes to that.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And the reason
Right.
I do this, guys, I like to see them in the face. And if they don't open their camera, by the way, I hang up on them. Seriously. So now talking about the underwriting side, the underwriting, when I'm looking at the underwriting, every carrier we work with, they have their own underwriting guides. For example, let's talk about F&G for a second. That's our main carrier. That's what we love the most, right?
Okay. Why do you like F&G the most?
Who? You like F&G the most?
I said why? Why do you like F&G the most?
I don't like them the most. I like all IUL carriers.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a bunch of IUL carriers, but let's talk about F&G. Like, assume F&G only. Okay.
Okay.
assuming we're gonna do an illustration, right? On the illustration, let me go and share a screen here very quick.
Okay.
Alrighty. So if you look at what I do here very quick, and I really hope that this you guys can take from it and help you guys close more IUL deals. I pray that you guys can do, right? But if you look at this is an illustration tool that I'm trying to help, let's say a client. Let's say I'm trying to help Ben, right? We're gonna do an illustration here. On this illustration, new case, and we're gonna go ahead and say, Ben, oh, I have your name in here because I No, I don't have the last name. I thought maybe I would. Dude, how you pronounce your last name?
The Z is silent, so Scent Polly.
Dude, I should have just said Mike Shad. It's a lot easier, but it's okay. All right, so we got that in, and what's your date of birth?
2/25/98.
Pisces, like me. All right.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay.
oh yeah, I'm March 8th.
March 8th, okay.
And you said you like cold weather, so I'm gonna keep you in the cold weather. So you're in Illinois.
Hate cold weather.
You had, and you're going to Illinois. What are you talking about? Alrighty. So guys, jokes aside, if you guys see my screen right there, right? This is me trying to kind of draw an illustration for him. If you guys notice one thing, what I just did here, I was very intentional. I was joking with him nonstop the whole time. I'm filling everything out.
Okay.
Right?
Gotcha.
And the reason I'm doing that, I'm building a rapport with him. I'm giving him sense of humor. So I made him laugh, right? The whole time.
Okay.
It's the goal of actually doing this, right? Now we're taking a little bit of seriousness. Here's the thing. I asked him a couple of things. He told me, Shadi, I have high blood pressure, and I hope not. He's 26. But Shadi, I have high blood pressure. I have, I don't know, let's say high blood pressure, right?
Right.
And every carrier have this, by the way. Every single IUL carrier have this particular thing. It's usually a link in their illustrations. FNG, NLG, Lincoln Financials, Columbus Life, every single one of them have it in there.
Okay.
Make sense? But let's talk about that one carrier. You go, it says underwriting guides.
Okay,
right there.
gotcha.
And we're gonna do Control F. And on top, Control F allow you to do a search. And we're gonna say high blood pressure.
Okay.
Here it is. So now I know all the underwriting for high blood pressure and what kind of rating he will be at, preferred versus standard.
Gotcha.
So now I know that with him, high blood pressure between 18 and 50, as long as his at 150/90, then he's going to be preferred. If 155/195 is going to be standard.
I gotcha. Okay.
And this is how I learned the underwriting.
Okay.
Makes sense
So
now?
FNG is your first choice.
100%.
Gotcha.
100%. The other thing I'm gonna touch base on here, would like me to let's go over. I don't know why I went over all that. 1 second. Let me go back to it. Here it is.
Yeah.
Let's go over a couple things here. Yeah.
Okay.
If we're gonna do an application with any kind of care, whatever it is, if you want to do something, if you want to close more IULs, first thing you have to under IUL, no matter what you're actually selling, right? But let's talk about IUL. Assume the sale.
Right.
Every time. I'm not a quote guy, and I tell people I'm not the quote guy. I'm the guy who's going to help you. I'm assuming the sale, right?
Okay.
So a lot of times, like I told the client yesterday, I'm like, hey, Shadi, send me the information. Let me look over it, and then I didn't even draw illustration yet. I'm like, dude, I didn't even write the illustration yet. You already tell me, send me information. I'll look over it. Can I say something? Please don't get mad at me. I'm like, yes. I'm like, cut the crap. And guys, if you guys don't believe it, get on my Discord. You'll see it. I say that every single time, every time, right? Cut the crap. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, you want me to be your friend? You want me to be honest with you, right? I'm telling you straight up, cut the crap. You're not gonna see anything. You're not gonna even understand the numbers. Even if I explain it to you, tomorrow you're going to forget them. Do you want somebody who can help you retire? Correct? Yeah. You want to make sure you have tax-free retirement, correct? I'm like, yeah. How serious are you about doing this? I'm very serious. I'm like, okay, then why don't we cut the crap and let's make it happen?
That's good. Good questions.
Fair. So be very straight to the point with them. And this is one of the things I do different, right? Like that's the one thing. You guys gonna who's gonna be in the conference in Chicago, by the way? Raise your hand if you're gonna be in Chicago on Monday.
I'm
Hassan, good.
not gonna be on. I'm not gonna be there, unfortunately, but I'll be at the convention
What the heck,
in
man?
Miami.
What the heck? All right. Like, come on. Like, you see, guys, you see, Hassan is coming though. Love it, dude.
Yeah.
Hassan, by the way, you're very welcome to come along with our team. We're gonna be having some nice steak dinner. So you're more than welcome to come aboard with us. Just want to let you know.
Thank you.
So for some one of the things I'm gonna share here, there's 5-step process I'll go over when we do IULs. Actually, any sales in general, but let's talk about IULs because I'm sure you guys want me to talk about IUL and focus on the IUL side, right? But no matter what kind of sales you do, there's 5-step process for everything. If you're on the phone and you're trying to book an appointment, what do you do? First, the introduction. Who you are, the company name, right? Or you can say the mortgage center, but we're talking about IUL. You can look in the company name, whatever it is.
Right.
Second, so introduction, verify the information. I got your information here is blah, 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 blah. Third, clear down their schedule. Hey, are you working, retired, or disabled, right? If you're working, what time you normally home from work? If you're retired, do you have a doctor appointment the next couple of days? If you're disabled, do you have a doctor appointment the next couple of days? Fair? 4, book the appointment, right? Oh, yeah, I work until 5 p.m. Like, perfect. Usually busy throughout the day anyway. Can we set up the time about 6:30 so you and I we can sit on Zoom and kind of go over some illustrations, numbers, just to make sure the numbers make sense for you. Is that fair? And then 5, tie down. Tie down and like, hey, very quick. Benjamin, you're good at keeping your appointment, correct?
Yes.
Amazing, dude. Me too. So I just want to make sure. Are you familiar with using Zoom?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the audio and video and all that fun stuff with it? Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I'm saying this, we get to see each other. You get to see me. I get to see you. I'm going to verify my lessons information with you. You know who I am. Especially, we're both in different states, right? But here's the other thing, the fun part is I'm going to build you a strategy, a wealth building strategy session, a wealth building strategy that's actually going to blow up your mind. Show you how you can double and triple your money in a cash value life insurance policy without triggering a taxable event. It's going to be a nice teachable moment for you. It's just a free session as long as you show up. But all I ask from you is one small favor. Don't stand us up. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I like that.
Perfect, my friend. Perfect. Hey, I look forward to see you then on tomorrow at 6:30. And
Okay.
other than that, man, do you have any question for me? Nope. Perfect. See you tomorrow on Zoom.
So, all right. So next question, what are you showing to your clients that blows their mind? Are you max funding every time and
100%.
Okay, every time?
100%. So that's where I'm going to go over illustration with you in just a minute. Let's go over the 5-step process of actually closing the deal now. Remember I said 5-step for everything. Ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Step number 1, building report.
Okay.
Step number 2, figure out their why. Step number 3, figure out their finances.
Okay.
Step number 4, close the deal. And step number 5, tie down.
Right.
So, 5-step process. So, I built the report. I talk to them about anything but IULs. Like we can talk about their kid, their dog, their cat, whatever it is they want to talk about. It doesn't matter how boring it is to you. It is not boring to them. Just hear them out. Right?
True.
And then make a joke about it. Let them laugh. Building a rapport with them a little bit, right? Talk, they talk about their kids when I talk about mine. They're going to talk about their dogs when I talk about mine.
Okay.
They tell me I love cats. I hate cats, brother. I'm going to say I love cats. Right? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all I'm doing is just building a rapport. Usually people will try, they're going to trust people who almost most time like the same thing that they do.
Right.
Right? The second thing I do is I build rapport with what I do. I usually say things as, hey, I helped hundreds of clients in an IUL industry, which is not a lie, right? And I wouldn't mind having you as 101. Let's see if we can help you out. Right? And they usually laugh at that, right? But then here's the thing. I go step number 2, which is why. Let me ask you something very quick. Just be very transparent with me. What the purpose and what the goals that you're trying to accomplish with this? I want to generate wealth.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, what is it? What did you say?
I said build my retirement.
Build the retirement. Like, perfect. Well, let's see if we can help you out here. But Do you have any retirement in place, any 401 IRA, 403b, or anything like that?
Just my 401k. It's
How
work.
is that treating you, dude? I know it lost money the last couple of weeks, didn't it?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, man. And I usually do, you know, I shake my nose, whatever. Like, let me tell you something. You have, I know, right? Josh is laughing on the other side. So the fact that you actually have a 401k, if you would have lost 100 grand right now in a 401k, it takes double that for you to actually gain that money back.
Right.
Let me show you how that works. If you lose 50, if you have 100k and you lose 50% of it, how much will you have?
50 grand.
In order for you to get back to the 100,000, how much does the market have to go up?
200%.
100%. Lost 50%, gotta go 100%. How often does that happen?
All right, 100%. Right. Yeah, it's
It
very
never
rare.
happens. That's
Right.
why every time you lose money, what happens? It takes 2 to 3 years before you gain it back.
Right.
This is why people reach out to us so we can protect them from these losses to make sure you're
Right.
not going to lose any money. Fair enough? That's why I want to
Mhm.
help you out. And if you really think about it, Benjamin, there's only 5 things people put their money into here in the US. I mean, think about it. You can put your money in a money market account like a 401 IRA, 403b, all that fun stuff, Roth IRA, right? Which
Right.
loses money, you pay taxes, a lot of hidden fees, penalties, and all that fun stuff, which been around since 1970 only, which is kind of funny, right? And then you can look at people, other people like to put their money into real estate. Unfortunately, if you don't have that kind of cash, that's why you need IUL, right? You can put your money into um, businesses, but also requires a lot of heavy amount of cash. A lot of people don't have that money. That's why you need an IUL to start it out, to start saving, right? We all know what the banks do, but some people like to put their money in the bank. They think it's safer, but they have no idea that they're losing value every day putting the money in the bank. Then the
Mhm.
fifth one that people put their money into, the smart people, let's say, is usually the properly structured life insurance vehicle, whether it's a whole life or an IUL. The reason is it's uninterrupted compound interest. You can access it anytime without any penalty. When you access it, it does not lose value, and you have access to a tax-free retirement guarantee at a certain age. You never lose value in the actual policy. You guarantee you never run out of money. I mean, do you see how many things that you have in the IUL? And don't forget the death benefit when you pass away that goes to your family.
It's a lot.
That goes to day one. So at the end of the day, out of these 5 options I just mentioned for you, which one makes perfect sense for you?
IUL.
Perfect. So let's do this for you, man. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna kind of explain the IUL, how the IUL works.
Okay.
If what I say makes sense, next step, I'm gonna go and draw an illustration to show you some numbers. Just like
Okay.
I promised you. If that also makes sense, then next step is to run an application to see if you can get approval. Running an applications means we're gonna run your medical record. That's why we need your social. You need your driving record. That's why I will need your driverless number. And we're gonna need some form of bank account so we can fund the policy when it's actually approved.
And it's
So far, all
important to
that makes
say.
sense?
It's important to say the reason why you're doing that is to kill objections. You're laying the road of what's coming. So
Exactly.
you're not surprising them when you're asking them for banking or
Mm-hmm.
social. You're telling them what's going to happen. That's why you say
100%.
that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%. That's why I say what I say, right?
Right.
So that way, when they come to me, be like, "Oh, my account," I'm like, "Dude, we covered
Yeah.
that already."
We covered that already.
And that's when I tell them, "Cut the crap,"
Cut the crap.
right? So
Right.
now, when you look at it this way, I go and explain the IUL, and I just tell them exactly how it is, right? There's different
Right.
way to structure an IUL, Ben. There's, depending on how you structure it, not everybody knows how to structure an IUL. It has to be structured correctly for it to fit your needs. The way I look at it is minimum death benefit, maximum cash value. And the reason we do that, we're trying to minimize your cost per insurance.
Mhm.
The cost per insurance is basically what gives you death benefit when you pass away. The cash value, the amount that goes to a cash value bucket, that's actually compound and grows every single year.
Okay.
Fair enough? As
Fair
the money
enough.
keep growing every year, there's some money that you have access to that you can borrow against without triggering a taxable event or lose any value in the actual policy. So far, everything makes sense?
Makes sense. Yep.
Alrighty. Let's go and draw an illustration for you. That's where I go
Okay.
right there.
Okay.
You guys see my screen yet? No?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep. See your screen. Yep.
Perfect. Alrighty. We're gonna do an illustration for you.
Okay.
And this is the illustration tool that I use.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. I guess I messed up the name up here. This right there
Oh,
already.
there it is. Right.
Alrighty. Now, What I'm gonna do here, my friend, is let's say you're non-tobacco, so we're gonna put this as standard. Sometimes like if they're tobacco, I put this tobacco.
Okay.
I'm gonna go right there, and Benjamin said he wants an income. So we can maximum the accumulation in income.
Okay.
Fair enough. Let's say the premium paid, he's paying premium up to age, let's say 66.
Okay.
But then the income, he wants to have it right there, starting at the age of 70.
Ah, okay.
And he wants it all the way till age 100.
Okay.
So that's 30 years.
Oh, okay.
Right? So,
all right.
Again, I'm going to do this one more time, guys. Okay? This is recorded, Ben, right? You're recording it?
Yep. Yep.
Good, good. I'm going to redo this one more time. You guys know how I got to this far already. I'm going to just redo this one more time so everybody be clear.
Okay.
You go right there, which is sold for.
Uh-huh.
You go under max accumulation and income. You can do just max accumulation, by the way, or just.
Okay.
Alrighty. Sorry, guys. Can you hear
All
me?
good. Yep. Hear you good.
Alrighty. So what
All right,
happened
you
is
were-
internet. Yeah, internet connection.
Yeah,
went
you
a
were
little bit
going
bad
over.
here.
Yeah, you were talking about the max accumulation or income with max accumulation. Yep.
So right there, I make this monthly. Then I go right there, and
your screen isn't shared.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Alrighty. And then right there, let's say Ben says I want to put $500 per month.
Right.
And okay. Yeah, internet went out for a minute because of the hurricane.
okay.
So I think
Oh, really?
they're still
Okay.
fixing it somehow. I don't know why.
So where did you put in the
already.
500 per month?
Let's redo this again. So
Okay.
here, let's say age 66.
Okay.
And then let's say 30 years.
Okay.
Starting age 70.
Okay.
And okay. Now let's go back. You can do specify premium. 500 a month. Okay. And okay. Done. Next, what I do is I can go right there and I do increasing to a level.
Okay.
Because he wants it for retirements, right?
Okay.
And then do age 66.
Okay.
Which is when it actually goes back to level.
Okay. Gotcha.
Now, all that is set to go. Now what I do is calculate results. You said something about how you blow up their mind, right? This is how I blow up their minds when it actually pops up.
Okay.
When my internet start working better. Alrighty. So first thing first, you're putting in, hey, Mr. Ben, you're putting in $500 a month. That's $6,000 per year. Fair?
Right.
Alrighty. You do that all the way till age 66. Fair enough?
Fair. Mm-hmm.
That's a total of 40 years. That makes sense.
Yes.
If you do the math on this, my friend, that's a total of $240,000 that you're putting in.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Fair enough so far? If you
Fair
notice
enough.
right here, you're no longer putting money in it anymore. You could, but you don't have to. So far,
Gotcha.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, as long as you're still living, let's say something happens, you pass away tomorrow. And
Okay.
don't tell me you want. We're all gonna. I know you're 27, 26, wherever you are. Let me tell you one thing, Mr. Ben. We all have an expression. There's not a bus. Only God knows what it is. So you can't tell me I'm not gonna die. Okay. So we're all gonna die. It's not matter of if, it's a matter of when you're gonna use it. So God forbid that happens. The $344,000 goes to your family.
So that's another objection you killed. If anyone ever tells you they're never gonna die, you already killed that objection.
I hit you before you even hit me with it, right?
Yeah.
Something happens, you get sick, any major health conditions, cancer, heart attack, stroke, seizure, COPD, any liver, kidney, lung, heart, or anything in general, such as critical terminal or chronic illness, you have access to up to $344,000.
Really good.
Fair enough so far. Tomorrow's not promised. You never know what could happen.
Right.
Now, let's look at what the long run, long-term benefits out of this. You're putting $6,000 a year, like I said, about 46 of that going to accumulated value. That's actually growing every single year. This is right there what the valued at, which is growing based on. And this is right there what cash in hand that you have access to after all fees. So far makes sense.
Makes sense.
So eventually, as your money is growing, it's growing based on this. So every time you pull money, do you remember when I told you a minute ago, Benjamin, that it is uninterrupted compound interest. Do you know what that means?
No, explain it.
Perfect. So let me go and explain that. You borrow $55,000 here.
Mm-hmm.
Your value is still 56,000. So when the market grow again, it's gonna grow based on 56.
Okay.
Your access is 0, but the value is still the same. It's still gonna grow the same.
Okay.
Got it?
So if
So
I
as it
put the
keeps
money,
growing,
if I don't put the money back in, say in a year, that money that keeps growing, is that becomes
this is right
accessible
here
or?
keep growing.
Okay.
So the difference will be accessible in the
So
long run
quick question, if I take
if
out
you
that
don't pay tax.
55,000, if I take out that 55,000 in year 9, can I take out 14,000 in year 10 as well, or not until you put the
Yes.
55 back?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
But you
Okay.
actually could left the policy if you want to keep doing that. You want to keep
Gotcha.
it in there and keep it growing. Use
Gotcha.
it for
Okay.
emergency. You said you want it for retirements. This is the best way to set up for retirement. That makes sense.
Makes sense. Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to show you why it's going to blow up your mind.
Okay.
When you put that money in, by the way, I want to be very fair with you. When we said about $500 a month and you told me you make about 80 grand a year, that's barely 10% of your income.
Right.
So we can say that it's not affordable. Fair enough.
That's good.
It is
Yeah.
something that is really important. And if you want to be really good in this, make the habit of doing the right thing every single month. That's like you made the habit of making your car payment every month. You made the habit of making your rent every month. You made the habit of paying your cable bill every month. Then make the habit of putting money away every month into your IUL. Make a
Okay.
habit of putting money into an asset every single month. That's how you actually can grow your money. Don't make the
Really
habit
good.
of keep buying liability. So far, that makes sense, Benjamin?
It does.
Perfect. So that being said, as you're putting the money in, your money keep growing. So if you look at year 10, you have access to 64 grand.
Yes, you have to.
All right. If you look at year 15, 126. Look at year
Right.
20, 214. It's just going to keep growing every single year. Right there, at 66, you're no longer putting money in. So if you do the math, you put about 240 grand. Yet,
Okay.
it's zeroed out. You're no longer putting money in it, but your money keep growing. It doesn't stop.
I
So
see.
you have 1.2 million. So let me ask you something. If you put $240,000 in the bank account, would you give the same results?
No.
And do you know why you don't pay taxes on this?
Why?
Because it is not an investment. It's a life insurance vehicle that's been used since 1870 by Rockefellers to build cash value. It's a life
Okay.
insurance vehicle that builds cash value.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yet you get double and triple the return that you can get with 401 or banks or any other strategy that I know of. So now think of it this way: your money keep growing every single year, and you have a guaranteed income of $164,000 all the way till age 100.
Okay.
At the age of 70. So now you secure yourself in 4 different scenarios, Benjamin. Scenario number 1, die too soon. You're all gonna die, right?
Right.
At least Jennifer, your wife, will have that funds. You leave a legacy behind. Scenario number 2, becoming ill. We're all gonna die someday. We're all gonna get sick someday. You never know. Scenario number 3, needing emergency funds in the event of losing your job, whatever it is,
Okay.
and you just need cash to pull out of. You have that in there. And scenario number 4, live too long. Something happens, you live too long, you never run out of money.
Live too long. Like it's a
So,
bad thing.
yep. So, well, some people it is. You know why? Because you
Why?
can run out of money in a 401k, an IRA. You
True.
run out of money.
True.
There's people at 85, 86, 87 years old
A lot
who
of money.
no longer have money in the 401k anymore. Well,
It's
that's not
terrible.
going to be the case in an IUL.
Right.
That's why I said living too long wouldn't be a problem for you.
That's nuts.
So what questions do you have for me so far?
I have more questions if that was it for the max funding on how you max fund it and blowing minds. Is that where you just
Exactly.
go through the application and that's it?
So at this point, you tell me, oh, everything makes sense. I'm like, perfect, Benjamin. Let's go and get an application going. Hopefully we can get an
Okay.
approval. It takes about a week or 2 for approval here. I just want to let you know, you might get a phone interview or not by the carrier, by Fidelity. But if you don't, then we should be good. If yes, then we might be able to get you on the phone call to get a phone interview done. Let's go
Okay.
and get that done. And very quick, what's your social? And boom, I go right into it.
I see. Okay, go straight to social. Okay.
Yep.
So my next question for you is what types of clients would you not max fund a policy for?
Depends on the scenario. If somebody like looking for Hey, I want to have like, let's say let's illustrate this a little bit different, guys. 1 second. So Benjamin now doesn't want retirement. Benjamin wants to have a good cash where he can access to borrow from when he needs it, but he also wants to make sure that the mortgage for his family is covered. And let's say he has like $600,000 mortgage.
Okay.
Fair?
Right.
Because I know he likes mortgage protection. So let's go right there. We can do the same exact thing, nothing different. Nothing's different. But look how beautiful mortgage protection this is, by the way. Instead of me turning this to an increasing, we're going to make this level.
Okay.
Take this one out. Level. Now we can go under here.
Wow, that's the only difference.
And the only difference I did. Look at this now. So $865,000 in death benefit. Now, he's not going to have cash right away. But again, his main concern was the mortgage.
Right.
So now we change it around. So the client is getting $865,000 covered if they pass away or get sick. That goes to the family, right? So that means $600,000. That means $200,000 going toward the family. So pay the mortgage and leave them with $200,000. And they have cash values building every year with an income $137,000 at the age of 71.
Still with income.
With
Wow.
$1.2 million by then.
Okay. I gotcha.
Less
So it's
income, but it's still an income.
Very, it's very close to the same. They just have a lower death benefit at the beginning. Okay. And then are you just recommending $500 a month for everyone like that? You're just telling them this is how much you're getting? Oh, no.
This depends on their income. I'd like to keep it around 10% of their income.
Okay. Okay, that makes
10%
sense.
of their income and 10 times the age. Right?
10 times the
and
age.
guys, with IUL, I have turned people down. Like, look, we want to sell. And I agree with y'all. But we also want to make sure we're doing the right thing for these clients.
Right.
Right? If this is not structured correctly, you're screwing the client for life.
Wow.
That makes sense? Because they're depending on you for their retirement. Fair?
Fair.
But if you're doing this correctly, you're making money for life.
Right.
Because guess what? This client, they're going to get you a referral.
Right.
Make sense?
That does. That does
Yep.
make sense. Okay. My next question for you, I think you kind of answered it already, but maybe you have another answer for it. It was how do we keep an IUL simple for clients and not overcomplicate it? I think the illustration does kind of a good job, but if you want to elaborate at all.
Sure. I usually try to simplify everything. Let me ask, can I revert the question for you very quick?
Yeah, of course.
What is not simple about the presentation I did in general? Within the illustration and
that's what I was saying. It's you did such a simple explanation already. It doesn't really get much more simple than that. It's pretty easy to understand. Definitely.
A lot of people overcomplicate it, but it's really not complicated, guys. It really is not. If you're I would say if you're actually doing the just don't give too much information.
Okay.
The more info you give, look, the client wants to know how much they can get for retirement, how much cash value they have in the long run, how much death benefit they have.
Okay.
These are enough information for them to make a decision. Don't go in depth where they don't understand. They wouldn't, because if they like here's the thing, lost client will not buy.
Right.
And then trust me, once you make it complicated for them, they're never gonna buy. I got this agent on my team. His name is Dustin. Another thing, you guys know him, but this guy, I mean, he know the IUL ins and out. But he barely sells. And the reason is he go in depth, fees and this and that. I'm like, dude, simplify it to them. Don't go in depth. Just simplify it. This is how much you put in. This how much. This where your stops. This what the total you put in total. This how much death benefit they're gonna get. This where it's gonna be in the long run. This how much cash value grows based on. This how much access they have access to, which is actually keep growing as well. This how much retirement you have. Any
Okay.
question? Perfect. Let's run
Gotcha.
the application. Perfect. Let's run
Gotcha.
the application.
Now, as far as those technical things on there, those certain things that you changed, is it the same for each carrier? Like where you
Yeah.
changed, the defaults are all on there, and there's
All the
so many
carriers have
options, but
them.
you only changed a very specific few things you changed.
Yep. It's very, very
Yeah.
simple. The carriers made it
hmm
simple, guys. Trust me.
hmm
It is not. The carriers made it very, very simple for you guys to um actually, run the illustration.
Okay. Yeah, that was a great training.
Yeah.
And does anyone have any questions of their own that they want to chime in and ask?
Go right ahead.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
So most people sometimes who are applying for mortgage protection, they are expecting to get like a term or a normal whole life policy. So what line do you use in order to get the client into IUL?
Hey, Hassan, what's your income per year?
Okay.
Go ahead and answer. What's your income per year? Give me a number.
80,000.
80,000. Now, Hassan, if I can do something for you that is going to pay off your mortgage in full in the event of death, is going to pay the mortgage in full in the event of becoming ill and becoming sick in the matter of, cancer or heart attack. And also, it gives you emergency funds where it allows you to pay off your home a little bit sooner, maybe 10 years sooner. Also, it gives you a nice tax-free retirement for life without having to worry about losing value, and you only fund it for the next 20 to 25 years. And we use 10% of your income. Would that be something in interest for you?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at that together.
Okay. Yeah,
Now
that's
I'm
good.
using 10% of the income. That's $8,000 per year. Target premium on that, let's say, is $4,000. You just made $4,000 commission, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you help the client with a lot better policy. It's not replaceable because they can have tax-free retirement with that. They protected their home, they protect their family, protected their retirements. They have emergency fund. They can pay off the home sooner, and you made $4,000 on that instead of two.
Yep. Okay.
So here's why I say that, Hassan. I know the reason you asked that question, and I'm gonna be very fair with you. Don't sell on price, sell on value. Selling on price, easy to replace. Trust me, if every time you sell your client on price, like if I don't know you, it's easy for me to oh my gosh, easy, very, very easy. That's an easy client to sell for me.
Yeah.
But if you sell on value, holy cow, it's super hard to get them through. Doesn't matter if it's cheaper. The value what makes a difference. When I was in the flooring industry, guys, and I used to walk into people's homes. Have you ever guys heard of Empire Today?
Yeah.
Yeah. The most expensive flooring company I know of.
Really?
I used to work with them. I used to be salesperson for them. That's where I learned a lot of my sales. So they're really good at training people, thank God, but they're definitely very expensive. So
they sell on value.
that's where I learned how to sell on value.
Right.
Because anytime I go to client home who wants different quotes, boom, I figured that I have to build value in what I do. So I sit down with you,
Gotcha.
Mr. Hassan, and be like, hey, Hassan, what I'm going to do for you something really, really unique. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and get you all the flooring. You like the sample, right? You like it? Perfect. I'm going to give that same color everywhere in your home, everywhere, just like you asked. I'm going to include the quarter round. I'm going to include the baseboards. I'm going to include the underlayments. I'm going to include all the leveler. I'm going to include all the labors. I'm going to include all the warranties, 100% warranties, lifetime. Okay? For wear and tear, waterproof, and all that. And usually for all that together, the price is usually about 12K. But just because you and I are well connected today, Hassan, I'm going to get all that in as low as $9,000 and get it installed as soon as tomorrow. What do you think? But
Okay.
if you want to take it down to $9,000, I have one small condition, Hassan. You cannot tell me when I think about it.
Oh, that's good.
right?
But
In that
yep.
same scenario, I just built a lot of value into the most expensive flooring I ever sold, where somebody else would probably sold it for 8, right? It's about selling on value. People like me because I build value in everything I show them, right? The kind of same scenario here. I'm gonna give you the
Cool.
life insurance, the living benefits, protecting your home in the event of illness, secure your retirements, give you, and keep it around the $400 a month.
Very good.
But you
Do you,
cannot tell me when I think about it. We're gonna make it happen.
I love it. I love it.
Make sense?
Nice.
Let's do it. Hey, before we go, do you want to run through a mock like you're calling me like a lead?
Sure. You ready?
Can we do it?
For IUL, right?
Yeah. All right, well,
I
yeah, I
love that.
just filled it out on Facebook. And you just got my lead. It just came in.
Fair enough. Let's do it.
All right, cool.
Ring, ring. Hey, Benjamin.
Hello?
Hey, Benjamin. How you doing, man? This is Shadi with Eagles Financials. Reaching out, man, because you filled a form out online requesting information about the IUL, the infinite banking concept. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Perfect, man.
Cool.
Hey, let me ask you, what do you do for a living, man?
I'm a contractor.
Good. Nice.
Mm.
Nice. May I ask what got you interested in IUL?
I want to make sure I'm not working forever, man. Need to
Yeah.
make sure I have something set up.
Got it. So you're looking for retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool, dude. Okay, let's see if we can help you out here. So the main purpose of my call, man, is to help you out, right? So we help hundreds of people a day here as an agency, and I want to do whatever I can to make sure we can help you out. Now, as you know, this is a life insurance vehicle. Do you have any health issues that can prevent you from getting any approval?
Um, no, I'm pretty healthy.
Very healthy? Good.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go and do something here together. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to set you up with a time where you and I can be available. I'm going to kind of share some illustration numbers, show you how the numbers work for your favor and how you can, double and triple your money as well as also have a guaranteed tax-free retirement for life. But if we're going to do that, when you normally home from work and available for you and your spouse?
Now's a good time.
Now it's going to be difficult to do. I actually have a bunch of other clients I have to see today. As you know, we're very busy in this agency, but I can do this evening. Would you want to do about 6 p.m.?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right. And are you good at keeping your appointment, Benjamin?
Yeah, I have a calendar I can put it on. Mhm.
Perfect. Well, if you don't, I'm going to send you a link with all the information, with all the Zoom information. Are you familiar with using Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you good at okay, you good at keeping your appointment? You know it's gonna be a virtual. I'm gonna see you, you're gonna see me, we're gonna see each other, so you get to know me. And the whole purpose is I'm gonna show you my licenses, we get to know each other a little bit better. And that way we can see if we can do business together. That makes sense?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Alrighty. Hey, I'm gonna go and set you up for 6 p.m. Just make sure you and your spouse are available. We're gonna go over some illustration numbers, and this is a wealth building strategy session. It's a session where you can build your wealth tax-free using an IUL. So
Okay.
this can be a difference of hundreds to $200,000 in your lifetime in cash value. So don't miss this opportunity, okay?
Okay. That sounds good.
All right, my friend. Hey, man, I look forward to see you this evening at 6 p.m. and let's see if we can make it happen for you. Do you have any question for me?
No, I'll wait for our appointment.
Amazing, my friend. Look forward to see you this evening at 6 p.m. Take care of yourself.
Okay.
Boom, and I'm calling the next person.
So it's always an appointment. Always setting an appointment.
Oh, yeah.
Never
Because I want
instant.
them on Zoom. Yeah, I want them on Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, guys, one thing about what I do different, I want to see their face.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm talking to them, when I'm showing them numbers, I want to see their face expression.
So you don't
It's
want to
not
send them
like,
the link to the Zoom right then and there?
well, if I have another appointment, if I don't, yeah, I do. But normally I do have back-to-back appointments. But it's not
Gotcha.
a lie when I say that. But normally if I'm available, I will actually send them the link right away.
Okay.
Makes sense? So if
That
you
makes
don't have
sense.
an appointment, send the link right away. Yes.
All right, let's say we just jumped on Zoom now. How are you opening up the Zoom appointment?
Oh, same thing. Hey, Benjamin, how you doing?
Mhm.
Well, building a report. Hey, Benjamin,
Okay.
how you doing?
Good.
Amazing,
How are
dude.
you?
Hey,
Nice to see
thank you
you.
for hopping. Yeah, man. Nice to see you as well. Where are you from, man? What state are you from?
I'm in Florida.
Florida, man. Me too. What part?
Over here in Tampa, what about you?
Dude, I'm in Orlando, dude. You're like an hour away from me, dude. It's not bad.
Not bad. Okay.
Nice, man. Nice. How was the hurricane, dude? Did you guys survive it at
Oh
least?
yeah,
All good?
we did okay. Still got our power. How about you?
Thank God, dude. Thank God. We did too, man. You
Okay.
see where we're talking, so we're good, right?
Yep.
Nice, nice, nice. What got you interested in this, man? Like what really got you curious?
I like how it says like it's an infinite bank. That sounds really cool. And then just building retirement because I'm a contractor and my bills are always, getting used up and it's kind of
Got you.
chaotic watching all my
You don't have any
bills.
retirement in place?
Nothing.
Are you 1099?
Yes. Yep.
You are? Have you ever
Hmm.
heard of the tax code 7702?
No, I haven't.
No? All
What's
right,
that?
let me see if I can help you out a little bit here. Tax code 7702 tells you every cash value you built in the IUL or any life insurance vehicle are tax-free as long as it's structured correctly.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay. The beauty about this is you being a contractor. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and set if we're gonna set you up here today. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set you up as a key insurance. Do you know what key man insurance is?
No, what's that?
No. Key man insurance, it's basically a business owner insurance. And what it does,
Oh,
it actually, it's a life insurance policy that pays in event of you becoming ill to your beneficiary, or you God forbid you pass away, sorry, pay the beneficiary. Because let's say you manage the business, the beneficiary can't
oh,
manage the way you do. So the beneficiary, when they take over the business, they could lose a lot of money. So what the key
mm,
man insurance does, it's basically an life insurance purpose to get an insurance policy to pay for the beneficiary due to
mm.
losses in the business.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you why I suggested that.
Okay.
And by the way, every IUL carrier have that option, key man insurance. And
Okay.
let me tell you why I suggested that. That keeps your policy tax deductible.
Okay.
You use your bank account to fund the policy, your business bank account, and at the end of the year, when you file your taxes, you don't have to pay taxes on that money.
Oh, okay.
So now you don't pay taxes on that money. You tax deductible. And when you retire, you also retire tax-free.
Gotcha.
How you like that so far?
That sounds like something that would help me for sure.
Heck yeah, man. Let's see if we can
Hmm.
help you out. So before we move forward here, what's your average income per year?
About 80,000.
80,000? What
Okay.
most people usually like to do is about 10% of their income, about
Okay.
$8,000. Would like to save $8,000 a year into it?
Yeah, I think I'll have to,
That's affordable,
make it
right?
work. I have to.
Okay.
I want to make a retirement. Yeah.
You want to build wealth in this, and I'm gonna be very fair with you, right? Don't look at me as a
Hmm.
salesperson. Look at me more as somebody trying to coach you to do something the right thing for you and your family. Okay?
Okay.
If you want to do something like this, you have to understand it's about doing the right thing every single. Look, let me ask you something. If you're fat, what do? You go to the gym every day, right?
Right.
You quit going to the gym, what happens? You gain the weight back, correct?
Right.
If you're fat, what do? You start eating healthy every day, and the minute you start eating burger at McDonald's, you gain weight again. Is that correct?
Hmm. Yes.
All right. Kind of same scenario here. If you want to build wealth in IUL, you have to keep funding it every month. You stop
Okay.
funding it, you're gonna start losing value in the policy. Fair enough?
Okay.
You have to actually do the right thing. In order for you to gain weight, to gain muscles, you have to be in the gym every single day, 5 days a week. And if you don't, you're gonna lose.
Okay.
It's a habit of doing the right thing every single day. And that's what we're gonna do here. We wanna train you on doing the right thing every single month for the next 20, 30 years, so you can build a nice tax-free retirement income on an IUL. So far that makes sense?
Yes. Thank you.
You can need to
Hmm.
stop treating it as a bill, treat it more of a saving account.
Okay.
Because when
I
you
can
when
do
you
that.
think of it, I'm like, oh my God, tomorrow my $500, $600 coming out. Oh my, I'm stressed about this. I'm stressed about that. Like, dude, don't do that. Just like you don't get
Hmm.
stressed when they take out the car payment. You don't
Mm.
get stressed when they take out the mortgage and then whatever the rent every month. Don't get stressed for putting money in the saving into an asset that actually builds you double and triple your money.
Right.
Fair enough?
Fair
Fair to
enough.
say? Yeah.
Hmm.
And the cool thing about it, man, you don't have to pay taxes at the end of the year. It's no brainer. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's make sure we can help you out the best way we can. So you said you want a retirement. We said we're gonna do about $8,000 a year. That's about 650 a month. Okay. which should be very affordable on your end. The next thing is, do you have any family member? Are you married? Any kids?
Yep. I have one
Yeah.
one daughter and a wife.
Nice. What's your wife's name?
Lauren.
Lauren. Okay.
Mhm.
And your kids? How old?
I have one daughter. Her name is Michelle,
Nice.
and she's
My
7 years old.
my daughter named Abby, dude, and ah, she's 7 months and she's already crying nonstop. So I'm sure you went through a lot more than I did. So maybe I need some tips from you here pretty soon. So, does she boss you around yet?
Oh, not yet, but I know it's coming
Not
for
yet.
sure.
I usually tell my wife, man, if the kid's hot with their servant, right? The kids run the
Yep.
house. They're the owners. We're the servants. So
Oh yeah,
simple
for
as that,
sure.
right?
For
So,
sure.
all right, let's
They're
see if we can
bossy.
help you out here, man. So what I'm gonna do
Okay.
for you this. I'm gonna draw an illustration. First, I'm gonna kind of explain how the IUL works. Make sure you
Okay.
understand what you do, what you hear here. Okay.
Okay.
When that's done, if everything makes sense, we're gonna go and draw an illustration. I'm gonna share my screen, show you some numbers. I can double and triple your money.
Oh.
If them two steps makes perfect sense, step number 3, we're gonna run an application, which we're gonna run your medical record, which we need your social for. We're gonna run your driving records. I need your driver license numbers for, and we're gonna basically link your bank information so we can start funded once it's approved, which
Okay.
will need your writing account number. So for everything makes sense?
Yes.
Perfect. And basically, I just did that a minute ago. From there forward, the same scenario.
Same thing. Okay, so yeah, we're all caught up now. Cool, we got the full thing. That's awesome. I think
Yep.
that was a great training. If anyone wants to, do you have until 1? Do you have any more questions, anybody? Or how
I
much
have
time do you
until
have?
1, yes.
Okay. Anybody have any other
Anybody has
questions?
any questions? I promise you I
Yeah,
don't bite.
Shadi, nice to meet you, man, Max.
Thanks,
Yeah,
pleasure.
I know that the IUOs, well, I mean, I'm not too familiar with it. I know what I've known is that basically it's based on health. Like not everybody gets approved. So do you even like touch health before that? Like, or
Can I ask you a question?
no?
Actually, I would share it this way. Guys, I always say this, mortgage protection, final expense, or IUL, they're all a life insurance policy. They're all depending on health, right? So it doesn't matter what you sell. If you sell mortgage protection, you need health. Life, you need health. But yes, I touch base on health, but usually I do that along the steps process. And that's when, like I do when I go step number 4, when I say, let's go ahead and close it. That's when I ask them, do you have anything that can prevent you from getting approval? But remember one thing, I already covered that on the phone call too.
Okay.
So when we have Ben and I, we actually did the phone call first, right? First thing I asked him is, well, not first thing, but as I built the report with him on the phone, I said, do you have anything that could prevent you from getting approval? And he said, no, right? If you would say high blood pressure, I would have put in notes, blood pressure. I already know. So as we go step number 4, I'm like, oh, I see the notes here. You said you had high blood pressure. That's why we have a CRM, right? So it tells you that, oh yeah, I'm paying attention. That makes sense.
No.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it does require health, but at the end of the day, you're just gonna have to at some point of time, you just gonna have to read the underwriting. The selling the IUL or writing an application guide is the easy part. Learning the underwriting guide is usually the hard part. You're not gonna learn underwriting guide in a matter of a second. That's why keep your underwriting. If you're selling F&G a lot, you guys saw how I pulled it out. If you're selling other carriers, same thing. You know how to pull it out. You go in there, you pull it out, boom, it's right there. You can just go in there, Control F, type in diabetes, and you'll see the requirement for diabetes for that particular carrier.
Do you ever pivot to whole life, or do you just kind of decline them if they get
I do.
decline?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do. I do
It's just
both.
different because they can't really build a retirement with the cash value in a whole life, or how do you kind of frame
No,
that?
whole life actually, we're talking about infinite banking now, right?
Uh-huh.
So if somebody that's looking to a big investor who's coming in be like, hey, Ben, I want to put my money in and I want to access it right away. That's what whole life for. Be able to access the money right away.
Right away.
IUL is a really long-term thing. The way I look IUL, guys, IUL is a whole life infinite banking concept on a steroid, right? That's what it is. It does the same thing as the whole life does. The only thing difference, IUL has a lot lower cost per insurance at first. So, okay, IUL has two different buckets, right?
Right.
Bucket goes toward the cash value, bucket goes toward the cost per insurance. The money that goes toward the cost per insurance is the money that actually gives you death benefit, living benefits, and security on your money as well, because it's linked to a life insurance policy. The money that goes into a cash value, that's what actually goes into the index markets, such as S&P 500, US Paceter, and actually start compounding every single year. So far makes sense? This is why we structured a minimum death maximum cash, because the amount that goes into the cost per insurance, the lower the death benefit, the lower that amount. So the more goes into the cash value bucket.
Gotcha.
Now, when you look at the cost per insurance, right, with the IUL, every couple of years or so, it raises slightly, not much. It raises. That's why we never recommend IULs for people over 55.
Real quickly before you go, let's say I got declined on the IUL. How do you frame it? What are you saying?
That's when we're gonna start talking about the whole life policy. And
Okay.
usually that's where I actually got your permission on the call before I actually hang up the phone, the Zoom with you. Hey, what I'm gonna do for you is this same information you gave me. If this get denied, I'm gonna put this information into a different carrier. I'll send it to you just to sign it at this point. But I have it all ready for you. So at this point, we will send it to you, and then you just sign it so we can submit it toward the whole life policy. Okay?
Okay, you don't really explain it. You just tell them.
I'm
Okay.
telling them that that's what we're doing. And then I'll take that same info. I don't even call them right away yet. Every time what I do, take all that info, I download the application, take that info, put them into here. And the signature part, I'm like, hey, just want to let you know, I just filled out an application exactly. Now, if there's anything that you want to change on the application, no? Perfect. Well, it's all filled out, all good to go. I'll just send it to you. Just go ahead and sign it, please, very quick while I'm on the phone with you.
But you don't explain to them that the illustration isn't the same and that it's not going to
Yep.
build a retirement the
Minimum
same way.
death, maximum care, the same thing. I'm not doing
Oh,
anything
with
different.
foresters?
No, I'm not talking about foresters. I'm talking
Oh,
about like if we're doing a whole life policy or another IULs. I usually try to focus on another IUL company. So I have other
another
IUL
IUL
companies.
company.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I focus on,
Okay.
depending on the scenario. Like I'm very rare when I sell the whole life. Depending on the scenarios, I usually focus on the IUL companies.
But if they
So
get denied on all the IULs, you won't sell them a whole life?
then I try to sell them a whole life. That's a different story at this point. That's when I pivot to you and be like, hey, listen, no IUL company is gonna take you, and this is the reason why. We need to be transparent with each other here. Now I really want to help you, okay? This is something we're serious about, correct? Like, yeah, I'm like, okay, let me help you here. I'm gonna set you up with a cash value life insurance policy that still builds cash value, which is the whole life policy with foresters.
Okay.
It's still gonna build you cash value. You have access to a cash right away if you need it. You can borrow from it if you wish. All that fun stuff. The only thing difference, the cash accumulation when you grow, it's not gonna be as big as the IUL, but it's still gonna grow on a really good level. Okay.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we set you up correctly here. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna fill it out here for you. Minimum death, maximum cash, and I'm gonna send it to you so you can sign it. Okay.
Okay. That's a participating whole life with foresters.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, it's 1 o'clock. Thank you so much, Shadi.
Of course.
Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, everybody,
Yeah,
for
man.
joining us. All
Appreciate
right.
you guys. Thank you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Shelly, it's Giovanna. I was calling you back from earlier.
Okay. Okay. What is this regarding? Y'all are pestering me. What is this regarding?
Y'all? Oh, no, I'm the only one that's called you.
No, somebody was texting me all week long.
Really? Yeah, no, that wasn't
Yes.
from me. This is my personal phone number.
I
But
look. I
looks
don't
like
know you.
it's
I don't know who you are. You call me blindly. Tell me what this is about.
that's totally fine. So the way I got your number was when you closed with your Geneva Financial. You basically sent you a mortgage protection. Do you know a letter? You filled it out, sent it
Yeah.
back. Do you
Twice.
recall
Twice
that?
I did. And 3 years later, now you're contacting me.
I'm so sorry no one took care of you.
Okay, keep going.
I wanted to see if I could help you if there was anything I could help you with. Do you really need the mortgage protection or?
Tell me what this mortgage protection is.
Yeah, so basically, it's something that protects the individual compared to the insurance that you have to get that protects the lender. That's the PMI insurance. Then there's the homeowner's insurance, and that protects the house. But then the third one is the one that protects you and or your family. So it works a pretty sweet little way. For most people, they're able to use it more instead of just like pay for your mortgage every month and it go nowhere, other than, like paying off the home if you get sick or disabled. So other than it just going away, it can actually build a cash value. So that's the really neat part. But I don't really know your situation, so I don't know what would be best for you, or if it's even something that you were considering taking out.
Okay. Okay. So this, whatever this protection is, I have to pay for it monthly, and
Yes.
it protects me if my husband dies. It protects my husband if I die. Is the mortgage paid off in that event?
That's true. And it depends on your health and your medical history and your age. And then I think your height and weight. Yeah, your height and weight. And those are the four main factors that determine if you qualify and how much it is
That
exactly.
determines how much you're going to want to charge us per month for this policy.
Exactly. And we're just contracted with all the carriers. So it just goes straight to the carrier. We're just kind of like the Apple employees leading you to the iPhone 16, if that makes sense.
That's great.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so you would just be able to pay the carriers every month, and then they have those products. I'm just the life insurance agent. So I have a life insurance license, and you can look me up in the database. It's a government database. And I have to go through like extensive background checking and everything. So it's not just some random person, just so you know.
Okay. Okay.
But I would just start off by asking you some medical history questions. I'll go ahead and send you my card. Is that gonna be okay? Maybe more comfortable for you?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Because I'm not just going to give you carte blanche information, not even knowing who you are. You can be blowing smoke up my ass for all I know.
No, that's so true.
I would have just say, hey, I'm gonna send you my card. Don't like ask her if it's okay. Because then you're just opening up for objections. I'm sure you know that already though, right? No? Okay.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and give you, looking for your number right here. It's 825-1936.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. So this is my card. On there you'll find my credentials, my license number, and then you can look that up in another link that directly links to the license search.
Okay.
So if you want to do that first, that's totally fine. Or if you want to do it after, whatever you're more comfortable with, I'll wait.
So tell me, medium, this middle of the road.
Yeah, so when you stop talking, it's giving them an opportunity to lead you. So you always want to end something with a question. I think that's what happened there. I think you didn't. I think it was just a statement.
Okay.
Up and another link that directly links to the license search.
Okay.
Right.
So if you want to do that first.
So maybe just end with like, did you get that? Got it? Like whenever I give people information, I'll just end it with, got it? Everything good? And then they say good, and then you just boom, right into the next part of the script. Boom, right into the next part of the script. Whenever you leave pauses or statements, they're gonna start asking questions like, of course, how much does it cost? We don't want them asking that yet.
First, that's totally fine. Or if you want to do it after, whatever you're more comfortable with, I'll wait.
So tell me, medium, this middle of the road.
Mm-hmm. Like for the costs, usually?
Yeah, just middle of the road.
I would say middle of the road would be anywhere from like 75 to 86. And the most expensive, some people have like 600K on their 600K on their houses that they need to pay off. So I've actually quoted someone for 600 a month, but that's just because they had more or whatever. And then I think your mortgage, I think last time we checked, it was 156K. And so I'm sure it's gone down since then.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you want to click that link, did you get that?
I haven't checked, but my mom's calling. So can I check this out and then give you a call back?
That's totally fine. Even if you want to put me on hold, I'm gonna probably leave here.
I'm gonna speak with my mom. So let me let you go, okay?
Okay. I think, did you ever get a hold of her again?
I actually didn't call her back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm curious to see how it keeps going. She definitely took control there. And then you don't always have to answer people's questions. So if someone, you ever see how like a politician will do it? They'll like, someone will ask them a question on the news and then they'll like go around it. It's kind of have to do the same thing. So you like push it off, just be like, yeah, we'll get there. All right, now are you a smoker or a non-smoker? And then just go right into your financial inventory. This way, because like you're already giving, the second you give them price, your power is gone. That makes sense, right? That's all they want. That's all they're here for. So if you just hold like the treat in front of them the whole time, they're gonna stay on the phone. Okay. Anybody have any questions or critiques to help? Anything you want to add that I didn't, maybe I missed? Nobody?
I do have a question. So
Yeah.
if the client is just like, I just want to know the prices. I just want to know the prices. And how can you continue on to the on the script without answering the prices?
Just continue telling them I don't know what it's going to cost until we answer how much health is and your age is, and we have, and I'll always mention how many carriers we have. Mention that we have over 30 carriers, so we're going to make sure you get placed with the most affordable one for you. But we got to answer these questions first. And when you tell them that, they're going to be like, "Oh, well, I want to be placed with the most affordable one." Okay, so I'll answer your question. Whereas people don't realize we're a broker. They just want the price. They're like, oh, how much does what you're selling cost? You kind of have to explain to them what you are. I know in your head, you know what you're doing, but it might not be as apparent to the ones you're talking to. So everything has to be explained every time, no matter how many presentations you've already done. If you've done it 100 times and it's very familiar to you, it's not familiar to them. You always got to remember that.
I was going to add to that, Ben. I can't remember what training I saw it on, but I think his name's Kelly Vincent.
Yes.
Yeah. So he said something when they like ask price, and I've used it already, and it works pretty well.
Excellent.
But if they ask like, oh, like what's the price going to be, like super, in the beginning, he says, like, tell them, hey, it's going to be completely customizable. So we're going to put you with, as much coverage as you need or as little coverage as you need. You kind of decide.
That's fine.
And then you just move on,
Definitely.
and then
Yeah, definitely. And then start asking more questions, because if you leave it at that, another objection comes up,
Right. Yeah. You want to move on. I was going to say too that, Gigi, I like how you were like just agreeing with the client, like when you would just be like, "Oh, that's so true."
Yeah.
Like, and then you did move on, but yeah, that was like, I feel like that's very disarming. Where you're like, "Oh yeah," like she kind of was saying, "I don't know who you are," and you're like, "You could just be anybody." You're like, "Yeah, that's so true."
Yeah.
And yeah, that was fire. I like that.
Combative.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Okay, cool. Any other questions? I know Giovanna has a lot. We can come back and do another one of yours. Let's listen to Jacob's. How long is this one? Oh, 7 minutes. All right, perfect.
Hey, Kyle.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Kyle. It's Jacob. I was giving you a quick. Yes, sir. I was giving you a quick call earlier. I work with the brokerage and we handle the mortgage protection for guaranteed rate. Your file that's associated with the property on Frank and Wilma Lane just came across my desk. You still reside there?
Yeah.
Perfect. You probably remember, Kyle, we sent you the stuff in the mail regarding the mortgage protection. This would be the coverage that pays off or down your loan if you get sick, disabled, or pass away. Now, one of my underwriters should have reached out to you already. They should have helped you out with this, but I'm not seeing any notes here on your file. So I'm just doing a courtesy call to see if you remember what happened with the mortgage protection.
No, is there something that says that I remember something like that. I don't remember if it was like a quick phone call or what it was. I don't remember like ever really talking to anybody in depth about it whatsoever.
Gotcha. No, yeah, this was so there was a form that got sent to you in the mail and then it got submitted back. But this was around either when you close on the home or refinance. That's usually one of the two situations. 3 to 4 years.
Okay. It's been a while ago.
Yeah. So it's been a while, but nobody's reached out to you as far as to go over that coverage.
No, but I also do remember that my wife was the one that got that form and filled it out, because then I don't even think we got like real numbers on what that costs or anything, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. That's typically that's pretty common. If she filled it out, it does on the file. It shows your name though, so that makes sense. So let me see. And so it's you and your wife. I'm assuming, Kyle, you wanted to make sure that.
All right, so you're already going into basically in the appointment when you say I'm assuming. I would try and put in some tie downs. So what tie downs are, it's like people
Before I can help with that, I need to know who's speaking.
committing to committing to the sale when you ask a tie down. So tie down is it is like what you're saying, like I'm assuming this, but you know why where we say go ahead and grab a pen and paper? Do you know why we do that?
It's like a compliance test.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Compliance test. So like as soon as you're like somewhat certain that
close on the home.
Tell them, all right, go ahead, grab a pen and paper. We'll get this knocked out. That's going to be an immediate test right there to see what their compliance is. And then
let me see. And
yeah, right before you said let me see, I would have just, right there. Go ahead and grab a pen and paper. Let's get this knocked out. See what he says. See if he grabs the paper. Give him your license info always. And then now we're gonna go.
So it's you and your wife. I'm assuming, Kyle, you wanted to make sure that God forbid anything happened to you, that the home was like paid off for her.
I don't even know how it came about. It wasn't like I knew about this and I looked it up. I think it was one of those things where we got either someone was a phone call from somebody or we got something in the mail, and then it was something like, hey, we should check into this and see if it's worth doing. That's what it was.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have no idea. I understand the principle behind it, but obviously insurance, so I gotta pay a certain amount of money for insurance, right?
Correct. Yeah. It's
so I know I never got that far is what I'm saying, to even really have a real discussion with my wife about it. Like, okay, it's $1,000 a month. Is that worth it to us?
Right. Okay, so yeah, you never got like the numbers for the coverage. Okay.
No.
I see. Okay, well, essentially, just so you know, kind of give you a little rundown. Yeah, so it just pays, off or down the home. God forbid you got sick, disabled, or pass away. What the difference between mortgage protection is, and then just like
I would have skipped this whole part. I think he already said he wants this, basically, and you should have started asking health questions. Just start,
Yeah. That's towards the end. I know now when I listened to that, I was kind of like scrambling because he wasn't stopping me or anything. I could have really went in for it, but I have like a flow now of like when they say this, I'm going to do this. You know?
Okay, good. I know this is a little bit old, so I know you.
Traditional life insurance is the living benefits. Are you familiar with those?
No.
No. Okay. So the living benefits is essentially any situation where
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to do this. Don't explain living benefits until you get their health, because they might be super unhealthy and they might might not even be able to qualify for policy with living benefits, and then you explained it to them already and now you got to take it away. So you don't want to do that.
That's true. Well, this guy specifically, I don't know. I was debating on like taking that out, but he's pretty young. So he's like a younger guy. And the thing is like when I talk to young people, when I'm explaining like, oh, this is going to pay off the home if you pass away, they're not worried about passing away, right? They're more worried about the whole disabled. And then I tell them the statistic, like, you know, most people, I don't think I did it in this one, but it's just more of like a factor of like, why would I look into this? Like, it's like, oh, this, you know.
That's a good
so
point.
Yeah, just if they're younger. If they're older, of course, I'm not gonna go into that for sure until I know.
Right. I would classify this as like really like selling them on the product, and I wouldn't really get to selling them on the product until you have all their questions answered about their mortgage and their health,
right,
assets, everything.
Definitely.
That way they're at least bought into you and they're willing to listen. They have to be willing to listen. If they just met you, yet they haven't talked to them much yet.
You got sick, disabled, cancer, heart attack, stroke, disability, any critical, chronic, or terminal illness, you get access to the death benefit without actually, you know, having to pass away. So you can access it while you're still living to cover medical bills, you know, payments for the mortgage. Does that make sense? Yeah, so that's essentially kind of like a breakdown of the coverage. And then how it works is I have a senior underwriter that's an expert on the program and, you know, kind of goes through the process.
I didn't realize you were setting an appointment. So I guess that does.
Yeah, this one wasn't like I was just setting the appointment.
Okay. So you were just kind of actually building more of like a reason for him to show up to the appointment. So in that case, this is totally different.
Right.
But it takes about 2 to 5 minutes to just go through health and financial questions. Then based off of that, it's his job as the medical underwriter to run it through the carriers in the state of Idaho that offer mortgage protection. And then from there, those options that you kind of said you never got to take a look at, that would just bring up some options, and then he would, present those ones to see which one's comfortable and affordable. Does that make sense?
And I didn't mention this earlier. I definitely would have mentioned where you said $1,000. I would have, acknowledged that and, been like, it's definitely not going to be $1,000, because now he probably still thinks it's 1,000 at this point.
Right.
That's an option as well, right?
That is correct. Yeah. It's not required, because the bank, if God forbid something were to happen to you, they do want to assume the home back. So yeah, that's essentially how it works. But it usually takes like 10 to 15 minutes to go through the coverage. What's typically the best time when you and your wife are off of work, like during the weekdays?
Monday through Thursday, for myself anyways, early evening, like 5 to 6, typically I'd be free.
5 to 6, okay. And then is your wife available at that time as well?
Only depends. She's got kind of a funky schedule. Are the questions more for both of us or just one of us?
It's really dependent on were you guys looking to get coverage together, or was it just for you?
I'm pretty much the breadwinner, so she'll probably, I know she's gonna outlive me, but even if she was to pass, there would not be an issue with the mortgage. You know what I mean?
With the income,
she doesn't provide any money towards the house.
Gotcha. Okay, so you would just be looking at coverage for you.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, and I know that she would be the beneficiary. So let's see. If you said 5 or 6, we do have. Are you available on the weekends?
Typically not. I'm not for sure not right now. It's not season, so weekends we're gone.
Okay, no worries. Well, I do have, as of now, on Monday or Tuesday, I have availability at 6:30, both of those days, or 7:30. Which
Do Tuesday 6:30.
Tuesday at 6:30? Okay, gotcha. And then I'll put that down, Kyle. And then do you have a pen and paper handy?
No, I don't, bro.
No? Okay, no worries. Let me see.
Can you just text me whatever?
Yeah, I'll just text you over the info, my information, and then I have you down for Tuesday at 6:30. I'll send you a confirmation text on Monday.
Okay.
Just to confirm that. And then my senior underwriter's name is Benjamin. He's the one that'll go over the coverage and everything. And if you have any questions, please write them down so he can help answer those.
One thing I really like that you do, Jacob, is you say like and then between things, and that keeps people listening instead of not interrupting. It's really good. They're like waiting to hear what you're going to say next. That's great. Now, did we ever talk to that guy? I don't remember talking to him.
Yeah, no, I called him and he was like, I think he was going through it with his wife or something. I don't know. I'm gonna give him a call next week again and see if I don't know what happened. But what do you mean when I say and then?
Here. Right here.
6:30, both of those days, or 7:30.
Like back here.
Well, and I know that she would be the beneficiary. So let's see. If you said 5 or 6, we do have. Are you available on the? It's really dependent on where. I mean, were you guys looking to get coverage together, or was it just for you?
I think that I'm pretty much the breadwinner, so I mean, not she'll probably. I know she's gonna outlive, but even if she was to pass, there would not be an issue with the mortgage. You know what I mean?
With the income.
She doesn't provide any money towards the house.
Gotcha. Okay, so you would just be looking at coverage for you.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Well, and I know that she would be
I don't know where it was.
Be
was
at
somewhere.
6:30, both of those days, or 7:30. Which
Do Tuesday 6:30.
Tuesday at 6:30? Okay, gotcha. And then
right there.
I'll put that down.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a pen and paper hand?
I do that a lot also in the financial inventory too. It's like, okay, date of birth. What's your date of birth? Okay, and then any medications? Okay. And then any surgeries in the past 10 years? You just use that as kind of like a filler.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I didn't never realize that, but
probably I probably don't even realize that. You probably got it from the doors where you stop talking
For
and
sure.
keep talking, yeah. That's good. What else? Anything else on there? I think I kind of pointed everything out as we went through. Did you notice anything that you've improved on since then that you'd like to share? That you noticed yourself?
Yeah, I was gonna say because me and you talked about how right after somebody's like telling me, oh yeah, like we filled this out, we never got info, whatever. What I'll say right after is I'll just be like, oh, okay, well, is it just you in the home or is there a significant other?
Mm-hmm.
And then if they say there's a significant other, then I say every time, I'm like, oh, I'm assuming you just wanted to make sure that if any, God forbid, anything happened to you, the home was paid off for her or him.
So good.
And yeah, that's really like, it's kind of I don't know. It gets them back in the mindset. I feel like from when they like first filled it out, or it's basically I know the answer to that question. Like that's why they filled it out, but I just want them to say it, and it really gives you like a leg to stand on. Because if they say, oh no, we don't really need that or whatever, then you know like, okay, this is probably not worth my time. But if they're like going through with that, then yeah, that's how you're like finding somebody that's more qualified.
Yeah, you basically sail if you're getting yes to that, and you definitely don't if you're getting a no.
Right.
Really good.
Good.
Okay. Well, we have a bunch more from Giovanna, if you don't mind, Giovanna, if we share more.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, which do you want me to pick one, or do you have one you want us to listen to?
Maybe the Danny Howard.
Danny Howard. Okay, let's check it out.
Hi, this is Giovanna. Giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage and we handle the mortgage protection for Affinity Mortgage. Your file that's associated with your property, looks like it's on Starboard, just came across my desk and it's just showing me as incomplete. Now, the only reason for that is sometime around when you closed with the lender, we sent you several things in the mail about the mortgage protection. Do you remember seeing that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are.
That's totally fine. I don't know who you are either. But mortgage protection, I got your slip in the mail and you filled it out, right? So the mortgage protection, that's what pays off the home if you get sick or pass away. And you actually did the right thing. You filled out the card, mailed it back into us. But for some reason on our end, we haven't gotten that completed. Has anyone walked you through that yet?
Oh, if I think I remember correctly, there was a couple of people who did that type of mortgage protection or something like that. I visited with a couple. But I think there's not that scope. They didn't really do it. So I think.
Yeah, I guess that's why your file was flagged. I'm the manager here in Gun Barrel City. And yeah, I'm just taking care of anyone who wasn't taken care of. It looks like whoever we did put you with would have been a junior underwriter. And they're usually not networked with all the 40 carriers. So I was going to help you with that.
What does mortgage have to do? Why would you be calling from Gun Barrel City?
Because I'm the manager here for Gun Barrel City. I work with Pinnacle Life Group.
Okay. But what would that have to do with my mortgage?
See, you're silent there. You didn't ask a question quick enough, so he asked one.
With your mortgage protection, because this is a... No, actually, that's an Austin phone number. I used to live in Austin.
Ask him more questions.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you with your mortgage protection. And I can get you paired with someone who's networked with all the other carriers.
What did you say your name was?
My name is Giovanna.
What is your office? What's your office?
Basically, completely took control. He's just asking you questions. You're answering them now. Let's see where it goes.
I actually work from home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is so ever since COVID hit, like we all had to work from home. But I'll send you my my card. You can see my license and you can look it up in the government database. I'm not just calling randomly.
If you just want to shoot me I'm driving right now. If you want to shoot me a text and provide me what you're trying to offer or whatever, that'd be fine. I'm in the middle of work right now and I have to take this call back.
That's totally fine. I mean, I could get you somewhere in the schedule because I'm just the paperwork girl right now. So I can get you scheduled with someone who knows what they're talking about.
That's what they job status is a paperwork girl.
No, I'm actually an insurance agent, but I'm a junior underwriter.
Okay, I got you.
So right now I'm just managing everything, and I don't know how to do it like senior underwriters, so I was gonna get you paired with one who does.
Good.
Well, is this a good opportunity just to deny anything that you're trying to offer and take me off your calling list? Can you do that?
Well, to be honest, it's not a calling list.
I got you.
That's good.
Yeah, but really, I don't even know if you would qualify. I mean, you told me that other people have tried to help you and it didn't make sense for you. So that must be why. I don't see any notes or anything, but I can assure you that we're not trying to sell you anything. We just want you, I mean, we could sell you something, but we just want to see if you would have the right rates with us.
It'd be no point to try to have another extra bill if I have many insurance and life policy and stuff like that. If anything was to happen to me, then my family and everything else would be well more than taken care of. So,
Well, if you're saying money is tight, then if something were to happen to you, then it seems like someone would have to work really hard. And I just want your family to be taken care of, honestly.
they're 100% taken care of right now and later on down the road.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no
I can
disrespect.
guarantee you that. And as far as any paperwork or anything like that, that's already been adjusted. Everything's taken care of already.
So you have like your life insurance policy in place?
100%. I've got several.
Okay. I understand that, Danny. But the mortgage protection is different. That's to keep the bank from taking your house if something were to happen to you.
That's good.
And it's not like a waste of money either because it builds cash value.
Oh yeah.
So if
Take it
you
home.
don't pass away or get sick or anything, then you can take all of that out without the inflation affecting it,
Right.
without any taxes. But if something does happen to you, at least you have that safety net for your beneficiary.
Oh yeah. Safety net. I love it.
Well, if there's somebody that let's have to find another time to try to recalibrate all this and
Just a compliance, just to add questions on the end. Like you're doing great. Just adding on like questions like, would that help you? Like to see if it's resonating with him. You could just add that in there. That would help you so much, Gigi.
Got you.
Yeah, what about
maybe schedule something at a later date or something like that. Or I'm just not in a position right now to discuss that when I have other things going on right now currently.
I understand. What about like after dinner or something? We could do that.
Like after dinner, like tonight?
We don't have any tonight, but we could do tomorrow.
Oh, I'm booked. I do things on the weekend. I'm pretty solid this weekend. I won't have any time. We're always on
Not
the go.
like 5 or 10 minutes.
Stuff going on.
I understand.
The best time to do it is probably during the weekday. But right now, currently, it's not a good time for me to like spare the time to discuss anything.
Okay.
The only reason we're talking long this time is I'm traveling. I'm on my way back to the office. So
Okay. Yeah, it would just be like it would ask you some health questions to qualify you and everything. But yeah, I can get you taken care of for Monday if that's too far. I don't know if you're gonna forget about it.
I got a pretty good memory. Monday's just a couple days away. I'll be all right.
Okay, we could do Monday. We have an afternoon appointment at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Would that be good with your schedule, or were you thinking more like 5?
Hold on one second. 3 will be just fine. I'll either be available or I won't, but I'll let you know.
Okay. Well, I know where you live. Just kidding. I'll call you 3 p.m. Monday.
You're so funny.
What'd you say?
I said, well, hey, I know where you live.
Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of people that do.
Same here. But yeah, I'll call you Monday. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll get you taken care of. Thank you, Danny. Bye.
You're the best. That is fantastic. Let's there was a lot of good things in there. I think we should go through it one more time and I'll answer his objections how I would have. That way you could kind of learn. Do you think that would help?
Yeah, I think it would because I have a note and pen and paper.
All right, perfect. Let's do it. I'm pretend like I'm you now.
Hi, this is Giovanna. Giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage and we handle the mortgage protection for Affinity Mortgage. Your file that's associated around when you closed with the lender, we sent you several things in the mail about the mortgage protection. Do you remember seeing that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know who you are.
Okay. I think what you said here was fine.
That's
So
totally fine. I don't know who you are either.
that was great. Just
The
keep doing
mortgage
that.
protection, I got your slip in the mail and you filled it out, right? So the mortgage protection, that's what pays off the home if you get sick or pass away. And you actually did the right thing. You filled out the card, mailed it back into us. But for some reason on our end, we haven't gotten that completed.
Okay. And then we just basically ask him, do you have a significant other or a spouse there in the home with you? And then
Has anyone walked you through that yet?
Oh, if I think I remember correctly, there was a couple of people who did that type of mortgage protection or something like that. I visited with a couple, but I think there's kind of a scope. They didn't really do it. So I think.
okay, perfect. That's the reason for my call. I see on your file here that you were quoted some pretty steep numbers by one of our junior underwriters. So what we're calling here for is just to answer some health questions for you to make sure that you get the lowest rates possible.
Yeah, I guess that's why your file was flagged. I'm the manager here in Gun Barrel City. And yeah, I'm just taking care of anyone who wasn't taken care of. It looks like whoever we did put you with would have been a junior underwriter. And they're usually not networked with all the 40 carriers. So I was going to help you with that.
Why would you be calling from Gun City?
Because I'm the manager here for Gun Barrel City. I work with Pinnacle Life Group.
Okay. Now I would also just push in here again. Do you have a significant other or spouse there with you? Have him answer that. If he says yes, go ahead and grab a pen and paper. Let's get this knocked out. And he's gonna say he's driving, I think, here in a second.
Okay.
If they're driving, just say, okay, perfect. We can get the first part of our questions out of the way. I am still required by the state to give you my full name and my license number. If you're okay with me just verbally giving you that information over the phone instead of writing it down, we can proceed. Is that okay with you, sir? And then they say, yeah. And then you say, okay, so my full name is Giovanna Salazar. My NPN is 1234. You got that? They're going to say, yeah, got that. All right, perfect. Is this your first time going through the mortgage protection process? Yes, no. Okay, yeah, we're going to run you through all the carriers in the state, blah, blah, blah. All right, perfect. Now, are you a smoker or non-smoker? Fill out the financial inventory. That's it. Go right into it.
They have to do with my mortgage.
With your mortgage protection, because this is a... No, actually, that's an Austin phone number. I used to live in Austin.
And so then that was the part where it just was like a question where he was just asking you tons of questions and answering. All right, great. Any other
parts you guys want to touch on about that call? Jacob, any, or Tiffany, or any, Anthony, Becca, any questions about what I said? Or Gigi?
Brandon, can you repeat what you said? Like, perfect, I am required by the state to provide you my license. We can do that verbally, and then you move on.
Yeah, so yeah, I can just verbally tell you my information over the phone as long as you're okay with that. Are you okay with that, sir? And then they say yes. They say, yeah, go ahead with your, and then say I'm Tiffany Choi,
Mhm.
my NPN. Or and if you want to insert like the joke there, Tiffany, like Tiffany this, Choi like that, you know,
Mhm.
about your name. If
Mhm.
it doesn't know what I'm talking about, whenever I give my license number, I always make like a joke. Oh yeah, my first name is Benjamin, like Benjamin Franklin, and then my last name is St. Pauli, and it's just a little difficult to spell. It's a Hungarian. I have my own little thing I say. Make up like a little joke about your name. It's just kind of good for building rapport. If you can think of like funny things that rhyme with your name, like I know Marco, one of their agencies like Marco Polo. Just say my name, like something. And then yeah, give your NPN, and then just ask them if they've been through the process before, the mortgage protection process. That's always how I start off every meeting. That way they're giving you their permission to explain what it is. Because if they say no, you're like, okay, perfect. So this is we're going to ask you 2 minutes of health and financial questions. We're licensed with over 30 different carriers. That way, once we ask you all these health questions, we'll be able to find you the lowest rates possible. Okay, now, are you a smoker or non-smoker? Like, don't even give them a second to say anything. You just go right into asking more questions every time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
And I have this all recorded, so I'll make sure all you guys get this. But we have another few minutes till 1:30 here. Let's see. Want to do one more, Gigi? You want to pick one more?
Yeah, for sure. If no one else has one, maybe the Julie Rettig.
Okay. Presentation. Okay, great. Oh, it's 9 minutes.
Your call cannot be completed as that has not been set up yet.
I think you called it 3 times.
I think that was, yeah, I called her 3 times.
Nice.
I remember that. And the day before, actually, she was going to a football game and she said, just call me tomorrow. And
Okay.
so this is me calling her.
Okay.
Hello. Hey, Julie. This is Giovanna. I called you yesterday. You were
Yeah, I'm
going
not sure
to.
what you're calling me about it, because I don't want any protection from it. I already have everything set up with my house.
That's totally fine. It looks like your file came across my desk and I don't have any notes on it. I'm just kind of confused. This is the mortgage protection in orange. I was wondering if you remember that, or
I talked to someone a long time ago about them wanting me to purchase extra mortgage protection, but he never did anything. Like I told him, I said, well, I can't afford anything if you're trying to sell me something right now.
I totally understand. So I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm just the paperwork girl.
Yeah.
And yeah, your file came across. It looks like it was flagged because it doesn't have any notes. I don't know, whoever we put you with just was a junior underwriter or something. So it's my job to make sure you get that care with a senior underwriter.
Are you trying to book an appointment, or is this your presentation? I'm confused.
This is actually, I'm confused too. I think I was trying to do like a presentation, depending on what she was open to.
Okay.
So what's your
I'm
schedule?
not sure what it is, but you're talking about, so.
Okay, so it's the mortgage protection. That's what pays off your home if you get sick or pass away.
Uh-huh.
And then, you probably already have homeowners insurance. That just
Right.
protects like the physical home. And then there's another insurance that you put for the bank so if you don't pay or something one day, like you get sick or pass away, the bank will end up taking it. So that's why we do this, so that your beneficiary can take it and it's not foreclosed on.
Okay.
Just a general tip, I think this is something you could have used here, is if you can ever ask someone a situational question instead of explaining something to them, you're going to be way better off. And what I mean by that is, instead of explaining like how mortgage protection works, say, hey, what would happen, God forbid, if something were to happen to you tomorrow, what would be the situation with your family? That way they can kind of see the situation in their head and see the need, instead of you just saying, oh, you need this because this could happen, so and so and so. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. So whenever you can ever just ask a question instead of explaining, do that. That's just a general rule of thumb.
And what is this
Get them to sell it themselves.
cost?
It's actually really good prices. I would say like it could be, I'm not supposed to like quote you or anything because I don't have a quote. I would need to like fill things out. If you have like 5 minutes, we could do it. And then I could get a better quote, because the healthier you are, the cheaper it's gonna be, not gonna lie.
Okay.
Okay, so your name is Julie Rettig. And it looks like the age I have on file is 38. Is that true?
No, I'm 42.
That's awesome. Okay.
Try
Occupation.
just try in general, just always say, is that correct? Get used to saying, is that correct? Like after everything.
I work at Southwest Steel.
Okay.
Customer service.
Customer service. Okay. What would your monthly income be?
Monthly? And probably about 3,500, somewhere around there.
Pretty awesome. And is there any other sources, like a 401k or something random like that?
No.
Okay. Have you had any surgeries in your life?
Way back. I've had bladder repairs. I've had
Oh, you only need past 10 years.
when I was 3, and then I had carpal tunnel on my hands, and 2 DNCs.
2 DNCAs.
And a tubal.
Have you tried acupuncture for carpal tunnel?
I have.
Okay.
It helps.
It really does. Yeah, my mom's an acupuncturist, so
nice.
She's always helped us with that kind of stuff. And then have you taken any medications in your life?
Yeah, I don't remember them, but yeah.
Okay. Was it for the bladder repair, DNC?
No, I was 3 when that happened.
Okay, so no medications then.
I don't know what all medications I've been on.
That's totally fine. Having those, sometimes if we don't have the medications, they'll be like, oh, we declined you because we didn't have that info. But we can come back to it if anything.
Well, I'm not gonna know. I don't keep records of medications that I take.
Well, that's
It
good
would've
because
been just
they're hard.
antibiotics.
Okay, antibiotics. And it would have probably been for like one of those procedures that you underwent.
Right.
Okay. Okay, that's fine then. Awesome. And then is there a significant other with you in the home?
Very good.
No.
Okay.
What does those questions have to do with protection in my mortgage?
So
Everything
there's
to do with
a
it.
him and her plan. if he did have like a husband or something, it would ultimately be cheaper if he decided to do it. So I was just making sure. And then let's see, you don't have any background like DUI, felony, or anything like that?
No, I don't have a felony.
Okay, no DUIs or anything? No criminal background?
I have a DWI
DWI.
about 7 years ago.
Okay, that's
7.
pretty long ago. That's good. Okay. Medical conditions like heart attack, stroke, TIA, cancer. If any of these are you, just tell me and I'll circle it. Stents, diabetes, neuropathy, HBP, lupus, asthma,
HPP is high blood pressure.
COPD, thyroid, anxiety, depression, kidney, liver disease, overnight hospital stay.
You just hung up. Dang. Hey, great first presentation right there.
And then I called her back and she yelled at me.
Oh my God. Great. So, I know we tried something new this week. What do you guys all think? What do you guys think of this new format? Was it helpful for you guys?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's keep doing it then. All right. I hope Tiffany and Anthony and Rebecca, you guys all have a recording or two that we can look at next week, so we can have more variety. Cool, guys. Thanks for hopping on. Have a great rest of your Saturday, okay?
All right, see you guys.
Here. Bye-bye.
Please do not be like me and wait till you have a client on the phone and you're in a presentation to log in and get your portal set up. That was a dumbass mistake that I made. So please don't make the same mistake as me. So again, you guys don't have to have that's why they have the underwriting AI. That's why there's people available. You don't have to have all the products, all the benefits, the underwriting guidelines memorized, but you guys do need to know how to fill out the e-applications. So the worst thing you can do is when you're with the client on the phone and you call Chad or the underwriting AI says COPD, okay, that's going to be an American Home Life. You're like, shoot, dude, I haven't even logged into my portal yet, and you're trying to get it set up, and then you just lost the client, cost yourself $1,200. So that's an easy mistake to not make. All right, so second thing, very, very simple, that I'm going to go over with you guys is the 7 steps to an appointment, and let's break these down more in depth. So number 1 is going to be the hook. So this is when you guys first get the client on the phone. So like what we were talking about earlier, there's 2 ends of the spectrum. There's yippity, excited, talking fast, high-pitched, salesy. Please don't be that person. The other end is robotic and emotionless. So again, we talk about you guys want to have empathy on the phones when you're conveying with the client. So talk slow, but still, have a smile, portray conviction, and in everything you're selling. Ben, I'm going to put you on the spot. You got good tonality. I've heard you on the phones. You sell on a high level. So call me like I'm a lead.
Hello?
Yes?
Hey, is this Jonah?
Yeah?
Yeah, this is Ben. Just giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage and we handle the mortgage protection for Chase Bank. Your file just came across my desk and it's coming across as incomplete. The only reason for that is sometime around when you closed Chase Bank, we sent you several things in the mail about the mortgage, right? Where it pays off the home if you get sick or pass away.
You guys see where he's slowed it down to about 50%. He's talking very slow, but he has emotion behind his voice and he's evoking curiosity, which is ultimately what you guys want to do. You basically just want to hook the client, exactly what it says is hook the client, and get them curious. And if you guys, everybody went through English class in middle school, high school, they said the most important part when you're, typing out a paper or writing a book is that hook. Same thing on the phones. That first initial 5 seconds is one of the most important pieces to the conversation, is so critical. Because that's what's going to make or break the conversation. That's the determining factor on if they're going to hang up on you right away or if you're going to go through the presentation. You know, and I want you guys, when you guys are calling clients, the posture is you want to call them like they're a family friend. Like they should already know who's calling you. So on the script, if you guys look at the script, you understand like there's no hey, there's no hi. I know Ben says that, but like me personally, what I found is like if you ask them, is this such and so, then like their guard is already up. Like if somebody calls me like, is this Jonah? I'm like, ah, fuck, what are they? All right, what are they? What do you want? Versus somebody calls me and they're just, Jonah? Yeah? Now I'm curious. Now I'm like, okay, who's calling me? They don't say, hey, Jonah. Hey, is this Jonah? Hi, Jonah. It's just simply, you look on the script, it's just their name, and that's put in there very intentionally. Because you just, again, you want to call them like they should already know who's calling them, and they're an old friend.
You're not asking like, Jonah? It's a statement.
It's a statement. Jonah? John? John is Jonah. Boom. Hook. So number 2 is the intro. So this is really where you're setting the table of the appointment. You're setting the correct expectations. Because everybody write this down, like, and please write these down. Because and beside intro, what I want you guys to write down is how you start the appointment is how you guys end it. So if you start it shaky and you don't set the proper structure, you're gonna have a much harder time closing at the end. Where if you explain exactly what your job is, the reason for your call, and what's going to take place over the next 15 minutes on the phone conversation, then they're not thrown off guard and they're aware. You know, I think some agents are like, they'll get to the end and they'll be like, you know, like when I didn't set proper expectations in the beginning, they'd be like, all right, well, thank you for the information. I'd be like, okay, well, hold on, like, I'm trying to help you. But then I was like, well, shoot, I didn't let them know like what was going to happen today. So they might have really wanted it, but they just genuinely didn't know. So I think just letting them know, hey guys, we're going to submit a request for coverage. We're going to pick an option and laying out all the steps. And then also, in addition to that, you know, I was sharing where I've ran 10,000 appointments at this point, and just keeping the same structure is so huge for the sale. Like keeping the same structure, doing the same thing, because you guys just don't overcomplicate it for yourselves. It's such a simple process where use that to your advantage. Simplicity is king. The second a client gets confused or they're unsure, you guys are dead in the water. So the simpler you can keep it, the better. The less you can say, the better. Joe Basso's got a really good way of saying it where he says, everything you say as a salesperson is suspect. Everything the client says is gold. I want to get my point across in as few words as I possibly can. And a lot of times when an agent's new, what they do is they tend to overtalk or overshare information. So if you catch yourself getting nervous, when we're nervous, we overshare. So if you catch yourself getting nervous, just make a conscious effort of that and just get right back to the script. And then I've also made the mistake of, I've called clients on the phones and they're like, oh, thank you so much for calling us. Like, we need this. We'd be screwed if something happened. We'd lose the home. We've been waiting for somebody to get back to us about this. You know, like with like the perfect client that we all want to call. It's like once in a blue moon scenario. And I've had those where then I'm like, okay, perfect. Well, this is a laydown. And then we get to the end. I'm like, all right, well, thank you. You know, is this your number? Can we call you in a few days and think about it? I'm like, what are you talking? You just told me that you'd be screwed if something happened. But then I would reflect on the appointment. I'd be like, oh, that's actually my fault because I didn't set the proper structure in the appointment and I took it as a laydown. So, and now when I get a client on the phone, I don't care how much or how little they tell me they need it, if they give me all the pushback in the world, if they're ready to give me the routing and account number right then and there, I am keeping the same exact structure and keeping my process all the way through. So number 2 is the intro, setting the table. Number 3 is FI, financial inventory. All right, this is your ammunition on how to properly help and serve the client. Again, we talk about being good at sales is intentional question asking. So luckily, the majority of the questions, 90% of the questions are on there and the rest of the questions are on the script. So this is really what's gonna allow you guys to help that family and close the deal is filling out that sheet. So I would encourage you guys, when you guys are filling that out, please be super intentional about the questions you're asking and using it as a frame of reference. because I promise you there's not a single BS question on there. We actually just redid it, took a few questions off, added a couple. Like, we've put a lot of thought, time, and energy into that financial inventory. And so every question on there is intentional. And let's think about if I call John and John's like, yep, we don't need this, we're not interested. I mean, I don't really have much to push back on him with, 2 seconds into the phone conversation. So my best rebuttal for that is, all right, well, it's just my job to run you through the options, let you know what's available to you. Well, dude, if John tells me that 15 minutes into the phone conversation, after the financial inventory sheet's filled out, oh, bro, I'll rebuttal him all day long. He gives me an objection, I'm just throwing it right back in his face because now I have all the information. Does that make sense? Any questions so far? Sweet. All right, so FI, financial inventory. Building the why is the most important. Why is the why so important? Because it has to make sense. I've seen a lot of new agents come into this, and myself included, where they try to logic sell, where they're just talking about the product. And if you guys stay surface level with the client, you're gonna get surface level results. Where it has to make sense, because contrary to popular belief, people do not buy based on logic. People don't buy. People buy based on emotion, and they back that emotion by logic. So you have to make it emotional for the client. And I want everybody to write this down. Less about the product, more about their situation, how it benefits them. So an example would be like, hey Dylan, so yeah, we got this great product, and if you get sick or disabled or pass away, you're getting a check for $300,000. If you don't have to use it, you got your money back, and it's awesome, and da-da-da. We're like, yes, there's a time and a place for that. And yes, you're gonna explain the product, but more about how that solves their problem, how that solves their situation. So, John, let me ask you, if, God forbid, you didn't come home tomorrow, what would that look like for Mary and the kids? Okay. Oh, that'd be really hard. Okay. I'm assuming that would put you guys in a pretty tough, financial situation. Yeah, I'd say so. Okay. We'd probably have to, as of right now, something happened yesterday, God forbid. Would you guys be able to stay in the home? I don't know. We didn't think about it. We'd probably have to sell the home, or whatever the case may be. So really just digging into the why and painting that picture and building that emotion is genuinely the most important thing. And the second thing I want you guys to write down regarding building the why is learn how to challenge clients in a respectful way. Because I did not start writing business on a high level until I learned that. Until I learned how to respectfully challenge clients. Because it started with me being afraid to get uncomfortable, and then it went from me being afraid to get uncomfortable to just honestly just being a dick and just arm wrestling them like, oh, so John, so what you're telling me is you don't care about your family? Okay. It's like either way, you're gonna get smoked. So it's like, I would just go into these homes and I just get into arguments, and I got thrown out of homes. I got the cops calling me a couple times, and just didn't go anywhere productive. So when you guys learn how to get uncomfortable, but you do it in a respectful, empathetic manner, that's how you guys are gonna write business on a high level and really connect with clients and help them. So, okay. I understand, John, you need to think about it. Let me ask you I'm assuming protecting your family is one of the most important things to you. Okay. And do you need to think about, let me ask you, is it more so the price that you need to think about, or is it more so if you want the coverage at all? Oh, the price. Okay. Well, John, honestly, what I'd recommend to you, because how this process works is you're actually going to see me twice. You're going to talk to me once now, of course, but you're also going to see me a year from now. So a year from now, basically what they have me do is I'll give you a call, re-explain your benefits, re-explain your policy. We'll reassess your situation, And at that time, if you want to make adjustments to the coverage or bump it up, you have the option to as well. So honestly, what I would recommend to you is simply starting out the low end for what we know is comfortable, practical, and you know you can afford. And then whether it's a few months from now or when we go to review this a year from now, if you want to increase that coverage, you certainly have the option to. Does that make sense? Perfect. Grab your driver's license. We'll see if we can get you approved.
When you run into someone where like, yeah, if you passed away, what would Mary do? Oh, well, she'd be fine. She has enough money. I have a hard time building pain there.
Okay. You know what I love saying? I love just throwing the client off their guard, honestly. So, because I've had clients like that too, where, let's say they're 58 years old, like upper 50s, lower 60s, whatever. And yeah, like they're set up really well financially. You know what I tell them? I'd be like, I mean, John, look at your situation. I mean, honestly, if something happened tomorrow, it looks like you guys would be fine. You guys don't really need this. And then like it's funny to hear their reaction because it's the complete opposite of what they're thinking you were expecting to say. They're like, oh, the sales guy is going to tell me how much we need this. So like when you're like, yeah, you guys really don't need this. They're like, well, yeah. It's like they throws them off their guard. I'm like, all right, Mary. So correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at this here, I'm assuming the main reason you guys had submitted this request to my office and taken the call today was, like we said before, not out of necessity, where if something happened tomorrow, Mary would be fine. It was more so strengthening the financial position. Because if you guys have set yourselves up great up to this point financially, honestly better than most of my clients. So I'm assuming it was just to strengthen that, and the main purpose was to make sure nothing jeopardizes between now and when you guys go to retire here in about 10 years. And they will always say yes. People are more afraid of their retirement getting jeopardized than they are of passing away. So like their retirement, like that's their golden years. Like that's what they've worked their entire life for. I mean, the last time I've had multiple clients like that, and it's pretty much like when they're older, good health, good financial situation, it's basically either a 10-year term or an IULE. It's every time, basically. And like people shit on 10-year terms. I've sold a lot of them because like first of all, it's because like a client like that, they either want the absolute dirt cheapest coverage or they want something permanent that's whole life that builds cash value. So I'll kind of like get a feel, figure out both situations. I've sold a ton of each, but a lot of times, when they're going to retire in 10 years, they're older, they're still good health. I'm like, hey John, so I mean, it looks like really, like I said, the main goal here is having nothing jeopardized between now and when you do go to retire. And really the only situation where that would occur is if you were to become sick, disabled, heart attack, cancer, stroke, or anything along those lines. Would that be a fair assumption? And they'll typically always say yes. And then sometimes I'll show them both. I'll be like, hey, here's a permanent option, and then here's the cheapest option with living benefits. It's gonna cover you guys for the next 10 years. What makes more sense? And then boom. So that would be how to handle a client if they don't need it. You basically, and you can apply this to any objection. You want to acknowledge it before they say it. Is really the main goal, because knowing the objections is important, but fundamentally and more importantly, I would rather just not get the objection at all and set it up properly that way. One more thing I want to point out on building the why, it's you guys don't just do it at step 4. Like you guys are doing the building the why throughout the entire process as well, is one thing I want to encourage you guys on. So just dropping subtle questions where, all right, perfect, John. So I'm assuming the main purpose of this is just making sure that, your daughter, Jennifer, the home goes to her and it's taken care of if anything were to happen or whatever the case may be. Number 5, showing options. But this step right here, what I like to look at it is like a game of poker. You have the control and you have the leverage till step 5. Once you show them numbers and quotes, you give up all your power. So you better hope that you did a good enough job of building the why, building the emotion, making sure they understand everything, and making sure they're on the same page and the same wavelength, and you guys, like, there's zero confusion whatsoever, and they understand why they need it before you show them options. Because if you guys just kind of jump into it and you kind of half build the why and just get like a yes out of them to confirm that, or like they may be unsure, skeptical, or have a question, and then you show them numbers, it's going to be a lot harder to close it. So just make sure you guys are super methodical and everything is established beforehand before you get to this step. Yeah, so basically what I say is I'm like, all right, John, well, give me about, and this is, I say it directly after really hammering into the why. So I'm building the why throughout this entire process, but I hammer the shit out of it right here. So then after they get the buy-in, I'm like, all right, John, so give me about 2 minutes here. I'm going to run this through our 30 companies to figure out some options, and then we'll be able to go over numbers. And then please stand by. And then boom, mute the phone. Be like, all right, John, thank you for your patience. You still got that pen and paper handy? Yep. All right, perfect. So sounds good. Well, I got 3 options laid out here that we're hopefully going to get you approved for. Basically, just what I'm going to have you do is write out these 3 options. You let me know what's practical, what's comfortable, and affordable for you. And then from there, we'll simply submit a request for coverage and hopefully get you approved. And then I'm like, all right, so the first option is going to be the full mortgage plus 1 year's salary. All right, and that's going to be that $380,000 coverage. And if you were to qualify, looks like that'd be $180 a month. All right, let me know when you get that one. All right, perfect. And then we're good. Second option is going to be covering the full mortgage. I honestly say it slower than that. Yeah. And I don't need to go through the whole, but you guys get the gist of it. So say it super slow, hammering everything. And then also a little tidbit is the most expensive option, I like to say bucks. Like, hey, yep, so if you were to qualify, and I really emphasize, if you were to qualify, John, be $180 a month, and then the lowest option, I'm like, all right, and then the half mortgage, it's gonna be $60 a month, because dollars sounds more expensive than bucks. So if I say yep, $180, super casual, and then that'll be $60, they're gonna wanna go with the bigger option. It's all in how you phrase it. And then on top of that, with equity protection, where especially these older clients, dude, I will explain the same thing 5 or 6 different times. Maybe phrased a little bit differently, but but just explain it over and over and over and over again until I'm 100% certain that Mary is on the same page and the same wavelength that I am. And then and only then do I show numbers and have her write them down. And then when I am having her write down options and having her write down numbers, I'm not just giving her the numbers. I'm saying, all right, Mary, so write down equity protection plan. So I have her write down equity protection plan. I'm having her write down, and I'll just write it on the board here. So equity protection plan. And then below that, I'm having her write down equity protected 80K or whatever it is. And then below that, I'm gonna write down 1 year of mortgage payments, 18 months of mortgage payments, and then 2 years of mortgage payments, okay? So I know we're getting a little sidetracked, but when you're showing them options, how you phrase it and building the value is super, super important. So granted, I'm not just saying, all right, Mary, so here's a year, 18 months, and 2 years. And I'm saying equity protection. Before that, I've explained the shit out of equity protection and been super clear and super methodical. And then below that, I'm like, all right, Mary, so the main goal of this policy is to make sure we're protecting and we're preserving that $80,000 of equity that you have in the home and that you've worked the past 20 years to build up. And how we're doing that is by providing anywhere between 1 year to 2 years of mortgage payments for your daughter Jennifer to make sure that the mortgage is passed on her accordingly. She has enough time to mourn, to grieve, to recover, and then get the house cleaned up, cleaned out, put on the market, and eventually sold. And then I'm just super slow, talking very slowly, very methodically, giving her each one of these options to write down. And then in addition to that, when you guys are showing equity protection options, never show them face amounts. So I'm never going to tell her, hey, this is $10,000, $15,000, and $24,000 worth of coverage. Because when you're showing them numbers, again, you're selling logically. It's a logic sale. When you're showing them period of time, then you're hitting on the emotional side of their brain. You got a question?
I had a situation yesterday where the monthly amount was going to look so small. It was going to be like the most expensive option was going to be like 5 months of equity protection. So
Do you want to explain why?
Because their monthly mortgage payment was $3,000 a month. He needed a guaranteed issue product, which is one of the most expensive policies. So that's why.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, it makes sense to me. I just want to make sure it makes sense to everybody else. So guys, you don't have to I think people are too you guys have to learn how to think on your feet in this business. And ultimately above that, everybody please write this down. The 2 questions you should be asking yourself when talking to a client and assessing their situation to figure out what you're going to show them is, first of all, what can this client qualify for? What the heck can I get this client qualified for? And the second option is what's practical and what's affordable. I had an agent, he was first sale, and he's like, yeah, I didn't close it. They just said they couldn't afford it. I'm like, okay, well, we're walking through, and I'm like, all right, well, what'd you show him? He's like, well, it was $900 to cover the full mortgage. It just couldn't. I'm like, well, how much was their income? $2,400. I'm like, well, no shit, it's half their income. Well, he's like, yeah, but they said they wanted to cover their entire mortgage. So it's guys, you got to know how to navigate accordingly and show them what options make. You're the expert. Show them options that make sense. So, in Ben's situation, if they're older and they're more and healthier, whatever it is, okay, then he's showing them 5, 9, and 12 months. If they're younger, maybe lower 60s, and it's an equity protection, it's not going to be as expensive, then we're showing them 12, 18, 24, or 18, 24, 36. It's basically again, first of all, what can they actually qualify for? That's most important. And second thing is just what fits within their budget. What's practical, affordable. Usually stick, if you guys don't know, good rule of thumb is to stick between the $60 to $180 range. Show them the middle option right around $100.
So you only show them the time span and mortgage payments showed to keep them on the emotional thinking side for equity protection only, and for mortgage you show them the full coverage instead of saying full mortgage, half mortgage plus year of payments.
I usually do.
Okay, and
Yeah.
you also show the coverage for those, or you again don't tell them the full coverage amount to keep them away from thinking logically?
That's a good question. To Ben's point, another reason is it's just a lower face amount. A year of mortgage payments, we all know it's, whatever that is, 12,000 or whatever the math is, depending on how much the mortgage payments are. A year of mortgage payments sounds better than 12,000. It's basically all in how you phrase it and how you show it to the client. So just equity protection is typically the only one where I don't show the numbers to. But I think, did you have a question, Ben, or something to add to that?
The situation was that it was going to be 1 month, or 2 months, 4 months, or 5 months of equity protection. So I didn't want to present that because it sounds stupid. So that's when I told him basis amounts. Is that what you would have done, or would you have told them 2, 4, or 5 months of equity?
I would have told him 2, 4, and 5 months.
Okay.
Especially in that situation. Did he end up buying?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's probably why. Because, and I want you guys to understand that, where I used to, when I first started running appointments, I used to not really believe in equity protection. I would walk into homes and be like, gosh, all right, can't cover their half or full mortgage, so I guess we'll show them an equity protection, and I would pitch it, and I would sell it, but I didn't believe in it. And it took me a couple months to really realize the importance of it, where after I had sold it on a consistent basis, and then I remember one day it hit me. I was sitting inside this lady's house, and you guys, any of you guys that have sold equity protection can all attest to this, and I'll relate. Where these clients, they have little to no savings, they have no other assets, where typically their home is not only their biggest asset, it's quite literally their only asset, the majority of the time. And they've worked their entire life to have this home. And whenever I was, I would be driving literally 2 equity protection appointments when I was in person, and I would pass signs, and we've all seen them, especially in the hood, where it's like, we buy your house cash, call this number. But, and you know, like, you see those every time you drive out, and they're buying their house for pennies on the dollar, and they're flipping it 2 months later and doubling it. Like, that's sad. That's exactly what this policy protects against. I'll ask Spence, be like, hey guys, do you guys know how many mortgage payments are missed before the bank can come and take your home? Be like, well, no, how many? Be like, 3 or more consecutive mortgage payments are missed. That gives the bank the right to come and take the home. And so they're like, oh wow. And I'm like, yeah, so that's, you know, we just want to make sure that Mary has enough time to get mourn, grieve, to recover, figure out the financial situation, go through a healthy manner. So she's not forced to fire sell the home for $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 less than what's fully worth. Or even worse yet, the bank comes and takes the home because Mary missed 3 mortgage payments on it because she has her own house, her own family. So that's what this policy protects against. So really phrasing it like, hey, I'm not selling you $5,000. I'm not selling you a $12,000 policy. Like, this policy protects this $80,000 of equity in your home, and how we're going to do that is by providing 12 months of mortgage payments to Mary to have her enough time to get things figured out. Does that make sense? Okay.
How do you get away from face amounts when you buy
I just show them period of time. And then like if they ask me like, okay, well, how much is the face amount? And I'll be like, oh, it's $12,000.
Well, to like cover a funeral, like well, the average funeral is $8,000, and they can only get $4,000 of coverage for the budget. How do you get away from face amount?
So this would be, so that's different. So if you're selling a final expense plan, then I show them face amounts. But if it's a mortgage protection, equity protection,
So there's no way to
Well, you can tell them, do they want a coffin with gold, gold all over it, or you want like? Okay. I don't know.
Okay, I mean that's better, I guess.
I mean, you can give them like the silver, gold, and bronze, like, but like anytime I've done final expense, I show them face amount.
Do you have like 3 key questions that you always ask, like in building that why? Like maybe, let's say 3 really good questions that I'm never gonna miss.
Yeah. God forbid something happened to Mary yesterday. Or something happened to John yesterday. What would that look like today in terms of the home married? I'm trying to think what else. And then I really like, it's not a specific question, but the track work, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming. You can insert the beginning of almost anything and you get good results. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming the main reason you submitted that request is you didn't want to leave a burden to Mary. God forbid something happened to you. Or you wanted to make sure the home went to your daughter Jennifer, but she's not left with that burden. Because then if she would be fine, I'm openly acknowledging like please challenge me. Because we're in this together and we're trying to figure this out. Versus like, all right, here's what we're gonna do, and just strong arming them, more so just guiding them along through the process is a big one. And then I think thirdly would be tell me what was on your mind when you had submitted that request. What were you looking for? What were you looking for today? Because like Chase had a good way of saying it. It's like, just keep the client on their toes. Throw them off guard. And I like asking them why, but I feel like phrasing it like, why did you do that? Literally phrasing why did you do that is a little like accusatory. Kind of like when you're young, it's like, well Johnny, why'd you do that? So they can get a little bit defensive when you say why, but if you phrase it, because you want to just, what was in your mind? What were you thinking about when you submitted it? Because you want to, because it's so programmed into our DNA to not accept help. Like when you go to the grocery store and they're like, hey, can I help you find anything? You're like, no, I'm just looking. Like
obviously there to buy groceries and your cart is full of groceries. You do not go there to look at the groceries. But it's just like we're just so programmed that way. So I think just snapping them out of that automatic response and like getting their mindset back to when they had originally submitted the request. It's kind of like the movie Inception. Have you guys seen Inception? Yeah. Leonardo DiCaprio? Great movie. That's our job as underwriters. We're planting ideas in the client's mind. You want to get them to say it, not you. So that's why like phrasing the questions and tonality is so key to get them to make them think that they came to that conclusion on their own. It's really the most important part. But we were talking about the. You guys need more chairs? Do you guys want to sit down? Back and forth. Oh, sweet. All right, you guys sure? But and then I erased the 7 steps, but it was. I'll reread this. So 1 was hook, intro, FI. Filling out yeah. Okay? That's pretty self-explanatory. Basically just asking all the questions on the yeah. So again guys, friendly reminder, make sure as soon as you get that welcome email from the carrier, as soon as that comes through, stay on top of your email. Once you get that welcome email, save your login information immediately and just take your time familiarizing yourself with it. And we have videos on how to fill out the application. Watch the video, play around with the portal, but just make sure you guys are super comfortable and you've taken the time of preparation beforehand. So when you do get a client on the phone and you're going through it, you're able to do it in a much more efficient, confident manner and just simply apple on top. And it's not going to take forever. In addition to that, when you guys are filling out the application, this is when you let the personality out. Again, we talked about building rapport, where I build rapport and trust and by building the why and asking questions and figuring out the situation. I don't make any small talk with them or try to get them to like me until after I've gotten their social and I've gotten their banking. Once you get those 2 pieces of information, then you can let the personality out, talk about sports, make jokes, share, talk about your dog, whatever you want to do. Before then, before we're filling out the application, and before I get their information, their banking and social, it's straight business, straight into questions. It's like I made the mistake when I in the beginning of building way too much rapport with clients, and I was really good at it. They loved me. They wanted to adopt me into their family, invited their barbecue. Sure as heck didn't want to buy life insurance though. And then lastly is tying down sale. Okay. So this is key for persistency and quality of business. Alright guys, please never close a sale with a client of all right, we're just gonna, see if we can get you approved. We can't make a decision today. Carriers are gonna give you a call, and if you're, and just that's it. And then you just hang up the phone with the client and never talk to them again. That's a soft way of closing. Nobody in this room is soft. You guys all look like you're studs. Okay, you guys are all good salesmen. So please don't soft close clients, because then they're just gonna you can close 100K a month, but if it's all towards your back, none of it matters. The only business that matters is good quality business that sticks in the books for 9 months. So just really tying down the sale. And it all starts with following the script. You guys have all seen the script. Stick to the script. But I think just tying everything together you talked about, re-solidifying your live, but then also making sure that I'm writing everything down. Where I'm like, all right, John, so that's going to be X carrier for X amount of month. You're going to get a policy pack in the mail. If you don't get a policy pack in the mail the next 7 to 10 business days, make sure to give me a call. We'll get another one mailed out to you. Once you get it,
make sure to write my number on the front of it, keep it somewhere safe, make sure Mary has my contact as well. And she knows that I'm the one to get a hold of, God forbid something happens, because I'm the one that's going to be putting my foot on the insurance company's throats to make sure that your family is taken care of and paid out, God forbid if something happens. And just ultimately, most importantly, you guys are really selling yourselves throughout the entire process, more than you're selling the product. I think a lot of people don't consciously realize that, but my mindset is every time I, go into a home or get a client on the phone, I was always asking myself, how can I provide this person the most amount of value, and how can I stand apart from the competition? And you know what's great? As long as you follow the script and do what you're supposed to do, you guys are better than 98% of insurance agents. Like, Ryan, how many times have you called somebody and the last person that helped them just sucked? All the time. Like, if you guys start calling these, like, you guys would be astounded at how bad. So if you guys just simply do your job and do what you're supposed to do, you guys are going to be amazed at like how easy it is to elevate yourself. And then you also, in step higher, is like you sprinkle those certain things in, like using track words that are on the script, stick with the script. Like, hey John, so I work 8 to 6 Monday through Saturday. So if you need to get a hold of me, give me a call, shoot me a text. But please, on Sundays, please only call me if it's an emergency, because I do not work Sundays. Like, just saying small things like that, like, it's letting them know, like, hey, I'm credible, I'm reliable, but I'm also a real person. Like, just little things like that, and you start implementing those things for your business, it's just going to help so much with rapport and credibility with the client and consistency. Because ultimately, like, when I'm tying it down, I want them to know if they have any issues, if they have any questions, if they need anything, call me, because I'm their guy. Don't call the company. Because if you don't build the value yourself and you don't establish that, well, if they want to cancel, they're going to call the company. If they want to cancel, I want them to call me, so then I can, again, go back to building the why, like explaining why they should get on the first place, rebuild that emotion, and help take that policy. Like, the amount of clients that have called me and said, hey, John, I need to cancel, most of the time, I've been able to save that business and keep it on the books the majority of the time. Like, you're still gonna have those clients, like, they're just gonna cancel no matter what, shit happens, and it's okay. You're still gonna get chargebacks, but for the most part, if they call you first, you've got a very high likelihood of saving that business. Any questions on that? Cool. What time do you start training?
I don't know what time.
Okay. I think I got. I got for like.
I think it was supposed to be 3.
Oh really?
Yeah, the meeting's 3.
Alright, well, I'm gonna give you guys a couple more things, and we'll wrap it up here. Do you know what time we're getting out of here?
I think 4:30.
4:30. Okay. Sweet. Finally, really quickly, I'm gonna give you guys the 4 dirty words to never say in insurance.
Love it.
These have been huge. I can't. I need. Please. And thank you. Okay? So, we'll end with this. The first 2, I need and I can. Why should we never say this?
I can seems like uncertain.
Yes. So I can. I don't think the client has any doubt in their mind that you can do anything. Like, we can submit a request for coverage. I can show you quotes. Like, great. They wouldn't be talking to you if they had any doubt that you couldn't do those things. So I can just is very assumptive. I need. You never want the client to feel like you're taking something away from the client. Like, hey, I need your social. I need your routing account. Or I need you to do this. Because then it's, it goes back into like you're trying to strong arm the client. So you never want to feel like you're taking something away. You always want to come across with the posture and the mentality of like, hey, what I have to provide and what I have to offer you guys is so much greater than anything I'm getting in return. And then please and thank you. Well, you're like, well, why should I never say that? That's just in life. Because here's the thing. It's like when you go to a restaurant and the server brings you your food, what do you guys say?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because
you went out of your way to request a service from an individual, and they're providing a service for you. It's the same thing with these clients. Like, you guys aren't knocking doors anymore. We're not cold calling people. All right, like we are like solely and only calling people that literally filled out a request, raised their hand, and asked for help. And sometimes we forget that. So it's important to always have that posture and always have the mentality on the forefront of your mind, like, hey, what I have to provide and offer you guys is so much greater than anything I'm doing, which is 100% true. Like, yeah, we get paid great money, we sell life insurance, but the value we're providing for families is significant. I mean, and you guys will understand that. I'm Brian, how many death claims have you had? 35? I haven't even done that many. Yeah, like how real is it every time? It's hard, right? Yeah. So, I mean, like guys, at the end of the day, it's yes, we're in sales, yes, we're selling a product, but I can't think of anything. Genuinely, I cannot think of anything more important we could possibly be selling than protection for someone's family. So, yeah, that's all I got for you. Oh, you got questions?
Yeah, I know the answer to this, but I wanted to ask you, because I think it's helpful. Is it okay to say that the insurance company needs this or Mutual of Omaha needs this?
Yeah, like I always, here's the thing, like in my personal life, I'm big on taking responsibility for everything. Like how many of you guys have read Jocko Willick's book? What's the name of that book? I can't think of it. Extreme Ownership, yes. Phenomenal book. Amazing book. In this business, I'm the opposite. I'm always blaming it on somebody. Like if I'm running late for an appointment, hey, sorry, the office, they got me seeing 13 families a day, running behind today. Like, it's just, listen, I don't need it. It's just something the insurance company requires. Just like any other insurance application. I'm always blaming somebody else. I'm not that way in my personal life, I swear, but in this you have, that's what I found is the best way to handle it. Any other questions? Sweet. Oh, yes.
How long did it take you to hit your first 100K month?
100K month? So I started in August. It took me about a full year.
Full year?
A full year.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That ain't too long at all.
What?
That ain't too long at all.
He has a lot of money.
Yeah.
Over $1 million.
A lot of mistakes. Just trial by error. It's like, you guys were, like, yes, like these trainings are really important and they're impactful, and you know, please pay attention, take notes. But the most you guys will learn, I promise, is by actually doing it and actually doing it. What we've discovered is 12 hours of watching training videos and preparing equates to about 1 hour on the phones. So preparation is super important, and don't get me wrong, like prepare, make sure you're fully prepared. But it gets to a certain point where some people are like getting ready to get ready. Or it's just not making use of their time. And then they start to overthink. Nothing good comes overthinking. Nothing good comes from overthinking. Less thinking, more doing, more action. I promise you guys will learn the absolute most about this business by actually getting out there, making mistakes, doing it. And I don't care if somebody's been doing this for 2 weeks, 2 years, or 20 years. If they haven't gotten to their first 100 presentations, you're still there. Like, and it should be on, like, you guys should all be at, like, your primary goal right now, every single person in this room, except for maybe a few of you guys, how can I get through my first 100 presentations as quickly as possible? If you guys haven't done that, that needs to be your sole and primary goal. And luckily with power of lead generation, virtual sales, everything else, we can do it so much faster than what we were able to do in the past. Like, you guys can get through your first 100 presentations in 30 days. Like, make that going. First month, first 100 presentations out of the way. I promise you guys, not only that's where you guys will learn the most, but you guys will be so much so a more developed lead salesperson 100 presentations there. Because you guys will see about anything and everything you could possibly see in this business in those first 100 presentations. You guys will see every scenario. So once you're through that, you basically you know how to overcome every objection, handle any situation, and so on and so forth. You guys will just be more developed, rounded sales individuals. Sweet. Well, that's all I got for you guys.
Jonah, thank you.
All right, guys. We got Ryan is. Yeah. So guys, Ryan is legitimately one of the best sales trainers in Pinnacle. So take notes, study.
Alright, what's up, y'all?
We started at the same time, so
Pretty much, yeah.
multi-hall of fame producer.
He's definitely sold more than me, so listen to him more than you listen to me. But all right, we're gonna be quick here. I think we're supposed to be done at like 4:30, so we're gonna make sure you guys are out of here and able to pick up the phones. Raise your hand if you haven't dialed yet, like you've not had your first dial. Okay, and raise your hand if you're less than a month in. Pretty much everyone's like less than a month in. Okay, so we're gonna talk about just controlling the conversations. Okay, guys, this is the most important part of sales, is having control. And the problem is, it's difficult to tell you how to have control until you have some conversations with people, lose control a couple times, and then you figure it out. But what I want you guys to think about is, think about the sales process as like the alphabet, right? You have step A is, hey, my name's Ryan, right? Step Z is, Ryan, here's my check. You know, I want to give you $500 a month so you can pay off my family when I die, right? And then there's 26 steps in between. I guess it would be 26, 24 in between, right? For all the different letters, okay? Most agents think that the impactful stuff comes at the end. After you say, which product do you want? And they give you an objection. Most agents want to ask, and I would assume most of your guys' questions today have been about, hey, how do I deal with this objection or that objection? How do I get around this or that? I'm here to tell you, Jonah, the better you get at sales, how many objections do you get now when you sell versus when you first started?
Much less.
Okay.
Much less.
Have you do you put a ton of focus on the handling objections after showing numbers? Why do you think you get less objections now than you did before?
Set the proper expectation, the proper structure. You acknowledge them before you get them.
Yeah, you're acknowledging them before you get them. So when you're the person who brings the objection out in the first place, you're all of a sudden educating the client. So when you say, hey, do you have any life insurance outside of work? And they say, no, but I have some through work. And then you educate them on how that works. Hey, look, the life insurance through work, it's great to take advantage of, but when you're not working there anymore, you don't have the coverage. So take advantage of it. It's probably real cheap. Just want to make sure you're not dependent on it. Does that make sense? Well, now all of a sudden you're educating that client. Whereas kind of like Jonah was saying earlier, once you show them the numbers, all the cards are on the table, anything you say to them after that is just a salesperson trying to sell, right? So once you show them the numbers, you have to have done all the work on the front end. So a lot of agents think, well, I messed up at the end. They were with me the whole way, but then, you know, on step Z, they didn't want to give me their banking info or whatever. And a lot of agents will think, well, what went wrong at step Z? Guys, 90% of the problem is like from the first like 15 to 20%. I promise you. It's because you didn't have control at the very beginning of the phone call. If you don't control every aspect of the sale, like you're not going to help that family out. So that's what we're talking about here, is how to have control. The problem is if you lose control at step C, you get all the way through the end, they stop listening after step C. Like they tuned you out, they're not listening to another thing. And you're doing your whole thing, oh, I don't understand why they didn't want to do it. Made so much sense, like they really need it, their family really needs it. Well, it's because you lost them at step C. So we're going to talk about some common things to look for when people are trying to take control, because a lot of people will. Some people are very easy to control, some people aren't. So what are common things to look for? How do we gain control? And ideally, how do you just like keep control in the first place? Because that's ideal, right? It's making sure we just don't lose control. Guys, I think the first part is how you start off the call. I personally, I know that there's some scripts that are like this. I personally don't like starting off asking if I'm talking to the right person. They filled out the lead form. You need to be intentional with why you're calling them. Like you filled out the lead form, it's your handwriting. I'm looking at it. You filled it out, so I know I'm calling you. So I just started out, hey Jonah, this is Ryan. I'm not saying, hey Jonah, yeah Jonah, this is Ryan, how are you? I'm not taking a bunch of time to verify I'm talking to the right person. Some of you guys that have dialed, you're like, what if it's their spouse? Or sometimes it's not the right person. Sometimes it's not, you're gonna deal with that anyway, but if it's a gentleman's name, if it's a guy's name on the form and a girl answers the phone, hey, this is Ryan, I'm touching base with you and Jonah. Assume it's the spouse every single time.
With that, are you like, when you answer the phone, are you waiting for them to talk first, or are you talking to them first? Most of the
Yeah,
time?
I mean, normally they'll say, hey, or hello, who is this?
Okay.
And I'm like, hey, this is Ryan. And
Okay, and then just,
touch
yeah.
touch base about. Because you guys that have dialed, you understand, like sometimes you're like, hello, Ryan, and they're like, yeah, who is this? Or yeah, what do you need? Well, now they have control, right? So we want to make sure we're in control from the very beginning. So dive right in and understand, like, part of this comes from your mindset. Like, if you feel like you're bothering these people, then you're bothering these people. So if that thought is in your mind about, I don't want to triple dial them because I don't want to bother them. Bro, I've had 35 death claims. I've paid out death claims to like now single mothers who their spouse died and left them with 3 kids. Like, this is serious. They filled out the form. If you have to remind yourself every time before you make a call, I'm not bothering them. If I don't call them and they die and their family loses their house, that's on me. And it should be that serious. And when you have that type of mindset, it's easy to call people 3 times. It's easy to call people 9, 12, 15 times in a day. Because, dude, if you don't help them, who's going to, right? And so come from that standpoint of understanding the why and like the seriousness of this business. You're not bothering them. You might be the last thing standing between their family and financial ruin. Like, you very well might be. Most of the time you are. So you're talking to the right person. You're not bothering them. One of the other things is you want to make sure you're not pausing for a long time unless you're asking a question, right? So a lot of times the beginning of the script sounds something like this. Hey Ben, this is Ryan. I just happened to touch base with you, about the form you filled out for the mortgage protection. And you don't want to pause for like 4 or 5 seconds because that allows them to jump in and take control. The only time you should pause for more than a brief second is when you're asking a question. So, hey, did you see, do you remember seeing any of those forms? And then you're pausing. Now, that's not to say you should never, take a breath and pause. So you want to have some pauses in there to let them kind of process what you're saying. So I'll kind of go through with you guys what I mean. So the beginning of, an aged mortgage script. Hey, Ben, this is Ryan. Just having to touch base with you real quick about your file for your home there on 34th Street that you closed out with United One. We sent some cards in the mail about the mortgage protection that pays off the home if you die or get real sick. Do you remember seeing those? So there's small pauses in there, but not enough for them to jump in, right? So you're only pausing when you ask a question. So make sure you're not pausing long until you're asking them a question. A lot of people will want to take control, and so they'll ask a lot of questions. The person who asks the most questions is the person that's directing the conversation. If you guys haven't read The Way of the Wolf, Jordan Belfort's book, you absolutely need to read it, but he talks about the straight line method of sales, right? You're trying to get them from point A to point Z, and the client's trying to get anywhere but point Z. So they're going to pull you off in all kinds of directions, and your job is always to direct them back. So when somebody asks a question, you want to acknowledge it, ignore it, move on, and continue on in the script. So, perfect, Ben. I'm not interested either. I still got to go through this with you. Now, is it just you in the home, or is there a spouse or significant other living with you? The words that you say to an objection are nowhere near as important as moving on and asking another question and taking control of the conversation back. I've heard some really dumb sales reps say some really dumb things to clients, and it worked because they moved on and asked a question. So for instance, if I'm with Ben and I'm like, Ben, he says I'm not interested. I'm like, Ben, I still have to go through this with you. I'm not interested either. And I just stop talking. What are you gonna say? Yeah, no, I'm good. I told you I'm good. I'm fine. So you can't just stop talking. You've got to roll back into the script and ask a question. So anytime the client asks you a question or the client's talking, you have to finish that with a question, because that's what gains control of the conversation, is asking questions, right? So anytime they ask a question, you talk and ask a question back. The only time that that's not going to be the case is when you're at the very end of the presentation and you're explaining the products and they're asking a question about hey, how does this product work? That's the only time. That's when you're all the way through the financial inventory, you're about ready to close. That's only because we want to make sure they understand the product and that they don't have any other questions. But the rest of the entire time throughout the script, you need to be asking questions. So that's the first couple steps. The other thing is, a lot of times you guys are going to be sitting with a husband and a wife. Some people do one call closing without a spouse. Some people say don't do that. Whatever you're doing, you just need to make sure you stick to it. So when you are sitting with a husband and a wife, some common things to look out for to where you're not in control would be if only one person is answering questions. So there's only one of the parties talking. So if you go 3 or 4 questions in a row and only one person, it's Ben and his wife, and only Ben is responding, you don't know where the wife went. She might not even be there. She might not be listening. So what I try to do is if Ben, more than 2 questions in a row, only Ben answers, I'll be like, Mary, does that make sense? Or Mary, any questions? And I'll make sure she's right there and she's engaged in the conversation. Also, additionally, at the beginning of the call, I say, hey, I know you guys are at home, you're busy, you got some kids, but for the next few minutes here, if you could just make sure you both stick there by the phone. I have a few questions for both of you. If you need to get up, I completely understand. Just let me know so that way I can put it on pause and we can continue when you're back, okay? And so I always throw that in at the beginning because I want them to know, hey, I have to have both of you guys. So if only one spouse is answering questions, that's a problem. So direct questions to the other spouse. Sometimes what'll happen, I'm going through the financial inventory, I ask Ben his questions, I start asking Mary, I'm like, Mary, how old are you? And Ben will answer and say, oh, she's 40. Or what do you do for work? And Ben will answer and be like, oh, she's a sales rep. I'd be like, oh, Ben, I appreciate it, but I have to have Mary answer her questions. Right?
Big round of applause. Mr. Joe Basso.
What an incredible room to be in today, guys. I got asked to speak about the vision of Pinnacle. And what's wild is that I was sitting where you're sitting less than 4 years ago. Just me with a dream. Mikey and I share a lot of similar experiences. I started off in door-to-door sales at 18, got dropped off on the corner and said, I'll see you in 5 hours, and had no clue what I was doing. Figured it out the hard way. He beat me. He had his first sale in 3 weeks. It took me almost 3 months, okay? Like, I'm a slow learner. But once I figure it out, right? But I remember what that journey felt like. I remember the fear, the anxiety, starting something new back then with zero experience and very little mentorship. And I remember even back then, I felt like just deep down inside that I was meant to do something more. What I want you guys to do, and I want you to be honest, because it's not everybody in this room, but raise your hand if from the time you were a kid, you knew you were meant to do something big in this life. Like Jen, raise your hand. You know, not everybody feels that way. It took me a long time to realize that. That's not everybody. If you have that inner core belief and that desire to impact others around you and to make a real change in this world before your time is up, we get a really short time. The Bible says life is but a vapor. So we get a really small amount of time to make an impact. You have to be laser focused on that thing every single day, all day long. It has to be the thing that drives all of your action, all of your activity. Now, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, you watch all this stuff online from these influencers, and you look at some other people that on the social media circuit seem like they're killing it. And I learned something, I'm blessed, by the way. I'm really blessed. I had amazing parents. I had some amazing mentors that instilled some of the right mindsets and thought patterns into my life at a really young age. And one of those was, don't believe everything that you see. Actually, my dad always said, believe nothing of what you hear and half of what you see. Who's heard that before? That's a powerful statement. And if you're not careful, you watch people that appear to be winning, but they treat everybody around them like garbage. Who here has seen somebody that looks like they're killing it in life, but they're a shitty person? Super shitty person. I wanted to dress that up and say it nicely, but there's no nice way to say it. I remember at 23, 24, like really realizing I had a decision to make, which was, who do I want to be as an adult? I was at actually a church service, and the preacher, by the way, I have my degree in theology, so I interweave Bible into about everything that I say. It's a big part of my life. I think that being faith-driven, having a core foundation in who you are, what you believe, it directly affects what you do and who you are. So that's a big deal to me. I think that resonates with a lot of people. They just want real and authentic. But I remember at 23, 24, I heard this sermon, and the preacher said, what do other people say about you when you're not in the room? If you are leading in any way, shape, or form, and there's something that you're doing to help the people around you, even if you're a bad leader, most people say nice things to your face, right? But what do they say when you're not around? And I remember an emotional Italian man, right? So I went back that night, and I'm laying there, and I'm thinking about it in my bed. I'm going, man, I don't know that I would be happy to hear what other people would say about me if I wasn't in the room. And when you're confronted with a hard truth, and I think this was for me as an adult, the first time I came to real self-awareness. And some of you were there, and some of you haven't gotten there yet. What I'm here to tell you today is, it's your choice to get there. And you will speed up the success of your life and collapse time frames in ways you couldn't imagine the faster you get real self-awareness. And that night, I remember thinking, all right, I'm not happy with who I've been, who I am. Only one person could change that, and it's me. And it's not going to be overnight. Who here has had a conversation with like a friend or somebody you talk to, like, hey, I'm turning a new leaf, I'm a new person today. It's like, dude, you didn't change your entire life in 24 hours, right? But you can start making decisions today that 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road, 24 months down the road, you don't even recognize who you are in a good way. And so that was pivotal to me. I'm gonna skip a lot in my life story. I ended up getting into the solar game, like a lot of people in this room. I owned a solar company and dealt with all the headaches that we've all dealt with. I made a lot of money, but I was miserable. And I remember going to bed. It was like a 6-month stretch where every night I would go to bed, talk to my wife, like, man, I don't understand why I'm not happy. I couldn't put my finger on it because I was trying to do the right things. I was working my butt off. I was helping other people win, but I was just unhappy. And what I finally figured out was that in the vehicle that I was in, I could only affect so much change to the people around me. Does that make sense? I was the owner, CEO of that company. I was making 7 figures plus. Nobody in my company was making more than $250,000 a year. Nobody. Now, don't get me wrong, the leaderboards looked like people were killing it. Who's been in a company like that before? But at the end of the day, I knew what their net income was, right? I signed their checks. And by the way, I'm not throwing stones against people in other industries that are working hard to put people in a position to win. I'm not. But I knew for me to become who I was supposed to be, and for me to get into a room like this one with a bunch of killers, like you guys don't know, maybe you do, the amount of talent in this room right now. Like, I can promise you right now, there's $10 million a month of insurance premium in this room right now, over the next 36 months, guaranteed. Guaranteed. I knew I needed to find a different vehicle. And I get a phone call, and much like Mikey, I'm like, dude, how am I supposed to leave what I'm doing right now and leave the income and leave everything else that I've poured my life and soul into for 5 years to jump into this new vehicle? And at some point, God just made it super crystal clear this was the path. And what I found really quickly in this industry, human beings are human beings. What does that mean? It means that just like in every other industry I've been in, there's a lot of fake actors. A lot of fake actors. A lot of situations, a lot of systems that at the end of the day, the agents aren't actually winning. So the question that was posed to me for today was, why Pinnacle? Pinnacle was started and founded for one purpose: to put people like you in this room today in a position to win in a way that you can't win in any other vehicle. That's it. I can encapsulate it. Our slogan as a company, our motto is people over profit. You hear that and you go, all right, so profit isn't important. No, just the opposite. We just really, really believe if we put people first in every single thing that we do, every single day, if we put the agents and our agency owners in a position to win in such a big way, you're going to end up being way more profitable, and we will end up being way more profitable than if we put profit over people. The Bible talks about this principle of reaping and sowing. You reap what you sow. People say now, like, all right, how has Pinnacle grown at the rate that it is? How has it happened? It's really, really simple. You get what you give. It doesn't always happen overnight. It might not happen tomorrow, Sometimes you take short-term losses to make long-term gains. Mikey talked yesterday on our Pinnacle national call, and he just mentioned it briefly about ego. You know what the antithesis, the opposite of success is? It's ego. Now, we all have ego. Everybody in this room, right? We all have some ego, like Mikey pointed out. So what do you do? What do you do with that ego? How do you find it within yourself to put yourself second, but other people first? The Apostle Paul, he said something that I think about every day of my life. I actually have it written down. I look at it every single morning. The Apostle Paul said, I die daily. When I was a kid and I read that, even when I was 18, 19, 20 in seminary, and I read that, I'm like, what the heck does that mean? I die daily. He's not talking about a physical death. He's saying that he's killing his ego every single day. Every day it's a decision, it's a choice. And by the way, it's a decision by faith, because putting yourself second in order to become first, Jesus talked about that a lot. The last shall be first. What does that mean? If you help enough people win, and you help enough people get what they want, you will always end up getting what you want. A lot of sales speakers have kind of stolen that from the Bible, but it's truth. It is a principle that you can't get away from. So if you're in this room right now, what should you be focused on? You should be focused on, number one, putting yourself in a position to help other people. I fly like 3-4 times a week, unfortunately. And every time I get on an airplane, they always say the same thing. Before you put the oxygen mask on somebody else, you gotta make sure yours is on first. So we want to get things straight and have a good balance. If you want to help other people win, you have to win at a high level too. Does that make sense? If Pinnacle didn't have the resources and the tools that we've invested millions and millions and millions of dollars into, there's no way that we ever would have gotten a Mikey Cavalieri, and this room wouldn't be here today. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying to be foolish and give away all that you have and put yourself in a really poor position. What I'm saying is win at such a high level and become so freaking good at what you do that you have so much excess that you can give and give and give and give. Write this down for me really quick. You are what's called an IBO, independent business owner in this space. That's pretty stinking cool. That means you all own your respective book of business. That's not true at most other companies in the insurance industry. You own your own book. However, I want you guys to write this next thing down, and this is what really sets us apart. Yeah, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You can have the full things down if you want. No. Write down the term combined business. This is a critical principle that you understand right now. Combined business means this. If you're in this room, you are a business partner to Zenith. If you're in this room, you are a business partner to Pinnacle. Does that make sense to everybody? So you have to reconcile in your mind, all right, how do I ensure my company, your book, grows and becomes incredibly profitable? Mikey made a great point that I preach often, which is you need to get and grab as much value from the people around you. You're going to hear some amazing training today from some of the speaker lineup. Guys, take so many notes. These are guys that are writing loads and loads, have written loads and loads of insurance, have scaled their businesses in a really short amount of time. Take a ton of notes on that. You need to grab, borrow, steal as much as you possibly can. At the same time, there's this dichotomy. Write this down too. Write down, no one is coming to save me. No one is coming to save me. Now, you're in a really incredible position. Some of you probably don't even understand how good of a position that you're in, working with someone like Mikey Cavalieri, with Tiger, with Chad. Like, these dudes are legends, respectively. They've had an incredibly successful career up until now, and they're just getting started. I've had deep conversations with these guys. I know what their plans are. I know how much they're reinvesting into your future. Does that make sense? So you need to take all of that. But let me ask you this. What is your plan to bring value to Zenith? What is your plan to bring value to Pinnacle? What is your plan to bring value to the agents that you're going to recruit? Does that make sense? Here's what I've learned over now 15 years in business. Guess where money goes? I should say, guess where value goes? Or, let me say this again, David. I keep screwing it up. Money goes where value goes. That's what I'm getting at. The wealthiest people that continue to grow and grow and grow, and wealth isn't always measured in finances, by the way. I've met some rich, miserable people. Who wants to be that? Not me. It's really lonely, really, really lonely if you're rich and you've stabbed everybody else in the back and you've stepped on tons of heads to get to where you are. Like that is, I've known a lot of people worth hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and they are, like I look at their lives, it's like, dude, I would rather be homeless than to be you. Does that make sense? Because they can't sleep at night. But if you want to win at a super high level, you need to figure out what is your core competency, what is your strength, and how are you going to leverage your value in the marketplace. And that can be different for every single person in this room. But you need to identify what that is. You're like, Joe, I have no idea what that is. Talk to some people that you can be really honest with. Say, these are my strengths, these are my weaknesses, this is what I tend to excel at, and find ways to monetize that and bring value to people around you. Now, my last thought, and I'm going to sit down, I can go for hours, I don't want to do that and kill the rest of the speakers. Never in my life have I been in a vehicle that you have a guaranteed exit. Never. If you said, what was the single greatest thing that brought you to financial services and out of the home improvement industry? Dude, I could have continued in the home improvement space and made a couple $1 million a year pretty easily. By that point, you know, a lot of your systems are automated. But you know what? Every night I went to bed wondering when the next shoe was going to drop, you know, pissed off customers. Fulfillment was always a pain in the butt. It was just nonstop stress. But you know what I never had in that opportunity? A real exit. I never had a real exit, and I knew that from day one. Does anybody want to be grinding 80, 90 hours a week for the next 30 years? That's not why we do what we do. We do what we do so that by the time we're in our, looking at this room, pretty young room, I'll speak for myself, by the time I'm 40, 45, I want to do the things that I want to do, not the things that I have to do. Does that make sense? And I hope that you guys all feel the same way. Some of y'all are way younger than me, and you have no idea how blessed you are to have this opportunity at 20, 21, 22, 23. It's insane. I found it at 30. And that's a big decade swing. It's a big decade swing. What I'm going to do, and I haven't even talked to the guys in charge here, either the next lock-in that you guys host or the one after, I'm going to ask Mikey, Seeger, and Chad for a list of 10 of you. You guys can figure out what you want the qualifiers to be. But we'll have David Paul, who is the president of Life at AmeriLife, a multi-billion-dollar company. He's in Clearwater. We'll have him come out, we'll have dinner with David. And I want David, I don't need to take my word for it, I want David to start talking to you guys about what that exit actually looks like. Because if you understand where you're going, you can reverse engineer what you should be doing today to get to where you're trying to go. Does that make sense? That is the game. I've had people say, Joe, you're unbelievably lucky. You seem to just get luckier than anybody I've ever met. As I'm not lucky. I promise you I'm not lucky. It's God's favor, God's blessings. If you pour enough of the good things back into everyone around you, you're going to find the right opportunities. Does that make sense? Business is a math equation. It is nothing more than that. And if you treat people right, guess what you solve? The single greatest problem that plagues every direct sales company, which is retention. If you can treat your people the right way and consistently put them first and have their best interests at heart, you don't lose your talent over time. If you don't lose your talent over time, guess what that means? You have an infinitely scalable business. Guess what private equity firms are dying to get their hands on? young, sharp individuals that actually get the game, have incredible retention, incredibly high quality of business. That's what Pinnacle has done incredibly well. That's what we're laser focused on. We will be a multi-billion-dollar company in the next 10 years, I guarantee you. You heard it here today. We will be here today. You guys are laughing for yourselves because we're all going to do it together. That's what partnership looks like. And my question for you in closing is, how much of that's going to come from you and your business? You should be claiming a massive stake in what Pinnacle is going to become. Every single one of you. Are you all going to do it? Statistics tell me no, you're not. You all can do it, genuinely. There's 100 million American adults that don't personally own a life insurance policy. When you hear some of the new products that we're bringing in on the health side, on the Medicare side, guys, we are an infant in this space compared to what we're going to be. I talk to carriers every day. I talked to one this morning. They are enthralled with the quantity and the quality of business that we're giving them. Guess what that means? We're going to continue to have more open doors and more opportunities. And guys, leading is good leadership. Good leading is not leading alone. For us to get to the place where we have 40,000, 50,000 agents, it looks like a lot of you stepping up and leading the way into the future. So I love y'all. I'm excited to get to know you guys more as we continue business together. Let's have an amazing Lockin week. Thanks for the time.
Alright, you guys want to find a seat? Let's over in the front here. No. It's like guys are sitting in the back. Can we hand up the seat next to you available? There's one down here. One here as well. Well, when we originally went through planning this day and thinking about the speakers, we wanted a particular flow. Obviously, starting with the Australian Kangaroo is a great place to start. Moving then into Mikey, which is the reason we're all here, and then to Joe, which is the reason I think Mikey's here as a part of Pinnacle. And I think we wouldn't be in this room today without this next speaker and the amount of value that he's given to all of us. Just put your hand up if you have had some interaction with either Claudia or Jonah from Prosper. If your hands are not hitting the ceiling right now, you're kidding yourself. The amount of value that they've given us, every single system, every structure, every piece of knowledge that I have, from licensing, onboarding, water contracting, the amount of calls that I've had with Jonah and Claudia is just phenomenal, and asking nothing in return. So I want you guys to give a huge welcome to a guy who is the reason that we are in this room today. Jonah.
Thanks for having me, guys. This is awesome. I've never seen this first Lockin, and there's so many studs in this room. Guys, raise your hand if this is your first time in sales. Okay, so a few people. Raise your hand if you've been here 30 days or less. Alright, so a good chunk of this room. Okay, cool. So, first of all, again, thank you for joining us. And then also I just want to say, like, I'm super stoked. The leadership we have here from Mikey, Chad, Tigger, and Joe, and just the systems that we have. But, guys, the system and the blueprint we have here is truly amazing. And, you know, when I didn't realize we had system resources. But when I started, you know, basically I had no training. I had sent a few videos, and it's like, all right, here's a script, go figure it out, and just whoop, dropped in. And it took me 3 weeks to make my first sale as well. In addition to spending $3,000 in leads. And so it's there's really no excuses, guys, you know, to have it here. And it's such a simple business model. And you know, Chad asked me to you know, lay out the steps to a presentation. And you know, I'll start with telling you guys,
I have ran about 10,000 appointments at this point, because I've tracked them over the course of the past 4 years. And guys, I have said essentially the same exact thing and kept the same exact structure every single time. Like, this is such a crazy simple business where it's easy for us to overcome. And in the second that a client is confused or you're sharing too much information or it seems too complex, you're dead in the water. So if you guys are anything like me, you probably have a little bit of anxiety. That's okay. That's normal. You guys are coming into a new industry. There is a learning curve. Like, you guys are gonna mess up. You guys are gonna make mistakes. I'm a very stubborn person. So typically, there's the hard way to learn and the harder way. I typically learn the harder way. But it's that's okay, guys. You know, what's the saying? It's, you know, fail fast and fail often. And some of the best lessons I've learned in life are by making mistakes. And there's not a single successful individual that I know that's alive that hasn't made a ton of mistakes. From Jeff Bezos to Bill Gates to Elon Musk. So it's okay to fail. And the school system is like programmed in us, like from such an early age, that if you fail, it's wrong, and you're a loser. But again, like there was nobody that was successful that didn't fail 100 times. So I want to give you guys, we had some great mindset and just vision of Pinnacle and the business. So I just want to give you guys some more tactical stuff. I know everybody's excited to get on the phones. I won't take too much of your time. So first thing is just simply laying out the structure for an appointment. So there's 7 steps, and everybody please write this down. So number 1 is going to be the hook. Number 1 is the hook. Number 2 is the intro. Number 3 is filling out the client worksheet, financial inventory. Number 4 is building the why. Number 5 is presenting options. Number 6 is filling out the e-app. And number 7 is tying down the sale. So guys, that's the structure to an appointment. And when you guys are a lot of you guys are just getting started, who here has wrote less than $20,000 in insurance premium in a month? Okay, almost everybody in this room. Guys, it was a lot harder for me to figure out how to get from 0 to $20,000 in a month than it was for me to get from $20,000 to $100,000 each day. Because I was trying to figure out the system, how to do it, going through all the pitfalls, all the learning curve, etc. 20 to 100, well, dude, all you gotta do is triple down on the work ethic and triple down the food spend. You're there. So, just like that initial learning curve is the hardest part. And guys, for everybody in this room, doesn't matter if you've been doing this a day, a week, or 10 years, does not matter. This is the most it's gonna suck right now. This is the worst you're ever gonna know. From here, the progression moving forward, it only gets better. And I would just encourage you guys, like I said before, you might be like, we didn't have a lot of structure moving forward, and that would have helped me so much. There's so many mistakes that I wouldn't have had to make without figuring that out. So you guys are all just truly blessed to have amazing leadership here at Pinnacle. And I would encourage you guys, because there's a lot of you guys in this room that are going to be very impactful. And you guys are going to go back home. You guys are going to have the skill set. You guys are going to learn rebuttals. You guys are going to learn all those different tweaks, adjustments, different things in your business to help elevate you guys to the next level. Others, you guys are going to take away nothing. You guys are going to go back home and be exactly the same. And I hope that's not the case. I hope you guys take option A, but at the end of the day, that's up to you. Like, the blueprint's there, the system is laid out. It's up to you guys but you guys have to take advantage of it and apply that to your businesses and go out there and actually conquer. So, number 1, so breaking down the 7 steps from appointments. So number 1 is the hook. That's when you first get the client on the phone. And then captivate their attention. So typically, agents make the mistake of they're on one end of the spectrum or the other. Where if you guys haven't heard me say this already, You guys can hear me say this a lot. This business is all in your tone. Like how big of a deal is tone on the doors? Anybody that came from doors? Like a really big deal. Even more of a big deal here. They can't see you. They can't see your body expressions, your posture. They only hear your tone. So if you guys get one thing out of this lock-in, you guys only learn one thing, or improve something, improve your tonality. It's the number one most important factor of your success in this business. And alright, with that being said, I'm ADHD, so I'm all over the place, so bear with me. But I'm gonna have you guys write down five things regarding tonality. So number one, first and foremost, speak slowly and speak loudly. So you guys are gonna want to speak with about 50% speed and 110% volume. Number two is speak with empathy. So what do I mean by that? So empathy is you're not sounding robotic, you're not sounding salesy, because what I mean by there's two opposites of the spectrum, like typically when an agent's new and they haven't dialed the phone before, or brand sales are they either sound like a telemarketer, like, hey John, it's Jonah, get back. Like if anybody has ever called me like that, I hang up the phone in 0.2 seconds to the phone. Like, do not even listen to what they're calling. Like this is sales. Nobody wants to be spoken to like that. But on the other end, they're very robotic, robust, and you know, hey Mikey, it's Jonah, and you know, getting back to you about this request, like gotta give you a call on for the mortgage protection, and I actually gave my life, but you know. So either way, you're gonna get smoked. So the goal is having a happy middle ground where you're slowing it down, but you still have that emotion behind it, that care, that charisma, and that empathy. If I was gonna call you, I'd say, you know, good morning, Mikey. Hey, good morning, Mikey. It's Jonah. And I was getting back to you about this request. We're doing an audit here in the office, and it looks like your file over at 123 Main Street. Just came across my desk, you flagged for review. And it looks like this would actually be in regards to the mortgage protection. You know, if you get sick, disabled, anything happens to the home, you remember sending that in, right? Yeah. Anyway, I'm just, you know, your file was flagged. I'm simply just trying to figure out what's going on here on my end. Did you already get that coverage in place, or did you get declined? No. And then just go into we'll do objection handling a little bit later. But that's the basic gist of it, is like you just simply want to captivate their attention. So empathy is number two. Number three regarding tonality is end every word and end every sentence on a down tone. So what I mean by that, so if I was gonna call Joe up, be like, hey, good morning, Joe. Hey, Joe, it's Jonah. Getting back, you know, versus, you know, good morning, Joe. Hey, good morning, Joe. It's Jonah. Getting back to about the mortgage protection request. So uptones are salesy, gibbity. Downtones are much more confident, much more something, much more assertive. So ending on downtones is number three. Number four, this one's not talked about enough, where you guys want to make sure you guys physically have a good posture when you're dialing phones. So sit up straight, shoulders back, and I would encourage you guys during this lock-in, like Ryan Koske, like all these guys that sling heavy premiums and are big dogs in the industry, I promise you, watch their posture. They're going to be communicating with their hands, they're going to be moving their hands, they're going to be talking, they're going to be smiling. Smiling's another big one. You guys get yourself getting stressed out or getting anxiety, the worst thing you can do is just continue to dial phones. You're probably not going to have good results. Where this is a performance-based job. We're not paid hourly. So if you guys catch yourself getting into a negative mindset, it's okay to take a 5-minute breather break. Do some push-ups. Go run around the office. Get back on the phone. You guys see, who here owned a dog as a kid or has a dog currently? Okay. When a dog gets into another fight with a dog, after the fight, what does that dog?
Shakes.
They shake, yes, thank you. They shake, like they shake that bad energy off of themselves. It's the same thing with us. Like if a client gives you bad energy on the phones, like do some sort of physical activity to get that off of them. Like typically when I get into a fight or like a negative altercation or whatever, it's like a lot of times like, or if I'm just stressed, like I need to get to work on it. If you guys like, if I go a few days without working out, you guys don't want to see me. All right, I feel like I want to murder somebody, so you guys don't want to be around me. But that's important as well. And also in regards to that, you guys never want to get off the phone with a client with your tail tucked between your legs. Like sometimes you just gotta hang up on the phone, hang up on the client before they hang up on you. Because I'll give you a quick story. Who's talking about that? About 2 minutes. All right, we'll wrap up here really quickly. But I'll give you a quick story. So we got Henry here at the office, or at our office in Chicago, and this guy came from solar. He's just a teddy bear sweetheart. Some of you guys know Henry, but he's really nice guy, good sales guy too. And he came in, he had a really successful first few days in our office. And he closed like $5,000 over the course of his first 2-3 days. And then he started on Monday, Wednesday rolls around, and then from Wednesday to Saturday, didn't get any sales. Got a bunch of presentations, no sales. He calls me like Saturday night. He's like, Jonah, I'm struggling, I don't know what's going on, da-da. And we're like, I'm on the phone with him for about 15, 20 minutes. We're walking through like all his presentations, his dials, his numbers, everything. And then finally he's like, yeah, well, on Wednesday I got this lady on the phone and she, she was just in a really bad mood. She's like, you're an effing scammer, and effing this, and effing that, and just like, and she's like, no man. And then Henry, like being the nice guy he is, you guys know Henry, he's like, no man, I'm not a scammer. Here's my business card. Here's my set, and he's like on the phone with her for 15 minutes while she's just ripping him a new one, trying to convince her that he is not a scam, to no avail. Did that lady actually think he was a scam? Maybe, maybe not, who knows? Does it really matter? No. But subconsciously, without him even realizing it, he took that negative energy and he applied that to the next people he was calling, because every time, because the issue he was getting, I didn't even say this, but the issue he was getting is every time he would get to the banking information, he would get pushed back to resistance. And that lady, when he got to the bank, he just flipped the switch on. So without him even realizing it, he applied that and took it to his next appointment. And we all, like, if we're being honest here, I'm not gonna ask you guys to raise your hands, but we're all guilty of overthinking. And I'm definitely guilty of overthinking myself. So it's like, even silly things like that, Henry he told me, he admitted, he was like, yeah, he's like, you start to overthink it, you're like, maybe I am. Maybe I didn't really get my life insurance license. Maybe Pinnacle isn't really I don't know. I mean, like, you just like have all these crazy thoughts when, really it's like consciously acknowledging that, where if you just simply just hung up the phone and called the next person and apply that and not let her walk all over, you wouldn't have had that negative energy. So I know that was a little bit long-winded, but I want to stress the importance of that that's why we buy so many leads, is focus on the people who need our help. And then one last thing about tonality, and then we'll get you guys, we'll wrap up and then we'll finish the structure here at the office on my training. But and if you guys come from sales, you guys already know this, and it's super simple, but it needs to be repeated because it's the most important. So fifth and finally, whatever you guys say with 100% confidence and conviction in what you're doing. That is the most, and you guys all know that's the most important. And here's the thing, there's zero reason you guys should not be confident. Zero reason. Did you guys have to get a license to sell solar? No, you're just like, all right, you're hired, boom, on the doors the next day. You have to have a license to sell cars? No. Like, you guys realize that to even be in this, is anybody unlicensed? Okay, nobody's unlicensed. Okay, maybe a couple. But you guys have zero reason to not be, like, you guys had to go through a study guide, complete a certification course, go in and take your exam, and then receive a state license that was issued by the state. Like, that's not a certificate that Joe Basso came up to, like, oh, you've completed sales training. Like, congrats. No, like, that was issued by whatever state you guys live in, and saying, like, you guys are an expert in this realm, you had to memorize an obnoxious amount of information about life insurance to receive that state license. So, like, you guys already know a lot more than you think you do. And here's the thing. Worst case scenario, if a client really asks you a question you actually don't know the answer to, guess what? It's okay. It's okay. Tell the client, hey, John, that's a really great question. I'm not 100% sure. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to double check, and I'll get right back to you. All right, hey, Mikey, such and such person asked me this. What should I tell them? Or what? Like, come find somebody in the office, unmute on Discord. Like, there's zero reason you guys, like, there's resources and there's people available at all times for you guys. So Those are really the only two scenarios, but what I got for you. Bracelet. Well, you know, I was getting too excited to clap it. Bracelets. It was go. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jonah. Big round of applause again, Jonah. Alright, I want everyone to stand up. Shake it off. Let's get pumped into the second half of this. Give a high five to the person next to you for
Guys don't know Nick. I'm excited for this one. Nick started with us pretty much from the beginning, and he's been an unbelievable leader. When it comes to sales, there's people that are really, really good at sales, and they're not great leaders. And then there's people that are good at sales, and there's great leaders. And leadership is completely different from being able to be good at sales and sell policy. Leadership is something where you have to be selfless, you have to be able to lead, you have to take high levels of responsibility, and Nick has showcased that. It's been amazing to watch him lead and how much he's stepped up, and he's really been the reason that we got the office. The office is working the way it is, so everybody give a big round of applause for Nick. Nick, how long have you been in life insurance?
A little bit over 2 years now.
Okay, gotcha. And why, we got a list of questions, so I'm just going to kind of interview him, but you don't have to look at me, you can talk to them. But
of course.
Why Zenith and why Pinnacle after being here for 3 months compared to these other companies that you were at?
Yeah, so in total over the past 2.5 years, I've been with 2 different insurance agencies. And I learned a lot from different agencies. You know, they are in business because they do at least a few things right. So over the course of 2 years, I learned a lot of what to do, and I think I learned even more of what not to do and what doesn't work. So looking at Pinnacle, what I saw is what we had at our old agency wasn't, you know, bad in any sense, but it didn't have just an absolutely mind-blowing opportunity where I was just 100% confident that I am dying to bring people into this because I know, like, no matter what, this will change their life for the better. And when I looked at Pinnacle, there's a few things that stood out, and they were really a bunch of things that I saw as problems that I was actively trying to find solutions for. And some of the things I saw was just operations, automations, scalability, opportunity for exit was a huge one, agent retention, and then really just an even distribution of cash flow through a hierarchy system that just makes sense. So those were some of the main things that brought me over to Pinnacle compared to, you know, some of the last companies I've been with. And besides that, you know, people, profit are 2 things that are extremely important, but at the end of the day, when it comes to an agency, the people that are in the agency are gonna be the lifeblood and are gonna be what dictates the success of that company. So after, you know, it seems like 2-hour Zoom calls with Joe Basso are a running theme here, but after my own 2-hour Zoom call with Joe Basso, I realized that they had something going on here that I truly did want to be a part of, and had all my guys back there at my my old agency, and I just kept telling them, like, hey, at this guy, and just if just one of the 15 things that he claims to have over there is true, then we'll be in a better opportunity than we are currently in. And, you know, thankfully they trusted me. We jumped ship after, you know, at least a few meetings with Mikey. I wasn't, you know, that gullible. We ran through 4 or 5 meetings. I had to break down all their systems, operations, what they're doing, what their plans were, and then we made the decision to come over. And, you know, I'm just thankful that all my guys trusted me because they had no office. They had very few people even in the life insurance space that were going to be in Zenith directly. And I don't even think we had a name yet, but I just had just absolute blind, but just complete full belief in the system and in what they had going on over here. And at least now I can speak for all my guys in saying that we're 100% confident that we made the right decision.
Let's go. Right, everybody here, would you say IB, independent business owner? Everybody's independent business owners, independent contractors, right? At the end of the day, you do make your own schedule, create your own schedule. Milo, you're one of the most structured, disciplined, organized individuals. Just talk a little bit about how you set up your week, your days, and how you do that with your team as well to create that level of accountability. Because at the end of the day, you have to be self-accountable, but as a company, we do have standards, we have expectations, accountability. Milo's really been driving that home. So just talk a little bit through kind of your day and how you structure that for you and your team, for anybody that's considered building a team in the future.
Yeah, of course. So as everybody, I have a little bit of ADHD too, where I just want to focus on, a million different tasks at once. But I realized that the easiest way for me to stay on task is just to never get off of it. And I truly believe that, free time in the schedule, free time is a devil's workshop. Someone told me that once, and it's stuck with me ever since. So I've noticed that if I have too many white spots in my calendar, I end up just thinking about what I could be doing, or like thinking about what I'm planning on. There's a whole bunch of planning and not a lot of action. So to start, I just pretty much filled up my days from morning to night, have it completely booked, and if you keep it simple, it's pretty hard to mess it up. So quick rundown would just be wake up, 5 a.m., go straight to the gym, and then pack my meals, pick up the kangaroo, head to the office. I'm there from 8:30 a.m. till 10:30, 11 at night. I'll always stay until my last agent is there, until they're done with their calls for the day. And then go home, go to sleep, and go to bed. So if you keep it that simple, it's pretty hard to mess it up. But on top of that, everything just comes with fitting things into your routine, right? So don't be a little bit selfish with your time, guys. You don't need to structure your entire day around other people. This is your business. Like you said, you are an IBO, you're an independent business owner. Things work on your schedule. The same way we want to be directed and sound busy and important on the phone to clients, we want to actually act busy and important in real life. So structure things around your schedule. At the end of the day, it's your money, your business, and the only thing that you should be loyal to is your income. So structure your days in a way that's the most profitable and the most beneficial to you, not the people around you. And then you'll see that if you're able to do that and it's successful for you, then you're going to be able to teach that to other people and have it be successful for them. So as an agent, just make sure that you're able to find success as an agent schedule, because you're not going to be able to become a manager and lead teams of 10, 20, 30, 100, whatever your goal is, if you can't even control your own schedule. So figure out that first, and then keep finding ways to delegate things that you did as an agent into freeing up more time, buying back your time, because that is the entire key to being a successful manager. And being able to buy back your time so you can do the job of 100 people just by yourself. Because like Joe said, the more people you help, the more successful you will be. So at the end of the day, that comes down to having a certain schedule and routine so you can make that happen for not only you, but your whole team as well.
100%, love that. Speaking of building a team and recruiting, you've had some recruits come in and crush it. You've done a good job of recruiting. Some recruits haven't panned out. You have some really good recruits. What do you look at when bringing people into this business? Like, what are some of the intangibles and interviews and maybe questions you're asking in an interview to know if this person's going to be a good fit, whether it's how much time they can allocate to the business, their mindset, etc.
Yeah, of course. So, like I said, it comes back to just valuing your time. So if you're going to interview people and they're, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, oh yeah, I'm doing real estate, but I wanted to try this out. You don't try this out. You go all in on this opportunity. So right out the gate, you're going to waste your time, their time, give the entire industry a bad rep, give your company a bad rep, give you a bad rep. If you're going to bring on agents that aren't fully bought in, because they're not going to get the most out of it, and neither are you. So mainly just pre-qualifying people the same way you do clients. A lot of it is transferable, right? What do you do in the business to what with the clients to what you do with your actual agents. So just making sure they're all in on the opportunity, because sales to me is like a game. You don't play video games. You guys play on any campaign modes, put it on hard. You're not going to beat that level the first try. Same thing with sales. You're not going to be amazing at sales right from the get-go. It takes a ton of repetition and just, absolute just relentless repetition is what it comes down to. So when it comes down to getting recruits, I want to make sure that, one, they're all in, and two, that they have at least some sort of speaking skills, right? So if you look at my team, we're made up of some salespeople and then a ton of personal trainers, bartenders, hosts, anyone that's in the serving industry, anyone that has to have face-to-face conversations on a daily basis, because if you can do that in person, you can do it over the phone just as easily. So simply, people that can talk and people that have the ability to go all in is someone that you can turn into a top producer, I believe. Because, people say that salesmen are bored. I don't believe that at all. I believe that all salesmen are built. some are born. Of course, there's always those one-off cases that's going to happen, but I'm living proof, and I think a lot of you are living proof that salesmen are built, not born. And that just comes down to finding the right people, and we already have the right structure, we have the right systems in place. Basso's been doing this for 4 years. Mikey has learned almost everything there is about the business within just the past 3 months. So you have the resources you need. Finding the right people is the hard part, but once you find the right people, you know that the opportunity and the right people together will give you the results that you're going for.
100%. Love that. Salespeople are built, not born. Were you born with those muscles, or did you build those muscles?
Built.
All right, everyone. Chicken it right. All right. And then what are some things that people are doing, agents, you see them come in that they're doing that's actually hurting their success in the business? Like, what are some negative qualities or habits that you see agents doing? You're like, why are you making these mistakes and save people time?
Yeah, of course. So one of the main things, I'll see what it's going to be, don't want to beat a dead horse, but you're going to hear everyone say this is agents, just they have to invest in themselves, right? You can't be piggybacking off your upline or just waiting until you have a ton of extra income to buy leads. Like the most successful agents and the people that have a story worth telling are the people that have literally maxed out cards. I'm not saying don't do that, protect your credit score and everything, but people that have literally had so much belief in themselves and in the opportunity that they will go ahead and put up money that they don't really have to spare because they know that if they just work hard and trust their upline and follow the process, that it will all pan out in the end. So just one, just being able to invest in yourself, and then two, a lot of new agents, they try to change too many things, right? Like what Jonah said, he's been using the same script for 10 years, right? So what we see a lot of is people come in and 3 weeks in, they're like, oh, this script, it doesn't really suit me. Like, nothing suits you. You're new, you're on your 3rd week. Nothing is supposed to suit you.
That's right.
Nothing is supposed to be comfortable. Nothing is supposed to feel good while you're doing it, right? And also, what Gabe Erickson told me is the top producers, the people that put up the biggest numbers, the people that make the most amount of money, the people that you all aspire to be with, they have 30 to 40% closing ratio, right? So what does that mean? That means that the majority of people are telling them no. So, if the majority of people are telling us no, why are we going to restructure our script for the majority of people? It doesn't make any sense at all. So, if we just keep the script that we were given and just practice tonality, getting comfortable with rebuttals, and nothing's going to replace experience and confidence on the phone. And you're going to have more experience and more confidence if you're saying the same things, if you're going through the same script time over time over time, because you're not going to get enough reps in if you're changing up your methods, your scripts, and things that you're saying throughout your presentation. So stick with the script, rip it until you can literally do it with your eyes closed, front to back. I can give you a part in the middle, you can rip it off the top of your head, and then rip it with confidence, and then just continue to work on that script and the main things, tonality, and then take your money, buy some leads, make it work. Put your back against the wall, burn the ships, and just find a way to make it work.
Let's go. I love that, and I always ask people in sales, I'm like, raise your hand if you know all the words to a certain song. None of you can sing a song, all the words. Most people can. Okay, you're lying or something. If you can do that for a song that offers nothing to your life, you can learn the sales script, right? All right, and then last but not least, what are your plans and your goals here with scaling the Zenith, and what does the future look like for Milo in this industry?
Yeah, so future looks bright thanks to my team of absolute studs that we have all over here, growing insanely quickly, but just continue to redefine the norm. And I see this in the Olympics all the time, where no one hits a 4-minute mile, no one breaks a record. As soon as one person does it, next year 3, 4, 5 people hit it. Right? So how does that happen? That happens by someone taking the impossible and doing it and showing the others that that's actually attainable. So same thing goes with, we're trying to absolutely smoke Mr. Basso's record on $1 million a month, right? So once we hit that $1 million a month, what's next? How can we hit it even quicker? How can we get my guys to hit it even quicker? How can we hit $1 million a week? What's next? Why is no one talking about $1 million a week yet? Is no one dreaming about
talking about $1 million a day?
$1 million a day, yeah, why not? $1 million before noon, on a Monday of all things. Insurance is slow. So, but yeah, so just continue to redefine the norms, because I truly believe in grow or die will just continue to be the normality of business for its entire life. So if you're not innovating, if you're not putting in new things in the business, your business is slowly dying, whether you like to admit it or not, whatever your profit margins show, no matter how your competition is doing, if you're not growing, the business is going to die. So just continuing to innovate, continuing to push past the boundaries that your leaders have set before you, and just keep track of what you've done, figure out how you did it, write that down so you're duplicatable, because I want all of my agents to be better versions of me. And I, selfishly have big goals for all of them. I want them all to be able to run their own offices, beat all of my records, beat your records and your records. And the only way we're going to do that is just be continuing to innovate on what we currently have. So I like to track what I've done, how quick I did it, and then how can I beat it? Okay, what did I do to beat it? How can I go back and beat that again? How can I do that quicker? How can I do that more efficiently? And then how can I implement that into my agents? Because if they know the best things I know, and they can look at it from a different lens and put their own twist on it, they can find things and ways and abilities that I never even thought of. And that's really how the business grows, is pouring everything into yourself and then taking every single thing you know and trying to duplicate that into your agents, into your new guys. Because one agent, one hire can change your life and change the whole structure and path of your business.
Let's go. Round of applause for Nick Milo.
Mr. Chase, get on up here.
That was good. While he's coming up here, let me say something super fast. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That was one of the best trainings I've heard in a very long time. Can you train October 14th in Chicago and at convention in Miami? Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Let's go!
All right. We got, who's ever seen the movie Wall Street?
Oh, yeah.
Not your Greco, but we have the actual Greco. Look at this beautiful man. We got Chase Gallagher. Chase is the man. Chase, how old are you? 22. Only 22 years old, and he's crushing the game. If you've heard Chase on the phone, he is by far sounds the best, the most confident, the most certain out of anybody I've heard on the phone so far. So we figured, why not today talk about that? Because whose goal here is to be 100% confident every time they're on the phone? Who here's heard Chase on the phone? Do you feel Chase is a bit more confident than you are when he's on the phone? Yeah. When I hear Chase, I'm like, shit, dude, what am I buying? I'm like, insurance, sign me up. All right, Chase, let's talk about it, bro. Let's talk about simplicity in the sale and how can we achieve it, because I feel like when people overcomplicate this, because there's so much that goes into this business, so how do we achieve simplicity?
So, Jonah touched on a lot of stuff. Like, simplicity is so important, but I feel like you've got to understand why simplicity is important in sale for you to really do it. And a big thing is, like, people talk about all these objections. Like, they come to me and they're like, I hear, like, this guy wants to do this with the policy I've never even heard of before. I'm like, why have I never heard this objection before? And a lot of the times it's because I'm avoiding objections by using simplicity in sale. And people will tell you what they need. They'll tell you what they're scared of, or what their buying motive is for the product and for the policy. And as long as you just listen to them, you can isolate those direct concerns and then move on. They don't need to know. It's kind of, I use this analogy a lot where it's like, imagine you're at a restaurant and you see a big menu. I know, like my girlfriend, she's like looking at the menu, she's like, what the hell did I pick? I'm like, hey, what's the best thing on the menu? Give me 5 things. I'm like, okay, which one of those sounds good? She picks it and we move on, right? That's what a lot of people want and expect in this business as well when you're on the phones with them, because they're scared. They're scared to make a decision. So I feel like clarity of what you're saying and the words you say is very important. So you got to be able to communicate clearly, and like Jonah says, you don't want to be yelling. I know I yell a little bit, but you don't want to be like, I'm not sitting here, like talking to my best friend yelling about something that just happened. I'm talking to them in a direct tone. They know that I'm intently listening, and I'm talking to them directly, not talking about anything else. It's just my full focus is on them, right? So a big thing is speak clearly and clarity to them, and then a lot of that, the questions and concerns will come up naturally. Like a lot of people, when I'm talking to the clients, they'll be like, okay, but I heard this is how the policy actually works. And I'm like, okay, so I just got to touch on cash value, because I sell a lot of IULs, right? So just like cash value, that's the only thing I really got to touch on, make them understand cash value, and then find a death benefit if they want and move on, right? So just like really understanding what the products are will help you out as well. So like the way I look at it for IULs is you want to know 3 things. You want to know what's most likely going to happen, what's the worst thing that can happen, and what's the best case scenario. right? Best case scenario is that they fully healthy and they just want to build generational wealth and protect their family, right? Worst case scenario, they got cardiac arrest, they have cancer, they have a lot of problems, right? So you have to do a lot more work. Average is like you got to run a few applications to find someone approved, right? Those are the three frames of thinking I have when I'm doing these calls. And I just isolate people into one bubble when I'm talking to them, asking them a bunch of questions. They'll tell me everything I need to know, and then from there I plug and play my, because a lot of stuff I do is I just have like mental boxes in my head. I'm like, okay, so this guy has this, you're gonna go over here, and then that's kind of how I do that.
There we go. Yeah. And then how do you build rapport while maintaining the expert frame?
So rapport's tricky because when you hear the word rapport, you think it's your friend, you know, and you want to like befriend these people. And I am making friends, but a lot of people, they need to respect you. And you can go down the rabbit hole of just becoming their best friend, and then you get to the end of the sale, they're comfortable telling you no, which is where a lot of people get, where they're like, I talked to this person for 2 hours and they didn't buy. And you're like, why didn't they buy? He's my best friend, and you never get them on the phone again. But it's usually just because you treated them as your friend, so you didn't go into why they actually need the product, you didn't follow the script, you know? So while you want to maintain rapport, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. It would be the questions. So when I'm in the sale, like I'm building a lot of rapport, and these people, they trust me, but it's because I'm using rapport to ask questions, essentially. So let's say, for example, a lot of the hard questions we get are like, you don't want to ask someone, hey, are you broke, can you afford this? Right? How do you say that nicely? Well, I'm like, let's tie in rapport to me asking this question. So for example, I would be, if the guy's like, I don't know, I need to wait, I don't know if I can afford it, I would go something like, John, so a lot of my clients are in a similar situation as you, and when it comes to this, and finances are a tough conversation to have, but is affordability like your main concern here? Because I know with a lot of my other clients, like Julie I helped out last week, she was in the same situation, and we were talking about her kids, and she just really wanted to put her family first, because that's what mattered to her, and she was only able to allocate around $60 a month, but she knew that was better, and she could always change it in the future. Do you think that's something like a similar scenario you're in, John? You know, so I'm tying in rapport, they tell me I'm telling stories. They want to listen, I'm captivating the audience, like when you're on the phone with them, that's like how I look at it when I'm building rapport. But is there any like direct questions about rapport that anybody has?
Yeah, I want you guys to get that, like, how I've done sales most of my life is by tying in stories of other customers to relate it to their situation, because that they feel like somebody understands their situation. That's why I'm going to do it, right? When people feel like you care and you can actually understand their situation, that's rapport, not, oh, you're from Philadelphia, you must like the Eagles, that sucks. No, I'm just kidding. People think that's rapport. That's like what you think is rapport, just making like small, awkward talk. Like, where are you from? How's the weather in Philadelphia? Is it always sunny there? I'm just kidding, you know? Like, that's not genuine rapport. Genuine rapport is to understand their situation better, where they now feel like they can fully trust you. What Chase just did is huge. If you guys aren't doing that, start doing that. Talk about a similar situation if somebody was in their exact shoes and how you found the solution. And they'll feel like now this product fits them perfectly. So love that. Now, there's selling and there's closing. A lot of people oversell and they over-explain. How do you know when it's the right time to transition into the application, or what are you doing from gathering info, everything you need, to then rolling into the application? I think a lot of people just get stuck actually making that switch, get to the application and get the ball rolling.
I think, so in solar, it was a lot about like, you had to get people to move because they weren't going to do it themselves. That's why they submitted their information to you in the first place, right? So in solar, we were in their house, face to face, like you could literally sit there and not leave until they decided to do it. Now, but this obviously is a little different because you have attention and you have a lot more things that you need to like keep into account. So the way that I have found to be able to do this properly is to act like I can't isolate just one simple thing, because it's a lot of things that makes this up, but it's really, the questions you're asking are very important. There's a few different questions. I kind of wrote them down. I'll show you guys. There's a bunch of questions that you need to go over with people, and essentially they're qualifying questions, pain point questions, value-based questions, and closing questions. As long as you're hitting all those, you're gonna be able to figure out what this person needs, because the reason they're going to submit that application is because they want to solve a problem. And if they don't know what that problem is, they're not going to do it. So if you're trying to close somebody without knowing the problem, you're doing them a disservice because you could be giving them a product they don't know. So by the time I get to closing, I already know what is the best product for them, what's giving them the highest chance of approval, and I've expressed that throughout the whole entire script, and they know that I've been like going through everything with them and I know their situation. If you get to the end and you don't know their situation, there's something that you're doing that you need to fix. You need to be figuring out why this person even needs life insurance. Like I get to the end sometimes and then you know those people that are really closed off, they don't really trust you, and they're just like, you kind of get to the end and you're like, well, where do I go? Because the script's out of words now, right? Well, a lot of times I'll just be like, John, so like tell me why do you even need life insurance? Like why are we here to begin with? I know you like, you're a little reserved, I can tell, like what is the real reason we're here? Like do you even need this? And a lot of times when you put it back on them, they'll tell you why. So that like worst case scenario, if you're going through stuff, because we all have those people who are really hard to communicate with, put them on their feet. You know, like tell them, why do you need this? And some people will hang up, but you know, those are not the people we're looking for. We're looking for the people that we want to solve problems for. So the people that are like that will tell you why, and then from there you can tell them the solution that will be. And then as long as you're solving problems and telling people solutions, you'll know, you'll be able to like close them. You'll be able to take them to the application because they want the product. Does that make sense?
100%. Love that, and Chase, we'll do more of a deep dive into those questions on one of the calls. But in just time here, last question: what are your plans here for scaling in your future look like in insurance and seeing Pinnacle?
Well, we're gonna build this to the fucking moon, and we're gonna take over the industry. I think we're already hitting big numbers. I came from a different agency before Mikey. I knew Mikey in solar, but I was with another company you guys know in Tampa, Insurance Elevated. I like them a lot. They're good people, but the culture is everything to me, and the people I want to build with, the people I want to do life with, and I found that in this with you guys, and I found like this is a really good culture. We're gonna build something that's gonna be unstoppable. We just need to have that faith. You gotta pull up, you gotta do the work, and you have to just put in the time. And then from there, your only job is to share the opportunity that you have to yourself. And if you do that, people are gonna come. People are gonna come work with us. Like it's just bound to happen. Like you attract what you do. If you're not doing the right stuff, that's why nobody wants to work with you. Do the right stuff, people will come work with you, and then you can show them how you're doing, like being successful, how your life's so good, and all these cool things. You know, it's just you have to do it yourself and show people and lead the way.
Let's go. Let's rock. That's what Danny is. If you ever, I heard about Danny from Tiger. I didn't actually know him too personally. He did work at the last company I was at for about a month. And he crushed it, and I've got to know Danny, and Danny is the man. Super composed, super level-headed individual, and that's truly what it takes to win in business, like having that composure, having that level-headedness, and that translates into the sale. If you hear Danny on the phone, when I first got into this business, I sat with Chase and Danny. I was like just watching them because I want to understand the sales process. And Danny got on the phone and he was just like smiling. I'm like, all right, so when do you actually like get the customer? And he's like, no, I just did it. I'm like, what just happened? He's like, yeah, no, they sent the code, I signed them up, they're good. And Danny has a super high persistency, and the sale was so flawless and streamlined, I didn't even feel like he was selling anything. So that's what we're gonna talk about today, Danny, is just how tonality helps you in the sale and how you just remain calm and even keel, and how important that is to the sales process.
Yeah, thanks, Mikey, for the intro, I appreciate it. Yeah, just staying cool through the sale, keeping it simple, like Chase mentioned. It's just making it as easy as possible for the customer. A lot of these people are coming from having to sit in a home or meet at a library to sign up for life insurance and go through all these documents. And so a lot of people you talk to don't know it's like a 10-minute, 15-minute conversation. So just keeping it simple that way, and I know Jonah touched on a lot of tonality. That's a really big thing too. I feel like every time Jonah speaks, it sounds like he's saying the script for the first time, even though he said it 10,000 times. And that's just like knowing you're not reading off a script. You're genuinely caring about these people and putting them in a better situation. So.
And do you adjust your tone, Danny, with like different customers? Like you're talking to an older person, a younger person, you're pretty much same level throughout the customer space?
I guess I try to stay level for the most part. The only time I'll ever adjust it is if I'm speaking to like an older client, or if I see a really hard name, I usually use the last name, and I can kind of tell if it's like an older lady, I need to kind of bring her guard down, kind of act like a grandson kind of vibe, and just kind of like bring out that, I call it like that, like feminine energy. It's really, you don't want to scare anyone off on the phone, and a lot of times like depending on the headset you're using too, you can be speaking too loudly and it sounds like you're yelling at the customer. So like really knowing how you sound from their phone and their perspective is really important.
Yeah. If you've heard, like if you hear Danny's sales call and you're in the same room as Chase, you actually won't hear Danny as much because Chase is extremely loud. But I think something you've done really good is, I don't know if you've ever, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you've ever burned a lead. You just remain, really positive throughout your whole entire sales process. And it seems like, I know that you can get flustered, and obviously it might be happening internally, but like how do you remain, I forget who was saying that, I don't know if it was Jonah, but that example was his name, Hunter, what's his name?
Oh,
Henry, you know what I mean? Like I feel like you don't let things phase you. So if you talk a little bit about that mindset, because I think that's the most important principle in sales is when you get objection, when you get these situations that are not favorable, how do you just keep that iron mindset? I think that's so important in sales.
I feel like it's really easy now with the resources that we have when you can literally purchase a lead for $1. I literally watched, was it Andy?
Yeah.
I literally watched Andy before we got here sell a $1 lead for, I don't know, what was the premium of that? Yeah, like how can you get flustered when you can buy a $1 lead and sell them for $1,500? Like you've got unlimited resources, you can literally buy leads for pennies and sell them for thousands of dollars. You have infinite opportunity and you got time on your hands. So we're all really young looking around, and time is our best resource currently. So just knowing that like you burn a lead, you just call another lead, and really there's no reason to ever get flustered.
Yeah, about that. One thing that you do really well is that like affordability aspect to it. Like you're just understanding their financial situation. You're not trying to because like this business is as much as about making sales, it's about having your business stay on the books. And Danny has really good persistency. And if you see, he's not always throwing down these big policies, but he's just consistently throwing down a lot of policies. Like I was looking at the submitted AP last month and the month before, and he was neck and neck with somebody else, but actually had about 7 or 8 more policies. So those policies are sticking. We're looking at persistency, which is really, really good. So just talk a little bit about the fact finding and getting to understand, because I think for some people they're like, I don't know where to go. Should I be offering them more coverage, less coverage? Just talk a little bit through how you find and pinpoint their true financial situation and make sure that it is affordable, they're comfortable, and that they're always going to stay on the books. Because you can always sell them more later. Yeah. If they cancel, it's significantly hard to get that business back.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to stay away from any kind of like underwritten like medical policies, just because I want to get something for sure on the books. And then if you actually truly want to do a bigger policy, which most people just truly don't, at least from the leads that I'm purchasing. So I'll always go with something that's going to be simple issue. I'm not going to have to do any medical underwriting. And then as far as affordability, just trying to kind of temperature check the customer, figuring out, okay, you want to generate $60,000 in the next 10 years. It's like, is that really a realistic goal for you, or are you mostly looking for protection for Karen? Like, what are we really trying to achieve here? And then just kind of backtracking. I always undersell. Like, if you're telling me you can afford 150, yeah, let's start at $100. Like, because I want to make sure you stay on the book so that when I call you next year, we can go up. That's my goal. Yeah,
100%. How many of you guys have sold a policy and somebody's like, yeah, 300 is my limit, you put it at 300, and then they cancel? We've seen a few of them come through. So it's like if you're pressing it, one thing I find with customers is it's hard to admit the financial situation you're in. It's hard to admit that something's out of your budget. People feel uncomfortable with that. So Danny does a really good job. You'll hear this week of how he's able to get that customer to really open up and tell them the situation they're in and make sure that the payment's affordable. Because the last thing you want to do is write business, have that business canceled because that money does get clawed back, right? And that's a big focus this week. It's a big focus being a part of Pinnacle. They don't like bad business here. We don't like bad business. It doesn't do anybody any good to write a bunch of policies and have them all canceled. So Danny, you do a great job with that. And then what are your goals here in the life insurance industry here with Zenith, and what do the plans look like for Danny Cruz moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I just want to be able to build, like Chase touched on, you guys are like my family, my best friends. So yeah, just being with you guys like gives me a lot of energy. In life you got tasks that take away energy and people that bring you energy. And you always want to surround yourself with people that are always energizing you. So just being in this room right now, I feel like, I don't know if like most of you don't know, but I was just on a trip and I was just like, by the end of it, I was like, all right, I need to get home. Like I feel so drained. And just being here, like I'm really grateful to have you guys. I just want to, be able to build with y'all. A lot of new faces that I'm still, eager to meet. But just being able to be around you guys and build it as big and as quickly as possible. Yeah. Let's go.
All right, we got one more speaker, and then we have a special guest. This next speaker, this is my boy right here. I actually, I never met him, but we were running ads before, and I was testing out this new ad, and Casey came on a recruiting call for solar way back when. And I'm telling this guy, and I don't know if you've ever seen Casey smile, he kind of gives you that like smirk. This dude's giving me that half smirk the whole time. I'm like, this dude doesn't believe you. I'm like, listen, bro. I remember I'm sitting at the Hyde House, you guys know that Tampa. I'm like, listen, bro, I swear to fucking God, if you join this company, I'll change your life forever, I guarantee it. And he's like, all right, bro, I believe you. I'll come and I'll work with you. And Casey's been awesome, dude. Casey's one of the most consistent people you've ever meet. He's one of the most positive people you're ever going to be around. And he's just truly a professional when it comes to sales. There's sales amateurs, there's sales professionals, and Casey's a true professional. And professionalism comes from consistency. Milo's another individual that's super consistent. Casey is unbelievably consistent. Whether he's in the office in Tampa or he's back in Denver by himself making dials, he makes it happen. So round of applause for Casey. All right, so what advice would you give somebody that's starting in this industry? Because some people are new, so what advice would you give somebody that's starting brand new in sales and insurance?
Yeah, so this industry, though it's the best vehicle in sales right now, it does come with hard work, right? You know, I came from solar, knocking doors, pounding pavement every day, and to come to this, like just making calls, it'd be super easy. I'll make a couple calls, close some deals, it'll be sweet. But at the end of the day, the results come from hard work, and that's putting in hours, countless hours, and you know, though you might not see results in the first week, first couple weeks, first couple months, it's gonna come because the vehicle is there. But really the biggest thing for me is, though a lot of people are coming in this business, seeing my success and like what I'm doing right now, y'all didn't see the first couple months I had, and I was struggling, you know, making this transition over the phone, tonality, you know, I didn't have all those skills.
Can you talk a little bit more about your start? Because I don't think people know you started the last company that you really took you months to get off the ground. So for anybody that's new, that's not hitting their stride right now, I think it's important because Casey's now our top writer at the moment. So
yeah, because in our previous IMO, we didn't really have resources, training, so you know, we were all starting in the industry at the same time. So my upline was really like Connor and just some of the guys who were all starting at the same time as me. So I didn't really have access to resources. We didn't have access to scripts. We didn't have access to training videos. So I was really just making calls. I had one script and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna make this work. And then really the biggest thing for me, what like flipped my whole trajectory, was just like, you know what, I'm gonna become an expert at this. And you know, once you become an expert in a field, people are gonna want to buy from you. And that's really the biggest thing, because you can have the best product, but if you're not super confident or you don't know everything about it, you're not gonna like transition that energy into them to want to actually buy the product. So, you know, I was like selling, hitting calls every single day, like all day, and I was like, wasn't getting results, and I was like, is it me? Like, I don't really know what it is. And like, you know, I took like a couple days to myself, and I'm like, I'm gonna look at every single product, every carrier, watch every video possible, to where I can get to that knowledge, to where now when I hop on the phone, anyone has a question, I know the answer, no doubt. So that was a big shift for me. So becoming an expert, and obviously then putting in the time, the dials, everything you need, those are the two most important things. But yeah, you gotta know what you're talking about, and you gotta practice and put in the time. That's really the biggest things I'd say.
yeah, just so you guys know, Casey, he didn't have the hottest start into this, and he was second guessing the opportunity a little bit, and that can happen if you're not getting the results right away. But if you guys listen, it's a decision. It's not gonna magically happen. You have to just actually decide. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna become the expert. I'm gonna learn everything I can, and I'm gonna become so knowledgeable to give myself the confidence. But winning in business, winning in sales is simply a decision that you're gonna do what it takes, and you're gonna eliminate all the excuses and crush it. But Casey, you've obviously had a lot of success in solar. Coming from this, what's been the biggest difference between doing solar sales and then insurance sales? And just what would you say is like the biggest, differences for you? And what are the learning curves that happened, like when you were new, that you wish you would have known starting out, but you could have learned maybe the process sooner?
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, coming from solar, it's all direct sales, eye contact. You can read their body language. With this, it's all over the phone. So, like shifting from in-person direct sales to over the phone, you learn how important tonality is. And you know, a big thing I got a lot from Jonah, from everything he's dropped, and just like how to actually read the script and read it properly, because you can read the script, but if you don't have the right tonality, it just like, people like can tell you're reading a script and you're just like it's happened to probably all of us at some point. But the really thing is, it's like it's emotional sale compared to solar was more of a practical sale. So where when we were selling in California back in the day, it was such a no-brainer of a deal. It's like you guys are paying $400, now you're paying $200, that's it. Now it's like, okay, like you have to really dig deep into their situation because everything is personal. Every single person you talk to has their own family, they have a spouse, they have kids, they have their own reason why they're doing it. You have to dig that out of them. And you have to like really get them up in the forefront, like because it's gonna be there. You have to get them to actually say it and actually be in front of them, to where like when they're on the phone and they think they're like, oh wow, I do need this, because like there's original interest, right? But then you need to really dig it out of them to realize, okay, I need to do this, and whatever that is, you know, asking important questions, which it's gonna be uncomfortable sometimes, but you gotta ask these questions because at the end of the day, it's like. We talk about some things that can be uncomfortable, but in the day, it's like, if you're brave enough to ask that question, which other reps aren't, it's like, you're gonna get that sale compared to other people who they talk to 5, 10 other people. So you gotta be brave enough to ask those questions and really build that relationship with the client, because it is an emotional sale, it's not a practical sale. That's the reality.
That's what I wanted to focus on. It's the emotional sale, and you gotta cater to every individual you're talking to because their situation is different, it is personal. Nobody here is the same. Look around the room, is anybody here the same person? No. Maybe we are. Let me know. Other than that, Casey, why is it, and what are your plans here in this insurance industry, and what does the future look like for you here?
Yeah, for me it's pretty simple. It's really a winning culture here. I don't know if any of you guys have been on winning or like undefeated teams, like growing up sports back in the day, but having that culture, having that winning mentality, it's just contagious. You know, you see, once you could be having a bad day, and all of a sudden you see someone pump a fat deal, everyone gets hyped up, and everyone's like, yo, okay, then all of a sudden it sparks of energy to where energy feeds off energy, and like, not only like a lot of these people, like Mikey, like he was telling me, like, he's the original person who recruited me to solar back in the day, and you know, he shifted my paradigm back in the day when I was making $4 grand at this corporate sales job, and he told me I was gonna make 40 grand this summer, and I was like, on a month in summer, I was like, a month, that in a year, and I was like, damn, he had that confidence really shifted into me, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make it happen, and sure enough, a year later, I made over 50K in 1 month, someone sold with Mikey, so I'm like, you know what, once I heard Mikey on the phone with Tiger, when we were in Arizona, I was like, Mikey, you make a new opportunity that's not solar, I'm in, and sure enough, all this came to fruition, so, you know, super excited to build with my brothers, everyone new in the business. You know, we have a great culture going. You know, I'm excited to build with each and every one of you guys, and you know, we're gonna break barriers, we're gonna break records. So strap in, we're about to go ham here. So
let's go, strap in, rock shit.
Okay, so when I'm closing, I'll give them the options of the prices. I give them 3 options. I don't know what you do, but I give them 3 options. And then as soon as I'm done with giving them the options, I'll say, do you need me to repeat any of those? And then they'll say yes or no, and I'll do whatever. And then as soon as I'm done with that, I don't like say it super quickly, but I say it pretty quickly. So, John, which of these 3 options do you guys feel like would be the best fit for you? Because I want them to not have a chance to say, I want to think about it. I want to say that before they say that, right? So then they'll give me an answer. They say, oh, we'll take the full home. Then I'm like, okay, cool. All right, so the next step here is I'm just going to fill out an application. I'm just going to need a couple things from you guys to get this going. The company is going to need your social security number to check your medical background. They'll need your driver's license number to check your identification. And then whatever bank you want associated with your payment, we'll just need the routing and account number for that. So you just go ahead and pull that together while I get this application started. And when you have that ready, just let me know. So that's for a sale. So then if I'm with a couple and they say they want to think about it, I'll say, no problem. I'll tell you what here, John and Mary, I'm going to put you on hold here, mute myself out here for a few minutes. I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. You guys can have a conversation about this, and I'll be right back, okay? I'll give you your privacy. And so a lot of times they do that, and I'll literally watch my clock. for 5 minutes, but also I am muted, but I can hear their conversation. And so I can tell, if they're done, but I don't get back on right away because I don't want them to feel like I'm listening to them. So I wait just a little bit longer, and then I'll check it. Hey guys, I'm just checking in to see if you're ready. And they're like, oh yeah, we're ready. And then, if it's a sale, it's a sale, right? So then if they're still wanting to think about it, I'll say, so John and Mary, do you see a value in this coverage? And if they say no, then the conversation's over. There's nothing else to do. They don't see values. There's no reason to talk anymore. If they say, yeah, we see a value in this, then okay, so I do not say, is it the price? I do not say that. I want them to say it's the price. I'm not going to say it. Okay, so I'll say, do you see a value in this coverage? And they're like, yes. Okay, so what questions or concerns do you have regarding the coverage? Like, what are you thinking here? And see if they'll say something to me. Next step, if they still are, struggling, I'll say, John and Mary, I'm here to help you guys find whatever you want. My job is to help you find a coverage that's a good fit for you guys. And the more you communicate with me about what's on your mind, the better I can help you. If I don't know what's on your mind, then I don't know what to look for. So, the more you're honest with me about what you're thinking, the better I can help you. And then sometimes that breaks them down to actually say, well, I'm not sure about, it's the budget or whatever the case may be. And then they're saying it's the price. So then I'll say, okay, John and Mary, I'll tell you what, I completely understand that. And I'll tell you what most people do that are in a situation like yours, they're going to start with this lowest amount. So let's go with half the home. And it's, only, $100 instead of $300 or whatever the case may be. And so a lot of my clients will start with the lowest amount because right now they're not really sure what they can afford, but they know they can afford that $100, right? And then in a couple months when things get better and the finances might change, or if they change, you get some things paid off and whatever, you want to increase that coverage, you can give me a call in a few months, 6 months, a year, whatever you want, and we'll see about increasing that coverage at that time. And sometimes that'll work. Sometimes that still doesn't work. So then, let's see, what have I done? I've let them have time to talk. I've asked them if they see a value. I've asked them to be honest with me, tell me what's really on their mind. What else have I done? It's just the process. I don't even think about it. It just sort of happens here. So then they might be like, you know what, I really need to look at my bills and I can't make a decision before this. I'll say, well, you know what, let me just tell you a little bit about the process and how this works. Okay, so the way it works is we just need you to make a decision about which plan you want. Then we're going to fill out an application. Honestly, there's nothing to even think about until we know for sure if you're approved. Because if you're not approved, there's really nothing to think about. You know what I mean? So let's put in an application. We'll see if we get you approved. Then if you are approved, the payment comes out within the next couple days. And then after that, the policy will come in the mail to you within 10 business days. After that, you have 30 days to think about it. Okay? 30 days to decide, number one, if you want the coverage. Number two, I don't usually say that because I don't want them to think about canceling. But I'll say you can adjust it up or down, whatever you decide once you figure out what's going on with your bills, because, this is really important coverage to have. Everybody gets car insurance, right? Because you don't even want to drive away from the car lot without having some car insurance. Because why? Something might happen and you need to have that covered. Our home costs a lot more than a house. A mortgage payment is a lot more. A mortgage costs a lot more than a car. And so it's actually more important to make sure your house is covered, because if something happens to you, you got to make sure that everybody's taken care of. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing that I'll say if they're having trouble making a decision. The one that kind of gets me the most, honestly, is when someone says, I'm not the kind of person that's going to make a decision right away. I never make a decision right away. I'm going to think about it for 24 hours or whatever. If they're saying stuff like that, I'm pretty sure they're not making a decision. And I actually respect that because I would be the same way. And so then what I'll say is, okay, John, I'm going to put you on the calendar to give you a call in about 24 hours. What's a good time to call you tomorrow night? And I'll put them on the calendar, expecting that it may be. I don't really block off an hour for that. I expect it to be like a 2-minute phone call, and if it's longer, I'm lucky. You know what I'm saying? So I'll put them on the calendar like that. And that's what this guy was. He was one of those kind of guys. He's like, I don't make a decision right away. He did see a value in it. He did think he could afford it. It was just he didn't want to make a decision today. So all I could do at that point is just be like, all right, it's out of my hands, it's out of my control, and I can just hope and pray that he actually buys it in a couple days. Some people, like there was a guy I sold yesterday, it was one call closed, and I had to tell him the story, like 3 different stories to help him understand his need for coverage. He's 77 years old, and he wanted his full home covered. That's $166,000, and it wasn't going to happen. And I had to tell him a few stories, and one of the last things that I said was this. I just kind of came up with this. I was like, listen, John, I'm going to tell you, because he was just going to, I ended up showing him like 30,000, 20,000, and 10,000, and that it could double for accidental, because that was what he was going to be able to afford. And so I said, John, think about it like this. If you pass away, your daughter is your beneficiary. And I know that you want to have that full mortgage covered, but it's just going to cost so much. And to be honest, at age 77, I'm not sure that you're going to get approved for it either. But some coverage is better than no coverage, of course. And what if, you pass away, your daughter is at your funeral, and somebody comes up to her and says, Mary, I want to make the mortgage payments on your house for the next year so you don't have to worry about that. I know you just lost your dad. You're kind of on your own now, and you're going to have to rethink, like, what are you going to do in life? And so I want to make those payments for you on that mortgage. I said, John, what would you think about that if somebody did something like that for your daughter? He's like, well, that would be amazing. I said, well, that's exactly what you would be doing for her. You would just be making life easier for her. Are you going to pay the whole mortgage off? No. Because you want to enjoy life now. You can't put all that money into mortgage protection and not have money to buy food. Okay, so let's get you a plan that you can afford and still going to be very helpful for your daughter in the event of your death. And he was coming towards an answer of yes. And I didn't even ask him. I said, okay, John, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and fill out this application, and we just did it. I just told him what to do because he wasn't making a decision. It was honestly one of the most frustrating. I felt like I was, my patience was being tried with this old man because he was really, really slow, and I had to come up with 3 or 4 different stories to try to get him to understand that this is important and that he needed it. And he finally figured it out. So I think sometimes we just have to sit back, relax a little bit, and actually take time to listen. Some of these old people have all day, and some of these old people don't understand what we're talking about. And there's a sale there if we're willing to just be patient with them and try and explain to them what it's all about and why they need it. And that was a cool one.
First of all, we want to start off here with Anthony. I want to give a special shout out to Anthony for actually crushing it this week. Insane. I want to hear from you, or just tell us kind of what your day-to-day looks like and how you've been making it happen this week. What have you been like what's your schedule? What do you do? Do you call? Do you text? What are you saying? What are you texting?
Yeah. Cool. Can you hear me?
Yep. I can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool. So my day typically starts Um, probably like 7 a.m. I typically wake up, look at the CRM, and kind of check what's been going on the past couple of days before, kind of see who I can reach out to. So that's one of the first things I do.
Okay.
Then from there, I go to my leads, and it kind of just depends on what I already have flowing. I typically try to message between 30 to 50 people. Once again, like it kind of just depends on how many people I'm already kind of in conversation with, and if it kind of just left off, so I'll try to just pick it back up the next day. And if I don't get a response, then I'll try to call them, and then we kind of play phone tag. But typically, I'll text people to get appointments, and then I'll call them too if I can't get a hold of them. Or a lot of times they'll just see a message and at some point just call me. Cause like, all right, who is this? And I'll just have to get on the phone and talk to them just a little bit. And schedule appointment that way. What else do I do? So yeah, using a few different platforms. So a lot of it's just manual texting. So I've been like texting a bunch of different things, different openers. Depends on what they say. I've been just working on different messages to see what gets the best response. So ones that typically get a good streak, I'll save it and then kind of just start applying it for the next couple of days and see if it works. And then if someone says a few different things, depending on the response to that, I may have to tweak it, add this, take out that, or something like that.
Okay. How are you handling objections? Do you have a lot of objections?
So yeah. Ton of objections.
Okay.
So a lot of times people will just say, not interested. So one common thing I'll typically say when I'm texting and say they're not they aren't interested, I'll tell them, hey, that's no problem. Just for my notes so I can get the file closed out. What do I say before I get the phone? Let me look.
That's
That's
already
probably a lot easier.
already cool than just so I can get the file closed out. I love that. I love that already. Hope you guys are taking notes so I can get the file closed out. That'll
One
let
second.
fit
Let me
one more question in there before they hang up on you. Say, oh, just so the file closed out, and you can squeeze another objection rebuttal in there.
Yeah. I'm going to one because I know I actually sent one earlier today. Here it is. Yeah. So yeah, before I get the file closed out. So this if there's because a lot of times these are going to be older leads. So sometimes you'll get people that say, hey, I don't even live in that house anymore. So that's when I'll end up saying, yo, before I get the file closed out, we do handle, a lot of the life insurance and final expense plans. Some of the plans offer living benefits, kind of just depends on health, but do you currently have a plan in place? So typically I'll always say that if they say like they aren't at the home anymore, if like, no, I'm already set on that or whatever the case, I'll say that. But yeah, so I always typically throw in that buffer and tell them before I get the file closed out because they're more likely to answer with a truthful answer if they feel I'm getting ready to close the file out.
Yeah. That's so clutch. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to get the file closed out, I don't live in that house anymore. Any other type of objections you're seeing or objection?
What do I normally hear? Well, you got some of them where, so that was another thing I was running into, and I'm still trying to it's a lot of trial and error right now, but you'll run into people that if they have an abrasive objection, I don't overcome it at all. I'll just tell them because I don't want the number flagged. I want spammed because that's what I was running into for weeks. And that's why I was using so many different platforms because everything was getting flagged or account was end up getting closed out for 24 to 48 hours because after you get a certain amount of spam, people report you to spam, or if you get a certain amount of people opting out a lot, they'll shut it down. So I'll end up the moment I get a person that's pretty abrasive, you can tell the people that if I have a big hill to climb over, I'll leave it alone. Okay. I'll update the file, close it out, have a great weekend or have a great day. And I'll just leave it at that.
That's good.
Yeah, because you just don't want to run into your numbers being taken away, things like that. That happen a lot to me.
So you said, go ahead. You have more?
Yeah, some more objections. What do I typically get? Who is this? I get that a whole lot. Who is this? Uh, so I end up just telling them, it kind of just depends on how they say it and what they add on to it. But I end up saying, hey, this is okay. So I guess, yeah, Ben, you know this already. So I don't text as I'm Anthony. That's the first thing.
That's
So
huge.
it's a book. I had hold on, let me look it up. I want to recommend this to you guys. I'm like a big learner and researcher, but this book helped me a lot as far as like text message selling.
Can tell.
Let me look this up. I had it saved in my PDF files.
Is that where you got the name Susan from, or you made that up?
So no, that was just from reading the book. So it's just a psychology thing. So people are more friendly to women in sales a lot of times. So
Yeah.
when you think of Susan, like everyone, when you hear her name, visually you'll build an image.
Right.
So when you hear Susan, you automatically think of probably an elder lady, very sweet. It's kind of hard to be mean to someone with that image in your head.
Totally.
So that's the first thing I did. I was like, okay, I need to create a name that will actually get some good reception.
Okay.
And so yeah, I'll text that Susan, and she pretty much like lines everything up.
All right. Great. So Susan, just so I can get this file closed out. Anything else in rebuttals and objections before we move on?
Objections. So y'all get who is this a lot? Is this required?
Is this
'Cause a lot
required?
of time, yeah, I'll get that one a lot. Is this required?
What do you
So, I typically tell them like, so no, I'll just try to be very clear, like, no, it's absolutely not required. However, you previously reached out in regards to this information that would, protect you in the event of you were sick, disabled, pass away. You can leave something for your loved ones. Would you like me to just close the file out? So I'll try to take it away a lot of times.
Really
And
good.
then once you do that, they'll typically like, well, hold on, what is this about? Then how can I get more information? And then that's when I kind of start having a conversation with them.
So key. Takeaways.
Yeah.
You got to take it away from them for them to want it.
Yeah, a lot of times because
That's
people
psychology.
if it comes off very desperate, it'll just feel scamish. So then of course it's through text, so people will always ask, is this a scam or this seems like a scam, yada yada.
Let me ask you this: when you first started using takeaways, were you scared to use them that you're going to lose the business?
So yeah, I was. So this was from door to door, so that's the industry I come from.
Right.
So takeaways, yeah, I was definitely a little bit afraid because obviously you want to make money, and if
Right.
you take something away, you're like, okay, I'm actually giving my money away.
Take some
So when
courage.
yeah, so it's actually the complete opposite.
Yes.
It kind of gets them on like a little bit of the Jones effect because it comes where, okay, if this guy's willing to just like not really want my business, he must be doing really well. I
Yep.
need to see more what this is about.
Yep.
So yeah.
Spot on. I really wanted to touch on that because it's one thing to say to use takeaways, but if you've never done them before, it can be very scary to use them because you spent money in these leads and you're just telling them you're going to delete them, and you're like, wait, no, I want their business.
Yeah.
Don't be scared to use them.
Yeah.
Very, without any worry at all, go straight to telling them you're going to delete their file right away, and don't be worried about it.
Yeah.
They're going to wonder why you're going so quickly to delete it. Like you don't really care that much.
Yeah. And some people will will say, oh yeah, just delete my file. But those are the people I need to just get rid of anyways.
Anyway, exactly. They're gonna waste your time anyway. So
yeah,
save yourself time. Perfect. Yeah. I love everything you mentioned for rebuttals. Anything else?
Good. I would say a big thing if you're texting for appointments, try to be as direct as you can. Like don't beat around the bush. Be very direct and just be very pleasant. So a lot of times, like whatever character you come up with that you're texting as, or it could be yourself, whatever you prefer. Try to, make it more friendly too. So Susan uses a lot of emojis and things like that too. It's just disarming. It's just disarming. So yeah, people tend to appreciate that. And also, so for show rate and stuff, because I still deal with it. Like we dealt with it yesterday with, no shows and some cancellations, but a lot of them just honestly reschedule. But confirming it is definitely key. So I typically send out 3 text messages before the appointment.
Oh, I was just telling
So
them to do
they'll
that.
get one right after I schedule it.
Okay.
They'll probably get one the morning of, and then they'll get one probably 10 minutes before the appointment. So
Oh,
I want them to, if they want to opt out and not do it, I'd rather them do it themselves as opposed to just wasting time. The people that are like can get through 3 text messages and still not say no thanks or whatever, it's probably going to be a pretty good appointment. It may not sell, but it still should be pretty promising.
really good tips. Yeah, I almost forgot to ask you if you'd confirm or not. So I'm glad you brought that up. Because I was just telling Jacob earlier not to confirm. And I'll just ask them on the phone if it's still a good time, and if it's not, no big deal. But if that's been working for you and we've been having as much success with it, then definitely, if you guys want to do confirmation texts, would you recommend, is it like doing 3 confirmations or nothing, right? You're not going to just do one confirmation 10 minutes before, right? You want to do several, right?
Yeah, you don't want to do one before because at that point it could be pretty like caught me off guard. But if
Yeah.
you can like spoon feed it to me over the, if the appointment's in 24 hours, but if you can kind of hit me maybe every 5 hours, that
Yeah.
okay, just a little quick reminder.
Yeah.
And then switch it up. Don't say the same thing. So you want
Okay.
to different variations of the confirmation. So the last one just is like, hey, just a heads up, we'll be giving you a call here in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Talk to you soon. Emoji, smiley face, something like that.
Okay. All right. So cutesy, very Susan Demure.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So yeah, because I noticed whenever I would do confirmation text and I stopped because I would just only do one 10 minutes before and it was just very easy for them to just say no out. But if you're doing the second you confirm 24 hours before, they're already kind of used to you confirming and it's not off card anymore. So I like that.
Yeah. So another big thing, I forget,
Yeah.
let me mention this too.
Mm-hmm.
So when I set the appointment, it's a few things I always mention. I always mention, hey, we're gonna send your appointment. You're gonna be assigned to the senior underwriter. Number one is gonna feel way more important. We're just hearing that. So I always say that. Then I always tell them because I have a few different numbers,
Okay.
and right now you're closing them. So I always say, hey, you'll receive a call from this area code. So that way it's not blindsided. You
Mm-hmm.
can put the whole phone number on there, but I just for just easy visually, I just say for put the area code in there. You
Okay.
receive a call from this number. For whatever reason, if you can't make it, text me back right away.
Mm.
And then other than and then I'll just say, yeah, have a great day or whatever. Talk to you soon.
Really good.
But yeah, I do that to just try to make sure people understand, like, hey, this is going to be urgent, and this is, we have a calendar to stick to. So if you can't make it, text me back. So typically anyone that hasn't showed up, they'll text me back or
Okay.
text me right before whenever they get one of those messages, hey, sorry, something came up. Can we reschedule or whatever the case? Then you can just move accordingly.
Okay. I gotcha. So the first text is just like you're sending them the date and the time, the 24-hour one, and then
So they'll get 2 messages right after I schedule it. They'll get one message that says, hold on, let me read it. I'll read it to you exactly.
perfect.
1 second. Here it is. So yeah, it'll say, yeah, so I'm gonna get you scheduled with the senior underwriter for whatever day and time. Please put the phone call from his personal office line, area code, whatever the area code you're going to be calling from. And if there's any reason that you won't be available, please message me right away. Have a great day, whatever the customer name is, client's name is, and then talk to you soon. Throw emoji in there. So
That's
they'll
right.
get that. Then right after that, they'll get an official, hi, customer name, your appointment is scheduled on day and time. Look forward to
Mhm.
speaking with you soon.
Both of those right away. Okay.
Yeah, that's right away.
All right. And then there's one, what, 5 hours before or 4 hours before?
So then they'll get another one the morning of.
Morning of. Okay.
The morning of the appointment, like if it's next day. But if it's the same day, then they'll, depending on long far away it is from like when you're setting that appointment. If it's only 4 to 5 hours away, they'll probably get one, 2 hours before, then 10 minutes before. So just kind of like space it out a little bit.
Okay.
But if it's next day, it's morning of, then 10 minutes before.
Okay. And then the third one's just like talk to you soon, happy emoji, like the one the 10 minutes
Yeah,
before.
just a friendly just a friendly reminder. Your appointment is in 10 minutes. I'm talking to you. Look forward to talking to you soon.
Awesome. All right. I think that's a great little training on the texting. A couple more questions here. How many leads are you buying, I guess, a week? How many are you texting a day?
So, what I probably buy maybe, I want to say average maybe 250 a week. I buy
Dollars?
250 leads a week.
Okay.
250 leads a week.
Okay.
And from there, what I'll do is take those leads and I'll put them in a program, and it scrubs everything because you don't want to get, once again, numbers blocked and for
Okay.
texting numbers you're not supposed to. So, and typically you'll lose a good amount of those texting numbers, just because you can't text. So at that point, I'll just use them to maybe call.
Okay.
So that, yeah, typically about 250. And then per day, I normally try to do 30 to 50 texts.
Oh.
But it kind of depends on what I already have going out and rolling. Because
Okay.
typically as you build up, like your first week it's only 20 to, maybe 30 to 50,
Right. The
but
ramp
you'll
up.
have conversations pick up. And every day as I like wake up and I see, okay, these people haven't gotten back with me yet, I'll put them over here. But so I made, good contact with them. I just haven't scheduled the appointment yet. So I put people in, folders, sections, whatever you want to call it. So you'll just keep your texting like organized. And as you can do that, I'll wake up and then, top of my day, like, okay, I have my names written down. Okay, these people were right in the midst of setting an appointment. We just need to get over that last step. So they're going to be high priority for the day. Then you have people where they're just still kind of curious. So then I'll get to them a little bit later. So then you have you'll have a bunch of people you still need to be texting, but you also are texting a new, 35 people that day.
Okay.
So you just keep building and building.
You said you've used several different platforms. Which platforms are you using?
So I've used Agent Suite, I've used Phone Burner, and then just an app called Text Now.
Okay.
So I use all three of those because you'll have
Agent Suite, Phone Burner, and Text Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of times, like even with Agent Suite, you'll probably get that account locked at some point.
Right.
So yeah, you have to be able to pivot and then have a reason why you're texting from a different number. So
okay. I will say one thing about Agent Suite is something I had fixed on mine. You need to change your opt-out language. So by default, it tells them to reply stop to unsubscribe. And if you get a certain amount of people saying stop, it blocks you. But if you change your opt-out language to something other than the known blocked things like stop or whatever, if you change it to out, you say reply out to unsubscribe, then it doesn't count towards your opt-out limit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to try that.
Yeah, so
automatically that'll help. Then I think.
Yeah, you'll still have some people by habit sending stop, but it'll be so much less that it'll probably be below the threshold to block you, which should be super helpful for you and anybody else that's watching. All right, so that's the special opt-out language that Maurice, the owner of Agent Suite, actually set that up for me. I didn't know that was a thing until he showed me, so that helps. So how many you're texting 30 to 50 a day? It was actually surprisingly much less than I thought with the amount that you've been setting. I thought you were texting like thousands a day, but you're spending, yeah. So 200.
No, so what happens is it builds up. So this is probably like 3 weeks in the making. Like this train that's kind of rolling right now. It's just been so many people. So I'm still getting people like some that you end up closing this past week. I spoke to them 2 weeks ago initially.
Yeah, we'll get there, Jacob. That's what my next question is. All right. So the leads that you're buying, how much I know you're getting 250 a week. Are you buying like $1 ones, $2 ones? Which
it'll be a mix. Typically I'll go 100 of like the $2 leads. Then I'll do maybe like 100 of dollar leads. Then I'll do some even like the 66 cent leads or 75 cent leads. So I'll use it'll be like proven leads, Titan, and then Aria. So I do a little bit of a mix because I've just been trying to figure out, which one kind of works best for doing this. So I just now started. I still have to do it with a lot of the leads, but going back to them and tracking, because at first I wasn't tracking it, like where it came from. And once you have so many, you kind of lose like, oh, well, where did this actually come from?
Right.
So I'm tracing a lot of these back to kind of be able to know which ones gave me the most success. So that way I can kind of pivot more towards that. But a lot of the ones, even some of the ones you were closing this past week, man, some of those was the 66 cent leads, man. Even the big one that you sold, that was 66 cents.
Wow, that's crazy. So the it's not really about how old they are. So the older doesn't mean they're necessarily worse.
No, because I view it as these are the ones where people kind of see bottom of the barrel. So they're going to be contacted a lot less. But then also you just have to be prepared to deal with the confusion part because it's been so long since they closed out on the home. So now you just have to deal with people that are saying, well, why wasn't this done way back 3 years ago or something like that?
Right.
So you just have to be prepared to deal with those things. But essentially, you're talking to people who don't get, spoke to about this, not in a long time.
And I'm just imagining it's probably an organizational nightmare trying to organize which were the good texts that you sent and the bad ones.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How are you
So
keeping track of which ones to continue sending, which ones not?
So typically, I just started doing it this past week. So ones that I've like, like they'll give me an objection and it worked. Like, okay, I have like a document that I'm building out where I'll save a lot of the messages. So right now it's only like 5 of them. I kind of already told you like a lot of the confirmation ones and stuff now.
Okay.
And if they just say not interested, but I've been saving a lot of the messages that work the most.
So that's what you've been getting dialed in that you said you were still working on. Okay. That makes more sense.
Because I'll still try different things and I just get a bad response or whatever. But right now I have a few that like, okay, these are really, really good ones.
Okay. Great. Did you find that book recommendation?
Oh, yeah. I started rambling and
does anybody have any other questions for him that I didn't cover?
I mean, I have a question. Like, what is your initial text? Because I know like you have like rebuttals but what are you initially texting the leads?
I'll go to that right now. So here's the text. So it says, hey, client name. This is Susan. You close out on your home back in whatever date you have from the lead that they close out in whatever lender. So just whatever the date and the lender. And when you closed out, you inquired on some information on the home being paid off. You got sick, disabled, or God forbid, passed away. Did you end up getting this handled?
Pretty basic.
And then so I'll start off pretty broad, and then you just have a bunch of different ways people will answer that though. So you just have to be prepared to kind of answer that because I mean I can just go into like if I went to some of the appointments that I've set, you'll get people saying.
So it's like the script.
Yeah. Very, very similar. It's just through text. And you just even when you're using a script, you typically have a bunch of objections you'll end up saying. So you'll just kind of use that same verbiage and just kind of make it more texturally and just make it to where it's hard for people to be mean to you. That's kind of my big thing that I try to do.
Like that.
I have a name where the thought is an older lady, and so it's going to be hard for you to initially be rude, especially when I'm just inquiring on something that you end up, reaching out about. You just may have forgotten, but
that's a cheat code because through text you can be whoever you want to be.
Yeah, and it helps. It helps a lot. So if you had the image of some guy that's just trying to, knock a bunch of sales out, which of course we want to help a lot of people.
Hey, this is Kyle.
You know what I mean? It's a little different, but so yeah, I would say that's pretty key. That was a game changer because at first I was just using my name, but when I switched it over to Susan, the initial response has changed. So that's kind of what I've been working on, just tweaking every little thing. And Ben, you can remember when I was setting the appointments, it was like for sure no shows initially when I first started setting appointments. Everything was no show.
And then you just switch. I'm like, what?
Yeah, so it's just like every part of the process, even if you're on the phone, just try to tweak one thing and just okay, that works. The name change work. Okay, this verbiage didn't work. Take this part out, add that in. So I just trying to step by step it.
Great stuff. Thank you so much for all your
But yeah, I'll get the book information. I can just put it in the chat here in a minute.
Awesome.
Anthony, I was gonna ask you, bro, so basically you're saying you start out with the text and everything. What percent of people are you actually like talking to on the phone, would you say?
Probably if I set 10 appointments, I probably may have talked to 3.
3 appointments, okay. And then when they call you, are you like, oh yeah, like Susan reached out to you, like
Yeah.
I work with her
So
or something?
so yeah, I just end up saying like, oh yeah, so Susan had to step away. She just went on a lunch or early lunch or a late lunch.
I love it.
So
That's
yeah,
savage. That's
yeah,
savage. Okay.
You're too creative with it.
For real.
But you're only hopping on the phone once you talk to them on text, or do you cold call anyone out of the blue?
Well, a lot of times people will call me. So then at that point, yeah, I'll answer and I'll just tell them, hey, Susan just went on lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I'll end up scheduling it. And then I'm like, well, yeah, Susan, she's just gone, but she'll end up texting here shortly. Want to get off the phone, but I'll make a note here so when she get back, she'll see, what we talked about. So.
It was so funny. I was listening to Ben on the phone with one of your appointments the other day, and she was like, "Yeah, I talked to Susan." Like, she like mentioned the name, and like Ben had already told me you were using that name. I was like, "Dude, that's so like perfect." The name is solid.
Yeah. And I disagree with him. Yes, Susan was telling me about you. I was expecting a call. It's great. All right. I think we are good on Anthony stuff. We can listen to some call recordings if you guys are good with Anthony. We're all good? All right. Who's got recordings that we want to review? Anybody? Don't be shy.
Anyone have one? I have one of like a better close. I know last week it was really sad when I heard that one. So maybe let me just like
Let's see if we got some improvement.
myself back. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I have that one, Ben, that I can send it to you real quick.
Yeah. When is it from?
We can kind of skip through it. It's from like 2 or 3 days ago.
I have all my calls from this week recorded over 10 different closes all recorded. If you guys want to hear those, I can send them to you. Just drop a thumb in the chat or whatever, text me individually. I can send those to you.
So I would say the recording I sent you, probably the end is the best because that was probably something like maybe we could all learn from.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. It's actually like an hour long. So
okay.
We'll see what I can do actually.
All right, I just got Jacob's. So I'll start with his. Do you want us to?
Correct.
This is only 7 minutes. Was there a certain part of it you want us to hear or the whole thing?
I just trimmed it down. So basically the end when I'm just explaining equity protection and then I gave them options.
Okay.
And then I had a separate recording from when I got the pushback about the account number and stuff. But yeah, that just wanted to get some feedback on that part, just how I'm explaining stuff.
Sure.
In that section.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And then
I got you.
I do know it's kind of grim, but have you guys talked about what you would do with the home? God forbid, either of you passed away. Would you guys sell it or would you want to stay in the home?
Probably wouldn't want to stay. Off a big one person.
You said you wouldn't want to stay, so the home would probably get sold?
Yeah.
It would get sold, okay. Gotcha. And then I'm looking right here.
I used to say that a lot, that I know this is grim. I just found it's a lot smoother, a lot less of like what I do now. I'll just say I'm assuming, God forbid something happened to you. this would be something that would help you just mourn, recover, figure out the financial situation. I'm just telling them how it works instead of just asking if they want to sell the house or not. Because this way, whether they do want to sell the house or not, like if they say they don't want to sell the house, then you kind of just kick yourself in the butt. Because then if they say they don't want to sell the house, it's going to be hard to sell them equity protection. If you don't ask and you just assume, you're much better off. Do you see why? Does that make sense?
Did you say just so you're saying I'm assuming that
Yeah,
you would want to stay in the home?
Yeah, on every mortgage protection close, you're going to go over living benefits first, then cash value. And then if they're older and you're going to need to do equity protection, then thirdly, you do equity protection, as you explain that as well. And I explain the equity protection when I get back and I have all the options ready. So I'll explain living benefits, cash value, and they'll be like, okay, 1 minute, I'll be right back, get you some options. And I get back and I say, okay, I have some options here for you. Are you familiar with how the equity protection program works? And then they'll say no. And I'll just say, this is just a more practical and affordable option. God forbid you were to pass away. This gives Susan, I don't know why I said Susan, that's just in my head now. This gives Susan time to mourn, grief, recover, figure out the financial situation, move forward in a healthy manner, and protect that insert equity amount here. Because on the financial inventory, I asked them how much they owe on the home, how much it's worth, and at this point, I have the equity amount. So I'll say, this helps Susan protect that 80,000 equity in the home. That way she doesn't have to fire sale the home for less than it's worth and lose that 80,000. I always emphasize how much equity that. Don't want them to lose that 80,000 in equity. So whether they are going to sell or not, you're just kind of painting the picture of what the scenario looks like. That way, even if they aren't going to sell, it's okay. They're envisioning it, they're feeling the pain, and they're seeing the need for it regardless. Does that make sense? Okay.
Because I know, Ted, you told me that your monthly income, it was that, 2581. And then I see K's was 4201. So, for, like I said, God forbid, something happened to K. Ted, I know you said you'd probably sell the home. With that time period between selling the home and, being in it, do you think you'd be able to afford those mortgage payments just by yourself?
No.
No.
Also, you're opening yourself up again for a yes. So I just with my own trial and error, I've gotten yeses and it's ruined my whole sale. So that's why I just stop asking these questions and just, telling them if I can sense they have more money, I always just tell them this is going to strengthen your financial situation instead of asking them. Because if I ask them, it's letting them answer it. Instead, I'm answering it for them, telling them this is going to strengthen your financial situation. I know you already have a lot in your 401k, you told me here. Correct me if I'm wrong with this. Don't even do that. Just tell them it's going to strengthen your financial situation.
Okay. It'd be pretty tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And then
but this is good. He's agreeing, so we're good.
Kay, would it be the same for you? Would it be the same if God forbid something happened to Ted? Would you have any problem paying the mortgage payments till the home got sold?
She could probably do it.
There we go.
Right. I do see. That's why I was seeing the difference in the incomes. Okay. So she should probably take care of it. Okay. Let's
get yourself in the butt.
See here. Okay. And then because these, as I'm sure you guys are aware, if you wanted to cover, the entire mortgage balance, that would be close to another mortgage payment, right? But don't worry. Yeah, none of my clients do that in your situation. What my families do in your situation is put together an equity protection plan. Has anybody ever walked you through the process of how the equity protection works?
No.
No? Okay. So it's a much more practical and a much more affordable approach to protecting the mortgage. my goal with you and all my family is to solve the maximum amount of your needs with the least amount of insurance possible. Now, this plan is different for every client and their situation, so let's figure that out. What this does is it will help cover the mortgage payments anywhere from 6 months to 18 months to, allow one another time to mourn, grief, recover, and figure out the financial situation, and kind of move forward in a healthy manner. Now, I know you guys said you plan on selling.
There's always, I know it's not in the script, so I do need to make a new script, but always mention how much equity they have and how much is being protected, because that's the whole point of it. But I'll add that in there.
So this as well, is to get the house cleaned up, cleaned out, and put on the market and eventually sold. And what this allows is for, to give either of you time, God forbid, that grace period to get things figured out and get the home sold. So you're not forced to fire sell the home for, $10, $20, $30, $50,000 less than what it's worth because they couldn't afford to keep making the mortgage payments. Does that make sense, Ted and Kay?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, gotcha. So here's these options here. Well, I'm going to give you guys 3 options each. So Ted, if you can grab that pen and paper. Just want you to write them down. Okay. So I'll start with you, Ted. It's the first.
And then you're going to have them always right. Okay. All right, Ted. Now I want you to write at the top of your paper, equity protection. All right. And then we're going to write below that, equity protected, 80,000. Got it. All right. Now here's the first option.
Option I want you to write down is 18 months of mortgage payments. Okay. Okay. And then it's going to be that's for 18 months. And
then right after I tell them the length of time, I double down and make it super clear to them, because this is such a common confusion in equity protection. They think the coverage only lasts 18 months, like they pay it for 18 months. So whenever I'm telling them the options, I tell them this first option is 18 months. In the event you were to pass away, it would help Susan pay the mortgage for 18 months. Does that make sense? Okay, and that's for $180 a month. Okay. And the second option is for in the event, I just explain it each time, each level. In the event you were to pass away, this would pay the mortgage for 12 months. And also, when I'm explaining, I'm telling them the coverage lasts their whole life. I'm very, very clear on that, so that there's no confusion. You want to make sure that you answer their questions and make sure they're not asking the questions, because that's, it's going to go much smoother every time. If you don't have questions, and they can just pick an option without having to think.
And I want you to write 12 months and then 6 months under that.
Okay.
Okay. And then so we'll start at the top. So this is the most expensive option. For Ted, 18 months of mortgage payments, it would be $255.78.
Okay. Never say cents. Just say $255. That's it.
Okay. And then for the 12 months of mortgage payments, that's going to be for $180 a month.
There you
go. Okay. Okay. And then the last option, which is, typically the most affordable, that's for 6 months of mortgage payments, and that's $85 a month.
Nice.
Okay. Okay. And then let me see here, just so you guys know, it's all sub.
No, shut up. At that point, you shut up. Which one of these options is practical and affordable for you? You're not allowed to sell anymore once you drop the last price.
Now I know when you were telling me just to get one spouse out of the way and then go to the other one.
Oh, is that what you're doing? You're going over there? No. Yeah.
No, exactly. Yeah. I learned that after I went through this. So now I would just go straight into the application.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Good.
Subject to approval as well with the carriers. Now, Kay, are you ready to write down those options for you?
Yeah, that was a big mistake. I feel like you did well.
I'm sorry, Kay, are you ready
I feel if you would have just had him pick there, he probably would have picked one.
to write down yours?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we'll start at the top as well. And that's going to be for 18 months of mortgage payments. That's $154 a month. Okay. And then 12 months of mortgage payments, that's $110 a month. And then 6 months of mortgage payments is $53 a month for you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, we can start with you, Ted. Out of those options, which one do you think is enough time that would give Kay as far as affordability as well, that would like fit in a budget?
Well, the 6 months is the only one we may be able to afford.
Pick something.
You said the 6 months?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Got the 6 months. And then for you, Kay, which period of time?
What happened after that? You cut it. You only sent me that much.
Yeah, I cut it off. No, so she picked an option as well. They both picked the 6 month option.
Okay.
And then that was when I was trying to pull up the applications and it just wasn't working.
What do you mean? Like they didn't give account number? They changed their mind?
No, well, yeah. SBLI, remember, they didn't. I had to fix that because I didn't have final expense.
Gotcha. So you also learned a couple things on that call.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say to like everybody, I've already had that happen a couple times where I have all my carriers bookmarked, and I think I have the what's it called, the save password, so I can just log right in, get it done, and I'm always having difficulties, even when I know, like I'll double check them sometimes, and then it'll be like, oh, this was the wrong, username or whatever, and then I have to call the carrier. And then you have to call the customer back or whatever, and it kind of just So I would double check that you can log in and easily access at least the most important applications.
But what did I tell you, regardless whether you're having technical difficulties or not, what you should do?
Yeah. So to get the info, like go on the script, get the banking, driver's license, social. Get all three. Just act as if you're filling out the application. Don't ever let them know that there's technical difficulties. And yeah, just kind of just go with the flow. Don't let it.
It's always roses on some
trip you up.
On your end. Behind the scenes, you might have chaos, but you should never let them know. If it's chaos on your end, you call them back another day and tell them, hey, we just got a couple extra signatures. But really, you're doing the application for real now. That's it.
Right.
Okay. But yeah, last thing I would also add to your pitch is when you explain cash value. This goes for a young person or old person, anybody. I always explain the 3 ways the cash value works. Because an IULE for a young person has cash value, or a whole life for an old person has cash value. They all has cash value. So you always tell them, do you know the cash value program works on mortgage protection, Mary? They're going to say no. So cash value works, a portion of your premium is going to save up. And when you get close to paying off the mortgage, you can just use that cash value to pay it off early. That's number 1. Number 2, you can just use those savings when you're done paying the mortgage. You just have a nice little bunch of savings that you can use for whatever you like. Or number 3, the mortgage protection program lasts your whole life. You can just keep your coverage in place and it never cancels. The price, the premium never goes up. Yeah, it lasts your whole life. So you can do 3 things with it. Does that make sense? Perfect. And then you go ahead and grab the options. Living benefits, that's how you explain cash value. Go get the options, come back, explain equity protection. Have them write down equity protection, how much equity protected, explain the months. It's not a limited amount of time the coverage lasts, that this is just when they pass away. 1 person at a time. Don't do 2 people at a time. Do one person. Once they say an option, immediately the second they say an option, you start asking beneficiary details. Okay, like Jacob, you just said $54 a month is the option you want. Okay, great, Jacob. Now your wife, what was her middle initial? She's gonna be your beneficiary, right? Okay, confirm her date of birth. And we're already in it. We're in the closing script. We're going. And then we get all the way to the end of the closing script. We get to social. The second they give me that social, I'm back up to the top. All right, now, Betty, was she a smoker or non-smoker? And now we're doing the next person. They didn't even realize that we're starting something new. They're imagining in their head we're just going down the whole sheet. Now it's the next person, and we're just keep going. Does that make sense, everybody? Super smooth. No changes in tonality when they pick prices. No changes in tonality when you're switching to the next person. It's all just smooth, smooth, smooth. Calm. Anybody have any questions on Jacob's script recording? We're gonna move on to Gigi's. Good. All right.
So that was just like the equity protection. And
anybody.
Jacob, are you gonna call them back and close it out?
So I called them back whenever I fixed the application, and I told them, I was like, yeah, just technical difficulties. I'll call you back in a couple hours. And then when I have the recording of that too, maybe we can listen to it next week. But I called them back, and then I got their driver's license. And then when I tried to get their account number, he was just like, I'm not giving you my account number. Like, he's like, I want to see paperwork first or whatever.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is, and I think you said this, Ben, is when you get off the phone with somebody after you built that much value, a lot, like, you're not striking when the iron is hot. You're like, you let it simmer down. Maybe they, had a little time to think about it or whatever. I called them like 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours later. And I did try to like touch on, okay, like just to confirm the option you picked, it's going to give, it's $54 and this is going to give K that 6 months. That correct? Okay. Like I tried to build a little bit more, but yeah, it's always just good to get it done, obviously, like right away.
Right away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Right away.
Yeah.
That's really great though. It's like you closed it. It was just like that tiny little thing. So like, great job. Congrats.
Yeah, good job.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Gigi. I was gonna say, bro, Ben, you should send it in the chat, the deal you closed for me last night.
Yeah.
When she wouldn't give you the account number.
Yep, what I did.
Ben was an absolute wizard.
And
yeah, it was insane. This girl was like not gonna do it.
What did she push back 3 times until I finally got it?
Yeah, she did 3 times. I don't feel comfortable. He made her look him up on the insurance website. She saw his name and everything. She's like, I'm still not comfortable. He's like, okay, I'm gonna share my screen so you can see the application. And then literally an hour later, they're like talking about movies while he's closing her deal. Like she just like ended up her and her husband. It was just a crazy switch up.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a long one, but the long ones are the most interesting ones for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what happened is she wouldn't give it to me. So I said, okay, perfect. Just go ahead and open up Google on your phone, type in insurance agent lookup Montana. Let me know when you're there. It took her like freaking like 5 minutes to pull that up, but you just gotta be patient. And just say, you got that? Can you see on your screen? All right, she finally got it. I told her how to type in my NPN, and I don't try to hide it. I'm not in the same state. I say, you can see right here my address. I'm here in Tampa, Florida. I just say it very nonchalantly. It's not, you don't be like, oh, I'm in Tampa, but I do Montana. No, you just gotta I'm in Tampa, Florida. This is where we're based. You can see all the, and then I just move on. And you can see all the carriers we're partnered with here down below. And she saw that, and I was like, okay, perfect. Now go ahead with your account number. She's like, no, I still no. I'm like, no problem. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna show you my actual screen of the application. Do you think that would help you to see the actual application of your screen? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay, great. I'm texting you over a link. So always like confirm, like, do you think that would help you? Do you think that would make you feel more comfortable? Because even after actually, once she looked at my license number, I said, do you need anything else to confirm my information or confirm my identity? And she's like, no. And I'm like, okay, perfect. Confirm your account number. And then she said no again. And that's when I decided to go to the. So I'm always like confirming with them, asking this is everything you need. Do you need more? Would this help you? That way I can get past the objections without being too abrasive. It's just very friendly. Because the second you're battling them, you lost it. You have to stay in a very like friendly manner, getting through objections to keep, the friendly vibe. And, if you lose a friendly vibe, you're done. All right. GG. Because I know we did start a little late because I was in that close. So we'll go for another like 10 minutes. Is that okay, guys? Okay. All right. Robert Lamb, 7th presentation.
Yeah, well, glad you're fine.
I know this is an hour. So what part did you say to skip to? GG?
The end is the end. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, the end is where like I presented all the options, like I built kind of like the pane. In the beginning, he was looking for just the prices, but I think that was just like a smoke screen.
Yeah.
And in the end, I gave him all the options except I didn't follow through that script, and so I didn't ask him to pick an option. So you'll see
I see. You didn't ask
the
him.
last couple minutes of the end.
So you just
Yeah,
gave the
it
number.
was really bad.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's see. Do you know how many minutes that was at? You don't know. We'll find it.
I guess that was like 3
You're cutting out.
3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes in?
I don't know how many.
Okay.
Because I did have a couple questions
to the end.
Yeah.
3 minutes to the end. Okay. Gotcha. All right.
What is the difference?
So, I definitely recommend the 771 because it's going to be.
You say $771 a month?
Yeah.
A higher
Wow. I love it.
cash value with that interest. So when you do turn 65, you'll get more compared to the 369. It'll just replace whatever you have now. But if you do the 771, it'll be a little bit more than what you have now, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the math, of the numbers. I was just, if policy-wise, let's say I kill over at 64 and a half,
You're saying if
would that pay the house off?
Yeah, it would pay the whole entire house off for the 771.33, and then the 369, the second option, that would pay off half the mortgage.
Okay.
Did you only give 2 options or did you give a third cheaper one? You should have given.
Yeah, it was just the 2.
I would have given like an.
And then at the end, I tried to give him like a final expense option.
Wow,
that was really sad.
Yeah, you should give. I like what you're doing. I like where your head's at. I would do like a 700, a 300, and then an equity protection for 100. So like 2 years of mortgage payments or 3 years of mortgage payments. Okay.
So does that make sense?
Well, I'm trying to. Yeah.
What was his income?
It was about 7,640.
7,640 a month.
About like, can you hear me?
Yeah, 7,000.
Yeah. It was like Social Security, disability.
And that's like
He's
10%.
disabled right now.
I'd say that's fine. Yeah, like 10% of his income is okay. Okay.
Right. So those
269 pays off half the mortgage.
Mhm.
So what? I mean, we're at 330 now, so that'd be like 150, 15 or 165 or something. You know, half of 330.
So what I did in here
Half
is
of what the existing balance was at that time.
so it would be 166,000. So anything left over, anything that you're paying now, they'll get that as well, just as an added bonus, if that makes sense.
Okay. That was my question. So 369 pays 166,000.
Yes.
771 pays to 330.
Exactly. And then you're also going to be paying this monthly in your whole life, you know, so yeah. And then for the third option, that one's going to be a little bit different.
Okay.
That's going to be more for like final expenses and everything.
What was that, like 80 grand? It's a lot more than
what it is.
Final expenses.
Yeah, so that's just for final expense. This is what I always give people, just, you know, it's 96.11 monthly. It's going to be 40,000 for final.
A lot.
Yeah, that was
What was his mortgage
really
payment?
bad.
What was his mortgage payment?
It was about 2,600.
There you go. I would have said that's a 2-year equity protection plan. Because that would be 48,000 in coverage would be 2 years. So, and then explain equity protection. But hey, I'm amazed hearing this. Like how the most impressive part is how calm you are, just nonchalantly telling him like a $700 and $300 price tag. Like that's huge. Like a lot of people can't do that. So that's awesome.
Expense.
Mhm.
For 40,000. Okay. My final expense is going to be a plywood box and about
Exactly. Like 40,000. He's like, what?
5 gallons of diesel to run the backhoe. It'll bury me by the front gate so I can keep the booger man down the road.
He's funny.
Well, cool.
I like that
Well,
guy.
I've got your number. I've got to present.
I'm gonna call. Do you want me to call him back and close him? Or
Yeah,
okay.
I would like that.
We could do that. I could explain equity protection, or if you know what to do now, you can try it. What do you think? You think there's still a chance with him?
I mean, do you want to listen to the very end and then
Yeah,
you
let me
tell
finish.
me?
Yeah, there's another 40
Yeah,
seconds.
because
Let's see. Let's see.
And this and think about this. I'm not going to make a decision right now. Is that okay?
No.
That's totally fine.
Okay, well, give me a couple of days to think about this, and I'll give you a holler first part of next week. I'm
Okay.
going to be meeting with my boys on Saturday, and we'll discuss this.
That's great. Yeah, I'll talk to you next week.
So am I your last customer? You can kick back and relax now?
Yes, you are my last customer today.
Well, enjoy your evening. I appreciate the call.
You too. Have a good one. Bye.
Great. Before you give options, did you tell him that, that we're just gonna see if we get you approved, and that way you have time to think about it?
I lightly touched on that, but it wasn't very clear. And I think that would have made it way better for him to make up his mind on to
Yeah.
see if he could even get approved.
Yeah, that kills it. That kills the I want to think about it objection every time, as long as you just say that before you give numbers. Hey, I know you're gonna want to talk to your boys about this, so it's gonna take about 1 to 5 days to get you approved. So these options are just tentative. Just let me know what's gonna be most practical and affordable for you, and then you give them the options. Awesome. Yeah, he sounds fine. He definitely sounds like we can close him. I would just
Yeah. If you think that he wouldn't think it's weird that I would like bring another person into it, I mean, I could like make something up though. I'll be like, it's Susan.
I can just say you're at the office today. I'm take and replace today. That's it. Pretty easy.
Yeah, then please help me close that one out.
Sure. All right, guys, that's all for today's training. Anybody have any other questions? Anybody want to set some goals? Well, we'll do questions first. Any other questions? Then we're going to set goals. No? No more questions. All right, let's set some goals. Jacob, what's your goal for this week?
This week, I want to get four policies in place this week.
Solo or set?
Set still.
Okay.
I think if I hit, or when I hit that, that would be like that would meet the goal.
Okay. Set.
So yeah, four policies.
Okay. What was your goal last week? Did you hit it?
Let's see. It was dial 100 dials a day minimum. I hit that. I did over most days.
Awesome.
So yeah, I set a goal for like the end of the month. It wasn't really like a weekly goal.
Okay.
We're on track.
We'll keep going on track. All right. How about you, Anthony? Any goals for this week?
Yeah, so I would say probably have 7 of them set this week.
Well, yeah, I think you crushed that this week. We need to set a higher goal then. Is to try to get the same thing again this week?
I mean, Monday it already has 8, so.
On Monday alone?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, we can't do that for the week.
I forget. I think it was 10 this week or something. So let's just try to beat that by 1. So let's say 11.
Okay, 11. I like it. All right, how about you, DG? What was your goal last week?
So my goal last week was a little crazy. It was to do 300 dials a day. And the most I made was 200 on one of the days.
Okay. Still.
So I didn't really hit that. So I'm going to do 300 dials a day again.
But you guys see, when you set really freaking high goals, when you fall short, I mean, 200 is still very impressive. So that's why I always recommend people to set really freaking high goals. That way, if you fall short, you're killing it still. So good job. So you're going to do the same goal? 300 still this week?
Yeah, it's going to be 300 dials a day every
week.
Or every day.
Awesome. Good job. All right. How about you, Tiffany?
I want to do more my last week I said I wanted to do 100 dials a day. I fell short on that, so I'm going to work on that. And then I wanted to do 5 presentations. I ended up doing 3. So getting more familiar with presenting and
all right. Awesome.
Maybe setting some goals. I mean, setting some appointments for you too.
Let's double the goal. Let's double it to 200 dials a day and 10 presentations this week.
Okay.
And then definitely we'll hit what your last week's goal is. Your goal for sure.
And I'm going to implement some of the texting.
Awesome. All right. And then Rebecca, did you have a goal last week? I think so. Yesterday was your first week. Last week was your first call, right?
Yeah, so last week was kind of like my first week. I think last week was more like 50 dials a day, and then I wanted to do a lot more just listening in last week and learning, I guess this week. So I just did a lot of that. I would say next week would definitely be 100 dials a day. Implement some texting, and then I mean a goal would be great is starting Tuesday, make a sale every day, but
awesome.
Shooting high, I guess.
Sale every day. I love that. Really cool. All right, guys. Well, make sure you check out that book that that Anthony recommended. The what was it called? The Art of Text Message Selling by Billy Merritt.
I'm ordering it now.
You guys got my number. It's in the chat.
Oh yeah.
I mean in your group chat. So if you guys needed some help, just feel free to text me.
Yes. Awesome.
Anthony,
thanks for the
thank you
information.
for blessing us today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you.
no problem.
Thank you, bro. All right, y'all. Have a great Sunday. I'll see y'all on Monday.
All right, see you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, steps, structure of the sale. All right, perfect. So the first thing, whenever you get on the phone, is going to be if you're either calling them fresh, just like off a lead, or it's an appointment. So if you're calling them fresh off the lead, it's going to be that intro script, just that file's incomplete, what happened, why is it incomplete, and is this something you still need? Basically, that's what you're figuring out. Okay. If it's something they still need, they want it, then we're going to switch into appointment mode. Okay? Very simple, right? So now you're in appointment mode. So the first thing in appointment mode, you got to give them your license number and your full name. Tell them to grab a pen and paper or send them your card. Either way, try sending them their card first. If they're not technically savvy, okay, no problem. Just grab a pen and paper right now and we'll fetch it. Got it? That's the first part. Next part is something I've been doing recently is telling them, hey, this call's going to be recorded for quality and training purposes. This makes you sound more authoritative, more legit, and it's been good. And actually, on iOS 18 now, you can actually click record, and it's for the this call will be because like official sound.
Okay, is that the
iOS 18
CRM you were talking about?
No, that's just iOS 18 built into your phone software, or the iPhone software. I don't know if you updated to iOS 18 yet, but I just click that now. It sounds great. That way we have your calls recorded too. I mean, that's the most important part is we can review it and see what went wrong. All right, so yeah, this is a little record button right there. You just click it. Once they say I say, this call will be recorded for quality and training purposes. Are you okay with that? They might say no, then don't record it. But if they say yes, click the record button, it's going to make that official beep, beep, beep. This call will be recorded. Perfect. Next thing you got to do, license, recording. Say, okay, perfect. Have you been through the mortgage protection process before, or is this your first time? Always start off your appointments like that every time. This is all in the script, but I'm just telling you the framework, basically. Okay. Have you been through it before? Yes or no? Okay, great. Then you're just going to tell them what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. You can say it however you want, follow the script. What we're going to do, first cover how we're a brokerage, and you can explain it however you want. I'll tell you how I explain it.
Okay.
All right, we're brokers. We have 40 A-rated carriers in the state. And I always tell them there's hundreds of insurance carriers. Those are like B or C rated. And we obviously don't work with those carriers for a good reason. And they always laugh. Yeah, of course. We only want A-rated carriers. That's the brokerage part. Next thing you're going to say is, so we're going to go through about 1 to 2 minutes of health questions to figure out which one of the carriers is going to be most affordable for you. Basically explaining your brokerage, how we're going to pick which carrier is going to be good for you, and that's the table's set. Now they know what to expect.
Say like health questions?
Yeah, 1 to 2 minutes of health questions just to figure out which carrier is going to improve you. How the brokerage works, how we're going to pick a carrier, and then lastly, you're just going to say, we are just going to see what we can get you approved for today. The insurance company still has to decide, so it does take about 2 to 5 business days. So I always go over that with them, how the approval process works, how they're not making a decision entirely today. We're just seeing what possibly get approved for, what it looks like. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. What you possibly will get approved for.
So no, taking away pressure of having to make a decision today is very important. And that's just killing the I want to think about it objection right there, because you're bringing it up. They can't tell you later on that I want to think about it, because you already said here that it's going to take 2 to 5 days.
Okay. So it's kind of just like we're going through your health history to see what you're can get approved for, and so like, I want to think about it. We're just going to see what we can get you approved for. It does take 2 to 5 days for the insurance company.
Yeah. And we haven't even given them options yet. We're just explaining how the process is going to work right now. We haven't even done it. We're just explaining them in the beginning how it works, and then you just know that you're not going to have to say we have to think about it, because I'm telling you right now, you don't have to think about it yet. Okay? All right, so now immediately after, like the second after you explain those 3 things, right into it. Are you a smoker or non-smoker? I always start with
okay.
Simple, not too much, not like asking your social right after that. Just pretty easing your way into health questions.
Okay.
You always end it with like, does that make sense? Like at the end when you explain all this. Does that make sense? They say yes. All right, are you a smoker or non-smoker?
Always make sure they're like engaged.
Yeah, make sure they're engaged. Yep.
Okay, so with This what was this part called right here?
This is like setting the table, introduction, explaining what's going to happen.
And what were the 2 steps before that?
2 steps before that was just the intro, that script, like, hey, your file's incomplete.
Okay.
What happened here? Do you still
Okay.
want this? Is this something you're still looking for?
Okay.
You can structure that however you want. Sometimes I literally call them up. I say, hey, your file, we tried to reach you for years. Do you want your file deleted or you still want this? And that's how I get through these really quickly, or you can make a full paragraph, 3 paragraphs.
Okay.
Whatever.
I feel like you have a lot of people who are like, oh, delete my file, and they don't give me a call.
I say that just to push them away. Do you want me to delete your file? I'm like, no.
Right.
It's like a psychology thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So when I'm buying like super cheap leads, I just say, hey, someone's tried to reach you for the past 5 years. They try to call you every year for the mortgage protection. You get sick or pass away. They thought, you want me to just delete your file, or you still want us to help you with this?
Okay.
So, like 1 sentence.
Gotcha. Yeah, I feel the whole thing. Sometimes they're like, okay.
Yeah, you're doing this whole sentence just for to say they're not interested. So.
Okay.
Yeah. But it is a great script. Like if you have the patience to read it, I would read it because it builds. That script is long for a reason. It builds intrigue and confusion. Like, well, why is this incomplete? Like the way it's worded, like it sounds like you're with the bank.
Right.
It's a good script. I would use it if you can. But if you're like really impatient that day and you really just want to get through all these leads, you can do that.
Right.
So that's the intro part.
Okay.
Then setting the table, not smoker, and then everything's on that sheet. So, and I also have it on the script exactly how to say everything on there. And I always say confirm. I don't say what is your date of birth. What is? I say, all right, go ahead, confirm your height and weight. Confirm your date of birth.
Kind of like you already have it, but okay.
Exactly. Very official. And what's your current occupation? That's how I say it. Or if they're older, I say, are you retired or are you still working?
I called and she was like, oh, I don't live there anymore. And I was like, oh.
Say, all right, let's confirm for me the new address.
Okay.
like they're supposed to do. This is normal.
And then I had another guy yesterday who was like, I already have a policy. I was like, oh, okay, is it term? And what carrier are you with? And he was like, I don't want to disclose my personal information.
You have to kind of set that up. You can't just straight up ask you to say, okay, we don't see that on your file here. Let me update your file.
Okay. Because then I was like, oh, I can send you over my, because when I started acting like he didn't want to send it to me, I was like, I can send you over my, my national producer number to look me up. And he's like, I don't want you to do anything.
Right.
I was like, okay.
You're already kind of like, already sketched them out.
Okay.
So,
okay.
That makes sense. You know what to do now for that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so from your height and weight, are you retired? Are you still working if they're older, like 60s plus?
Okay.
If they are retired, it's all in the script. It says, okay, are you currently getting Social Security, pension, collecting from your 401k? Ask those 3.
Okay.
If they're working, I say, okay, what's your current occupation? And then I'll say, sometimes I skip the occupation and monthly income altogether just because it builds tension, unnecessary tension.
Yeah.
And it just, you can feel their vibe, whether if they're going to be like more of a stickler or not. No, I'll just skip it.
Okay.
I'll just go straight to surgeries and medication.
So you skip over their occupation and
Which they make sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that today, just now.
Yeah.
I just skipped over it. It came up later in the conversation. I still got it anyway. It just naturally came up later in once we already built more rapport, asked about medication surgeries. Then he told me more about that.
Okay.
Because he has more money. I could feel he has more money, so I don't like when they're really broke, they don't like telling me their income. Like more wealthy people are more secret of it. And you don't want extra tension.
Okay.
You just have to feel it. So surgeries, all right, and whenever you're asking for surgeries or medication, I always say in the past 10 years. So any major surgeries in the past 10 years? All right, perfect. And I always say, all right, perfect. Okay, perfect. I always say it sounds. Just becomes like part of your daily language. You'll be talking to your friends. Okay, perfect.
Like you said it 10 times. Oh my God.
You said it 10 times. Okay, perfect.
Kind of like people who work at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah? My pleasure, yeah. That's a good habit to have. Always good to say. Okay, so 10 years. Any surgeries in the past 10 years? Okay, perfect. Any medications in the past 10 years?
Okay.
Currently, are you prescribed any medications currently or in the past 10 years?
Okay.
That way you get past prescribed medications. If they had some severe pain medications from 2 years ago from some crazy surgery they had and they don't take it anymore, that way they still tell you. Because severe pain medication can really disqualify them on a lot of things, even if it was 2 years ago. Okay. So you always want to figure out if it's more than 10 years, it doesn't matter. You can say, oh, that's not no big deal. All right, so medications, surgeries. If they sound like they're kind of ghetto, you can ask about criminal background. Any criminal background, any DUIs, felonies, if it's like...
So hard to get covered with like the DUI?
Is that, sorry?
Hard to get covered with DUI?
In the past 10 years, yeah. There's only a few carriers. You can kind of tell they're like college educated. You don't really have to ask it, but you know, they might.
I have a lot of friends with DUIs. So
they might still have DUIs.
I don't. Yeah.
Even the smart, well-educated people still might have DUIs.
Yeah.
No bank robberies. Right. All right. So that's the criminal background, and then there's the list of all the medical conditions, and then you can read that out. They're all checkboxes. I usually go in 4s. So it's like, all right, I'm going to read out a list of medications to you. Not medications. I'm going to read out a list of medical conditions to you. Stop me if any need apply to you.
Is that on the script?
It's on the script. It's on that financial inventory sheet.
Okay, just making sure. Okay.
It's going to say like heart attack, stroke, cancer, diabetes. They're going to say no or yes. There you go. High blood pressure. And also, we have already asked about medications and surgeries at this point. So if you already know they have high blood pressure, you already know they have diabetes, you can skip over those. So just trying to find out if there's anything else. So if they already said they have diabetes, skip over diabetes. But you're going to say heart attack, stroke, cancer. Right, lupus, kidney, liver disease. I already have it all memorized, but it's all there on the sheet.
If they like things like questions like, oh, do you have diabetes? Do you have like, do you have type 1, type 2?
Anything that makes you sound more official and knowledgeable is always a good thing.
Okay.
So I'm at a point now where I know medications, so if they start spelling it and I can complete it for them, it gives me extra points, you know?
Oh my god, when I was trying to start this last year, like would name off medications and like I'd write it down, I write it right, and then I'm like trying to Google and I can't find it.
Because you didn't spell it right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to show you our tool thing. It's called Insurance Toolkits.
Okay.
You can type the medication into it, it completes it for you, and then asks you, it already gives you options of what it's for.
Okay.
It's so easy to use. And you can just use it while you're on the phone with them, and it makes you sound really professional. It predicts what they have while you type it in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You already sound like you know all of them.
Yeah, you sound like you know it. So that's toolkits. That's the medical conditions. And then whenever you finish the medical surgeries, conditions, the transition statement is, all right, perfect. We're gonna move on to the mortgage questions. This is a mortgage section. All right, perfect. We're gonna move on to the mortgage questions.
Okay.
And they're ready for the mortgage questions. You gotta prepare. I'm a big fan of transition statements, not just going from surgeries to, okay, what's your mortgage balance? So what I do is I'll look at their sheet. It should have their original balance. And depending on how old your lead is, let's say it's 3 or 4 years old, and let's say the original mortgage balance was $140,000, right? So I'm going to say, okay, so Mary, it looks like your original balance was $140,000. I know it's been a few years now, so give me a ballpark of where your mortgage balance is now. And then assume. I'm assuming it's probably around 120, 110 now. It makes you sound knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make it sound like you don't know anything. Most of the time you're going to be right.
How many years do you try? How much do you take off per year for a trial?
It's not a set rule. It's kind of just like percentages. Like most mortgages are 30 years long. So if you take off 2 to 3, 4 years, it's going to be like a tiny, maybe 10%, right? It can be 5%. Okay. And you don't have to be exactly right. You just make a guess. You could be totally wrong. It just sounds better than just asking straight up what the mortgage is.
Okay.
You know, just making a guess sounds better.
Probably going to about like a...
Yeah,
okay,
it might be wrong. Is a dollar left on there?
I feel like we would.
I would, right? There you go. Any laughs you can get in a call are just so good.
Okay.
So good that make people laugh. Okay, perfect. Is that a 10-year, 15-year, 30-year mortgage? Okay, so mortgage balance, term length, and then how much is the mortgage payment? Okay? And then this is how we ask how much the house is worth. We say, okay, Mary, so if you were to turn around and sell the house tomorrow, how much do you think the house would be worth? It's kind of how we say it.
Okay, so if we were to
just turn around tomorrow and sell the house, how much do you think it would be worth? And lastly, you're just going to ask, this is super boring. Now, something were to happen to you tomorrow, you're passing away, do you have any significant savings, 401ks, stocks, bonds? Slide in there at the end, any existing life insurance. these are going to be some huge objections that you're going to be able to overcome. Because if they already have huge savings or they already have life insurance, they're going to try and use that against you. But if you already know they have it, you're going to be able to say things like, "But this mortgage protection plan is different from home life insurance, so and so and so for this reason." And I'll get into the reason in a second. All right, major savings. All right, so if they do have major savings, if they do already have life insurance that you can't beat the price on, that's the key thing. If you can beat the price on their life insurance, definitely explore that route. But if you can't, this is how you still are able to sell. You say, okay, the mortgage protection, number one, can help you strengthen your already fantastic financial situation. You're complimenting on what they already have, and you're saying this is going to strengthen it even.
Okay, so if you can't beat the price, here's that.
This mortgage protection plan is going to further strengthen.
Oh.
This is going to strengthen your financial position even further. And you can also say this plan will make it so that your family does not have to dig into the life insurance to pay for the mortgage. So you're separating it.
Okay.
This is what we call spending their existing life insurance. So when you're spending it, you're using it up in their head to where they still think they need this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you're going to say like a statement like this: "Correct me if I'm wrong." If you start with "correct me if I'm wrong," you can kind of respectfully challenge them on what you know what I mean by respectfully challenge them. It's like, "Oh, that sucks." You're respectfully like proposing something to them. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that the life insurance that you currently have is for other things, right? Just like replace income, normal bills and stuff like that, right? So kind of assume what it's for."
Okay, and let them respond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're just spending it. Now they're like, okay, so that is for that purpose. And this mortgage protection, now they're ready to hear about mortgage protection. Because now they're realizing that what they have isn't enough, and now they're ready, they're open to it. Because if you don't, kick that objection out the window, and they don't have that thought in their mind anymore. Now they're open to hearing about it.
Right.
Otherwise, they're just going to be closed off. They're like, I don't need this, I already have life insurance, la 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 la. You don't want that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And that's only if you can't beat the price on the current insurance.
Okay, and then if you can't beat the price, are you trying to do like a bundle with mortgage and life insurance, or what?
Well, I'm saying here, like, let's say they currently have a plan for like $500,000 and their mortgage is only $300,000. It would cover their mortgage plus expenses. So it's kind of like they're like, oh, in their head they're probably thinking, oh, it's this can only work so much, spending it and like telling it's for other things. But at the end of the day, if they think it's going to be enough for them, it's going to be enough for them. But sometimes this works.
Okay.
And if it is enough for them, you don't even have to go this route. You can just try and replace it and get something cheaper. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So let's say you can't find them something cheaper. You always want to find out if it's a term or whole life. And there's a script in our folder. It's called the replacement script. It tells you all the questions to ask. If they have a term, these are the questions to ask them. If they currently have a whole life, these are the questions to ask them. If they have a universal life.
Okay.
All right. So that's it. That's the information collecting part. That's the financial inventory. Now we're going to move on to selling mortgage protection. Ready? Mm-hmm. Right. Only two things you have to memorize for selling mortgage protection. Okay. I think this goes without saying is that it pays off the moment they pass away, right? So I usually don't even have to sell them. But the other two things are what sells them.
Okay.
And we have a way that we do it. We don't just explain it to people. We ask them, okay, are you familiar with how so-and-so works on the mortgage protection program? And I always call it program. I don't call it policy. I don't call it life insurance. I call it a program. It just sounds good. You say it all squishy. If you really how the mortgage protection program works, you just say it like that, like a grandma. All right, so what you say is, do you know how the living benefits work on the mortgage protection program? Shadi, do you know how the living benefits work on the mortgage protection program? Okay. That's the first thing I cover is living benefits. Right after I learned everything about them, all their surgeries, life insurance, I just go right into this. I just hit this question right now. All right. So I got everything I need here just to look for some options. Before I do, are you familiar with how the living benefits work in the mortgage protection program? They're gonna be like, no. Now you have permission to tell them how it works. And this is in the script. Basically, you're just gonna say, the first thing is that critical, chronic, and terminal illness. Remember that. That's the living benefits. Critical, chronic, and terminal illness. It's on the script.
That's amazing.
Remember? Okay. Now, what that means is, all right, so that means that you're covered on the living side. You have a critical, chronic, or terminal illness. That means heart attack, stroke, cancer. Okay. That'll pay out while you're alive. And I always say this. I always say, so this covers also for you, not just your spouse, not just your kids. This covers also for you. To help you cover medical bills, so you're able to stay in the home. God forbid something happens to you where you're unable to work, you can't cover medical bills on top of the mortgage payments. Because they already know that it's free if you die. This is something that they don't know. This is something you gotta tell them. It's a huge selling. Now, also another thing I'll throw in is makes you sound super smart, superficial, and also not just critical or like criminal. And also, if something happens where you're unable to perform 2 of the 6 daily living tasks, I'll tell you what those 6 are.
Okay.
So that's eating, drinking, bathing, transferring, which means transferring from a bed to a chair. You can write transferring from a bed to a chair. Eating, drinking, bathing, transferring. Clothing yourself, and toileting. Eating, drinking, dressing, using the bathroom, transferring from a bed to a chair, or bathing yourself. So, yeah, I usually say using the bathroom, not toileting.
Toileting.
I don't know why I got that. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Alright, so that's living benefits. Only one other thing you have to memorize. And then 2 is the cash value. Because everyone by default, with mortgage protection, we're selling them an IULE, which is just an easy solve IUL. No illustration, just put their information, how much coverage they want, and it's automatic. Okay. With mutual. If it's not an IULE, it's just a term, it doesn't have the cash value. But we're going to tell everyone about the living benefits and the cash value because that's what we want to get them.
Right.
Okay. If they don't get approved for it, we can cross that bridge when we get to it. All right. So cash value. So that means, all right. So, Betty, are you familiar with how the cash value works in the mortgage protection program? No. Okay, perfect. The reason we do this at the end is because they're fresher on it. You want to get all their info, build all their rapport with them, and then we start selling it at the end right before we give them options. So they're fresh on knowing the value of it.
The value, right? Because then if they don't have value,
You
then
told
they
it-
cancel more.
Yeah, if you tell them this at the beginning, by the time you ask all the health questions, they forgot what it even is. So we tell this at the end and right before we give them the options.
Okay.
They're fresh and they know, oh, this is good, okay. And then you give them the price, and they're like, okay, boom, I want this, I love this. All right, so are you familiar with how the cash value works in the mortgage? No? Okay, perfect. So the cash value in the program, you can withdraw the money from the policy after paying off the mortgage. So all the premium you put in, you can take it back out at the end. And you don't have to tell them that they're going to get more than they put in. That's the bare minimum. They're going to get everything they put in. But with the IUL, they're going to get everything they put in plus interest. It's amazing. So at the end of a 30-year period, they're going to get 150% back of what they put in.
Okay.
Just so you can keep it in your head, just so you know. 20 years is when they hit like break even. Like 100% of what they put in, they can take out after 20 years. 30 years, 150%. Is that making sense?
Okay, yeah, so 20% is just like
20
they
years.
get 20 years, they just get what they put in.
30 years.
30% they get
30
the
years.
interest, so 150.
30 years, they get everything they put in plus like more because it's had more time to build. The cash flow has more time to build the interest. It's like it's not a graph like this. Like you know how a normal graph would just go diagonal. Cash value is like this, so it goes up like that. So at 30 years, I have all this money. Okay, you got the And if they want to take out money at 10 years, it's only 50% of it. Just you understand how an IUL works. You don't have to explain this to everyone because it will confuse the shit out of you if I explain it then. But just so you know in your head. Okay? I repeat, do not explain it.
Okay, don't. Yeah, just for me to know.
Yes. Just only tell them you can get all your money back. I do explain it this way. I say you can get all your money back at the end of the term of the mortgage, or some people do this. A lot of people do this. They will surrender their policy about 5 years before the mortgage is paid off, take all that money and pay the mortgage off early. What? I can just pay the mortgage off early? Yeah, absolutely. You can just pay off your mortgage early. You can do 3 things. You can just pay the mortgage off early, get the money back at the end, or keep the policy your whole life. It'll never expire. You'll always have this coverage pay out what's equivalent to a full mortgage balance.
So, pay off mortgage early, keep policy your whole life, and what was the second one?
Or paying off early. Did I tell you that?
Yeah,
Or did I tell you the other one?
You did. So
Okay.
pay off mortgage early,
Yeah.
keep policy your whole life, and there's one more
Or just get the money back at the end of the mortgage.
right here.
That's simpler than explaining them the percentages and everything. You just give them those 3 options of how they can do it and tell them you can decide how you want to do it later on. That's your option, like you're just doing the mortgage protection program. You're not calling it an IUL ever. Don't ever say IUL on a mortgage protection set. Just remember that. Anything, don't say IUL. That will send it down a rabbit hole. Research it.
Yeah,
What's that? I need to research IULs. I don't know if I want this. Just know in your mind that this is the best type of policy you can get someone, and we're using it for mortgage protection.
Okay.
It's the best type of policy. Okay? All right, so that's it. Basically, explain them living benefits, explain them cash value, how they can take the money out. And you say, okay, Betty, give me about 2 minutes. I'm going to pull up some options for you. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I was in training when I was doing all the training videos.
Yes.
So I used to do like the once a week. They said my first 100 policies to always call you.
Yes.
Is that what you learned?
It's yes, if you want to.
Okay.
I don't think you need to.
Okay.
Because I'm going to give you all the tools you need to know what to write. So first of all, IULE, if they are healthy. If not, I'm going to show you insurance toolkits now of how to find what to write. So let's pull that up. I'll show you how to know exactly what to do from day one. Because I'm pretty sure not everyone uses toolkits, so that they just rely on calling their upline, which isn't very helpful. So I just used it for this last client. Here, I typed in all our medications, tons.
Oh, wow.
So we're gonna have to go with graded, which just means anyone can qualify for it. It's called guaranteed issue. So anybody can get it. If someone has tons of medications, they're most of the time everything's gonna be disqualified except for the guaranteed. The difference with guaranteed is it's a 2-year waiting period. So if they pass away in the first 2 years, they just get back what they paid in plus 10% interest.
Okay.
So if they paid in $100, they get $110 back. The beneficiary does if they pass away. But I always tell them this when I'm explaining it to them. I say, hey, Mary, if you do pass away during that 2-year period, you'll be looking down from heaven, happy that you tried. So sweet. You tried to make it past that 2-year period, and we looked down from heaven, happy you did.
Okay, so what you're meaning, so if she got the policy today, she couldn't get those benefits for
2 years
after she. Okay.
2 years is when that full face amount, that full whatever, $15,000 would be paid out if she passed away.
And I feel like a lot of people are like very prideful. They're like, I'm gonna live past 2 years.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And then you say that, and they're happy to do it. All right. But if not, if she passed away month 3, she only gets $300, $330, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how it
what
works.
you put into it, gotcha.
Right. All right. So that's just this situation because I put in all these medications, and this is the options to get. But basically, this is all you do. You come here. You type in the medications. You type in how much coverage you want to get them. Either you put the monthly premium they can pay if they give you a budget, or you put in their mortgage amount. If they're really unhealthy, I would just start with $10,000 because a whole life policy is usually maxed out at like $20,000 or $50,000. So if you put in like a full mortgage amount, like $100,000, $300,000, nothing's going to show up because there aren't any whole life policies that cover $300,000.
Okay.
See, if I put 300,000 here, it's gonna. There we go. Decline. And you're like, what's wrong? What did I do wrong? You put too much.
Okay.
So that's just the main thing you'll have to keep in mind is just look at, try 10. That'll show you everything because every carrier has at least 10. And then you can raise it up higher to see where they max out. You'll figure out after like a month or so, you'll just know what carriers, what their maxes are, and you'll know what to look for.
Okay, so I have a question. So what if her house is $300,000 and you only can cover her for $10,000?
Good question.
Like what
Good
happens
question.
to the rest of the house that's not covered?
So that's where we go into equity protection. So this is for older people, unhealthy people. When they can't cover the full mortgage, we just go to equity protection. So that's also in the script right here. So we did the living benefits, the cash value, and then equity protection. So as I'm sure you're already aware, Mary, if you were to get sick or pass away, if you wanted to cover the entire mortgage, it would be close to another mortgage payment to cover the full mortgage. Because we'd have to get you all these different plans stacked together, basically, to add up to, like, let's say you did 20,000. You can do that. That is an option. Like, if they have the money for it and they want to cover their full mortgage, by all means. I mean, we'll get you all these $20,000 policies from all these different carriers and stack them all together so you have like $300,000 worth of coverage.
But then they'd have to pay each one of these. Correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes. So that's the solution to it. But we're going to try to give them this option. So equity protection it gives them a period of time where they can sell the home. I usually say this. It gives your beneficiary time to mourn, grief, figure out the financial situation, and move forward in a healthy manner. And that's all here on the here. Time to mourn, grieve, recover, figure out the financial situation, and move forward in a healthy manner. And also, if they want to sell the house, that gives them time to clean up the house, put it on the market, and eventually sell it. This way, they don't have to fire sell the home for less than it's worth and lose the equity in the home. Because that's what we did earlier. We asked them how much, if they were to turn around and sell the home tomorrow, how much would it be worth, right? So where was that, right here? Right. So when you find out what their mortgage balance is and their value, you subtract the two. So let's say their mortgage balance is $150,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And their value is $300,000, right? How much equity do they have?
Sir, what did you say the first one was?
They owe $150,000, and the home's worth $300,000. How much equity do they have in the home?
150.
Correct. Yeah. So you're gonna have, when you give them an equity protection, you're gonna say, okay, Betty, I have options for you. And you're gonna give them like 9 months of equity protection, which means if they pass away, the home will be paid off for John for 9 months. He'll have 9 months to figure out what he wants to do. 9 months, 12 months, and 18 months. And you're gonna have her write down on the paper, okay, Mary, so I got 3 options here for you. Why don't you write down on top of the paper, equity protection? She'll be like, okay. And you're gonna put, all right, Mary, put equity protected, colon, and put 150,000 there. Okay, all right, so I'm protecting 150,000. All right, Mary, so write down these 3 options. First option, you always go from most expensive to cheapest.
Okay.
Never start from cheapest. You wanna work your way down. Because it gives them something to say no to. They're like, oh, that's too much. And you work your way down. Like, oh, that's better. So you start with 18 months. And, all right, 18 months, $150 a month. You always say bucks. Don't say dollars. I also don't say how many cents. Just say the $150 a month. This makes it sound super cheap. Second option, $100 a month. 12 months. I always say, 12 months is the most popular option. Just because most people, they only really need a year to sell the home. 18 months if you really want just some extra time. And then we also have this cheaper option here, 9 months. That's $75 a month. Or no, the cheapest option you say dollars because it makes the cheapest option sound more expensive. So $150, $100, and $75. And then after you drop price, all you're gonna say, you're gonna shut up after you say price. You don't let them think. You don't talk more, you don't try to sell more, because once you drop price, all your leverage is gone. So you say, all right, $75. All right, Mary, now which of these options do you think is most practical and affordable for you? Silence. If it's quiet for a minute, 2 minutes,
that's fine. Don't let them be the first one to talk, okay? And once they talk, if they ask you a question again, that's fine, or they might tell you an option. But that's it. So they'll pick an option. Either they'll pick an option or they'll ask you another question. If you followed the script, everything's explained well, they'll pick an option because they want the living benefits, they want the cash value. It sounds great.
Okay, so say they get the 20-year coverage, mortgage protection, and do you just like
The IULE?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you'll
these are two separate things. So they would either get the $20 or 200,000, or they would get the equity.
Or the equity, yeah. If they're young and healthy, we'll do IULE. So that's separate. So we'll go to Mutual of Omaha's quoting tool.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't know if the equity protection was something that you add on to the mortgage protection.
No, that's just an older person option.
Okay.
So either mortgage protection or equity protection.
Okay, it's either or. Gotcha.
If they're older and you got all these medications, you're most likely going to do equity protection.
Okay, and that's just something that gives them a certain amount of time to either pay it off, sell the house. Okay.
But if they're older, they don't necessarily have to have equity protection because IULE goes up to age 75. So you can do IULE
you just have to be healthier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And not too heavy. There is a build chart. If you look up IULE build chart, it's the first option here. Click on it. And right here. It says right here. If let's say she's 5'8", if she's more than 274 pounds, it says right here, IULE, maximum weight.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then where did you find the quote for the?
The quote is on Mutual of Omaha. It's called mutualomaha.com/mobile quotes. They also have an app on your phone. You can get the Mutual of Omaha mobile quoting app.
Okay.
And it looks exactly the same. You open up the app, it has this list.
I'm not a carrier with them yet, so do I have to pay for that?
No, you don't. No, this app doesn't need a login or anything. You
Okay.
can literally get this site by just going to that website. So this will be your default for everyone if they're healthy. Just go straight to IULE. Pick their state.
Illinois.
Let's just put Illinois. Yeah. That's the state I just did. 46, male. It only goes up to 300,000 though. So if it goes up to 300,000, you gotta like add a term on it. So I usually do a GTL term. I'll put this guy was 68 years old, so I put a 10-year term on it on top of, because his mortgage was like 300,000, and since he's 68 or 66, the maximum is 150 for IULE. So I gave him 150. He didn't end up going with this option. He ended up going with equity protection because it was $477.
Oh, okay.
So I gave him an option with 150,000 on MU. Then I went to GTL and I added another 10-year term. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's a chart here. And he was 66, so I could only do a 10-year term up to 500,000, which is fine because I told him, hey, after 10 years, you'll pay off half your mortgage anyway. You don't need that term anymore. You only need that 150,000. It made sense for him. Am I losing you? Is that making sense?
I'm a little confused about, okay, so I know that with this part, his mortgage can be fully covered because it's $300,000, so he only could be covered to the 150,000.
Yeah, half of that coverage.
How you're just throwing a term in there. How does that work?
You can sign someone up for as many policies as you want. It just has to be with different carriers.
Oh, so it's just separate policies.
Yeah.
And so then the
Just
10-year term.
adding the face amounts up to match their mortgage amount.
Okay, so with the term IULE that you were trying to get him?
I was trying to give him IULE, of course, first. Has the cash value and living benefits. The GTL term only has death benefit. It's like the cheapest thing we have. It doesn't have any benefits. It's just death. But it's super, super cheap. So if you ever need to beat someone's price on existing coverage, always go check GTL. Or Transamerica. Transamerica also has a super cheap term. It just, a lot of the times it requires blood work, and it's a super long process getting it approved.
Okay.
GTL is instant approval. His mortgage was $300,000. So after 10 years, it was only a 20-year term. So I was going to get him $150,000 with GTL that would expire in 10 years. And he'd only have $150,000 left on his mortgage at that point anyway when it expires. So then he'd have the IULE left. It just made sense for him to do that, but it was still too expensive. It was 500 and I think I deleted it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I already erased it here, but it was $571 a month. That was the first option I gave him. And then I went down to like, I also showed him this. I showed him just a GTL term only, no IULE, it was 187. Then I showed him a GTL term for only half the mortgage, 113. That was still too much. And then I showed him, after I showed him those three options, oh yeah, here's the full mortgage, 590. I was like, okay, we can also show you some equity protection options if you want to see those. He's like, okay, let's look at those. So then I came back, I went away for another 2 minutes. I went on to toolkits. I typed in all his medications. I typed in his monthly mortgage amount. Oof, I'm gonna have to blur this out. $24.70 a month is his mortgage payment. So I just go on my calculator. So the first thing I did was 3 years. I gave him a 3-year option. So that was $24.70 times how many months is in 3 years?
Or 36.
Yeah, 36. All right, that's 88,000. So I went to my IULE, 66, male, non-smoker. I typed in 88,000, 283 a month. So I put that there, 3 years. Then I went back to my calculator. I did 2470 times 12, 29,000. So I went back here, 29,000. This is the option you picked, 97 a month. Put that down. And then I did a 10 month. I would have done a 9 month. I was trying to do a 6 month, but the lowest I can do is 25,000 on an IULE. So I gave him a 25,000. And then I just went back to my calculator. You have to do this backwards now. So 25,000 is the minimum. And I just divide it by the monthly amount. And that tells me how many months that is. Does that make sense? Yeah, 10 months. So I told him it's going to be, this is the lowest we can do is 10 months. So I just gave him those three options. And he said, okay, let's do that. And then, all right, so now we have someone picked an option. This is the next step. I know we went off on a big tangent on making prices, but it's pretty complicated on picking their options. But do you have any questions on finding options for them? I told you full mortgage is pretty simple. Just if it's under 300,000, just IULE type in price. That's it. Also give them a half option. So divide their full mortgage by half. If it's a spouse, that way each of them have half the mortgage paid off and it's cheaper.
Okay.
So you give them like a full mortgage and a half option.
So like one of them would pay for it, half of it, one would pay for the other?
Yeah, so if you pass away, half the mortgage is paid off.
Okay.
That makes sense for some people. Like, oh, my part's done if I pass away. It is cheaper. But if they can afford it, they both want full mortgage paid off for each other. But that's just a cheaper option. Give them full mortgage or half. Or 75 if you want. If it makes a big enough difference in price, you can do a 75% option.
Okay.
And the way I explain 75% is I say, hey, Mary, a lot of people do 75% because the face amount stays the same your whole life. But as your mortgage balance goes down and down and down, you get closer to that 75%. So it just makes sense that eventually you'll get close. You'll have 75% owed, you'll get lower. You'll always have 75% coverage, but your balance will always go down. So they're like, oh yeah, eventually I'll owe this amount on the coverage anyway. So it's just the first few years I owe it extra if I pass away in those first few years.
Okay.
75% is a good option to give people. But if it's not a big enough difference on the price, give them a half. Okay? All right, so now we're moving on to they picked an option. What do you do when they pick an option? Are you ready? Very important. Don't say, okay, perfect, let's, are you sure? No, okay, perfect. And just go straight into beneficiary right away. So this is the script right here. When and close, the second they pick an option, ask the beneficiary. All right, perfect. So who's going to be your beneficiary? Is it going to be your wife? Yes. Okay, what's her middle initial? So tell me what option you want to pick, for example. And give me a role play right now.
I'm going to go ahead and pick the 75%
option. Okay, perfect. All right, we're going to go ahead and fill out your beneficiary information here. Is that going to be your wife?
Yes.
All right, yeah, we're just going right into it. No pause. Like, they picked it, we're going. That's it.
Okay.
No questions, or nothing, we're going. And you're just writing this stuff down. Okay, what's her middle initial? All right, perfect. What's her date of birth? What's her phone number? That's all here. It's all right here. Date of birth, phone number, and then what's their full name. And then you can also ask if they have a contingent. Like, if you and your wife pass away at the same time, do you want your kids to be on there? Okay. Is it going to be 50-50 between the kids? All that. All right, next thing. The insurance carrier, this is how you ask for a driver's license. I ask in this order. Driver's license, banking, and then social. I do it in that order. So I do driver's license first. It's the first private information you're getting from them, but not so private. It's not that big of a deal to ask for driver's license. That's why I put it first.
Okay.
So you got the beneficiary. You're going to say, okay, the insurance carrier is going to need to confirm your identity. And for that, they'll need your driver's license number. And then to end it in a question, I ask, is it what state? I kind of ask what state it is in. That way you get like, you're not asking them to go grab it. You're just saying, what, is that an Idaho license? They're going to say yes. Okay, go ahead and, or you can just say whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Go ahead and, I don't even say go ahead with the driver's license number, or go ahead and grab that, or whatever you want to say. But just make sure you're telling them to do it. Don't say, can you get it? Or
Right,
can you
because
please?
they have a way to be
Yeah. Yeah, no, go ahead and grab it. Let me know when you're ready, or whenever you're ready. All right. The next thing is, you're asking them when their first payment, you're setting them up for giving banking info. So, all right, so our first payment is going to come out as soon as you're approved. You can say it like that if you want to get like an instant draft, get paid the next day. So you're kind of pushing them into starting the payment right away. You're going to say, all right, so first payment is going to come out as soon as you're approved. And you can say, and that's good news. Like, as soon as that first payment comes out, that means your coverage is in force. So that's good news. And you make it like, frame it as like a good thing in their head. All right, and then what day of the month do you want your billing to recur on? So you're giving them like, they're starting to commit on, like, they're thinking about what day the money's going to come out. They're telling you that. That's like doubling down on the sale. Okay, yeah, I want it to come out. And you can recommend it to them too. Most people want on the 1st or the 15th. Mm-hmm. What do you want? Kind of like the same way we asked on the mortgage balance. Is that like 110, 100? We're not ever leaving it. If you can assume it, it makes it easier for them to answer you. So you want one on the 15th or the 1st? Okay, yeah, 1st? Okay, great. All right. Is that going to be a checking or a savings? Are you getting closer? Getting closer? All right. It's checking? Okay, great. And then who do you bank with? So they're going to tell you who they bank with. And at that point, you're going onto Google. Okay, Wells Fargo. You're going to look up the state and then the routing number. Okay? And it's going to come up. Okay? And then this is how you say it. All right, so it looks like we partner with your bank. I have the routing number here, and just go ahead and read it out to them. Don't even tell them that you don't say, I have it here, I'm gonna read it out to you. Just say, all right, I have it here. It's 124-103-799. Is that correct? And if they don't immediately say it's correct, just say, can you go ahead and grab a bank statement or check to confirm that? Or don't say, can you? Go ahead and grab a bank statement or a check to confirm that. And then sometimes people have it memorized, because the older people, they've been saying that routing number their whole life, long time. Mm-hmm. They're like, yeah, that's right. If they already say, yeah, that's right, just say, okay, great, and go ahead with the account number. Just go ahead with it. And then they're going to give it to you right there. Okay. Just stay, in your head, confident. Don't stutter when you say that. Mm-hmm. Very confident. Okay, go ahead with the account number. Okay? It can be scary the first time. You're like, go ahead with the account number. No, just go ahead with the account number. All right, at that point, they're giving you your account number. So you're going to go straight to social. The second they give you that last number, you're going to read it back to them. Is that correct? Okay, you typed it in. You're going to read that account number back to them. Blah, 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 blah. Always say, is that correct? Is that correct? It sounds very official. Okay. Okay, you just said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Now we use social. The insurance company is going to run you through the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. In order to check that, the insurance company needs your social. Go ahead with your social. Boom. They're going to give you your social. Or they're going to give you some pushback. And this is what you do if they give you pushback. If you stuttered, you didn't sound confident, they're a little sketched out. First thing you're going to do, they give you pushback on social, you say, okay, no problem. Go ahead and pull up Google search and look up insurance agent lookup Virginia, whatever state you're in. So they're going to look up, let's do Florida. Insurance agent lookup Florida. All right, do you have that pulled up on your end, Mary? Okay, great. Click on that first option and then just type in my last name. And then as soon as they see this, you say, all right, perfect. Do you have any other questions on my license or how to verify me? If they say no, All right, perfect. Go ahead with your social. Right there.
What's that called again? That's called
Insurance agent lookup, and looking for their state. And we're gonna keep looping. If they say no again, we're gonna go to the next step. We're gonna keep looping and try and testing them again and see if they're giving it. Okay, perfect. Go with your social. No, it's still not. Okay, here's the next thing. Next thing, you can share your screen with them on Crank Wheel. So you go on Crank Wheel, type in their phone number, whatever, share the window, and then you're gonna show them that you're on the application. You're gonna say, hey, look, we're just gonna type it in right here, and it's gonna be fully encrypted, and it's gonna go it's gonna go away immediately as soon as we type it in. It's gonna be grayed out. We're not gonna be able to see it. Go ahead with your social again.
So you would be on the
Yeah, and you can turn on your webcam too with it. You can wave them hello.
Okay.
You can make a joke like welcome if you're at home. This is my house. Welcome virtually to my house. You know, just make jokes. It's the best way to build trust is if you're joking around with people. You're not going to even get objections in the first place.
So where would you be that again where it would like disappear right away?
Like in the application.
Already in the application. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's that. Webcam on last resort. Wave to them. Hey, see, I'm a real person. All right, go ahead with your social. 3 times. Hang up. That's it. What can you do? Next. That's that. So that's social.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you get, you don't cry about it, try to just stay happy, good. Next person is going to be awesome. Next person will be super friendly. And then, just stay positive. Don't try to talk bad in yourself about it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't beat yourself up about it. It's them. Most of them is them. And no matter how you would have talked to them, they weren't going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So always just keep your head up, hang up, find the easy sales. Most of the time you want to just find the easy sales and try to hang up on people as quickly as possible if they're combative. You don't want those people anyway.
Right. Yeah. And it's like those people are going to be in your book of business.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you're better off that they're giving you problems now. Okay. All right. So you got the social. If you're doing his and hers, like 2 people, the second they give you social, okay, perfect. Now go ahead. Okay, great. Now, is Betty a smoker or non-smoker? You're starting over on the next side, and you're not even stopping for a second. You're going straight into the next financial inventory.
Okay.
So you're not saying, all right, you're all set, none of that. You didn't even give them a second to whatever. You're just going right back up. All right, now is Betty, because at the beginning, you're going to say, all right, who do you want to do first? And then they're going to tell you, Mary or John. Go through the full process. They give you social. All right, perfect. Now is John a smoker or non-smoker? Pretty good? All right, then we got through all the way back through John. Everyone's done, and we finish up here. So if you get approved in 1 to 5 days, it does take 7 to 10 days for them to mail a packet out to you. So make sure you have my number saved. When you and also, I don't have that in here, but I'm going to give you, do I? Yeah, I'm going to be calling you in a few days if you get approved. That way I can let you know, can make any changes. We can increase it or decrease it. Or if you don't want it at all, it's fine. You just say that so they're comfortable. And that's it. Do you have any other questions for me before we go? All right, give me a call. You don't have to call any 1-800 numbers. I'm your guy. I'm your gal. I'll always be the one that assisted you. So if anything happens, I'll always be here to help you. I'm on call for you 24/7. I'm on Sundays. I'm with the family. I told you that yesterday.
Yes.
Or I'm with my cat. No, I don't say that. I do say I'm with my family. You can always reach me if you have any emergencies. I mean, it was a lot to explain. I think we were here for like an hour, but really, and that's,
I think my biggest thing is just
pretty simple, right?
Yeah, it's just kind of learning how to go through all the different apps and also like
filling
what
out
the best coverage is for the person.
Find out which covers it.
But I think the more that I like hear about it and learn about it, because again, like I don't know too much myself even about mortgages, just because like I've never
that's a learning
gotten
curve.
into getting into buying a house yet. So
it's just equity, just subtracting the home value versus how much they owe.
Okay.
How long is it? 15, 20, or 30 year? And how much does it cost?
Gotcha. Okay.
Every month. Mortgages aren't that complicated. It's like just think of it like a car loan. It's the same thing. It's just on a house. You have a car loan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you basically know the same thing as a homeowner. You're a car owner. Home loans are 30 years, whereas a car loan is 6. That's the only difference. And equity, there's in cars too. So if you owe, $20,000 in your car, it's worth 30. Same
I
thing.
went to go try to refinance it. So.
Oh, you want to refinance it? Yeah, there you go.
And then they kind of tell you like what it's worth.
Yeah, exactly. So,
That's not that hard.
Okay, perfect. So is this your first time going through the mortgage protection process, or have you been through this before?
No, I remember when we first bought the home that they
Mhm.
spoke about it, but I don't think I've ever talked to anybody about it.
Okay, no problem. So we are a brokerage, so we have over 40 of the A-rated carriers here in the state of Idaho. There are
Mhm.
over 100 different insurance carriers, but those are B or C rated ones, so we obviously don't work with those ones for good reason. So what we'll do is look through about 1 to 2 minutes of health questions to figure out which one of the A-rated carriers here in the state will be most practical and affordable. These are state regulated programs, so they are meant for people on a fixed income. So we'll find which one's going to be most practical and affordable for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, perfect. So the first question here, are you a smoker or non-smoker?
I'm a non-smoker.
Non-smoker. All right, great. And then confirm your height and weight.
I'm 5'5" and 213.
Okay, very good. And then confirm your date of birth. Okay. And how young would that make you?
I will be, well, I am.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
gotcha. And then are you currently working or are you tired?
I'm retired.
Tired? Okay. And are you getting a pension or 401k, Social Security, disability, anything like that?
Social Security and a pension from the company I retired from.
Okay, so Social Security and pension. Very good. And what would you say is what you're getting every month from your Social Security and your pension altogether?
Hold on, let me figure that out.
Okay.
A monthly about 3,200.
3,200. Okay. And then are you the only income, or do you have a spouse or significant other?
No, I'm the only income.
The only income. Okay. Do you have anyone living with you that's depending on you?
My daughter lives with me and her
Daughter.
husband, and
Okay.
then I have a younger son.
Okay. Daughter and husband and younger son. Okay. And they all live there with you?
Hmm.
Okay, great. So, any other income in the home? So daughter and husband, are they contributing to the bills?
No, they pay rent. Um, well, I guess they do pay half of the utilities.
Half the utilities. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Got it. All right. Pay half the utilities. And how much was that approximately that they pay?
Um, Hold on here. Didn't know I was going to have these kind of questions.
Everything about the house and the income for sure. Yep.
Okay, just a second.
Mm-hmm.
They pay about $250 a month with utilities.
Okay.
That's half of the utilities.
Okay. And then your younger son, is he under 18?
No, he's 20, but he's disabled and he doesn't work.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Gosh, okay. Disabled. God bless your heart. That must not be easy to take care.
No.
A lot of
Oh,
work.
he's a handful. He's a handful.
All right. God bless. So the next question here, that will be, how long, let's see, how long have you been in the home for?
We bought the home in 2014, so 10 years. Yeah.
10 years? Okay.
Well, we got it in 2014, yeah, and this is 2024. So yeah, 10 years.
Okay. And the address I have here is the street, is that correct?
Right. That is correct.
Okay. All right. Now, for medical questions here, have you had any major surgeries in the past 10 years?
Well, I just had a knee replacement done in October.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a major one, but
So
other than that, no, I haven't.
Okay. And that's it for 10 years?
Well, I've had two. I had one in 2017 and then one this year. So
Okay.
two of them.
How's recovery going? Are you feeling all back to normal now?
Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Are you walking
Much better.
again?
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Good to hear. Now, are any medications you prescribed either now or in the past 10 years?
I take medication for blood pressure
Okay.
and cholesterol.
Okay.
And what else, Kim? What kind of medications? Why do I take medication? What? Oh, a water pill, a diuretic,
Water pill.
and Uh-huh. A what? Oh, an anxiety pill.
Anxiety. Okay.
Oh,
Do you,
and an acid reflux pill.
acid reflux.
Oh, and metformin because they diagnosed me with pre-diabetes.
Just pre-diabetes, not full
Yeah.
diabetes. Okay.
No, just pre.
Okay. All right. Blood pressure, cholesterol, water pill. Is that a hydroxychlorothiazide or what's it called?
The water pill,
Yeah, what's it called again? It's a very long name.
is that a hydroxyzine? I can look at my. Yeah, it is.
Okay. And then anxiety, is that Wellbutrin or
What's this anxiety pill called? I guess I need to get my wallet. Duloxetine?
Otrogen? Okay.
Duloxetine.
Got it. Okay.
I think she's sitting here.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess she's sitting
I'd
here.
have to start doing some digging.
Is that your daughter?
It's my daughter. Yeah.
What's your daughter's name? Hi, how are you?
She said hi.
Okay. So we got the medications. All right. No criminal background, no DUIs, felonies, something like that?
Oh no.
Okay. All right, perfect. All right. And then I just have a list here of heart conditions, not heart conditions, medical conditions. Heart attack, stroke, TIA, cancer, anything like that?
No.
No. Let's see. Asthma, COPD, thyroid, anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right, and now for the mortgage questions here. So it looks like your original balance was 164,000. I'm assuming it's a little bit lower now since it's been a couple years. Would you say it's like 150 or 140 now?
Oh, you mean the balance? Yeah.
Yeah,
150.
150.
150.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. 150. Okay. And is that a 15, 20, or 30-year mortgage?
30.
30, okay. All right, and then if you were to turn around and sell the home tomorrow, how much would you say it's worth?
Well, they're saying it's 300 to 350.
Great. Okay. So you got about 175,000 equity. Great.
Yep.
All right. And then what's the monthly payment on the mortgage?
1,079.
1,079. Okay. Perfect. And do you pay anything extra to pay it off early or just the minimum?
Just a minimum.
Yeah, okay. And then how many months of bills do you have saved currently? Because God forbid something happened to you right now.
None.
None. Okay.
I don't have any savings.
Okay, so you're just
I
living
go
off of.
from payday to payday to
Oh,
payday.
gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. And do you have any assets like 401ks, IRAs, stocks, bonds, mutual funds,
Nope.
any existing life insurance?
Nope.
No. Okay. All right. Perfect. So now a little bit of how the mortgage protection plan works. Are you familiar with how the living benefits work on the mortgage protection program?
I don't. I'm not familiar with any of this.
Okay, so that means any critical, chronic, terminal illness that you get, you'd be covered on the living side as well. So it's not just something that's for, just for your daughter or, anyone living with you. It's also for you as well. So it covers you on the living side. So if you're unable to perform any two of the 6 daily living tasks, like eating, drinking, bathing, clothing yourself, using the bathroom, or moving from a bed to a chair, those are the 6 daily living tasks. If you're unable to perform any two of those, then you qualify for the living benefits as well. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, perfect. And then the next thing on the program is called the cash value. Are you familiar with how cash value works on the program?
No.
Okay. So that just means that the premium you pay every month goes into your cash value. So if God willing, if you were to get sick or pass away, if you don't get sick or pass away, you can get all that money you paid back. All that money you paid into the policy, you can get it paid back. Either when you're close to getting the mortgage paid off, to pay off the mortgage early, or you can just get the money back at the end when the mortgage is paid off. Or if you pass away during the mortgage, then it'll pay it off that way. So 3 ways, whether you outlive it or if you pass away during it, it's a win-win. Does that make sense?
That does.
All right. And then, this coverage does last forever. So even past when you pay off the mortgage, you can also keep it past that as well, since it's whole life. Does that make
Oh,
sense?
really?
Yes. Yep. All right. So great. So that's everything we need here. Just give me about 1 to 2 minutes, and I'll be right back with some options. Okay. Just make sure you
All
grab
right.
just grab a pen and paper to write down the options for when I'm back.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I'll be right back.
Mhm.
All right. I'm all set here. Are you still there?
I am.
All right. Perfect. So you have that pen and paper handy?
I do.
All right. Perfect. So the options I have here are what's called equity protection. Are you familiar with how the equity protection programs work?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what that means is that, basically, if you were to cover the whole mortgage, it would be close to another mortgage payment because it'd just be really expensive. So what they have here that are more affordable options is called equity protection. So what that means is, God forbid something happens to you, this covers the mortgage for your daughter, your husband, and your son. Um, so that way they can pay the mortgage for a certain period of time. That way they're
Uh-huh.
not, they have time to mourn, grief, recover, figure out the financial situation. That way they aren't forced to sell the home in a fire sale, for less than it's worth and lose that 175,000 in equity. Does that make sense?
It does.
So, I have three options here for you for between 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. That way they have time to figure out what they'd want to do with the home, God forbid something happened to you. Do you think that would be something that would still be helpful for you if it's affordable for you?
Um,
That in place?
well, I was hope I know. I don't think so. I was hoping that if I should pass,
Mm-hmm.
that the house would be paid off and they
Right.
could
Of
continue
course.
living here.
Yeah, and I can get you an option for that. It would just be probably close to, the same amount you already pay for the mortgage, which is super unaffordable. So would you agree that having something is better than nothing in terms of coverage?
Um, so if they had, you said like 6 months or whatever to grieve,
Right. Mm-hmm.
then that would give them time to buy the home. Is that what you're saying?
If they have to get an extra job or whatever they have to do, this gives them that extra period of time. That way they can figure out the finances and not lose the home or get
Well,
foreclosed on. Mm-hmm.
they're both disabled, so they wouldn't be
Oh,
able to. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to work.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I don't think that would be an option for them.
Oh my gosh. What would happen if something happened to you tomorrow? What would they have to do?
Well, they would probably have to try to finance it and get, maybe the same payment, but they couldn't even afford the payment I'm making.
They can't or they can?
Uh-uh. They could not. If I was to die today, they could not make the payment I'm making.
So would they have to sell the home and
They,
downsize or?
yeah, that's what they would have to do.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what this would do, because if they can't afford the mortgage, this would give them that time to be able to afford the mortgage when they're trying to sell it, put on the market, and that way they don't get foreclosed on. Does that make sense?
It does. Uh-huh.
So you just have to pick whatever time would be you think 12 months, 9 months, but I'll give you the three options,
Okay.
and you can figure out what's going to be most practical for you and
Okay.
affordable. And the good news is that you don't have to make a decision today because the carrier still takes about 1 to 5 business days to get to even approve you. So these are just kind of rough numbers based off of,
Okay.
What I've got so far. So we'll just pick whatever you think is going to be most practical for you and then
Mhm.
see if we can get you approved. And then when I
Okay.
call you back in a few days, we can decide if it's something that you still want, and if you want to increase it or decrease it, we can make changes. Does that all make sense?
It does.
All right. So the first option here, that would be for the. Oh, and before I give you the options, write down on your paper. Write down equity protection,
Okay.
and then write down underneath that. Whenever you're ready, let me know.
I'm ready.
Okay. Write equity protected, 175,000.
Equity paycheck. Okay.
Got it.
Uh-huh.
And then, so the first option would be 12 months. So that would be, this doesn't, and when I say 12 months, that doesn't mean this coverage only lasts like 12 months. This lasts your whole life. If you do pass away, it gives them 12 months of payments. Does that make sense?
I see.
Okay.
I see. Yeah.
So this
Okay.
lasts forever. But for 12 months of mortgage payments, that would be $100 a month.
Okay.
Okay, then 9 months. It's the most common options, the middle option. So most people go with. This is for $76 a month.
Okay.
And then the last
And,
option, sorry.
and does that 9 months still do the payment
Yeah,
for 9 months?
all
Is that what
three.
it is? Okay.
Yeah, all three of these are the same. They're just different coverage amounts, and they are
Okay.
whole life coverage.
Okay.
And the price never goes up, never changes, never expires on you. And then
Okay.
the 6 months, this would be the cheapest option. That would be for $51 a month.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So out of those three options, what do you think would be most practical and affordable for you?
Do I have to make that decision today or when they call back?
For now, we can, if you can't decide, we can always just go for the lowest option and increase it if you think you might want to increase
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Do you have an idea of which one?
Probably the 51,
The
the 6
51.
months. Yeah, and it might get an increase. My son that lives in Colorado, I would want to talk with him about this.
Yeah.
He knows more about this than
Perfect. Yeah, I'll definitely. Well, okay, so the 6 month. Okay, so who
Mhm.
would be the beneficiary on that? Would it be your daughter or?
Well, probably my daughter, because she's the one that lives here.
Okay, and
Yeah.
what's her full name? Okay. Does she have a middle initial?
You
Oh,
want the whole spelling?
got it. No, just the middle
Oh,
initial.
okay.
Yeah, you're all set. And then what would be her date of birth? Okay. And then a good phone number for her. Got it. And then would she be the only beneficiary, or would you want anyone else split on there?
Probably my son that's in Colorado.
Okay. Son. And then what
His
would
name,
be this? Yeah.
his name,
Okay. And his middle initial? Okay. And then what's his date of birth? And then confirm his phone number.
Mhm.
Okay. And just so this is clear, if something were to happen where you have this set up where if you have it 50-50, that means 3 months of payments would go to your daughter and 3 months of payments to go to. Are you sure you want it to be split, or do you
Oh,
want it to go all
no. No, we don't want it that then.
Okay. All right. Then we'll just
Yeah.
set for just then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that would be set. And then let's see. And then the next thing is going to be the insurance carrier is going to need to confirm your identity. For that, they'll use your driver's license. Is that an Idaho state license?
It is.
Okay. Do you have that on hand?
No. Let me.
Okay.
I need my wallet for my driver's license.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
You just need the number, or
Yeah. The number and the expiration date.
okay. The number is
Okay. Got it. And now the first payment usually comes out right when it's approved, or is that gonna be okay, or do you want to start on a certain day of the month? Maybe middle of the month?
no, probably either the first of the month or the end of the month.
And
I get
okay.
one of my checks that's first and the other at the end.
Well, since the month just started, you probably don't want to go a whole month without coverage, right?
Okay.
Do you want it to be as
So
soon as you approve this month and then start recurring on the first next month?
Well, no, because I wouldn't have that funds. I've already paid all my bills.
Okay. Well, if you gotta wait till the first of next month, that's fine, and that also gives you plenty of time to figure out what you
Yeah,
want to do.
let's do that. Let's do
Okay.
that.
All right. And then is that going to be a checking or a savings account?
It'll be a checking account.
Okay. And then who do you bank with?
American. Wait a minute, that's not right. Hold on.
Yep.
Mountain America Credit Union.
Mountain America. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you open that in the state of Idaho?
Idaho.
Okay. All right. So looks like, let's see. Yep. Yeah, looks like they do have their number here on file. Their routing number we have here on file is 324-079-555. Is that correct? Or do you have a check or bank statement to confirm that's correct?
What is that? The routing number?
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
it.
that is.
Yep.
It is
Okay.
right. Yep.
Perfect. Okay, and then go ahead with the account number.
The account number?
Yep.
Is that what you're wanting? Okay.
Okay, so I have, is that correct?
Right. That's correct.
Okay, and then the insurance carrier is going to run your medical information through the Medical Information Bureau. And in order to
Okay.
do that, they use your social. So go ahead with your social. Okay, perfect. So looks like that's everything on the application here. So I'll give you a security code to write down because I do make sure we always give all our clients a security code just because there's a lot of different third-party companies and AI, robots, different people trying to get information. So if anyone ever does try to call you claiming to be me, who's my manager, or if they don't have this code, just make sure to hang up. Let me know. But the
Okay.
security code that we have here for you to write down is, got that?
I've got that. And would I ask for that if somebody?
So whenever
Would I
I
ask
call,
for the security code?
so actually, whenever I call you, I'll always open with that. I'll say, "Hey, it's Ben, security code." So you'll always
Okay.
know. I'll always say it right up front. And if I don't, then
Okay.
it's not me. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll have
All
you
right.
write down the information here. So that's for $51 a month, and that's for 6 months of equity protection. So you can write that down. And then as soon as we have an approval from one of the carriers, I'll let you know what carrier got you approved.
Okay.
They're going to send you out a 10 to 12 page packet with all the info, and you can put that somewhere safe and write my name on it because I'm the agent that helped you. So I'll always be the one that's on your file. So you can always call me whenever you have, any questions, or if you need to make any changes. I'm always going to be, you're not going to need to call any 1-800 numbers or anything like that. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right.
I have that number on my phone, right? That you
Yeah,
called
this
from?
this number I'm
Okay.
calling you from is my personal number, so you can save it in your
Okay.
contacts and reach me
Okay.
through
All
text or
right.
phone. Mm-hmm.
We'll
All
do
right.
that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'll be calling you a few days to let you know if you're approved. But for
Okay.
today, it was a pleasure helping and serving you. I did actually forget here. Were you born in Idaho?
I was.
Okay, got it. So
Nampa.
Nampa. Okay. So yeah, do you have any other questions for me before we go?
Nope, I don't.
All right. Well, give me a call or shoot me a text if you need anything else. You have a lovely
Okay.
night. Okay.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. You're welcome. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Benjamin. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
No, we're doing great. Just sitting here, getting out the last minute Christmas cards.
Okay.
By the appointed day.
You're getting some Christmas cards out. That's awesome. You got a lot to send, or just a couple?
No, I don't know. Probably about 20 or so. Just close friends I've had for a long time. So how about you? How's your season coming along?
I got my mom actually has her birthday on the 21st, so it's all like mixed in. So got to do that and Christmas as well. So that's always fun.
Yeah.
So what's new with you with the insurance stuff, or did you want to see if we can get you approved for that?
Yeah, I thought that. Why don't you review? Let me take some notes on.
Sure.
On reviewing what we have and.
Sure. Give me your.
And one question I had: You're in Florida. Is this insurance going to be good here in Nebraska?
Yeah, I am licensed in Nebraska and all 50 states.
Okay.
Yeah, I own the company, so we have a bunch of agents, and I need to be licensed in every state for all of our agents that are all over the country. Did you have a chance to look up my my license information?
We had already done that.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right, perfect.
Yeah, but I looked up your name also, and you have one of the rarest names on the planet.
I do. It's St. Paul, but in Hungarian. So that's why. Yes.
I saw that there were only 2 Hungarian people listed, and then
Yep.
they said the majority of people with this name live in Chile.
Chile? That's weird.
Yes. Yeah.
What's a Hungarian last name? So that's really weird.
Yeah. But there are lots of Europeans and
True.
well, throughout, I used to
Well,
live in Latin America.
it's not a very common last name, so maybe by majority they mean one other person lives in Chile. Yeah.
They actually said that there are like more people with that last name in Chile than any other country in the world.
Well, I'm telling you, I know maybe one other Sempali in the entire world. That's not in my family, so yeah.
You're 4,800 down the list of
Yeah,
surnames.
I would believe that. 4,800. I would think it's way lower than that. I'm surprised. What about your last name? Are you? Does it have any origins or stories with that?
No, I thought it was that I had Choctaw and Cherokee blood in me. And,
Yeah.
And you know, I'm from Mississippi, and
Okay.
we did a background genealogy test, and 70% of all of my genealogy is from southwestern England.
Oh, interesting. So you're the.
My family has been here since before the 1790s.
So you guys were here for the Boston Tea Party and all that.
Well, how is it possible that I can have such a small genealogical pool after being here in this country that long and have no Indian blood in me, no Native American?
Well, I guess your family has a type. They like where the people they're from.
I guess.
That's funny.
But
yeah.
So who is this company that is going to do this?
We were going to check you we check all our clients first with Mutual of Omaha first because they're the lowest rates and they get you the most coverage and they're A-rated. And then we go down from there if you don't get approved with them. But you should get approved with them since you're healthy. I'll share my screen again with you. That way I can show it to you. Let me send you a text again the same time as last time. Your number was 941. Oh yeah, you have the Sarasota number. Remember?
All right.
3291. Where in Sarasota did you live?
We lived on the
one of the Keys.
No, we lived inland. We're about a mile from the interstate.
Okay.
A mile west of the interstate on.
No, 75.
Yeah, about a mile west, a mile east of 75.
I gotcha.
In the middle of town. So.
Oh yeah.
We were about half, maybe a quarter of a mile from the Amish section of.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was an Amish section. You ever been up to Tampa?
Oh yeah, lots of times. Yeah.
Great. All right, I just sent you over my screen. Let me know if you see that. A link, or maybe I need to send it again. I don't know if it went through. So what did we did I give you a few different options? I'm trying to remember.
You gave me like a 3-year mortgage payment, which came out to around $26,000.
Yep.
For about $154 a month.
Okay, and that's the one you want to see we can get you approved for.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I think you were on my screen for a second, then I lost you. Are you not seeing it right now?
It faded out. It should have come back on.
Oh, there you go.
We're back on.
All right, perfect.
Yep. Okay. So.
All right, there you go. On this part, so you're good on that. And then confirm your date of birth again. And then here's my full name. You can see my mom's last name is in there, but you can screenshot that if you want to. That's my producer number with Mutual of Omaha. If you want to keep that for yourself. Let me know if you got that, if you want that.
I can pick it up off of something else later on.
Okay, sure. You know how to take screenshots on your phone?
I don't even know how to do that.
No? Okay. And then this is my, my date of birth, last four of my social here, my home address here in Tampa. If you want to take that down, you're welcome to take that down if you want to hunt me down.
I've already done that.
Oh, you already done that? Okay. All right. So the insurance carrier.
How do you think I knew so much about your last name?
True. You definitely did your research. All right, and then the insurance carrier. Go ahead.
I even asked a friend, an Indian friend of mine.
Uh-huh.
I said, "Have you ever seen this name?" He said, "Nope." Nope. He says it's not Indian.
Okay. All right, definitely not Indian. All right, and then the insurance carrier is going to check with the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. For that, they use your social. So go ahead with your social. Does that look right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, and then your height and weight. All right, and then confirm your address. Okay, got it. And then this phone number would be the... You're not planning on getting a Nebraska phone number, huh?
No.
You don't need to change it, huh?
We've got the majority of our friends are actually in Florida.
Oh, okay. You don't want to
and
confuse them.
Mississippi. Anyway, they can call us anytime.
Right.
We can call them. So they know who you're listed in people's phones.
Right.
So
they're going to not be able to contact you if you change your number.
Well, and it's more than that. When I call them, I don't come up as junk.
True, exactly.
If I'm listed in their phone, they say it's Scott calling. They answer the phone.
Of course, yeah. And then they won't answer your phone calls. That's true as well.
Yeah.
All right. So the next thing here, I just need to have you agree to the HIPAA. So that is how they, that's the security law for medical records. Are you familiar with HIPAA compliance?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what they're using your social for, to check your medical record. They have to have you sign a HIPAA agreement. All right, now they're going to give us, we're going to be halfway through the application. They're going to give us a green light or a red light here. This way we don't get through the whole application and get a denial. They actually give us a pre-approval up here first. Before they do that, they require your driver's license to confirm your identity. Do you have that on hand?
I do.
Okay. Is that a Nebraska or a Florida license?
Nebraska.
Nebraska? All right. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay. The number is...
Such a hot day outside here today. It's like not even winter. It's so weird. Oh, there we go. Favorable. There you go. So we got the green light so far.
Okay. Well, it's 30 degrees here and sunny, and...
Oh, that sounds nice.
We almost must already be acclimated there because everybody is saying what a beautiful day it is.
Here,
I mean, really, it's just like, but we haven't had any snow yet. I mean, this is not good.
Not good? You like the snow?
Yeah, we want snow for Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You want a snowy Christmas.
We've been in a 4-year drought here. We can use all the moisture.
Yeah.
All the moisture we can get. I mean, we've had rain or snow intermittently. We'll have like a 14-inch snow, and then it's still so warm that it actually, instead of running off the soil,
right,
it sinks directly into the soil. This is we can't go ice fishing, can't play hockey on the lakes.
All the cold activities.
All the things that we want to do.
Yeah. So, okay.
Because winter is no fun if it's just cold.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
No ice. None of the ice stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And my friends down there, though, they're saying exactly what you're saying. It stays hot too long, and it gets hot too fast.
It was cold for a little bit. It's already blazing hot.
Yeah, you did have a cold spell there, didn't you? But,
yeah, we did.
But they're golfers, and they're having to go out early, way earlier in the year, in order just to get around to golf in, because you can't play it in the middle of the day.
Yeah, so, if you like to golf, this is great weather still.
Right.
All right.
So anyway.
So it says as your occupation currently, and what would you say is annual income right now?
Take home or before?
It just says annual.
Let's put it at.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna go through these health questions quickly. Just stop me if any of these apply to you. So AIDS, heart attack, COPD, bipolar, kidney disease, cancer, lupus, organ transplant.
I've had I've had the non-dangerous type of skin cancer.
Right. Yeah. So you're good. It says excluding basal cell or squamous cell skin cancer.
Okay.
So you're good.
Then that's not.
Yeah, you're
doesn't
fine.
count.
Required the assistance for bathing, dressing, or eating? No.
No.
Nursing home, assisted living? No. Wheelchair? No. AIDS? No. Chronic cough? No. Racing, mountain climbing, base jumping, skydiving? No.
No.
Use alcohol to a degree for medical attention? No. Possession of unlawful drugs? No. Felony? No. Moving violations? No. Hospitalized for blood pressure? No. Diabetes? No. No. Disability, and then Federal Aviation Administration, hospitalization? No. All right, next. Okay, loading. All right, so here we go. I'm assuming you're going to want to do monthly, not quarterly, annually, semi-annually. We're going to do monthly?
Yeah, monthly.
All right. And then is it going to be a checking or savings?
Checking.
Checking. And then are you going to want it to start on the first of the month? Do you have a certain day? As soon as you're approved, do you want it to start, or do you have a preference? Most people do the first of the month, you know, just unless you have a certain day that you prefer.
First of the month would be fine.
First of the month, okay. All right, and then if you get approved, what bank do you use? Did you open that in Florida or in Nebraska?
I opened it in Florida, but they have told me I don't need to change it.
Okay.
Because they have here in Nebraska.
Okay, so we have the routing number here. This is the Florida one.
Okay.
It might be the same nationwide. I'm not sure. I have. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, perfect. All right, and then go ahead with the account number. I'll be giving you a call. Well, let's see. It might give us an instant approval. It's rare, so you might know now once we finish here. But we'll set it to start on January 1st, 2025. There you go. All right, then we submit and see if you get a full instant approval or if it's going to take a few days. We'll find out here in a second.
I'm betting it'll be instant.
All right, I like the confidence. All right, it's submitted. It's going to load here and give us the answer right now. Let's see.
I used to belong to an organization, and the guy who ran it said, the answer is always yes.
For
it
what?
Was like, it was for anything.
Oh, no. You were too confident.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Did it not give us?
It says we're unable to offer. I'm sorry. So the next thing down would be a living promise from Mutual of Omaha. I can show you what that would be. Because I'm sure you would agree having something is better than nothing, right? So what we're doing? Yeah, it's no problem. We have plenty of carriers to go to. So it's not the end of the world. But I guess I don't want to jinx it in the future. I'll tell anyone else in the future, don't be too confident because they'll jinx it. All right, so let's see. I'm going to come back to this. This is Living Promise, which is their whole life product. It is a little more expensive, but the approval is more lenient. For Nebraska. So for $154 a month, that's going to get you $17,000. Is that going to be okay? Do you want to take some time to think it over?
Okay, well, is there anybody else that carries anything like that?
Let me show you. I'll just show you all the carriers we have, and then you can see that Mutual's the cheapest. So, so I'll clear all the fields here. I'll put in Nebraska. We'll put in 150.
I wonder why Mutuals of Omaha turned that down.
Unfortunately, due to the HIPAA compliance, they don't show us exactly what was the denial reason. I wish I could tell you why. So these are all the carriers. The first one that we have access to is Aflac and Transamerica. Here, do you see that? Because the top ones here are not A-rated carriers, so we don't use those ones. But the first A-rated one here is Transamerica. If you scroll over to the left, you can see it. Yeah, there you go. So Transamerica, Aflac, Mutual of Omaha was 17,481. So you can get more with Transamerica or Aflac. So we can try either one of those. And then Mutual of Omaha's down here. You can see the 17,000. You want to see if we can do Transamerica?
Do you sell term life?
I do, but the one we tried to get you approved for is basically the same underwriting as a term product. So if you weren't able to get approved for that, you most likely would not get approved for a term. But I'm happy to try it for if you want, but it's the exact same underwriting. The Index Universal Life Express has a term. And then if you do term, you're not going to have the cash value on there like I was explaining to you how you get the money back. These ones still have cash value.
Well, but we're not dealing with that. If we're only getting 18,000
premium that you pay and still goes towards cash value. If we were to do a term, a term quote, I can say 25,000 or what? 20 here. Just put in the monthly amount. 154 male, Nebraska. The most you can really even do at 73 is like it's a 10-year term. Mutual of Omaha would be, we have American, yeah, they don't even have any options other than Mutual of Omaha. And we already tried Mutual of Omaha, they denied you already for their Index Universal Life Express. So if they already denied you for Index Universal Life Express, they're going to deny you for Term Life Express too. It's the same underwriting. And then Foresters, they are even more strict than Mutual of Omaha, so they definitely wouldn't get approved for that. But we can definitely get you try you out for the whole life Transamerica or Aflac. Or we can do less. We can do $100 a month, $125. I can show you what the quotes are. Do you want to see?
No. I'm sort of stuck on that 154. That is my budget number.
Okay. All right. We can stick with that. Yes, you can get the money back. The cash value goes into the account. So it's guaranteed to pay out whenever you pass away, since it's whole life. It doesn't expire like a term. Terms, 2% chance of those paying out nationwide. That's the national average of what they actually pay out. Whole life's guaranteed to pay out. So it's, you're putting money and you're knowing for sure you're going to get this money when you pass away.
Okay.
Yeah, we are submitted, so that's basically 18 months of equity protection, what we got you for $154 a month with Transamerica. If you want to write that down on your, alrighty.
Okie doke. Well, listen, go out and enjoy the heat if you can.
And, yeah, I'm gonna go for a walk, get some steps in. You as well.
There you go.
You as well.
Sounds good.
All right, take care. I'll talk to you soon. All right.
Sounds good, Benjamin.
All right. Bye-bye.
Will do.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Okay. So is this your first time going through the mortgage protection process, or have you been through it before?
No, I've never been through it.
Gotcha.
So I just want to get a quote on to see what the cost is.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll go through that. So we're a brokerage, so we have access to all 40 of the A-rated carriers here in the state of North Carolina. So we have there's over 100 B or C rated carriers here in the state. We just obviously don't work with those ones for obvious reasons. So we're just gonna be looking through the A-rated ones. Based off of 1 to 2 minutes of health questions. We'll see which one of the carriers you'd be most likely to be approved with. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, it usually takes about 1 to 5 days for the carrier to even come back with a decision. So for today, we're just going to figure out which one most likely works for you.
I mean, that's not a problem. It's going to be slow because of the holidays anyway. So
absolutely, yeah, they're all closed anyway. So most we can do is just submit an application. It'll take probably longer than 1 or 2 days to get back from them. But so the first question here: are you a smoker or non-smoker?
Non-smoker.
Non-smoker, okay. And then confirm your date of birth.
Sure.
Okay. And then confirm your height and weight.
Okay.
Got it. All right. And now for the health questions here. Have you had any surgeries, either any major surgeries in the past 10 years or recently?
See, past 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No? Okay, great. Surgeries, no. And then medications, have you been prescribed anything either now or in the past 10 years?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you have them memorized or can you grab the bottles?
Yeah, I'm on Losartan.
Losartan.
Metformin.
Okay. Yep.
Lipitor.
Lipitor. Okay.
Hydrochlorothiazide, or HTZ, as most people call it.
Right. Right. It's a long one.
Yeah. That's what, 4?
Yes, that's 4.
And then I'm on meloxicam as needed.
Meloxicam as needed. Okay. Is your A1C reading below 8%?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then is that type 2 diabetes?
Yes.
Okay. So just 5?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's for cholesterol and high blood pressure. And then the meloxicam, what is that for?
Well, that's for I've got some arthritis in my hands.
Okay, gotcha. So osteoarthritis.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, got it. And then any heart attack, strokes, cancer, anything like that?
I had prostate cancer 2008.
Oh, okay. Well, so that's a long time ago. And you recovered from that okay? Everything's been okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank God.
they check my PSA every year, and it's less than 1. In fact, they say it's non-detectable.
Thank God. That's scary. What stage was it when you had it?
Well, when I had the prostatectomy, it was like 8.
Stage 8?
Well, they go by numbers on the PSA.
Oh, okay.
And it's supposed to be below. I think it's below 5.
Really? Okay.
I think that's what the number is, but I'd say mine is basically non-detectable.
Okay, so the prostate cancer doesn't have this typical stage 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
Not that I know of.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, so that's that. And then any kidney or liver disease?
Nope.
No. Lupus? No. None of that. Okay. All right. All right, and then now for the mortgage questions here. So it looks like your original balance was 143,000 back in 2020. I'm assuming it's a little bit lower now, maybe what, 120, 110 now?
130.
Oh, 130. Okay.
Yeah.
Current balance 130.
Yeah, 'cause what they do is they all your money goes to interest basically until it's just about,
Right. Is it a high interest rate?
No, it's like it's 2.99.
Really? That's surprising.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Now, I've got a new car or a new truck at 0 interest.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you get that? Free money.
Well, that's why I financed it.
Free interest. That's nuts. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that the dealership you went to? They had a good deal?
Yeah, they military veterans, if you qualified as far as your credit score went, it was interest free.
That's amazing. Well, good. Congrats on the new truck.
Yeah.
All right. And then the next thing here, is that a 30-year mortgage?
Yes.
Okay, 30-year. All right, and then if you were to turn around and sell the house tomorrow, how much would you say it's worth?
Probably, I'm gonna say at least 4.
4 years. Okay. Of 400?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then what's the monthly payment on the mortgage?
$604.23.
604. Okay. So you got a good amount of equity in there, about 270?
Yeah, probably about that.
Mm-hmm. That's great. How long have you been living there for?
almost 30 years.
Oh wow, okay. So you just refinanced in 2020 to like get some
Yeah.
equity out? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then 6 out of 4, equity 270. All right. And then what assets do you currently have that you could liquidate in the case of an emergency? Like any 401ks, IRAs, stocks, bonds, mutual funds?
I've got bonds.
Mm-hmm.
I've got some money in USAA.
Okay.
I can sell my car because that's
Okay. Yep. But as far as liquid assets, like you have available tomorrow, you have the bonds.
I probably have about 120.
Okay. And any existing life insurance?
No.
Okay. All right. That's everything we need here. Give me about 1 to 2 minutes, and I'll be right back with some options. Just go ahead and grab a pen and paper to write down the options for when I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. You still there?
Yes.
All right. Now, all right. Now, are you married, or is it just you in the home, or kids,
I'm widowed.
brother, sisters? Who would be your beneficiary?
My daughter.
Your daughter. Okay, gotcha. And is she does she live with you? She lives nearby?
No, she lives about 40 minutes from me.
Okay, gotcha. So that would be beneficiary. All right. So are you familiar with how an equity protection program works? It's a type of mortgage protection.
Not
No?
really.
Have you heard of it?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just give you a refresher. So basically what it means is, most people that are your age, what they do is it's called an equity protection program, because most of the time, covering the full mortgage can be close to another mortgage payment. So don't worry, that's not what most people do. What most people do is they set up a plan that can cover the mortgage for a certain period of time, anywhere from 18 months to 9 months of mortgage payments. That gives your beneficiary time to mourn, grieve, recover, figure out the financial situation. That way they can move forward in a healthy manner and not rush to sell the home for less than what it's worth and lose all the equity in the home, or even worse, get foreclosed on. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel like having some type of equity protection plan in place would be better than nothing if we find something that's affordable?
If it's affordable, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's usually a much more affordable option. That's why most people do that. All right. So the options I have here, do you have that pen and paper handy?
Yes, I do.
All right. So at the top of your paper, you can write down equity protection.
Yep. Already got it.
Oh, perfect. And then you can put equity protected or whatever for short. 270,000. Okay. And then the first option, this is going to be like the more premium option. This is the highest option. This would be for 18 months. And that's
Okay.
going to be for $132 a month.
Okay.
Now the next option, this is what most people do because this is for 12 months. This is usually what this is the perfect amount of time that people need to figure out what they want to do. Usually 12 months is plenty of time to put the house for sale and sell it for the right amount. So that's 12 months, and that is for $92 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last option, this is more of a budget option, but still usually a good enough amount of time. That's for $67.
Okay.
All right. So out of these three options, which one do you think would be most practical and affordable for you?
My estate would be fairly simple, so probably option 2.
Option 2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And you said your beneficiary, her name was.
Yeah.
And then confirm her date of birth. And then a good phone number for her. Now, the insurance carrier is going to need to confirm your identity. For that, they use your driver's license. Is that a North Carolina license?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Need my wallet. Do you want the driver's license number?
Yes, the number. Yep.
Okay, hang on just a second.
Okay. Yep.
I was at my computer desk. I put my wallet on the counter every night. Okay. The driver's license number is.
Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, what most people do, is they usually have their payments set up for the first of the month. Is that what you would want it to be on if you get approved, or do you have a certain day of the month that you prefer your payments to be on?
No, the first is good.
Okay. So I'll still be calling you back as soon as I hear back from the carrier to check with you, confirm if this is the right amount that you want, if you want to increase or decrease it, or if you decide you don't need it, that's fine as well. So I'll be calling you before the first. Um, so now they do need to have a valid account on file for the application. Is that USAA is the checking account you use, or do you use a
No,
savings
I use Chartway.
Chartway? Okay.
Yep.
How do you spell that?
CHARTWAY.
WY. Okay.
Yeah,
The
Federal
federal,
Credit.
yeah, the Federal Credit Union.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you open that in North Carolina?
No, they don't have any branches in North Carolina. Actually, it's in Virginia, which is
Virginia. Okay.
I'm a stone's throw from Virginia.
I see. Okay, because I hadn't heard of that one before. Most people in North Carolina use like State Employees Credit Union or.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So okay.
No, I
So
use them, and I use Navy Federal also. And I use both of them, but
okay.
my primary account is Chartway.
Okay. So for Chartway in Virginia, we have their routing number is 251-481-614. Is that correct? Do you have like a check to confirm that?
I'm gonna grab my checkbook here.
Yep.
251.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then the insurance carrier is going to check the Medical Information Bureau to run your medical report. For that,
Okay.
they use your social. So go ahead with your social.
Okay, my whole social or just the last four?
Yeah, the whole social.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to give you a security code. We are just required by the insurance carriers to share your security code since there's different third-party companies, different robots, AI out there trying to get information. Since I'll be your agent here, if anyone tries to call you pretending to be me or they say they're my manager and they don't have this code, just hang up, let me know. Make sure you have my number saved in your phone so you know it's me calling, first of all, but also I'll always give you the security code when I call you. That security code is got that?
Yep.
So I'll always call you and say, hey, Robert, it's Ben, security code. How are you doing? Like every time I call you. So you'll know it's me. When we get an approval from one of them, I'll be giving you a call, let you know which one end up approving you, and we'll have it set for the first. I'll call you to confirm if that's still good with you. But for now, it's been a pleasure helping and serving you. Did you have any other questions for today?
No, not right now. I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, you have a Merry Christmas.
Well, you too.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Take care.
Thank you. Let's see you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Perfect. So is this your first time going through the mortgage protection process, or have you been through this process before?
I think this is my first time because I didn't get any of the paperwork that the lady that texted me had said something about.
Oh, so you went through the process before, but you just never received the packet in the mail?
I don't know. I don't really recall because it was a good little bit ago. So
Are you getting charged every month for any type of coverage?
honestly, I don't know what all is bundled into my mortgage other than I know the tax payment is and the like the insurance on the house. But I
Okay.
don't know if there's anything else on it or not. I don't think so, but
Okay. Then I guess it never got fully completed then. Yeah, the one that's bundled with the mortgage, those are just like the homeowner's insurance. That's for floods and fires. So you don't have anything for death or disability, right? If something happens to you.
right.
Okay. All right. So just something about how this works is we're a brokerage. So we have over 40 of the A-rated carriers that are here in the state of North Carolina. And basically so there's 40 A-rated carriers. Now there's 100, hundreds of different B or C rated carriers. We just don't work with those ones for obvious reasons, right? So what we'll do is we'll go through about 1 to 2 minutes of health questions, and then we'll narrow down out of those 40 A-rated carriers which one you get approved. What most likely you get approved for, and then simply submit an application for it. It does take about 1 to 5 business days to hear back from the carriers to see if we can even get you approved. But we'll see what you can get. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the first question here: are you a smoker or non-smoker?
Non-smoker.
Non-smoker. Okay. And then confirm your height and weight. Okay. And then confirm your date of birth. Okay. And all right. Do you have a middle initial? Okay. And then do you have a significant other or spouse there living with you, or is it just you
Just me and my children.
and your children? Okay. Got it. All right. Now, have you had any major surgeries in the past 10 years?
I don't know if, I mean, I had a surgery last year. Other than that, I don't know if you consider that a major surgery or not.
No, not at all. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I went to work the next day, so I didn't.
Then yeah, you're fine. When was that though? What year was that?
That was November of 2022.
Okay. All right. And then for medications, are you prescribed any medications either now or in the past 10 years?
I was taking levothyroxine for about 6 months, a few years ago. When I say few, it was 6 years ago.
Oh, 6 years ago. Okay. And then how come you stopped taking it? Did you not have thyroid disorder anymore?
Yeah, all of my labs were normal after that. I haven't had an abnormal one yet
Well,
since then.
fantastic. Congratulations on that. That's very good. All right. And then any criminal background, DUI, felony, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. All right. And then for medical conditions, any heart attack, strokes, TIA, cancer, anything like that?
No.
No. No diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol?
No.
Nothing. Okay. Great. All right. And now for the mortgage questions here. So it looks like your original balance was 120,000. I'm assuming it's a little bit lower now, maybe like 110, 100.
So, yeah, something like that. I have to look at it later. That's good.
Would you say it's like 100 or 90,000? Or what would you say would be the guess?
I'm logging into the thing now to see because I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, sure. Let me know when you have that pulled up. Is that a 15, 20, or 30-year mortgage?
A 30-year mortgage, I believe.
30, okay. And if you were to turn around and sell the house tomorrow, what would you say it's worth approximately?
I believe the tax value on it was 140,000.
140? Okay, excellent. So you got about 40,000 equity. Awesome. And then what's the monthly payment on the mortgage?
I will get you that exact amount.
Sure.
Just 1 second.
Sure, I'll just take your time. Do 110. And then
my payment,
yeah.
I'll actually log into my bank because I know it's
Okay.
pulled out over.
Right. Sure.
I can give you the exact amount for that.
Sure.
It's $798.95.
Okay, great. All right. Now, what would you say is how many, like, what type of assets do you currently have now that could act, in case you have an emergency that you could currently use? Like any 401ks, IRAs, stocks, bonds, existing life insurance, any mutual funds?
When I was in the military, I put into the, oh gosh, what was it? It was a type of IRA, but I can't remember exactly what it was.
Is it a Roth?
I know it wasn't that because I thought about doing that after I got out and everything. But I haven't done that. No, it wasn't even that. It was a thrift savings plan. I was looking into a Roth IRA after I got out.
Okay.
It was a thrift savings plan that I put into. I think I put in like $400 every month or so.
So TSP. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how much do you think you have in there now?
Like I said, I haven't checked on it in years, to be honest. I should have. But I think it was like 5,000 or 6,000 maybe.
Oh, okay. So like a little savings account. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I was only in for 4 years, so I didn't have put so much in it.
I see. Okay. Now, just a little bit about how the coverage works. Are you familiar with how the living benefits work on the mortgage protection program?
No.
Okay. So what that means is any critical, chronic, or terminal illness that you get, you'd be covered on the living side as well. So it's not just something that's for, your kids if you pass away. It's also for you as well. So it covers you on the living side. So that's any heart attack, stroke, or cancer. And then also, if you're unable to perform any two of the 6 daily living tasks, you can also qualify for it as well. So that's like eating, drinking, bathing, clothing yourself, using the bathroom, or moving from a bed to a chair. So those are the 6 daily living tasks. If you're unable to perform any two of those, then you'd also qualify for the living benefits as well. Does that make
Okay.
sense? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. And then also, are you familiar with how the cash value works on the mortgage protection program?
I would guess that kind of fluctuates depending on the market and that sort of thing, maybe. I don't know.
Kind of like that. Yes, it does kind of have some ties to the market, but really what that means is that the premium that you pay every month on the policy, it goes into your cash value. And God willing, if you don't get sick or pass away, you can get all that money that you paid in back, which you can use to pay off the mortgage early, which is what most people do. So when you have 5 years left in the mortgage, you can surrender the protection plan and pay the mortgage off early. Or if you just want to keep the protection plan until the mortgage is paid off, you can do that and get the cash value back then, and it's like an extra savings account or retirement. Or, lastly, you do have the option to keep the protection plan forever. Since it does last forever, never expires, cost never goes up, you would just have coverage equaling your mortgage balance your whole life. Does that make sense?
Yes, sounds
Okay,
great.
perfect. All right, so yeah, we have everything we need here. Give me about 1 to 2 minutes. I'll be right back with some options. Just go ahead and grab a pen and paper, write down the options for when I'm back, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back. All right, got everything here for you. You got
Okay.
that pen and paper handy?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So these options, they're all subject to approval. So it does take about 1 to 5 days. So that should give you some time to also think over what you want, what's gonna be the right amount, because I'm gonna give you a few options.
Okay.
So you can always increase or decrease it, but let me know what sounds most practical and affordable for you that we
Okay.
can submit to see if we can get you approved for. We
Okay.
can always change it later, okay? But for now, we just need to pick one that's going to be practical for you. All right. So, all right, the first option here, this is going to be for the full mortgage, and also is going to have 3 years of income on top of it as well. So this would pay off the full mortgage as well as support your kids for, that way they have the same income for 3 years. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. So that first option, that's going to be the highest option. This is going to be for $91 a month. Okay.
Okay.
Let me know when you have that written down.
All right.
And then the middle option, this is what most people do. This is just the coverage for the full mortgage protection.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be for $61 a month. Okay.
Okay.
We got that. And then the last option, this is just a more budget option. This covers 75% of the mortgage, and since your balance, as it goes down, the coverage amount will always stay the same. So it'll never, your coverage amount will never change. Your cost will never go up, but you'll always have a coverage amount of 75%. So as you pay your mortgage down, you'll always have that amount. So it's also a popular option since you're going to be paying down your mortgage anyway, and it covers a significant amount. Eventually, it'll cover the full amount. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the budget option, 75% of the mortgage. That's for $47. So out of
Okay.
those 3 options, what do you think would be most practical and affordable for you?
I honestly should go for the most expensive one, because my youngest child, his father passed away in 2018,
Oh my
so
gosh.
he's all I have. So,
Oh my gosh.
or all he has. So,
Sure.
yeah,
Okay.
I'd would need to make sure that he's good.
All right, well, let's see if we can get you approved. What would be your beneficiary? Your kids would be your beneficiary. What would be their names? All right. Now, I wasn't usually what most people do is the full mortgage, so I did want to let you know that this is a non-medical product, so there's not going to be anyone coming out to poke you or prick you for the exam. It's all just based off your medical record. And the highest, just wanted to let you know, the highest coverage amount you can go up to without doing the medical exam is 300,000 in coverage. What the one I gave you was 182,000, which would be the full mortgage plus 3 years. I did want to give you the option if you wanted to. You can go up. If you want 5 years or 7 years of income, you can go up higher if you want. Were you going to stick with the 3 years, or did you want more than that?
That's good. The 3 years is
Okay.
good.
All right. Perfect. And then what most people do is they usually have their payments set up for the first of the month. Is that what you would prefer, or do you have a certain day of the month that you
Yeah,
usually?
I get it on the first of the month.
Okay, so the first is fine with you.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And then would you want your coverage to start as soon as you're approved, or wait until the first?
Wait until the first.
Okay. 1st of January. Okay. And then is that going to be a checking or a savings?
Checking.
Checking. Okay. All right. And then who do you bank with?
Navy Federal Credit Union.
Maybe Federal. Okay. And did you open that in the state of North Carolina?
No, I opened it in Virginia because I'm on the Virginia border.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Gotcha. So
not even 10 minutes from it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the routing we have for Navy Federal is 256074974. Do you have a check or bank statement to confirm that's correct?
Let me. I know it's in here somewhere.
Okay. Let me know if I can read that out to you again.
I know it's in one of these little things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so the routing number.
Yep. Yeah, I can read it to you. I have 256074974. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then go ahead with the account number.
Okay, it's.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, perfect. And then the insurance carrier is going to check your medical report with the Medical Information Bureau. In order to check that, they use your social. So go ahead with your social.
Okay,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. All right. And then lastly, the insurance carrier is going to need to confirm your identity. And for that, they use your driver's license. Do you have is that a North Carolina license?
It is.
Okay. Whenever you're ready with that.
All right. So at the beginning, I know some places include it, some places don't.
Okay.
There are 4 zeros starting off the
Yeah.
number.
40.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And then.
All right. So, all right. So then I'm going to finish up the application here. I will give you a security code to write down because I just always make sure we give all of our policy holders a security code. Just because there's a lot of different third-party companies, AI, robots, different people trying to get information. So if anyone ever does call you, if they're claiming to be me or someone who's my manager and they don't have this code, just make sure to hang up and let us know if that ever happens. I will always, yeah, of course. I'll always call you whenever I call you. I'll say, "Hey, it's Ben. Security code." I'll tell it to you right up the front. Okay. So the security code is. Got that?
Okay.
Okay. And so I'll be giving you a call in a couple days as soon as I hear back from the carrier on whether you're approved or not. And then after that, once you're approved, it should take about 7 to 10 business days to get a packet in the mail. You'll get that all in your hand before even the first. They're going to send it out immediately as soon as you're approved. It's a 10 to 12 page packet. And you can always call me if you have any questions to go over it. But I'll call you in a few days to let you know if you're approved, and we can go over it then. But for today, it was a pleasure helping and serving you. But yeah,
And I have a question.
I was about to ask if you had any other questions.
When you call back, will it be from this number? Just because
Yes.
I have a lot of telemarketers call.
Yes.
And Okay, all right. I just wanted to save the number so that way I
Yes.
know to answer it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Save this number in my phone so you know it's me calling. And yeah, exactly. Not a telemarketer. And you put if you want to put insurance guy in parentheses next to my name. That way, if you ever forget my name, you can just type in
Yeah,
insurance and I'll come up. I usually always recommend people do that.
yeah,
But you have my spelling and my name from the card, right? I sent you
yeah,
earlier.
yeah, I do.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Any other questions for me before we go?
No, that's all.
All right. Well, give me a call. Shoot me a text anytime before then if you need anything else. I'll be contacting you probably before the end of the week sometime. But you have a lovely rest of your day. Okay.
All right, thank you. You as well.
You're very welcome. All right. Bye bye.
No.
Hello.
Hi. This is Ben, your insurance agent. I'm giving you a call back. Security code is. How are you? Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, very good. How about you?
Great. Thank you for asking. Yeah. All right. So I have some good news and I have some bad news. What do you want to hear first?
Give me the bad news first.
All right. Well, the bad news is you're stuck with me because I'm going to be your agent for life. Because the good news is you're approved.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, I'll go over your policy info for you here just to confirm with you. We tried a couple carriers. The second carrier we tried, Baltimore Life, was the one that approved you. So that was going to be for the 12 months of equity protection for $92 a month, and that was for starting on the January 1st. Are you still happy with everything we had set up for you? Did you want to make any changes?
No.
Okay, perfect. Well, if you do want to make any changes, you can give me a direct call anytime. You don't have to call any 1-800 numbers. I am your direct contact with the insurance company, so I'm required to be on call 24/7. On Sundays, I'm spending time with the family, but I'm always available if you have any emergencies, okay? So yeah, just make sure you have my number saved as insurance guy, just so I'm easy to find in your phone, okay?
Yeah.
All right, well, we're all set. Enjoy the rest of your day. You have a happy new year, okay?
You too. Thanks for calling.
You're very welcome. All right, bye-bye. Hi, this is Ben, your insurance agent. I'm giving you a call back. Security code. How are you? Did you have a good Christmas?
No, been better.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I do have some news for you. I have some good news and some bad news. What do you want to hear first?
Just hit me with the bad news, I guess.
Well, the bad news is you're stuck with me. I'm going to be your agent for life because the good news is you were approved.
No, okay.
All right.
No, that sounds like it's both good news.
Right, both good news. Okay. So yeah, I'll go over your policy info with you here. So that was for half the mortgage for $64 a month starting on January 10th. Did you want to increase it or were you happy with the half mortgage?
That's fine, right? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, if you do want to make any changes, you can give me a direct call anytime. You don't have to call any 1-800 numbers. I'm your direct contact with the insurance company, so I'm required to be on call 24/7. So on Sundays I'm with the family, but I'm always available if you have any emergencies. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I got your phone number saved.
Yeah, and you're gonna get that. You're gonna get the paper packet in the mail in 7 to 10 days, so that should be coming in even before your first payment comes out. So if you have any questions, feel free to call me, and always available to answer it for you. But okay. you have my number saved in your phone as an insurance guy, yes, or my name or whatever.
Yeah.
All right,
I got insurance guy and then.
All right, excellent. All right, well, do you have any other questions for me, or are you all set?
No, not right now. I think I'm all right.
All right. Well, you have a happy new year. You enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Yeah, you as well.
Right,
thanks.
Bye. So after every close in 1 to 2 days, I always give our clients a call. This not only makes your business a lot more sticky, it builds a better relationship with your clients. The more times you can touch with a client, it's actually going to be better for your long-term relationship. A lot of people try to dodge, speaking to their clients again because they're scared to talk to them again, but it actually has the adverse effect. If you only talk to your client once, do a one-call close, tell them they're approved all in the same call, never talk to them again, you have a much higher likelihood of them canceling. And if you do approval calls like this, you're going to be in a much better position to have a much higher quality business. Even if you can find an excuse to call them a third time, it's just, if you have to reconfirm something, like whatever excuse you can get to call your clients, it's a win every time. So don't be afraid to call your clients. if they are happy with what you got for them and they were happy with it when you talked to them last, most likely they're going to still be happy with it. So don't be scared to call them again, reinforce your relationship with them. And also, if they do have any objections, if they do decide they don't want it, they're going to tell you now, and you're not going to get a cancellation in 2 or 3 months as a surprise. You can find out right now, 2 to 3 days later after they thought about it, and answer any objections they come up with and secure it and resell them again there. So sometimes they might say, oh, it's too expensive or anything like that. And then if you are able to, overcome the objection when you call them back, that's a client for life there instead of a chargeback waiting in 2 to 3 months. So hopefully this inspires you guys to make confirmation calls all the time with your clients and always make sure you check in with them because it's very, very important in this industry.
Hello?
Hi, it's Ben, your insurance agent. I'm giving you a call back. Security code BM4091. How are you? You have a good Christmas?
Yes.
Great. All right. Awesome. So I have some good news and some bad news here for you. What do you want to hear first?
Well, I don't care.
Okay. Well, the good news is you were approved. The bad news is you're stuck with me because I'll be your agent for life. All right. So yeah, I'll go over your policy info here with you. So the carrier we got you approved for was the second one that we applied for, which was called Corebridge. The first one didn't come through in approval, so we went through with the second one. That one is going to be for the same amount, still the 2 years of equity protection for $82 a month. Are you happy with everything? It's going to be starting on January 3rd. Are you happy with everything? Do you want to make any changes?
Okay. Well, Ben, let me get your phone number because I need to talk to one of my boys.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. This is my number, my personal number, so make sure you save it in your phone. I'm in your direct contact with the insurance company. So if you do want to make any changes, you can give me a direct call anytime. And I'm happy to speak to your boys as well if you want to merge me in or call me anytime whenever you do speak to them. I'm happy to talk to them. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to do that, so.
Oh, you don't know how to do that? That's fine. But yeah, I am your direct contact with the insurance company. You don't have to call any 1-800 numbers ever. So I'm required to be on call 24/7. On Sundays, I'm with the family, but I'm always available if you have any emergencies. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have my number there on the screen, or do you want me to read it out to you?
I do.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Did you have any questions on how the policy works, or you still remember everything?
Yeah, I remember everything. It's basically a $10,000 policy.
That's correct. Yep.
$82 a month.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Yep. And then you'll be getting that policy packet in the mail. It's like a 10 to 12 page packet. So when you do get that, make sure you put that somewhere safe, write my name on it as well, my number, so you always remember. Okay?
Okay.
All right, for sure. Yeah. If you need to give me any questions, you can text me or call me anytime, okay?
Okay, Ben.
All right.
We'll be talking to you later.
All right, sounds good. We're all set. You have a good Happy New Year, okay?
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. When you get your leads in, we're going to separate. Do you know how to separate like an Excel sheet into a bunch of different Excel sheets?
No, I was going to ask you how to do that.
All right, let's do that. All right, so let's say, let me pull up like an old lead order here. All right, here's a bunch of leads. And do you use Google Sheets or Numbers or whatever? Google Sheets? All right, let's import it in Sheets. New sheet. So once you have the file, you go to a new sheet and you click on Import right here. You're going to click on Upload, and then you're going to find your leads. So what you're going to do is you're just going to click on one row, like with the number on the left here, and then scroll down. So what we're going to do for you is 80 a day, 6 days a week. So you're going to go down to 80, and then press Command C. And then down here, there's a plus right there, though. So that plus right there, you're going to click on that. And then we're going to name this, say, today, 12/12. And then we're going to click the top left and then paste. So now you have the 80 for today. Then we're going to go back to that list, just clear it. All right, so now that's moved. We're going to click on 81, go down to 160. Yeah, yep. Just organizing it so that way you're not looking at a sheet of 500 leads and overwhelmed. So we're going to split up. This is what we're doing, 1212. We're going to click plus and rename it to 1213. Click on that top left. And now you know what you're doing on 1213. And you can click and drag it so that way it's all in order. And then let's say you get down to the last 80, then you can just rename this list, 12, you're at 17 now. That last list, that last 80 that you have left on the original sheet, just rename that one. And now you have, three, you're gonna have like 6 different sheets. And then you can go through and, work the leads. One thing I'll do extra is I'll add an extra column to the left here, and we'll name it call count, or CC for short. And I'll send you this video that we're recording now so you can watch it later when you get, you're gonna get your leads in like a couple minutes here anyway, so. But CC, yeah, so you'll do CC on that top left, and then whenever you call someone, you'll just put a 1, put a 1, put a 1, so you'll know how many times you called them. And then you go through it the second time. So it'll probably take you 2 hours to go through the 80 leads in the morning. So it's super important that you start dialing by 8 a.m. every morning for the time zone you're dialing. So if you're dialing North Carolina, you gotta wake up early. You gotta start it at 8 a.m. If you have trouble waking up early, just buy Idaho leads. Start at 10 a.m. But whatever time zone you're dialing, you gotta start at 8 a.m. because that 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. window is when you're gonna get the most sales. Like if you're struggling in this industry, take a look at what time you're dialing at, because if you start dialing at 8, you're gonna see such a change. It's actually mind blowing.
It's at 8 in the morning, and then what would you say for like?
And then also the 6 to 8 p.m. window is also really good too, when people are done with work. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. is when people are on their way to work, getting ready, and then that time window in between is like hit or miss. If you're gonna go through that list only twice a day, do those 2 windows. And if you can fit in a third time, lunchtime, 12 to 2. And the reason we have all that extra time between 10 to 12, that extra window, is if, let's say you get into a conversation between 8 to 10, then you have more time. But you're gonna try to get all through it by 12. That way you can start over again at 12 and then start over again at 6. So there's a time window there between 2 and 6. There's a lot of extra time. If you falling behind schedule, you need to get lunch. That's the best time to take a break. Would probably be between 2 and 4, 2 and 5 if you need a break. So that's that. And then just to mark these down with notes, I'll add like a row or a column to the right of the name. I'll do a note column right there. Leave notes on them. Get pretty wide. You can write about them, has no spouse or 2 kids, whatever you learned about them. You can put the notes there, not available at work, schedule whatever time you schedule, all that stuff. Here, text wrapping. Yeah. I'm gonna turn the text wrapping on so it like whatever how long it is, it fills up it doesn't stick out. You know how to do that? Okay. And yeah, so call, count, notes, everything else you can pretty much leave it. So that's it on organization. Pretty simple. All right. Next thing is going to be just working on your intro. Have you read the intro yet? Yeah. For the script. Yeah. Have you read through it a couple times, start memorizing it yet? Yeah, you can read it. You're on the phone. You're not in person, but it's just good to kind of know it somewhat in your head, but that way you don't sound like a robot when you're reading it. But yeah, just make sure you have it somewhat memorized. Did you look at the rebuttals yet? Okay, so that's a separate sheet. I can text that over to you because it's not always going to be roses and not everyone saying yeah, sure. Woo. You're going to get people trying, to give you excuses. I'm going to send that to you. Rebecca, do you have the rebuttals printed out? Mm-hmm. Is it cool if he uses them? Okay. So what we'll do when you're new, you don't have them memorized yet, since it's hard to flip through it when they're literally telling you the objection, you don't want to flip through it. What we'll do is like lay them all out so you can just like, read it really quickly and know exactly what to say. There you go. So you're just gonna have that all laid out, and that way you can, find it quickly. So whenever you get a rebuttal, always start with this. Perfect. That's the reason for my call. I see that on your file. The reason you're gonna say that is that way you have time to think, and then you can find it instead of just saying, perfect. I see that on your file here. That's the reason for my call. And then you go into the objection there, and always end in a question. So a lot of these do. Yeah, does that make sense? Does that make sense? That way you can get a yes from them instead of them. Because whenever you get an objection, if they decide, oh, now they have another question, they're going to just keep giving you questions and try to take control unless you take back the steering wheel and you reel back onto course. So you have to guide them back on course. You've done sales before, right? So you know that. You did car sales, right?
Solar and car sales.
Solar and car sales. So you're already 2 industries deep. This is going to be walking the park for you. I feel like the more industries you've done before, the more, this experience you have, because you have to relearn. The first time you're learning from scratch, second time you're just adapting, and the third time you're like, all right, I've already adapted and learned, and like you're gonna be really good at this, bro. All right, so you already understand how to guide the client, keep control. This is just what you got to say to answer. So since you're new to the industry, you're not really sure the answers. That's what the point of this is. That way you know what to say. But over time, you're going to hear everything possible. There's only a finite amount of objections. It's usually the same ones. Usually I want to think about it as the most common one. And it's also one of the easiest ones to overcome, because really the carrier it takes about 1 to 5 days for the carrier to even figure out if they're going to get approved. So they're always going to tell them, hey, we're not even making a decision today. We're killing that objection up front before they even give it. It's literally on the script that we can't even decide today. So you got to pick something that we can get you approved for. That's something that's somewhat comfortable for you. Just let me know what's going to be comfortable for you. We still got to see if we can get you approved. And that's going to be killing most of your objections. The other things are, I already got this taken care of. So some people, they already have a policy. So you got to figure out, you just literally go down this list here. Do they have the policy packet in the mail? So that way you can figure out what they have. That kind of, what you don't want to do is act like you're trying to compete with it. You want to act like you're calling from the company that gave them the policy they already have. If they can sense you're just an agent trying to replace or cancel what they have, they're going to shut you out. Yeah, so it says, I'm the supervisor following up. It looks like one of our junior underwriters helped you coverage, but did not update your file. I also add on there, which one of our carriers did we help you with? It's not on here. That's usually what I'll ask them. If they already have, I'm like, I already have coverage. I'm like, perfect. I see that on your file here. It's just looks like they never updated. Which one of our carriers did we put you with? That way it doesn't sound like you're competing or trying to cancel anything out. And then you'll ask them if they got the policy pack in the mail, complete or partial, how much coverage, how much paying a month. Oh yeah, it says right here, which one of our companies did you end up going with? Yeah, so it's on there. And then when they tell you what company it is, it's like, oh, is the reason you went with one of the B-rated carriers? So whatever carrier they say, we're gonna just tell them, oh, that's a B-rated carrier. Could you not qualify for one of the top-rated ones? Or you can go that rate, that route, the B-rated, or you can just tell them, oh, that's one of our most expensive carriers. Were you not healthy at the time? That's another way of saying, could you not qualify? I kind of like that route better. Like saying, oh, were you kind of unhealthy at that time? Because most of the time they're going to say, no, I'm perfectly fine. And I'll be like, oh, well, let's see if we can get you into like a lower risk class, something that would be a cheaper rate and have more benefits. So you can tell them that. That's what it says here. Build value on living benefits, cash value. And this will only take a few minutes. This happens a lot. I had this happen yesterday. He's like, oh, I already have homeowners insurance. And you're just going to tell them that that's for floods and fires. So there's homeowners insurance, which is for floods and fires. There's PMI, which is just the coverage that's required if you put less than 20% down on the home. That helps the bank. If you default on the loan, it helps them pay off the loan if you default. And then the third type is the mortgage protection, and that's what's most important. That protects your family. So when they ever confused about the homeowner's insurance, that's what you tell them. We took care of that at closing. So if they ever tell you that, that's not possible because the bank doesn't offer that. And then that's the reason why the banks, they used to offer this back before 2008. After 2008, they put a new consumer protection law in place where it has to be under the umbrella of life insurance, which is a policy on you, not protecting the bank. So it used to be the bank had the coverage, and let's say you owed less than the coverage amount, the bank took the whole amount. It didn't matter how much you owed. They took everything. Now it's on you. So even if you owe less than the coverage amount, you get to your family gets all of it, and they can pay the difference and keep the rest. So it's better for you, Mary, Bill. This is a better route now that it's not included with the bank anymore. So you're actually in a better position now. That's how I explain it. We don't have that lender anymore. Basically just making it clear that we're not with the lender, we just have to update. Oh, okay. Update me on, or let me update the lender now. You don't have to go through the whole explanation that we're not the lender. Just say, oh, I see that here in your file. What's the new lender? I'll update your file. And if they're still not budging, explain to them the whole 2008 thing. I don't remember filling it out. Most of the time, that's someone that's not interested. And you don't really want to waste your time too much on people that aren't interested because we have so many leads. You really want to find the easy sales. That's so important to find the easy sales. You could waste all this time with someone that's like doesn't want to give you info, like they want to tell you their weight. Just don't waste time on people like that, because if you hang up on them and go back to dialing, you're going to find someone that's like wants it, and you're going to be in and out with them in 20 minutes, and this whole time you would have been wasting time with Bill that wouldn't tell you if he's taking metformin or not, stupid stuff like that. So yeah, just find the easy sales. You can try this. I don't remember, go ahead. You can try that. Just tell them, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll figure it out. But make sure that they want it. Don't just shove them into it. Just confirm with them. If something were to happen, if you got sick or pass away, would something like that help you? If they say no, just move on. Don't try to convince them to need life insurance. They either know they need it and want it, or they don't. And then I'm not interested. You're just telling them if you get sick or pass away, this is just assuming. This isn't asking them if this is something they need on the script here. People aren't interested until they get it, and then just forcing them to get it. If they don't understand that they need it, they're going to cancel on you. So I wouldn't go this route, just pushing them down, down their throat. Make sure they want it, because this is going to get you a chargeback if you just force them into it. So yeah, if they say interested on a third time, you can ask them is it because it was too expensive, or they got declined in the past. That's sometimes what you can do. Sometimes just people aren't interested because they spoke to another agent and it was too expensive. So that's the only thing I would do, is ask them was it because it was too expensive? Okay. And then the key line I use when they say it's too expensive, if you write any notes down, write this down. It's, we work with state regulated carriers that are meant for people on a fixed income. So I'm the manager here. We work, I have all the state regulated carriers, and they're meant for people on a fixed income. And then they're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, maybe he will be able to find me something affordable. And then they'll give you a chance. It sounds super official, and it always works for me. So just try that. If they're still not interested, next, go to the next one. Take me off the list. That person, I don't really waste my time on those people. Just hang up. Do you have anything cheaper? Yes, same thing. We work with the state regulated programs that are meant for people on a fixed income. Do you think would be helpful to find you one of those types of plans? Yes or no? Yes. go ahead, grab a pen and paper. Let's get this knocked out. As soon as they agree to your rebuttal, go ahead and grab a pen and paper. Let's get this knocked out. Always back to the script. Go ahead and grab a pen and paper. Go ahead and grab paper. Don't keep letting them ask you questions. As soon as you're done answering their objection, go ahead and grab pen and paper. Let's get this knocked out. Then you send them your business card. You have them explain to them we're licensed by the state, federal government, all the insurers, carriers we're partnered with. We had to go through a background check, fingerprints, take a test. That's our intro. We explain to them our credibility, and then boom, you go into the financial inventory. Are you a smoker, health, height, weight? And you just stay on the track. As soon as the rebuttal is answered, you get on track and you go down and ask them all the questions you're supposed to ask. I'm busy right now. Can you call me back? That one you can set an appointment. Just make sure they're intentional about it. And then also, when you're setting an appointment, do not work on their schedule. They're working on yours. You need to maintain authority. So you tell them, hey, I'm super booked up. Yeah, that was the reason for my call, is not to do this right now, is actually to book a time that'll fit on my calendar for you. Not the other way around. We're going to find a time that's going to fit on your calendar. No authority. They're not going to show up. This is the difference between someone showing up to your appointment and not, is showing that you're a busy guy and they need to fit onto your calendar. It's going to make a huge difference. I just helped Jacob, who's in California, with us this morning because his appointments weren't showing up. And to him back in a week, we'll see how it helped. It should help. So basically, yeah, I'm super booked up. What I do have available is either tomorrow morning or afternoon. What's going to work better for you? Because what he was doing before is, okay, let's book a time. Are you going to be available tomorrow or in the afternoon? Do you see the difference? Huge difference. You're just telling them when you're available, not asking them when they are. So tell them when you're available, which one would work for you. They're going to pick a time. Okay, great. I will put you down there. I'm going to send you a confirmation text, okay? Make sure you send me a thumbs up. Let me know you got this. You're going to send them like the text with like the time, the date, and just say, hey, make sure you're intentional about our appointment. I do have 10 other families I'm going to be seeing tomorrow. Make sure that you just like set an alarm, maybe like 10 minutes before, so that you have your phone next to you. I just double, triple down when I'm setting appointments, because appointments are, no-shows are huge in this industry. Like if you aren't really, really like hard on, when you're setting appointments, you're going to have like a 10 or 20% show rate. It's terrible. So if you can get up to a 50 or 60, that's really good for appointments. 50 or 60 is very good for appointment shows. And that'll make a big difference between 10 to 20 and 50, 60 is that authority frame and how busy you are, making them send you a confirmation text, all that stuff will help. I'm at work, same thing, booking the appointment, being super, solid about that. I'm driving. You can try this. You can ask them, is this super important to you that you get this taken care of? Yeah, okay, well, we've been trying to get a hold of you for a couple of years now. I know you filled this out a year, 2 or 3 years ago. We've been trying to reach you every year. Go ahead and just pull over right now. Let's get this knocked out now, because it seems like whenever they've tried to reach you, we've been pushing this off more and more and more. And would you agree, Betty, that we need to get this taken care of sooner than later? Because it sounds like you're on the road a lot and, crazy stuff happens. If you're on the road a lot, life's unpredictable. We need to get this taken care of now, right? I just made that up. But I think that is a good rebuttal for someone that's driving. Hey, it sounds like you drive a lot. That's pretty risky. Let's get this taken care of right now. So, all right, I already have it through work. Yeah, that one is very common, that they think they have good coverage through work. Most of the time, work coverage gets denied because they weren't at work when it happens. Also, the work coverage doesn't last past when they retire. So if they don't get something private while they're still working and they try to get coverage when they retire, it's gonna be a lot more expensive. So you can explain it to that to them that way, that it's like a rental car. So once you retire, you got to give the keys back. A work car. It's like a work car.
And they only supplement you 40%.
Yeah, that's what it is. They only pay you like 40%. It's not the full amount. Exactly. So lots of things to keep in mind about work coverage and how it's not really what they think it is. And then basically going back to, okay, go ahead and grab a pen and paper. Let's get this knocked out. Saw the ad, can't afford it, same thing, state regulated programs. These are meant for people on a fixed income. If they don't, I have had this, if they say they're not on a fixed income, just tell them no problem. We'll still try to find something that works for your budget since we do have so many options. Are you with my bank? Never say you're with their bank, because that you could lose your license for saying that. So if they ever ask you that, you got to be very clear with them that we are a separate brokerage. We're not in any way affiliated with the bank. If they are really skeptical, I have done this, and this will win over their trust like a million times. Just say, no problem, we're going to go ahead and call your bank right now, and that way they can tell you personally that you need to speak to someone like me in order to get this coverage taken care of. So I've called their bank up and I said, hey, I have one of your mortgage clients here on the line. He's looking into getting mortgage protection coverage, and he was just confused in how that works. Can you explain to him that he needs to speak to a mortgage protection agent like myself in order to get the coverage? And they explained to him, yeah, you have to go through a licensed agent. This guy will help you out. And the guy that I called the bank, he literally knew that person at that bank because it was like a small local bank. And he's like, hey, Bill, yeah. Like he knew the guy. And he's like, yeah, Larry, this guy will help you get the coverage you need. And there it was like the easiest sale I've ever had. So if they're just skeptical, don't worry. Just try calling their bank together with them so that way they're more comfortable. Because building trust at the beginning of the sale and establishing credibility is everything. Once you have that, you can literally do anything. You can they'll give you their firstborn child, whatever. All right, social and banking. Yeah, this is just when you're closing, when you're like at the end. There's a couple different like rebuttals if they're not going to give you social banking. Social, I basically just combine the rebuttal before I ask it. So I don't ever just say, give me your social. What's your social? Don't say full social security number ever. Don't say, always shorten it to social. It makes it a lot more lax, chill. You're just going to say this full sentence when you're asking for social. The insurance carrier is going to check your medical report with the Medical Information Bureau. In order to check that, they use your social. Go ahead with your social. That's on the script, so I don't really have to write that down, but it's on there. The next thing, if they don't give you your social, there's a couple rebuttals you can do. So yeah, we just have to make sure you're the right Larry Smith. Go ahead with your social. That's the first one. The next one will be, this is so that way they don't have to come out and poke you, prick you, have a medical exam. This is how. This is the way that they can do a simplified issue process where you aren't going to require a medical exam because they're just going to check your medical report. Do you want to make sure that? Do you want someone to come out to prick you and poke you? Is that what you would prefer, Mary? No? Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead with your social. Lastly, still getting no. All right, no problem. We're going to pull up my screen here. I'm going to share my screen with you, and we're going to look up my license information. I'm going to show you here on the state's website all my information, my address, all the carriers we're partnered with, and then you're going to type into Google. You're going to type in insurance agent lookup North Carolina, whatever your state is that they're in, and you're going to show them you literally typing in your last name into the state lookup and show them. All right, you see everything there. Do you need anything else to confirm my credentials? They're going to say no. All right, perfect. Go ahead with your social right there. And if they, you can ask them before you look it up, would you rather do this on your own screen so you know it's like legit, or are you okay with watching my screen? Because I want to, they could be skeptical if you're just showing them something on your screen that it might not be real. So I give them the option to look it up themselves or just watch me looking it up. So that's social. Banking, if they're giving you problems with account number, just say, yeah, it's on the front of a check. It's what you give to strangers. So it's a secure number. Go ahead with your account number if they give you the issues. But yeah, the way you're going to ask the banking the first time is you're going to ask them First, you're going to confirm with them what day the payment's coming out. So the first, most people do the first. You want to do the 15th? What do you want? Have them agree on a date. Once they've agreed on a date that the first payment's starting, then go to banking. So, okay. Is that going to be a checking or a savings? Checking, okay. And who do you bank with? They're going to tell you the bank. Type in the Google Chase Bank, North Carolina routing number. It's going to show it up right at the top, right away. As they're saying it, type it in. So the second they're done saying it, you say, okay, great. So I have the routing number here is 1256664. Is that correct? Always say, is that correct? Or confirm. Don't say, what's this? Can I have this? You're going to say, confirm if this is correct. Is that correct? That's like the official way to say things. Is that correct? All right, perfect. Go ahead with your account number. Go ahead with it. Not what is, can you give it to me? Just go ahead with it or confirm it. All right, so that's banking, that's social. Yeah, if they're still giving you pushback, send them a link to the Department of Insurance, look up the license. And that's the link right there, if you want to go directly to it. But I feel like just giving them a link can seem a little sketch. So I always like to do it a Google search so they can search it themselves and find it. Why wasn't this done before closing? That's the way it used to be. Now the lender handles. Yeah, so we explained that's the same 2008 script. Used to be after consumer protection laws, all that. Need to think about it. Yeah, that's a good one. If they need to think about it, you just want to make sure, hey, is this something you even think you need at all? Or is it just you're just trying to pick which option? So if it's that you don't need it at all, then I would say, would you agree that something is better than nothing? That's going to win you over so many sales when you're getting like pricing objections or like I need to think about it. Just figure out right then and there, would you agree that having something is better than nothing? If they say nothing, hang up. You know, what the heck are we even doing on the phone here right now? But if they do agree that something is important, then that's a pricing objection. You just got to figure out what's going to be the right budget and just go down. Maybe you gave them 3 options, but your cheapest option was $90. And then you're like, oh, shoot, I gave them options that are too expensive. I need to go down. I need to go on 60 or 30 options, see if that's going to be okay with them. Because maybe they told you their income's $10,000 a month and you assumed you could give them a $300 option, a $150 option, a $90 option, and one of those would be fine. But it turns out they got 9 baby mamas and you know, and they have all these bills, and then you realize it's not as good as you thought. So that's that objection. If they need to think about it. If they say they do want it, yeah, starting at the low end. Yeah, just telling them that we can start with the lowest option. We still have 1 to 5 days to think about if you even want this. So we can always increase or decrease it. Right now, we just need to see if you can get approved. You'll have plenty of time to talk to the spouse about that. But for now, we're just going to see if we can get you approved. Do you want to still see if we can get you approved for this? And then we'll say yes or no. We don't need it. Our home's covered with life insurance. So if they already say they have life insurance, make sure they have, first of all, they have enough to cover the whole home. And then if they do, I always say this, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that you got the life insurance just to replace your income, right? You don't want to dig into that income to pay your mortgage, right? That's for other bills, right? And then they're going to say, yeah, okay, so this protection is meant specifically to cover the mortgage, and it's going to be separate from your life insurance because I know you don't want to dig into that. And then usually it's called spending what they have. Like if they have a 401k, if they have life insurance, you have to spend it in their heads. That way they realize that it's not enough. It's already being used for something else. So you have to paint that picture in their head. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming this is for this. So this would strengthen your financial position, give you more of a financial cushion. Those are words you're going to use. Strengthen the financial position, give you more of a cushion, lower the burden even further. Okay?
This is what a lot of people are like listening to Dave Ramsey and they're just taking out terms.
Yeah.
And they're not realizing that you can't tap into that, so that's great to put that in there. That you can't even access that money if you do get sick or disabled.
Yeah, because
once you outlive it, it's gone.
That too. you got to also ask them, is that just death benefit coverage? Because most of the time people don't have living benefits coverage. And if you don't have living benefits coverage, if you get cancer, heart attack, you're unable to work, you could lose the home because you don't have coverage for if you were to get sick or disabled, and then you're going to lose your job. I mean, you might have some work coverage, but how long are they going to cover you for? You know, they might drop you after 6 months, fire you, you lose your coverage. Then what are you going to do? So you got to ask them that. It's all about like building the need and the why and figuring them, you know, helping them understand the importance. If there is some sort of interest in there at all. If there isn't any interest at all, you know, don't waste your time. But sometimes people do need help understanding why they need it. And if you're already this far into the sale and they're giving you objections like this, it's worth the time to explain it to them because some people just need that help. We're going to sell the home. That's an easy one. Since this isn't actually on the loan or anything, this is coverage on them. They can go from house to house. They'll always have this coverage. So I already sold the home. If they're in a different state, you always just, even if you don't have the license, Anthony, say, yeah, I'm licensed in all 50 states. So yeah, we can still help you in that state. You know, just obviously buy the license after you help them get that policy. It does take a few days, but hey, we tell them it's going to take 1 to 5 days anyway. So if it takes an extra 4 or 5 days because your license has to process, it's no big deal. Do I have to make a decision today? Yes. That's a pretty easy one. You don't even really have to go that long. I've literally just said yes. Do I have to make a decision today? Yes. Silence. And you just wait a couple of seconds. You're like, okay, you know. So that's all the rebuttals. I think that was a good training. I don't want to bore you guys too much and go for a full hour, but we can do more training next week on Tuesday. We'll have another training on Saturday. And now we can at least get you started because now you have your intro, you got your rebuttals now. Do you know how to ask the health questions?
Like, I guess, like, yeah, from like your videos and stuff.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's in the last 10 years. So medicine in the last 10 years, surgeries in the last 10 years. DUIs, felonies, and then you read off that list. Mortgage questions, balance. Don't say what's your balance. Don't say what's this, what's that. Confirm your mortgage, what's your latest, confirm your current mortgage balance. If you do see on the lead their existing mortgage, their original loan balance, you can say, hey, I see your original loan balance was this much. I'm assuming it's, you know, and then subtract like 10% from that amount. It's been a few years. I'm assuming it's 100 or this now. Is that correct? And then they'll tell you.
So yeah, I'm glad you didn't call earlier because I was on my commute.
Oh, well, that worked out. You're home now?
It did work out because you wouldn't have been able to reach me.
Oh, okay.
Lots of dislike.
Okay, good.
I don't know why this is loading so slow. Is there
Weird.
another way of you sending it to me, or?
Yeah, I could just have you write down my producer number on a note file on your phone if you want. I can just tell you what my number is, what my license number is. You want to do that?
I'd rather see all of it, but I guess.
If you want to see all of it, what you can do is you just go to pull up Google. Let me know when you have that pulled up.
It's up.
It's up? All right, and then what you're going to do is you're going to type in California insurance agent lookup.
Oh. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole word California or just CA?
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah. California insurance agent lookup. Lookup is one word.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Insurance agent lookup.
Yep. And then either of the first two links, whether it's the ca.gov or insurance.ca.gov, either one of those links are fine.
Okay. I'm there.
Which one did you click, the ca.gov or the insurance.ca.gov?
Insurance.
Okay. You clicked on the check license status?
Oh my goodness, my phone is just taking forever.
It's just slow today.
Oh.
It's like any link is going to be slow.
It's really yucky outside too. It's like overcast and I don't know where you're
Are you at home or are you just pulled over somewhere?
No, I'm at home now.
Oh, okay. And your Wi-Fi is slow too?
Yeah. Obviously,
Weird.
well, I'm in my driveway. I'm not in the house yet.
Oh, okay. Maybe you want to try going inside. I can wait a minute.
I think I better
Yeah.
because this doesn't work.
Okay.
Oh, so we don't have any more problems.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
No problem.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is on my phone now.
Okay, good.
Okay, so tell me what you wanted me to dig in on Google.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to just try my website again, we can try that.
Oh,
if it's loading.
sure. There you are. Okay, I see your picture.
Perfect. All right, now your
And
Wi-Fi's
national
good.
producer number, email, phone number.
Perfect.
Family first, always secure your loved ones financially will. Yeah, got it.
All right, great. All right, so now we can go ahead. Now, is this your first time going through the mortgage protection process, or have you been through it before?
I've been through it before,
Okay.
and didn't quite care for it, to be honest, because it's not like it's an off-name insurance company, or it was before.
Was
It's
it?
not like AARP or anything like that.
Really? Who did you have it with?
I don't remember, but we canceled it, so it was
Gotcha.
some while ago.
Okay, so a little bit about us is we're a brokerage, and we have access to all 40 of the A-rated carriers in the state of California. So those are like Mutual of Omaha, Transamerica, Foresters, Aflac, all the biggest names. So no off names. There are over 100 different B or C rated carriers. We just simply do not work with those carriers for obvious reasons. So just the A rated ones. And then the way the process works is we ask you about 1 to 2 minutes of health questions to see which one of those carriers you'll qualify for. Does that make sense?
And is Foresters a national?
Foresters we have, National Life Group we have. Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, Foresters a very popular one. I think I've heard of that one before.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are very popular. They are one of the strictest ones, so we don't use them too much because they are so hard to qualify for. Our first choice is usually Mutual of Omaha.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Let's go ahead and do it and see how much they're going to want from me monthly.
Yeah, of course. All right. So, are you a smoker or non-smoker?
Non-smoker.
Smoker.
Non-smoker.
Yeah, non-smoker. Okay, no problem.
Okay. I thought you said smoker.
No, you're fine. Non-smoker. Okay, 1 second.
Hate the things. Never go near.
The garage door?
Yeah, that was. I'm sorry.
I could hear it. Yeah. All right, and then confirm your height and weight.
Now,
Okay.
165 versus.
What about the lower number? And then confirm your date of birth.
You should have that too, right?
So I don't have that on file now.
Okay.
No.
Got it.
And then confirm your current occupation. Okay. And then average monthly income. It could be a ballpark.
80 monthly, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Probably anywhere from grand.
Okay. And then are you the sole income, or is there a significant other or spouse there with you?
Yeah, my husband lives with me.
Spouse. Okay. And then his income?
I don't know that
What's your
right off,
ballpark?
but it's somewhere close around. I would say probably about monthly.
All right. And then are you looking for coverage for both of you guys if something happened, or just you? I'm assuming both ways,
That
right?
was never asked for me, so I was under the impression it was just going to be for me right now.
Okay. All right.
Because he's not here right now to answer any questions, so it's just going to be
Of course. And just because this just came up across my mind, you had coverage before, but you canceled it just because it was a name you didn't know, or because it was too expensive? So I was a little confused.
It was too expensive.
Okay,
And it was a name I didn't know.
because it was too expensive. All right, so we'll find you some more affordable options. Now, for surgeries, have you had any major surgeries in the past 10 years?
No.
Okay, great. And then medications, anything prescribed now or in the past 10 years?
Nope.
Oh, wow.
Vitamins.
Just flying through the medical questions. Perfect.
Should be pretty easy for mine. I
Yeah,
don't know
very
about my
easy.
husband's stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eunice. Okay. And then any criminal background, DUIs, felonies, anything like that?
No, I too go through the and I'm fingerprinted and no background.
Definitely. Yeah. Okay. Can't have that. Okay. And then any heart attack, stroke, cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, thyroid,
I'm gonna get
anxiety.
right by some wood now and knock on that. No, I have nothing yet.
Okay, good. Knock on some wood. Okay. All right. And then now we're already through health questions, and now we can just go to the mortgage questions. So it looks like your original balance was 384, assuming it's a little bit lower now, maybe what 350,
Yeah.
340?
Yeah, about 350 last time I checked.
350, okay. And then is that a 15, 20, or 30-year mortgage?
It's a, oh, what did we do? I think we did 30.
30, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 30.
Okay. And then if you were to turn around and sell the house tomorrow, how much would you say it's worth?
Oh, more now because we put stuff on it. We put a security system up all around. Probably about
400? Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little over 4, but
Over 4?
definitely not under.
Of course, of course. All right. All right. And then what's the monthly mortgage payments?
2,600.
2,600. Okay. All right. Now, if something were to happen tomorrow, let's not put anything into existence. Say, yes, something happened to you yesterday. What assets do you currently have in the case of an emergency that you guys
Just
can
my,
use?
just my
401ks?
savings.
Okay, no 401ks,
Yeah,
IRA, stocks,
well,
funds?
I do. Yeah, I do
Okay.
have 401k. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any life insurance or significant savings?
No life
Okay.
insurance at all.
Just life insurance. Okay. All right. And then how much would you say you have liquid currently?
Liquid?
In terms of, assets. Yep.
About 20,000.
8,000. Okay. Is that in the 401k?
No.
Oh, so 401k is separate?
Yes.
Okay. So how much would you say is total between everything?
Well, it depends. I have 2 401ks.
Gotcha.
66, maybe 60, somewhere in 65.
Okay. Just from a previous
Something
employer?
like that. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Got it. All right. Okay. Now, just a little bit about the mortgage protection. Are you familiar with how the living benefits work on the mortgage protection program?
How the what works?
The living benefits.
No.
Okay. So what that means is that any critical, chronic, terminal illness that you get, you'd be covered on the living side as well. So it's not just something that's, for your husband if you pass away. It's also for you as well. So it covers you on the living side. So if you're unable to perform any of 2 of the 6 daily living tasks, like eating, drinking, bathing, clothing yourself, using the bathroom, or moving from a bed to a chair. Those are the 6 daily living tasks. If you're unable to perform, go ahead.
It's under living task, you said?
Yeah, any 2 of the 6 daily living tasks. That's another way to qualify for living benefits if you don't get a heart attack, stroke, or cancer, like the critical chronic illness. It's also from disability as well. So 2 to the 6 daily living tasks would count as disability. So eating, drinking, bathing, clothing yourself, using the bathroom, or moving from a bed to a chair. So those are the 6, those are the 6 daily living tasks. And if you're unable to perform any 2 of those, then you'd qualify for living benefits as well. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. And then are you familiar with how the cash value works on the mortgage protection program?
Nope. If you can go over that, that'd be great.
Of course, yeah. So that just means that the premium that you pay every month on the policy, it goes into your cash value. So all that money, God willing, if you don't get sick or pass away, you get all that money that you paid in back, which you can use to pay off the mortgage early. So what most people do is when you have 5 years left on the mortgage, you can surrender the protection plan and pay the mortgage off early. Or if you just want to keep the mortgage protection plan until the mortgage is paid off, you can keep that cash. You can get that cash value back then, and then it's like an extra savings account, retirement. Or lastly, you have the option to keep the protection plan forever. Since it does last forever, and it never expires, the cost never goes up on it. So you would just have coverage equaling your mortgage balance your whole life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So win-win basically. Hopefully you don't pass away. That would be the one way it would pay out, and then the other way would be, you get it back at the end. So
Right.
All right. So we have everything we need here. Give me about 1 to 2 minutes. I'll be right back with some options. Just go ahead and grab a pen and paper to write down the options when I'm back, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh, did I miss you? Hello?
Nope, you're fine. I'm still here. I'm just almost wrapped up on the options here. 1 more minute. All right. You still there?
I am. I just had you on mute. Yeah.
All right, perfect. So I do have a couple options here for you. Now, the most we can do without doing a medical exam, because that makes it a much longer process. The most we could do is 250,000, which actually works out perfectly since that would be, how much would that be divided by 350,000? That's, yeah, exactly, 70%. So that's actually the most common option, what most people do anyway. So the reason for that is as your mortgage balance gets paid down more and more, the mortgage protection coverage stays the same. So the balance, the coverage amount never goes down. So as you're paying down the mortgage, you're getting closer and closer to that 75% of coverage anyway. Does that make sense? Now, if you want full coverage, we
No.
can do a full. That doesn't make sense? Okay. So let's pretend, like 250,000 coverage. As the years go down, your mortgage balance is going down, right? But the coverage amount is staying at 250,000 even all the way till the last year of the mortgage. So you're always going to have 250,000. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So unless, more than welcome to we can give you an option for the full mortgage. It just has a medical exam required. Is that something you're going to want to do? Are you really set on doing the full mortgage?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I do have a few options here for you. They are subject to approval. So it does take 1 to 5 days. So that should give you some time to, also think over with your husband what you guys want, because what's gonna be the right amount, how much you guys want to do. So we can always increase it, decrease it, or decline it entirely. But you guys just let me know what sounds practical and affordable for now that we can submit to see if we can get you approved for. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the first option, that's gonna be for the 250,000. This is with the full return of the money back at the end and all the living benefits. That's for $350 a month. The next option, this is for 175,000 in coverage. That's for $250 a month.
How much?
$250.
Okay.
And then I also have 100,000, 50,000, which is still a very common option since but most of the time what people get this for is for the living benefits. So if you get cancer, heart attack, stroke, you're getting a good chunk, that amount while you're alive to help you stay in the home if you're unable to work, and covers the bills for it's like a long-term care basically. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, so the 100,000 is $143 a month. And then we have a little one more budget option here. The cheapest option will be for 50,000. That would be $74. I usually give 3 options, but I added in a 4th one there just to give you more options. So out of those 4 options, what do you think would be most practical and affordable for you?
Probably the 50,000.
50,000. Okay.
So what does that cover?
So that covers, if you look at it on a monthly basis, 2,600. So if you divide 50,000 by 2,600, that would be 19 months of mortgage payments in the event of something happened where you passed away for your husband.
19 months.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll see if we can get you approved for that. And then once we do that, we can look at options for your husband. What would be your husband's full name for him being your beneficiary?
So does it have to be him for a beneficiary?
No, not at all. No, I just assumed. Okay. My apologies. I didn't mean to assume. Who would be your beneficiary?
That would be
H. Okay. Middle initial?
Last name.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry. Got it. Mm-hmm.
and
Same
it's
last
you
name.
got
And
it.
then confirm her date of birth.
And that would be.
Okay. And then a good phone number for her.
Everything's on my phone. Hold
Yeah,
on.
no problem.
How long you been doing this, Ben?
I've been doing it for 5 years now. I own the company.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
nice.
How about you? How long have you been for?
Huh?
How long have you been for?
6 years.
Oh, okay. About the same time as me.
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing before that?
I was still in.
Oh, okay. And then you got the.
Right.
Or you got her number?
Okay, almost.
Yep.
Going down my list here. I guess
Sure.
I got too many numbers in here. Okay, ready.
Okay. Right. And then the insurance carrier is going to confirm your identity for that to use your driver's license. Is that going to be a California license?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Whenever you're ready with that. Okay. And then I'm just going to assume the expiration date is at the same birthday, and then what year would that be?
Well, that's a good question.
Don't have that one memorized.
No, they gave me like a 5-year on it.
5
I have to
years?
go back to my.
Okay.
I have to go back to my car.
Oh, okay. I'll wait. No problem.
So you can continue on while I go check on that real quick.
Okay. Yep.
We'll go back to that question, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I'll continue on. Okay.
You said you're gonna wait for me?
Well, yeah, I actually am filling out a couple things I don't even have questions on, so until I get there.
Okay, my expiration year is 29.
29. Okay. Got it. Right. Perfect. And now what most people do is they usually have their payments set for the 1st if you get approved. Do you have a certain day of the month you prefer, or is that when you would want it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. The first is fine.
January 1st.
Yeah,
Okay, so we'll set it for January 1st, 2025. And I'll still be calling you back way before then to ask you what you decide you guys want to do.
yeah, because you said it's order
Right.
anyway, right?
Yes, of course. And so Mutual of Omaha, they are going to ask if you have a valid account, so of a bank account with your name on it, just to make sure there's no fraud, no one else trying to take a policy out in your name. And so which bank do you use?
Redwood Credit Union.
Redwood. And would that be a checking or savings?
It's both.
Okay. And would you be using the checking for this?
Is that the way they're going to take the monthly payments out?
It's up to you. You can use the checking or the savings. Would you want to use
It's
checking
going
or
to be
savings?
checking. Okay. Yeah, I don't
want
to save.
Yep. All right, and then the routing number we have here on file for them is 321-177-586. Is that correct? Or can you confirm that with a check or a bank statement?
Yeah, you're going to have to give me a minute for that.
Yeah, now running back inside.
Okay.
Doing laps.
Yep. As an exercise. Okay. What was your question now? Tell me what I'm looking
I'm just going to read out the routing number to you, and you can let me know if this is correct.
And this is for Redwood that I gave you?
Yeah, for Redwood, yep. Just let me know when you're ready.
Almost there. Almost ready. Hold on. Looking through my papers here. Because I don't have a checkbook.
Right.
I just have it written down. Okay. Ready when you are.
Right. Yep. 321-177-586. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, perfect.
How did you get that?
It's actually public record, so they have
Got
it. Mm-hmm.
It should be.
Yep. And then go ahead with the account number.
And that's going to be a set of 6 zeros.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay. So I have. Is that correct? With the 6 zeros in front.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. All right. And then, yeah. All right. And then the insurance company is going to run you through the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. In order to check that, the insurance company needs your social. So go ahead with your social.
Oh, they do. Darn.
Yep. You don't want them checking your medical report?
No, I'm okay.
All right, go ahead.
I just don't like giving my social out, but you know what? Nothing's private anyway these days. So it's I'm sorry, no, it's not. That's my phone number.
Okay. All right, and then I'm going to give you a security code to write down. just because there's a lot of AI, robots, different types of companies trying to get information. So we
Yeah.
always give all our policyholders a security code, just so if someone pretends that they're saying they're me or they say they're my boss, it's not possible. I own the company, so
Right.
if anyone calls you, they don't have the security code, give me a call, let me know. I'll take care of it. Okay. Security
If
code
anybody calls that doesn't have the security code, right?
doesn't have it. So whenever I call you, I'll always say, hey, it's Ben, your insurance agent. Security code is da da da. How are you doing? I'll start a call off like that every time whenever I call you to check in, or when
Okay.
I call you back in 5 days, I'll do the same thing. So it's got it. Okay, perfect. All right. All right, and then you'll get once you get approved, they'll give you they're going to send you a 10 to 12 page packet in the mail, your paper copy of your packet. All right, just a few more moments while I finish up. And while I'm finishing up, go ahead and make sure you save this number in your phone. This is my personal number. I'll always be the agent on file for you, so you'll never have to call any 1-800 numbers. You never have to call Mutual of Omaha directly. I handle everything for you. And if you pass away, I'm the one that's going to make sure, God forbid, if you pass away, that your son's paid out fast. Oh, sorry, your daughter. Sorry, your daughter. My bad.
That's okay.
I've been on the phone all day.
She didn't hear that, so you're good.
The last family was the son, and it's been a long day.
It's okay.
All right.
And this kind of insurance is called, what's it called again?
It's called mortgage protection.
Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, you can write down Mutual of Omaha. You can write down $74 a month and 19 months of mortgage payments.
Yes, I wrote it down when you were going over it with me.
Perfect. And just, I always ask, just in case, God forbid, I mean, the chances of that happening are low, but if you and both passed away at the same time, do you want a contingent on file? A contingent beneficiary?
I don't know their social and all that.
No, you don't need that. No, just date of birth and phone number. And honestly, I don't even think date of birth is required.
You can go ahead and put middle initial is.
Okay.
Last name is.
And then do you know his date of birth?
Yes.
And then his phone number.
Oh yeah, you did say that.
Yep. And while you're looking up, what is his relation to you?
He's my son.
Son, okay.
It's son and my daughter, so
son and your daughter.
Her first, and then he's the contingent.
Okay. You have 2 kids?
Okay. Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, ready. Got it. All right, perfect. So you have the security code. You get all that. So I'll be calling you in a few days as soon as you're approved. But for today, it was a pleasure helping you and serving you. Did you have any other questions for me before we go?
No, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Give me a call, shoot me a text if you need anything else. I'll speak to you in a few days. Have a lovely rest of your day, okay?
You too. Thank you, Ben.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.